Hey guys. This is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter found love in the most dangerous place. Here is short summary. In a world of secrets, betrayal, and war, Harry discovers love where he least expects it, right in the heart of danger. But can forbidden love survive when trust is a weapon and every choice could mean life or death? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry Potter waved his wand, adding a golden luster to the giant lion's head. Harry was working with the Gryffindor Quidditch team and a few other housemates to put the finishing touches on their float for the Quidditch Winter Parade that Hogwarts was holding this year. Each house was building a float for their team to ride before a school-wide assembly in the Quidditch field. These floats were different from the ones Harry was used to, in the way that they actually did float, and the way that they shone with magic. He stood back to admire his work, when he heard an emphatic, "Brilliant!" ring out from behind him. "Harry, that's great. Why didn't I think of that?" shouted Ron Weasley, one of Harry's best friends, who like Harry was donning his Quidditch robes for the coming parade. "Well, thinking was never really your strong suit, was it?" laughed another redhead. "Shut up, Ginny. Ooh, good comeback." Harry smirked at the brother-sister argument. Such things were becoming a lot more commonplace now that Ron and Ginny were both on the Quidditch team. Their arguments were never mean-spirited, but they were quite frequent. They weren't, however, nearly as annoying as Ron and Hermione Granger could get, thought Harry as he noticed his other best friend heading their way. The Gryffindor team excitedly crowded around her for the report. "Did you see all the floats?" asked Ron. "No, I couldn't find Slytherin's." A few of the team members mo.ned slightly. "But Hufflepuff's is no challenge. They've obviously put a lot of work into it, but there is no overall theme, so it looks kind of sporadic." She glanced over to the Gryffindor's float. "Ooh, nice glow. Anyway, Ravenclaw's is really sleek, though. Very sophisticated looking, but lacking in cheer if you ask me. So it's really only Slytherin's that could possibly be a challenge to us. The best float in the parade would earn its house 100 points toward the House Cup." Gryffindor was already in the lead, after beating Ravenclaw and Slytherin in Quidditch. But Slytherin was a close second, having beaten Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. "I wonder where they're keeping it," mused Harry. "No telling. I looked everywhere except under the lake. I don't know how hard they're working on their float, but they're sure working hard to keep it a secret." "Are you sure no one saw you?" asked Christopher Billings, the new beater from third year. With only a trace of a smile, Hermione answered smoothly, "Of that, I am certain. I only wish we had thought to spy earlier." She glanced at Harry, whose invisibility cloak she had borrowed for the task. "Well, we're not Slytherins, are we?" said Ginny. "Too right," said Ron. "Well, Cap'n, is there anything else this float needs?" Harry looked at the giant lion, bathed in Gryffindor colors. Its mane was flowing like water, its teeth bared and claws extended. It looked ready to pounce. Words danced around it, singing, "The Gryffindor lions protect the House Cup." Broomsticks and snitches sped around and around the lion in fine circles. Ginny and Hermione had worked on a roar for the lion. They had kept it quiet during test runs so as to make it a surprise, but a simple charm would make it ring through the bleachers during the parade. Harry smiled and shook his head. "I think it's spectacular, but like I keep saying, I've never seen a wizarding parade before. What do you guys think?" The Quidditch team and the spattering of other Gryffindors who had not yet made their way to the Quidditch field tried to look at the float thoughtfully, but they just grinned. "It's great," they said. "Don't mess with perfection." "I can't wait to see this parade," squealed Hermione. "I saw a small one over the summer when I went to visit Victor. There was an announcer who did not stop talking, but it was in Bulgarian, so I didn't understand a word." "Oh, did Vicky take you to a parade?" asked Ron with mock interest. "Don't call him that," shot Hermione. "Why not? Vicky's so sweet, and so good looking," he added sarcastically. He cupped his hands under his face and adopted a girly falsetto. "Why, I want to date him myself." A few of the others laughed. Hermione just glared. "Ron, You're 16. Grow up. Already. Ron opened his mouth, but Harry cut him off before their bickering could go any farther. All right, Harry said authoritatively, you lot get to the parade. I want Gryffindor to have the best damn cheering section ever. And thanks for all your work. There is no way anyone's going to beat us today. The few who weren't on the Quidditch team turned toward the field. Harry thought that he saw Hermione grin and wink at them as they scampered off. He was just about to ask Ginny what they were up to, when he heard her murmur a swear word. What? That's the Gitz owl. She pointed up to a brown owl circling down toward them.
Percy, muttered Ron, shaking his head. What the hell does he want? Ginny held out her arm and Percy Weasley's owl landed deftly on it. Ron untied not one, but 2 letters from its feet. One for each of us, he said dryly. The owl took off as they ripped open the parchment, grim looks on their faces. Harry looked from Ron to Ginny as they scowled down at the letters from their older brother.
What a bloody ass, snapped Ginny. She crumpled up the letter and shoved it into her robe. I can't even look at this right now. I'll deal with it after we win best float in the parade. She grinned at Harry, her eyes still dark, and made her way to the float with the rest of the team.
Harry looked at Ron. What did he have to say? Same old, said Ron, following Ginny's lead and shoving a crumpled letter of his own into his pocket. It's not too late for me and Ginny to avoid getting drawn into your and Dumbledore's dangerous vigilante group, and that Fudge has everything under control, so if we really want to help against you-know-who, we should join up with the Ministry. He and Harry mounted their brooms to lead the float to their corner of the Quidditch field with the rest of the team. Why can't he just admit he was wrong and say he's sorry for all the stupid shit he said? Same reason Fudge can't, I suspect, said Harry. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic himself, had mounted a slander campaign against Harry and Professor Dumbledore last year, rather than believe them that Voldemort had returned to power. After seeing Voldemort for himself, Fudge stopped all illegal action against Harry, Dumbledore, and the rest of the Order of the Phoenix, but in order to save face for a year of inaction, he still maintained to the media that the Order of the Phoenix were nothing but a vigilante group, and the wizarding community would be better put to support the Ministry of Magic than the Order. Harry was continually amazed by the lengths to which politics and pride could blind people to the truth. The parade was about to begin. He shrugged off his thoughts about the ignorance of the people in power, and called out to Ron if he knew what Hermione and the others were up to. What do you mean? Ron called back, but before Harry could answer, sparks lit up the already darkening mid-afternoon winter sky. Let's go, he yelled. The team let up a roar of their own, and they led the float onto the field. Hufflepuff's Badger was indeed a sporadic cacophony of glitter, color, streamers and sparkles. It radiated with cheer, but it looked like every single person who worked on it had had their own vision in mind and set about decorating without discussing it with anyone else. The team soared around it in crazy spirals, sometimes narrowly missing each other. Ravenclaw's eagle had a sleek blue-black shine to it. Its wings were spread, with an elegant banner flowing from wing to wing, proudly stating, Ravenclaw is number 1. The team flew at its side, proud and refined. But Harry's heart skipped a beat when he saw Slytherin's float. For a terrifying second, he thought they had led a real dragon onto the Quidditch field. Its wings flapped and its head moved from side to side, seemingly looking at the crowds, ready to attack. But then he noticed that the movements were too slow to be that of a real dragon. As Harry heard the announcer say Slytherin, he shouted to Ginny, now. She muttered the incantation, and their own lion let out a roar so loud Harry thought his eardrums just might burst. But his plan worked. The crowd dropped their interest in the dragon float, and wildly applauded the huge lion whose fierce roar still echoed throughout the school grounds. Then a group of Gryffindors, led by Hermione, released a bag of confetti colored red and gold. The other houses were also releasing confetti of their own colors, but Hermione had special ordered this confetti from Fred and George Weasley's joke shop. It spread all over the field, seeming to multiply every second. Soon it seemed the entire Quidditch field was bathed in red and gold. Gryffindor won the best float in the parade by a very narrow margin of staff votes. Slytherin was only 1 vote behind. A great banquet followed the parade, and everyone ate heartily. There were 2 more weeks of school before winter break. It had actually been Ron's idea to have the parade 2 weeks before school let out. During a meeting of staff members, head girl and boy, and the prefects, Ron sensibly pointed out that if the parade followed the week of midterm exams, either no one would study because they were too busy working on the float, or else the floats would be shabby, because everyone would have been studying so hard. Everyone in the meeting agreed, and now the student body was thoroughly enjoying a Friday of fun before they would really have to get to work on studying for their midterms. The Gryffindor Quidditch team entered the banquet a few minutes late, to the cheers of the Gryffindor table, and boos of Slytherin. Harry, Ron and Ginny slid into the seats that Hermione, Neville Longbottom, and Seamus Finnegan were saving them. Seamus Key. Ed Ginny lightly on the cheek. Hermione raised an eyebrow at Ginny, who pretended not to notice. Hermione whispered very softly into Harry's ear that Ginny said she was going to break up with Seamus a week ago. Harry also raised an eyebrow at Ginny. This time she shrugged and stuck her hands in her pockets. "Damn," she said. "I forgot all about this." She pulled out Percy's crumpled letter. "What's that?" asked Hermione. "The Git wrote us again, trying to protect us from Harry's vigilantes," said Ron. "Really?" asked Neville incredulously. "Are the blokes at the ministry still on about that?" "They're fools, is what they are," piped in Seamus. "More than half of the school is ready to join the Order of the Phoenix and follow Dumbledore's lead against you-know-who. Fudge doesn't have that sort of following here. He's a bloody fool not to embrace Dumbledore." Ron nodded his head and gestured emphatically with his fork. "The Order's out there putting their lives on the line. The least Fudge and that Git could do is say, 'Oh, we're sorry. We were wrong. Thank you for all you're doing.'" "We shouldn't be talking about this," said Hermione in her, "let's be sensible," voice. "Dumbledore says that so long as they're against Voldemort, they're on our side. We shouldn't join in their petty bickering. That's all politics. It's nothing personal against the Order." "Yeah, well, when my brother the Gid writes me saying that my parents are out of their minds to fight against that dark son of a bi.ch, what's his name, it's personal to me." Ginny could not bring herself to start calling Voldemort by his name, but did take to the more mocking, "What's his name?" rather than the fear-inspired, "you-know-who." It always made Harry smile to hear it. He let the others continue their debate about the Order and the Ministry, but in his silence, his own mood grew fouler. He had told Ron and Hermione about the prophecy he heard in Dumbledore's office 6 months ago that said he was the only one who could conquer Voldemort, but he hadn't told them the actual wording. He thought that the prophecy left something to be desired. Specifically, he wanted a sentence that clearly said he would be the victor. Instead, the words, "neither can live," weighed heavily on him. Further contributing to his foul mood was the memory of Sirius Black. He first heard the prophecy only a few hours after his godfather's death. The ominous words not only reminded him of the future that lay before him, but also the loss that lay behind. It couldn't have been past 5 o'clock, but the ceiling of the Great Hall revealed a pitch-black night sky. Harry was glad when his group got up from the table to head back to the common room. He was now in an awful mood, and didn't want to be around people. Last year, his friends complained about how he was constantly ready to fight them. One thing that losing Sirius had taught him was how much he really needed and depended on his friends. He didn't want to push them away with his bad moods, so he found it was best to be alone when one hit him. They usually understood, and let him have his space. They were there if he wanted to talk. A crowd at the Great Hall entrance slowed them. Harry kept his head down, avoiding eye contact, avoiding conversation, avoiding any interaction. But then he felt someone shove up against him, and heard a familiar snide drawl. "Watch it, Potter," spat Draco Malfoy, who, as always, was flanked by his large and menacing cronies, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. "Sod off, Malfoy," said Hermione from Harry's side. She was apparently trying to keep Harry from having to deal with him right now, for which Harry was grateful. She knew him well. "Stuff it, you filthy mudblood." Harry was looking down, so he saw when Malfoy moved to grab his wand. He was not about to let that arrogant prick hurt anyone he cared about. In a flash, his own wand was out. The crowd pressed forward, in, and away. Panic and confusion spread as the two dueled, shouting curses back and forth. Somehow, in the moving crowd, they both were able to dodge each other's curses. But others weren't so lucky. 10 seconds couldn't have passed since they first pulled out their wands. But as Professor McGonagall stepped angrily between them, Harry saw that 6 people had been innocent victims of their duel, including Crabbe, Goyle, Seamus, Neville, and 2 Ravenclaw second years. Harry was furious and ashamed. He never should have engaged in a duel with so many people around. Professor McGonagall ordered some of the surrounding students to help the wounded to the infirmary. Then she grabbed Harry and Malfoy by their robe collars, and dragged them to the front of the hall. "This behavior has got to stop. Look at you, neither of you with so much as a boil on your nose, and sending 6 people to the infirmary, 20 points from each house. And you will both serve a detention next week." "But we've got to study for exams next week," argued Malfoy in a defiant drawl. "Very well, you'll both serve a detention tonight. You are to clean up the Quidditch field. And don't even think about reporting back to me until every speck of confetti has been cleared away." Malfoy glared from Harry to Professor McGonagall. But Harry just stared at his feet. He deserved this, after all. "Yes, ma'am," he said, and turned to go. "Stop." They both turned back to her. "Give me your wands. I will not have you dueling while serving detention." "But, no buts, Mr. Malfoy. I'll return your wand when the field is clean." Malfoy stared at her in disbelief for a few seconds, but then they handed over their wands. They had to stop at Filch's office to get garbage bags, which Malfoy had never even heard of before. Filch was overjoyed that 2 students were in trouble and would have to clean the field for him, and without magic, at that. His snide taunting did nothing to ease either of their moods. They walked down to the field in silence, glaring at each other through the cold. "Bloody hell," said Malfoy when they got to the field. "This is going to take all night." Harry just glared at him, thinking that at least the field was big enough for them to be able to avoid each other for however long this detention did last. Harry was pulling out a garbage bag so he could get to work, when Malfoy spat, "Give me one of those rubbish sacks, Potter." The word, Potter, was full of venom when Malfoy said it. Harry tried to ignore him. Just get through the night, he thought. But Malfoy stepped into Harry's face, and grabbed the bags out of his hands. "I said, give me those." Harry snatched them back without a word. Malfoy grabbed them again and Harry shoved him. Anger flashed in Malfoy's cool blue eyes. He dropped the bags. "Who the hell do you think you are?" He shoved Harry back. Harry looked away. "I'm not going to fight him. This field is huge. We can avoid a fight." "I'm a Malfoy, Potter. What are you?" He shoved him again. "You're just a pathetic little orphan." But he didn't get to finish his insult, because Harry's fist was pounding into his jaw. Malfoy staggered back. For a second, the 16-year-olds just looked at each other, not really knowing what to do. But then Malfoy lunged at him, and the 2 tumbled to the ground, flailing against each other. They were a rolling mess of fists and elbows and knees, punching and kicking each other in the face, chest, stomach, legs, and arms. Anywhere they could reach. They screamed curses and grunted, letting out all of the rage that had accumulated between them for the past 6 years. Neither of them knew how long they fought before they simply lay on the ground, gasping deep the cold winter air into heaving chests that burned with each breath. They were worn out and covered with blood and bruises. Harry's nose had been bleeding, but it seemed to have stopped now. He wiped some of the clotted blood away and laughed. He felt relieved, like all of his stress was washed away in the fight. He couldn't even remember the last time he felt so calm. "What are you laughing at?" asked Malfoy, lying next to him. "I don't know. My nose was bleeding and I thought it was funny." He looked over at Malfoy, who rolled his eyes. But then he started to laugh too. They lay there for a few minutes laughing. Then Harry pulled himself into a sitting position. His whole torso hurt. "You okay, Malfoy?" "Yeah, I think so," he said, pulling himself up. "You?" "Yeah." Harry looked down and noticed that his robe was torn in 3 places. He looked back to Malfoy to tell him this, but only saw the blood on his face. Malfoy was trying to wipe blood out of his eye. A gash in his forehead was still bleeding pretty heavily. "Man, are you sure you're okay?" said Harry, alarmed. "It was bleeding off to the side when I was laying down. I thought it had stopped, actually. It's really burning my eye." Harry ripped off a section of the sleeve of his robe, and wadded it up. "What are you doing? You'll ruin it." "Oh hell, Malfoy. It's already ruined." Harry smirked at him. "You have to put pressure on it, or it will keep bleeding." "What are you talking about? It's something muggles do when they bleed. He handed Malfoy the wad of cloth. If you press this against your cut, the blood will clot faster. Malfoy looked at him blankly. It'll stop bleeding. That way you won't have to go to McGonagall and tell her we've been fighting and you need to go to the infirmary to be healed with magic. Okay, said Malfoy, unconvinced. He pushed the cloth against his forehead. Regardless, though, I need both hands to pick up this confetti, so I might as well go in for extra punishment and get to the infirmary. No you don't, said Harry. He tore a longer strip of his robe and tied it around Malfoy's head, holding the wad of cloth firmly in place. Potter. That's ingenious. Where do you come up with these things? Harry just laughed and stood up. Come on, we'd best get started then. He offered Malfoy a hand up. They grabbed a couple of garbage bags and started to pick up the confetti. I don't get it, said Malfoy, after a while. What? In 6 years we've done nothing but fight, and now suddenly, I don't hate you anymore. Harry laughed. Me neither. Weird, huh? No, I mean, really. What's going on? Well, I've seen in Muggle movies that sometimes guys have to fight to become friends. I don't really get it either. They continued their conversation as they cleaned for the next 6 hours. They talked about their classes and Quidditch, about girls they liked and teachers they hated. As they walked to Professor McGonagall's office, Malfoy said, You know, Potter, you're not that bad. Neither are you. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened in horror and fury when she saw the state of the 2 sixth years at her door. Have you two been fighting? She demanded. They shook their heads. No, I fell, said Harry. Me too. They were both shaking with the laughter they were holding in. Professor McGonagall stared at them, dumbfounded. She handed them their wands back, and said, Mr. Malfoy, you need to report to the infirmary to take care of that cut on your forehead. Mr. Potter, you may return to your room. Thank you and good night, said Harry with a smile. He and Malfoy broke into laughter as they turned and walked down the hall. At the end of the hall, they turned off in separate directions. Later, Potter. Later, Malfoy. Professor McGonagall's jaw dropped as she looked after them down the hall. For the love of Merlin, what is happening here? Merlin's beard. Harry. Are you okay? The Gryffindor common room was still in full party swing when Harry finally made it back that night. He was in such a good mood that he had forgotten that he was bruised and bloodied, wearing torn robes. His housemates swarmed around him, already planning their revenge before Harry even opened his mouth. I can make his head grow twice as big as normal. His head's big enough as it is. I just found this one hex where you can't go to the bathroom at all. Ew. Why don't we give him the runs before his potions exam next week? Or we could blind him. No, yelled Harry. Just temporarily. No, guys, look. No retaliation for this. We got into a fight, but everything's cool between us now. So, just don't worry about it. What do you mean, everything's cool between you now? Asked Hermione, looking like she didn't understand what that string of words meant. Just that. We got into a fight, and then we talked, and now everything's fine. So leave him alone. Harry, said Ron, I hate to state the obvious, but you're talking about Draco Malfoy here, not some guy from Hufflepuff. Things do not become cool between you and Draco Malfoy. I'm not saying you have to like him, or even that you have to believe me that he's not that bad a guy. I'm just saying, don't retaliate for this. This is not a big deal. Harry, you have a black eye. Your nose is bloody. This is a big deal, said Ginny, as though that settled the matter. Oh, wait, I get it, said Ron. He's in the infirmary, isn't he? Harry shrugged and grinned, because after all, he was. And this admission might get them to drop the subject long enough for him to go clean up. As a matter of fact, he began coyly. I knew it, shouted Ron. Guys, leave Malfoy alone for this. Harry already put him in the infirmary, and if we go after him further, then we're just being asses. Right? The room agreed that Malfoy had probably already gotten what he deserved, so Harry went upstairs to shower. The subject was dropped until the next day, when Harry and Malfoy casually exchanged waves hello in the Great Hall during breakfast. Word had somehow already gotten around the entire school about their fight, but a truce between them was far juicier news. It seemed to Harry as though people couldn't think about anything else, especially among the Gryffindors. So, what, are you really friends now, after all? I mean, after everything? Hermione simply could not wrap her mind around the idea. Well, no, I mean, he's not my friend like you're my friend, but I don't think we're enemies anymore. I mean, my own, we talked for hours during detention. Normal conversation, too. No insults. No arguments. Just like he was some guy the first hardly know who I was serving detention with. But he's not just some guy, Harry, interjected Ron angrily. He's Malfoy. He's the guy who tried to get Hagrid fired, and who teamed up with Umbridge to get you kicked out of school last year, and who called Hermione a Mewa you-know-what, just yesterday. Harry had to concede that point. You're right. You're both right. Malfoy has always been a little snot to everyone, and we've always hated each other. But it's like, when we fought we kind of got it out of our system or something. I'm not saying I'm going to go hang out with him instead of you two, I'm just saying, he cast about for the right words. What are you saying, Harry? Asked Hermione doubtfully. Harry sighed. What was he saying? Plenty of people want to kill me. I'm not going to go out of my way to keep enemies. I have enough. If Malfoy drops off that list, I'm fine with it. I'm willing to let the past go. Ron and Hermione exchanged a long look before nodding. I guess that makes sense, mate, said Ron. Just be careful, Harry. The three walked into the potions dungeon Monday afternoon, and made their way to some seats in the middle of the room. They had decided that that was a fair compromise, since Hermione insisted on always sitting in the front, and Ron and Harry found that Professor Snape picked on them far less when they hid in the back. As they readied their cauldrons, Malfoy walked in, flanked as always by Crabbe and Goyle. Hey, Malfoy, said Harry, glancing up from his desk. Hey, Potter. The four words were a simple enough gesture, but the room grew quiet for a second, and then exploded in whispers and murmurs. Harry looked back up and around the room, startled by the reaction. Malfoy just smirked, apparently pleased to be center of attention. He moved to his seat without looking at Harry again. Crabbe and Goyle, however, glared menacingly at him, cracking their knuckles. Harry was about to ask Hermione and Ron why they thought Crabbe and Goyle were still being such pricks, when he noticed that they were both glaring at Malfoy. He smiled to himself. Maybe we're not so different after all. Potions was less bad than normal. Snape still picked on Harry and Ron, but at least Malfoy wasn't adding to the problems. Harry received no jeers, no silent insults or threats. He thought he could manage Snape okay so long as he and Malfoy were no longer enemies. Even Ron noticed. As they left the dungeon, he said to Harry, I'm not saying I trust him, because I don't, but you're right about things being better without Malfoy being a prick all the time. The next 2 weeks passed in a tornado of academic stress, studies, and tests. People stopped talking about Harry and Malfoy so much, mainly because there was not much to talk about. Their civility turned out to be a lot less interesting to talk about than when they were fighting in the halls all the time. For Harry's part, he didn't think about it very much after the first few days, suddenly being buried under seeming miles of parchment. His last exam for the fall term was divination with Firenze, a centaur who used to live in the Forbidden Forest. The Gryffindor and Slytherin class sat out in the hall outside the classroom that was magically transformed to look like the night sky. One by one, they went in to read the movements of the stars and planets, and divine major world events from them. Harry and Ron found divination to be a nearly impossible subject. Firenze's teachings were enigmatic at best. He often explained vague meanings behind planetary alignments, but then contradicted those vague meanings with other vague meanings. Harry and Ron spent their last few minutes poring over their notes, trying to assign various vague meanings to Mars' alignment with Saturn, or Pluto, or Earth. He didn't notice Malfoy enter or leave the classroom for his exam, but he did look up when the Slytherin said to the waiting Crabbe and Goyle, of course I passed. I just looked up and said, oh, I clearly see major changes ahead, but I don't know what they are, because Mars is so bright. Harry laughed. Malfoy looked down at him with a friendly smirk. That's great, Malfoy. Do you mind if I use that? Malfoy shrugged. Suit yourself, Potter. I'm heading out now, but I'll see you after break, okay? Sure. Later, Malfoy. Later, Potter. And then he smiled. Harry must have smiled back, but really couldn't say for sure, because at that moment, his thoughts scattered. It was the first time Malfoy had openly smiled at Harry without blood on his face, and Harry was startled. He really did look like someone Harry could be friends with. He could definitely be friends with Malfoy. Remus Lupin greeted Harry with a hug in the Black House, which served as the headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix. Harry was glad Professor Lupin was there. He hated coming to this house, his inheritance. It reminded him too much of his godfather. Harry couldn't look around the house without remembering the dark objects that once adorned the walls as symbols of Sirius' dysfunctional upbringing. Sirius grew up as a good wizard in a dark family that cut him off when he was a teenager. Harry and Sirius shared a bond over their horrible childhoods. Harry hated being witness to it again and again, every time he came home. Lupin released Harry and smiled broadly at him. "How are you doing? How were your exams? Are you hungry? Do you want some tea?" Harry couldn't help but laugh. "Fine. Hard. No, yes." Lupin looked up, mentally scrolling through the questions he had asked Harry. "Tea? You want tea? That would be lovely." Harry set his bags down on the drawing room floor, and placed the portkey Dumbledore had conjured up on the end table. With Voldemort and the Death Eaters at large, the Order never allowed Harry to travel alone anywhere. He went by portkey or flow powder from the Order's headquarters to the Weasleys' house, to Diagon Alley. When he had to go anywhere else, he was accompanied by a large group of Order members. But into the kitchen, Lupin served as Harry's only guide. Lupin slung his arm over Harry's shoulder in a fatherly way. Harry was not yet sure how he felt about Lupin falling into this role in his life. An orphan from age 1, the only real father figure Harry had ever had was Sirius, who he had so recently lost. "Sirius. I know it's hard," said Lupin quietly after he filled the kettle. "I miss him too." Harry looked down. He must have been showing some of his hurt. He suddenly didn't want tea anymore. "Do you mind if we have tea late? I'd kind of like to take a nap." "No problem, Harry. I'm here if you need anything." Harry headed out into the hall and then upstairs to his room. Lupin stood in the kitchen, staring at the door after Harry, feeling helpless, and wondering if he would ever get through. Harry lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling and feeling awful in his house. In Sirius' house. It would always be Sirius' house to Harry. The midterm exams were over, but the stress of study was still with him. He was glad to be at the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. He didn't feel quite right unless he knew what was going on outside, in the war. But why did the headquarters have to be here? Harry's shoulders hurt from the tension of anxiety, of loss. The last time he felt like this, he had gotten into a fistfight with Malfoy. He imagined Sirius laughing as he told him about the fight, and tears came to his eyes. He rolled face down in his bed and sobbed into his pillow. He cried until he fell asleep, thinking about Sirius, thinking about Professor Lupin, thinking about Malfoy. He was standing on the Quidditch field in his robes, ready for a game. The stands were full of cheering crowds. Sirius stood behind him, rubbing his shoulders, readying him for the game, giving him words of encouragement. Harry looked up and saw Malfoy in his Slytherin robes standing on the other side of the field. He was holding the snitch in his hand, showing it to the crowds. "Go get him," said Sirius, with a slight push. Harry walked forward, as did Malfoy. The crowd was screaming all around them. Harry looked back to Sirius for encouragement, but Sirius was gone. Suddenly, Harry felt all alone. The crowd went silent. Malfoy was standing in front of him, holding the snitch. Harry was so mad at him for having the snitch. But then Malfoy lifted his hand high above his head, and let the snitch slip through his fingers. Harry watched it fly away, to be lost in the sky. He looked back down to Malfoy, who was smiling. He had a beautiful, open smile. Harry wanted to reach out and touch his face. Harry wanted to. Everything turned dark, and Malfoy was on the ground, writhing in pain. Harry wanted to stop, but his wand continued to point at the screaming Slytherin. He opened his mouth and let out a vicious, high-pitched laugh, and felt a searing, white-hot pain shoot across his forehead. Harry was screaming and banging his head against the wall when Lupin grabbed him. "Harry! Harry! Wake up! Oh, Merlin, wake up!" Lupin dragged him away from the wall and into his arms. "It's okay. You're safe. Please wake up." He rocked the shaking 16-year-old, holding his flailing limbs tight. Harry tried to turn away, but Lupin held him close. Even when Harry retched and threw up on his chest, he held Harry close. Eventually, the shaking turned to trembles. Harry looked up, seeming to hardly notice the vomit between them. Voldemort was torturing him. "Who, Harry?" "Malfoy," he said weakly. "Lucius." "Draco." Tears began to stream down his face. He winced suddenly, reached up and grabbed his scar. And still, Lupin held him. The pain seemed to subside, but it had reopened old wounds. Harry again began to cry, but this time, he was not alone. Cleaned up several hours later, Harry quietly made his way downstairs to the kitchen. He was greeted by the friendly faces of Tonks, Mad-Eye Moody, Angelina Johnson, and Professor Lupin.
"All right, Harry," asked Angelina, clapping him on the back. Angelina had been on the Gryffindor Quidditch team for years with Harry. Shortly after she graduated last year, she joined the Order, and was now one of their most active recruiting members. She was smart and charismatic, and played Quidditch for the Chudley Cannons, which meant that she traveled often and had a sparkling reputation with young potential Order members.
Harry smiled weakly and nodded. I'm great. We won our last game, and I think we got a shot at the World Cup this year." "Good one. Will you get me tickets? Box seats." Angelina nudged his side. Tonks jumped over and gave Harry a short, squeezing hug. Today she had long, blue dreadlocks and a septum piercing. "Nice nose ring," said Harry. "Ah, I wanted to try something different. Do you really like it?" Harry cocked his head and squinted. I do." He slid into a seat next to Mad-Eye Moody, who shook his hand and gruffly said, "Hello, Potter, doing well this evening?" "Been better, actually. My scar was hurting earlier." Moody nodded seriously. "Albus and Snape are still working on that. They'll figure something out." "I doubt Snape is trying too hard," mumbled Harry. They had never been on good terms, but things had gotten decidedly worse between them since last year when Harry sneaked into some of Snape's memories in a pensieve. He's trying," said Lupin calmly as he placed a pot of hot stew on the table before them. He was looking down at Harry with concerned eyes. "Are you okay?" Harry nodded, but it was a lie. "Good," said Tonks enthusiastically. "Dumbledore wants you to work on defense against the dark arts while you're here over the break, seeing as how there's no teacher at Hogwarts this year." "Harry doesn't need a teacher," said Angelina defiantly. "He was teaching us last year." "You can never learn enough," said Moody. "Plus, we don't want him to fall out of practice." Harry looked at Lupin and shrugged. "Whatever." Moody and Lupin exchanged glances. Harry pretended not to notice, but his mood darkened further. Even after everything, the Order pushed him to the sidelines. Now he would spend the next 3 weeks practicing spells against allies rather than enemies. They would probably have nightly conversations about him after he went to bed, talking about how he wasn't ready yet to be out there fighting. Harry tried to pull into himself during dinner, but Lupin wouldn't have it. He drilled Harry about everything going on at Hogwarts. All of his classes, all of his teachers, all of his friends. Harry carefully avoided bringing up his truce with Malfoy. He didn't want to think about him right now. He kept seeing flashes of that lovely smile turning into horrific screams. He felt sick again. He hardly ate. Despite Lupin's protests, he returned to his room after dinner. He was unpacking his belongings when he heard an angry murmur of voices downstairs. He opened his door almost silently, and strained his ears to hear what was happening. He wished that he still had a pair of Fred and George's extendable ears, but there was nothing to be done about that now. As it was, he only caught catches of the conversation in the drawing room. "Surely Potter knows better," barked Moody. Harry scowled. Already, they were talking about him behind his back. A steady murmur that sounded like Snape's sneering voice interrupted him. He spoke in such a controlled low tone that Harry couldn't make out a single word. "I think that might better come from you," stated Lupin angrily. Another murmur from Snape, followed by a jumble of voices. The few words Harry made out included, "Draco Malfoy," and "Death Wish." So, that's what this was about. Snape must have been at the Death Eater meeting with Malfoy. Harry's heart suddenly dropped into his stomach. Malfoy couldn't have been tortured because of him, could he? He stepped back into his room. He didn't want to know any more. He backed against the wall with his eyes squeezed shut. Then he heard a soft knock on the door, Harry? It was Lupin. Harry kept his eyes shut. He heard Lupin rush forward. You're so pale. What happened? Did you have another vision? Lupin laid his hands gently on Harry's shoulders. Harry shook his head. What is it? In barely a whisper, Harry said, It was because of me, wasn't it? Lupin sighed heavily. Then you heard? I was just coming to get you. I didn't think we should be having that conversation without you. Harry opened his eyes and looked at Lupin. He meant it. Is Snape still down there? Yes, Professor Snape is still downstairs. I'm not going. I know enough. Harry. No. He walked over to his desk and sat with his back to the door. Presently, Lupin walked out. Harry put his elbows on the desk and his head in his hands. This was too much. He wasn't even friends with the guy. They hardly even spoke. Again, he saw Malfoy's smile. He felt his heart tighten. It wasn't fair. He heard footsteps nearing his room and looked up. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a black shadow enter and his heart skipped as, for one heart-wrenching moment, he thought his godfather was behind him. But he turned to see the cold, pale face of Professor Severus Snape. Mr. Potter, he sneered, I had noticed that you and young Mr. Malfoy had called a sort of truce at Hogwarts. But it has recently come to my attention that perhaps your relationship is something more. Harry looked at him, genuinely confused. What are you talking about? He spat. Snape calmly raised an eyebrow and looked to the doorway where Lupin and Moody were standing. Lupin stared hard at Harry, studying his features. It's not true, he said to Snape, still looking at Harry. Snape returned his gaze to Harry. Regardless, Mr. Potter, you would be wise to know that young Mr. Malfoy is not someone who can be trusted. He only acts to his own benefit, and that includes actions both toward the light and the dark side. You are advised not to let him seduce you into thinking otherwise. He regarded Harry for a moment more, and then turned abruptly and strode out the door. His footsteps receded, but Harry did not hear his voice again. Tonks and Angelina must have left. Moody and Lupin both stepped into the room. Potter, said Moody, perhaps you deserve an explanation. I think I got that, said Harry snidely. Harry, said Lupin. It's not that. Look, can I just be alone right now? Lupin and Moody were quiet. Harry knew he was scowling, so he tried not to look at either of them. He wasn't mad at them. How could he let them know that right now? We'll start training tomorrow, okay? I just need some time right now. He lay awake late into the night, thinking about Malfoy. All those years of being enemies, of hating him, fighting with him on the Quidditch pitch, Malfoy smiling at him just this afternoon, Malfoy smiling, Malfoy writhing in pain because of Harry, writhing in pain because he was attracted to Harry. Harry spent the next day, and every other day of the break except Christmas, studying defense against the dark arts with Lupin, Tonks, and Moody. Despite all he knew, he realized quickly that Moody was right. There was so much left to learn. He threw himself into these study and practice sessions, in part as a distraction from the memories of Sirius that lived in the house. At night, various members of the Order would gather at the house and work on strategy for their battles against the Death Eaters. They were compiling a list of probable and definite Death Eaters, people to watch and to watch out for. This was often disheartening work. Even as the Order's membership grew, the Death Eaters' ranks similarly grew in number. The Order's members would spend long hours debating ways to contain and reveal Death Eaters, and ways to protect the wizarding and Muggle publics. Often these debates would lead to long tangents of complaint against the Ministry of Magic for their lack of help to the Order, but someone would always remind the bitter group of Dumbledore's words that the Ministry was all politics, and so long as it remained against Voldemort, the Order was to continue to support it. No one liked these reminders, but everyone would grumble agreement. On Christmas Day, Harry and Professor Lupin made their way by Flow Powder to the Burrow to spend the day celebrating with the Weasleys. Hermione was spending the holiday with Muggle relatives, which Ron, Ginny, and Harry were all disappointed about. Mr. Weasley hinted quietly to Harry that he had attempted to get an invitation to spend the holiday with Hermione's family so he could learn more about how Muggles spent the holiday, but Mrs. Weasley would have nothing of it. Fred and George came with a bag of brilliant gag gifts. Mrs. Weasley scolded them for bringing such dangerous items to the Burrow, until she opened a package containing the black velvet cloak they had bought her. She pulled them into a tight embrace, gushing over how proud she was of them. Bill and Charlie Weasley were also at the Burrow to celebrate the holiday. Harry enjoyed talking with them about their adventures with work and with the Order in far countries. He hardly noticed Percy's absence, except for the few unopened gifts that sat hopeful of his arrival. Harry realized as he left that night that that was the first full day he had been happy since he could remember. Even returning to his godfather's house didn't seem that bad. As Lupin slung his arm over Harry's shoulder and led him up to his bedroom for the night, Harry felt truly lucky. Between Lupin and the Weasleys, Harry felt like he had a family. His mood remained somewhat lifted throughout the rest of the holidays, through the training, through the Order meetings, even the Order meetings Snape attended. He made up his mind before the break ended that he would have to talk to Malfoy as soon as possible upon returning to Hogwarts. That chance came the morning after his return. The students were spilling into the Great Hall for breakfast, when Harry found himself walking not 6 feet from the Slytherin. "Oi, Malfoy," he called. He pushed his way through the crowd toward him, to be greeted with the old sneer. "Sod off, Potter," he spat. Harry looked at him, bewildered. "I said, sod off, you bloody prick." Malfoy turned and made his way into the Great Hall, leaving Harry alone in the crowd, feeling like he had been slapped. By the end of the first week after winter break, Harry began to notice graffiti magic onto the bathroom walls. The handwriting was never the same, but the message was.
Harry Potter killed Cedric Diggory. Students who tried found it exceedingly difficult to cover or erase the message, so it was often followed by responses stating that only an idiot would believe that, only an idiot would deny that you know who had returned.
Coinciding with the appearance of this graffiti was the new fad amongst the Slytherins of whispering, "Cedric Diggory," whenever they saw Harry, just loud enough for him to hear. "Ignore them, mate," said Ron, in an uncharacteristically calm reaction. "No one believes it. They're just trying to get to you." It was working. Harry began having nightmares again of the night Cedric died. He saw the green flash, and then Cedric dropped. He was bound, and then watched as his own blood participated in the resurrection of Voldemort. After reliving this horrific event every night in fitful sleep, Harry never felt rested. He moved through the halls of Hogwarts in a consistently bad mood. He developed dark circles under his eyes so that he looked like he was scowling even when he wasn't. "What gives, Harry? You look like the Walking Dead." Ginny sat down next to him in the Great Hall one day at lunch, dropping her books with a heavy thud on the seat next to her. "Nothing. I'm fine." "If you're fine, then I'm Wanda the Wonderful. Come on, you can tell me, what's going on?" Harry looked down at his untouched plate. He wasn't eating much lately either. "He's upset that Malfoy's still a twit," said Hermione matter-of-factly, as she slid into the seat across from Harry. Harry looked up angrily at her. "You're not really?" asked Ginny, like she couldn't believe it. "No, I'm not really," said Harry, glaring at Hermione. "Yes, you are, Harry. It's nothing to be ashamed of. You got your hopes up that the truce would last, because you're a decent person and you were willing to uphold it. But Malfoy's just not. There's nothing to be done about it." "She's right, Harry. If you let yourself be disappointed every time Malfoy acts like an ass, you might as well just kill yourself now, rather than suffer a lifetime of depression." She and Hermione laughed. Harry faked a smile. "But regardless, you need to eat more," said Ginny. "I don't know how you live, since you never seem to ingest any sustenance." "And Ron tells me you're not sleeping either," said Hermione. "Oh, does Ron tell you that now?" demanded Harry. "Yes, Ron told me. But everyone knows. You wake your roommates up at night with your nightmares, you know." "Did you ever consider just getting a dreamless sleep potion?" Harry threw up his hands. "Hey, what is this? Have you two appointed yourselves my new mothers or something? I mean, give me a break." He pushed his plate away and made to stand up. "Harry, sit," commanded Hermione. "Or you're grounded," added Ginny. Then they burst into a fit of giggles. Harry slumped his shoulders and looked from one to the other, utterly bewildered. "Hey, sorry I'm late," said Ron, clapping Harry on the back. "What's up with them?" he asked, motioning to the two giggling girls. Harry shook his head. "No idea." Ron sat down on Harry's other side and looked up at Harry expectantly. Harry shrugged and sat back down. Ron was still filling his plate when Professor McGonagall swept up to the table. "Mr. Weasley, Ms. Weasley, Will you come with me to the headmaster's office? She looked troubled, and immediately the group's faces fell to anxiety. And I suspect you two should come as well, she said to Harry and Hermione. The four stood up from their unfinished meal and followed their head of house to Professor Dumbledore's office in a cold silence. Harry's heart was heavy within him. It felt like lead, beating slow, pounding in his ears. Something must have happened to someone, and the fact that Ron and Ginny were asked for first signified to Harry that it was one of the Weasleys. They stood in front of a stone gargoyle while Professor McGonagall mumbled, "Gummy worms." The gargoyle swung aside to reveal the stairs to the headmaster's office. The few seconds it took to mount the staircase seemed to Harry to last a lifetime. "Please, have a seat," suggested Professor Dumbledore to the deathly quiet Gryffindors. "No one is hurt," he added. The group let out a collective sigh, and each chose a squashy chair to sit in. Dumbledore regarded them gravely. "But I am afraid that I have disturbing news. The Weasleys' Wizard Wheezes shop on Diagon Alley was attacked and destroyed in the night. The dark mark was in the sky above it this morning. No one was hurt in the attack, since Diagon Alley was pretty well closed down, but I'm afraid your brother's shop has been obliterated." Ginny looked at Ron with a pained face. Poor Fred and George. That shop was their dream. Why would they do that? Ron shook his head. Well, they're not going to keep the Weasleys down. Fred and George have to have enough in the bank to be able to rebuild. Ginny agreed. In a few weeks, it will be like nothing ever happened. Those dark sons of Chess wasted their time. Oh, sorry, professors. Ginny looked down, flushing bright red. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "I'm sorry," he said with a smile, "but I don't speak French." Professor McGonagall, however, looked stern once again. Harry was relieved that the news was no worse than it was, but something was troubling him that he couldn't quite put his finger on. Hermione spoke up. "Professor Dumbledore, sir. Why did they do it? I mean, I'm thankful that was all they did. But destructive vandalism really isn't the Death Eaters' style." That was it. Harry turned to Dumbledore expectantly. Dumbledore was grave once again. "That is very astute of you, Ms. Granger. And I'm afraid you have good reason to ask." He looked at Harry sadly for a moment before continuing. "A message was left among the ruins of the shop." He paused again, not wanting to say it aloud. "What was it?" asked Ginny quietly. "For you, Harry Potter." Harry felt as though someone was reaching into his chest and calmly squeezing his heart. There was pain all day long now, a mental pain that manifested itself physically. He was always tired. He was always nauseous. His body always ached, and his chest always hurt. Several days after the attack at Diagon Alley, Angelina Johnson was attacked after a game. Angelina was caught off guard, being in a semi-crowded area. She was not killed, and in fact, a crowd of very protective fans drove off her attackers. But she did spend 4 days in St. Mungo's recovery ward. Again, a dark mark tainted the sky over the site of the attack, but this time, the words, "For you, Harry Potter," were in the sky with the mark. The picture of the dark mark with the message for Harry was splattered all over the Daily Prophet. Even while she was in St. Mungo's, Angelina released a statement that she was good friends with Harry and supported him fully, especially if those Death Eater morons were going to attempt to defame him by placing his name next to that disgusting symbol of idiocy. Chudley Cannon's fans from all over similarly came out in support of Harry. A week later, Oliver Wood was attacked. 2 days later, Katie Bell. Each time the dark mark and the message marked the site of the attack. Harry realized immediately that Voldemort and his Death Eaters were going after anyone who was at all close to Harry, and who was within their reach. Dumbledore protected the students at Hogwarts, so Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, as well as the rest of his classmates, were safe. However, graduated friends and members of the Order were now apparently at a higher risk of attack.
Because they knew Harry, Harry requested that Professor Dumbledore assign members of the Order to guard Hermione's parents at all times. They were both Muggles, and would not be able to protect themselves at all during an attack. It would be pretty low of the Death Eaters to go after them, but they had a history of attacking Muggles, so Harry didn't put it past them. Dumbledore responded with a twinkling smile that it had already been taken care of.
Harry wondered if it would bother Hermione if he told her this, or relieve her. He opted to say nothing, figuring she was a very intelligent person, and may in fact have been the one to originally suggest it. If so, she had probably opted not to tell Harry so as not to hurt his feelings. For Hermione's part, she took it upon herself to resurrect the DA, even though or perhaps especially because defense against the dark arts had been temporarily removed from the course requirements of Hogwarts. Cornelius Fudge, with the aid of one Percy Weasley, had managed to pass legislation through the ministry that the defense against the dark arts class would be suspended indefinitely while a ministry task force reviewed the potential danger of the class. After reinstating Dumbledore as headmaster last year, Fudge pulled ministry control out of Hogwarts in all ways except this one. Of the 5 defense professors Harry had had in 5 years, 2 had been secret supporters of Voldemort, 1 had been a professional liar, 1 had been an ineffective teacher spy planted by Fudge himself, and 1, the only decent defense teacher to date, had been Professor Lupin, a werewolf. Fudge was determined to discover if this class was a dangerous tool used by Death Eaters to get their hands on the students of Hogwarts. He was also determined to ensure that Dumbledore knew that, as Minister of Magic, Fudge had the upper hand. The DA was Dumbledore's army, a previously secret club founded last year when Fudge's spy threatened to ruin her students' chances of ever attaining Defense OWLS or NEWTS by being such a dreadfully inept teacher. Harry taught the group defense against the dark arts, since he was the student with the most personal experience in the field. Harry was not sure he wanted to again take on the extra pressure of ensuring that the 54 students who had expressed interest were trained for a fight against Death Eaters. But the way he saw, it needed to be done, and there was no one else available for the job. At the first meeting, they decided to meet once during the week, and once on the weekend if possible. They reviewed a few simple defensive spells, but Harry spent most of the first day correcting wand work and explaining the mechanics of a good defensive stance during a duel. He kept thinking of the night last year that he led members of the DA into a fight against full-grown Death Eaters. As he watched Hermione review the disarming spell, he remembered her lying on the floor. He remembered fearing she was dead. He remembered Sirius coming to his rescue. He remembered chasing Bellatrix Lestrange straight into Lord Voldemort. He remembered Dumbledore's showdown with Voldemort. He remembered Sirius falling through the curtain. Harry found that holding the memories at bay so he could focus on the class was exceedingly exhausting. As he left the room of requirement with the other members of the DA, Harry noticed a group of first-year Slytherins huddled together down the hall. They looked harmless enough, but when Harry saw them, he had a very bad feeling. Exhausted as he was, he hardly slept that night. The next day Harry walked into divination with the full intention of lying down in the classroom turned night forest and sleeping through Firenze's lecture. This would be easy to do without Firenze noticing, because as soon as his class began, he always looked up at the sky, and didn't look back down again until the bell rang. But just as Harry was beginning to get comfortable, he heard a most odious whispered drawl from about 10 feet away. Psst. Hey, Potter. Potter. A muffled chuckle told Harry that Crabbe, Goyle, and Pansy Parkinson were in on whatever Malfoy had to say to Harry. He kept his eyes closed, hoping he looked like he was already asleep so that Malfoy would just leave him alone. Potter. Malfoy hissed. Potter. Wake up. I have a message for you. Christopher Billings says that he has something for you, Harry Potter. Shit, thought Harry. It can't have started here, too. His blood ran cold, knowing that some Slytherins, possibly even 6th-year Malfoy, had attacked the 3rd-year Gryffindor who was both on the Quidditch team and a new member of the DA. Harry tried to hold in his trembling, tried to keep Malfoy from knowing he had gotten to him, in any way. He lay with his eyes closed all during divination class, neither sleeping nor absorbing any of Firenze's ambiguous words. As soon as the bell rang, he yawned and stood up groggily, pretending for Malfoy's sake to have been asleep the whole time. But when he stepped out into the hall, he pulled Ron aside. We've got to find Christopher, he said. The Slytherins have attacked him. Ron and Harry hurried through the halls, gathering more and more DA members in their search party as the minutes passed. Someone finally found him in the corner of an abandoned classroom of the North Tower. He was unconscious and covered with painful lacerations. His wand had been snapped. Madame Pomfrey said Christopher would be okay, but he would need to stay in the infirmary for a day or two. Harry visited him as soon as he was conscious again, with a large bundle of pastries from the house elves in the kitchen. Who was it? He asked the bedridden Christopher. Harry, I really don't know. I was walking to class. I thought I was alone in the hall, but then I heard a voice behind me and I felt my skin opening up all over me. The pain was awful. I don't remember anything after that.
You didn't fight back, but your wand was snapped. Christopher shook his head angrily. They must have done it after I passed out. Harry was shaking with outrage. He didn't want to, but he had to say it. Christopher, this was because of me, you know. I'll understand if you want to resign from the team and from the DA. He couldn't even look Christopher in the eye as he said it. But Christopher would have no part of that. Harry, Quidditch is my life. And as far as the DA goes, this is exactly why I need it. You're not kicking me out, are you? Harry looked at the boy sitting in the hospital bed with pink streaks across his face where new skin was growing. His fists were clenched and his face determined. Harry had to smile. Of course not, Christopher. I just meant. Forget what you meant. I'm not dropping out and that's final. Madame Pomfrey rushed in to see what all the commotion was, and commenced with shooing Harry out so that Christopher could rest. Harry let her, but not before leaning over to Christopher and whispering to him that he had asked Dobby, a house elf friend of his, to pay a visit to Christopher and make sure he had everything he wanted while he recovered. Christopher smiled and said slyly, "See, you're worth keeping as a friend." They attacked him from behind, screamed Ron in the Gryffindor common room, and then snapped his wand. Outraged voices called for blood. The Slytherins were not going to get away with this. Harry sat back and quietly stewed while the entire Gryffindor house -1 debated over what needed to be done to avenge Christopher. It was only a matter of time before the conversation turned back to him. This was because of him, after all. He sat angrily, listening to the crowd scream its indignation. He prepared his defense for when the time came for him to speak again. He prepared to offer his blessing to anyone who wanted out of the DA, out of any association with Harry at all. He prepared for when all of the fury boiling in the room turned on him.
But he never got a chance to express all the things he was prepared to express. Why Christopher, anyway? Shouted out a third year. He doesn't have any enemies, not even in Slytherin. They're trying to get to Harry, said Neville. It's the same as that dark mark crap that's been going on. There were murmurs of assent. Harry silently cursed Neville for being the one to bring up his name. Well, if they were trying to get Harry, they have really bad aim, said Ginny. A few people laughed. Harry was glad to hear Ginny try to defuse the situation for him. It doesn't matter the reason they attacked Christopher, said Colin Creevey, sticking up for Harry, whom he adored. They attacked him, and we need to get them back. His words were greeted by yells of agreement. Harry thought for a second that he might be off the hook after all. Then Hermione stepped forward and said the last thing he would ever expect her to say. But it does matter the reason, she stated firmly, quieting the room. Harry's heart began to pound. It matters for several reasons. Firstly, if Christopher was attacked because of someone's vendetta against Harry, then it's even worse than if his own enemies attacked him. And the fact that the vendetta is probably an offshoot of, let's face it, Lord Voldemort's, almost everyone winced or groaned at the name, makes it 1,000,000 times worse. These guys are beeping up to their Death Eater parents with this attack, shouted someone in the back. The Gryffindors roared in anger. But another thing, yelled Hermione over the crowd as the volume slowly died back down. If they attacked Christopher to get to Harry, then we have every reason to believe that more attacks will occur against anyone who is associated with Harry. The volume in the room rose again. Hermione yelled over them. That's the Quidditch team, the members of the DA, and everyone in this room. Voices trailed off as everyone in Harry's house looked at each other, realizing they were all potential targets. We can be fairly sure, continued Hermione, that Christopher was attacked by a person, or people, older than himself. I don't mean to offend any of the younger Gryffindors, but the curse he was hit with is fairly sophisticated and requires a stronger amount of magic than any third year could have. The room murmured their agreement. If the attacks continue, no one should expect a fair fight. This means that no member of Gryffindor House should be alone until this is sorted out. And, I think Harry will agree, members of the Quidditch team and the DA may want to be especially careful for now. The Gryffindors looked around at each other, talking, planning on who would walk with whom where. Ron yelled over the crowd, and in the meantime, we need to figure out who the bastards were that attacked Christopher. And what we're going to do to them, someone else yelled. For that part, Ron, I think you and I should cover our ears, said Hermione. Why? We're prefects. We shouldn't know if people in our house are planning on attacking other students. In that case, maybe you should also close your eyes so that you don't know if I'm involved or not. Well then, maybe you should, too, said Hermione with a sly grin. Neither of them did. Harry stood up and hugged Hermione long and hard. Ron and Ginny both tried to pretend they weren't watching. Word of the planned precautions spread to the rest of the DA before breakfast the next morning. It was Saturday, and many of the Gryffindors and other members of the DA spent the morning searching the site of Christopher's attack for clues, and pumping Slytherins for information about who perpetrated the attack. The morning's efforts produced no leads. The Slytherins were all tight-lipped about the attack. They each feigned ignorance. Harry was disappointed, although he hadn't expected more. Throughout the day, 3 more DA members were attacked, 2 Gryffindors and 1 Hufflepuff. Each one was attacked from behind while they were alone. By the DA meeting on Sunday afternoon, not a single member of Gryffindor House or the DA could be found alone in the halls. The meeting began on a sour note. People were angry that their friends were being attacked. They were angry that no one knew for sure who was attacking them. Harry couldn't blame them for this. He was angry too. We know Malfoy's behind it, even if he's not the one doing it. We need to get him. That's impossible. He's always surrounded by his Slytherin toadies. We should just start attacking Slytherins at random, the way they're attacking DA members at random. That would make us no better than them, said Hermione. Well, they started this fight, and I'm sick of being the better man here, yelled Seamus. And I'm sick of walking around the halls in groups, like I'm afraid to be alone, said Ernie Macmillan haughtily. We shouldn't have to be afraid here. We're at Hogwarts. Don't think of it as a show of fear, said Ginny. This is a show of strength. No one can beat us. The DA is too strong, and we're sticking together. A few yells of agreement rang out. Harry stood before them. In the meantime, there are too many people here for me to teach as a single group. Especially now that we've got wee little Death Eaters roaming the halls. A few people laughed at his mocking tone. We've got to raise the speed and intensity of our training. I want every 3rd year in this room to be able to put up a fight against any 6th or 7th year low enough to attack them. He split them into 9 groups of 6, holding a place for Christopher when he returned, and assigned a veteran member of the DA to lead each group. He gave his instructions to the entire group, and then walked around, monitoring their progress, but relying heavily on the group leaders to give more personal instructions to each dueling pair. Training was going much faster than Thursday night, when Harry had tried to monitor and correct all 54 members by himself. The group was quickly mastering the silencing charm they started the night with. Harry was working with Ron's group when he noticed that the room seemed to go quiet all at once, rather than fading in and out. He looked up to see Professor Dumbledore standing in the doorway with a very grave look on his face. Good afternoon, sir, said Harry, walking forward. Excuse the interruption. Harry, may I speak with you? Of course. He turned back to the DA. Continue to work on the silencing charms while I'm gone. He followed Dumbledore into the empty hallway and closed the door behind him. What's wrong? He asked, deciding to get right to the point. Harry, Remus Lupin was attacked this morning while on duty for the Order. He's alive, but he's in very serious condition at St. Mungo's. I understand, sir. They spoke for several minutes more, but Harry couldn't remember anything beyond those 3 words. He felt hollow inside, a shell of a person. I understand, sir, kept echoing through him. I understand, sir, that Lupin took on this risk to work with the Order. I understand, sir, that the healers at St. Mungo's are doing everything they can for him. I understand, sir, that you're here for me. Did they talk about those things? Harry couldn't remember. He was blank. He showed no emotion. I understand, sir, that I may lose my 3rd father in this lifetime. Harry kept repeating this in his head, and he couldn't understand. When he came to, he was sitting on his bed and Ginny was talking to him. Harry? Are you okay? Blank. He felt nothing. Why aren't you at the meeting? Harry, that was 2 hours ago. Everyone's at dinner now. I came to check on you. Empty. He was hollow. I'm fine. Go to dinner. What's wrong? She sat on the bed next to him and studied his face. Who is it? Shell. He was alone. Professor Lupin. Tears began to stream down his face. He didn't notice them. They don't know if he's going to make it. Oh, Harry, whispered Ginny. She wiped the tears away with her fingertips. Harry turned to her. She wrapped her arms around him and he curled into her, his head on her shoulder, and he cried. I understand, sir, that I may lose my third father in this lifetime. Harry was open. He was a swirling mess of anger and grief and helplessness and fear. He wished he could push everyone away. He wished he could shut himself down. He wished he could turn it all off, or at the very least, take a break from everything for a day. He sat at breakfast amongst his quiet and grave-faced friends, staring at his plate, wishing he could eat. Stress played itself out in Harry's body as restlessness and nausea. Lack of sleep and proper diet made him weaker, more susceptible to stress. This couldn't last. Harry was nearing his breaking point. If for only a day everything would cease to exist, if for only a day he could be just a normal 16-year-old, with normal worries, if for only a day he could not care about the world around him, then, maybe, he would be ready to face the reality of the life of Harry Potter.
As it was, he walked into the Great Hall this morning to the sound of Slytherin's whispering, Cedric Diggory. The Owl Post had brought no news from Lupin. The front page of the Daily Prophet showed another picture of the dark mark with the message, "For you, Harry Potter," above the site of Lupin's attack. And, Harry realized with a swear, he had not finished his potions homework.
Harry rested his head in his hands, his elbows on the table. Ginny placed her hand on his shoulder, but he shrugged it off. I'm fine, he growled. Harry, just shirk off potions today, said Ron. Snape's going to find some way to give you detention anyway. You may as well earn it by catching up on some sleep. Harry smirked at the appealing idea, but then shook his head. No, I gotta do something. This waiting is horrible. You'd rather go to potions? Asked Hermione, disbelievingly. You'd rather I cut class? Asked Harry, mockingly. Well, no, Hermione narrowed her eyes, looking at Harry's weakening form. Well, yes, actually. I think you should cut class. Ron's jaw dropped. Hermione ignored him. Really, Harry, you have to take care of yourself. There's too much else for me to take care of. I said I was fine. He got up to head to potions. His friends jumped up to follow him. Within seconds, a knot of DA members were also with him. This happened often now. Harry noticed they all had looks of pride on their faces. Apparently, they had taken Ginny's words to heart and were showing off the DA's strength. Ginny was a good leader, he thought. The DA had several good leaders. The group slowly dropped off by twos and threes as people made their way to their own classes. Finally, Harry, Hermione, and Ron rounded the corner to the dungeon's corridor. A few Slytherins were already waiting outside the classroom. They began whispering, Cedric Diggory, as soon as they saw Harry. Harry saw Malfoy look up gleefully, and he turned away. I'm not really here today, he thought. I'm shirking off class, and then came anyway, just for a distraction. It doesn't matter what Malfoy or Snape do because I'm not really here. He was beginning to calm with thoughts of non-existence, but then a slow drawl made its way through to his consciousness. They're dangerous. Personally, I think all werewolves ought to be exterminated. Hermione and Ron were both holding on to Harry, who had clenched his fists and was struggling toward Malfoy. He could feel his blood running hot. He could taste it. Malfoy looked at him and continued. But we shouldn't just kill them. That's too good for them. We should put them in pins first, and slowly torture them to death. Harry saw red and broke free from his companions, completely unaware of what he was doing. He tackled Malfoy, slamming him onto the cold stone floor, pounding his fists into the Slytherin. Crabbe and Goyle both tried to grab Harry away from their leader, but Harry reared back and socked them both in the face. They fell back, startled and bloodied. Malfoy took the opportunity caused by the break in his attack. When Harry turned back to him, he was ready. He decked Harry in the face with all his might. Harry fell backward and Malfoy rolled on top of him. He pulled out his wand and pointed it at the Gryffindor, opened his mouth and... Potter. Malfoy. The two looked up from their brawl, jolted by the impossibly loud shout from the potions master. Professor Snape swooped down on them, fury in his eyes. Behind him stood Professor Dumbledore. "What is the meaning of this?" yelled Snape. "Professor, he attacked me," whined Malfoy. Harry looked up at him. Malfoy was still on top of him, holding him down with one hand, pointing his wand at Harry's face with the other. He could use this to his advantage. "I attacked you." Malfoy flushed and lowered his wand quickly. He untangled himself from Harry and stood up. Harry remained on the floor, doing his best to look hurt. "He attacked Crabbe and Goyle, too," shouted Malfoy, realizing how pathetic he looked and sounded, standing between the two largest sixth years, and claiming the skinny boy laying wounded on the floor had attacked and overcome the three of them. "I see," said Snape with a sneer. "Misters Crabbe and Goyle, go the infirmary to take care of your injuries. Mr. Potter, 20 points from Gryffindor and a detention for starting fights in the hallways." Dumbledore cleared his throat just slightly. Snape sneered, and paused for only a moment before continuing, "And Mr. Malfoy, a detention for you as well." Malfoy was seething as he stalked off toward the infirmary. Snape ushered the class into the dungeon, except for Harry, whom Dumbledore held aside. "Yes, Professor?" Harry stared at his feet. The fight and the accompanying adrenaline rush had temporarily distracted Harry from his greater worries. Expecting to be lectured on fighting, he was greatly surprised when Dumbledore spoke. "He's going to be okay, Harry." "Who, sir?" "Malfoy." Harry looked up in confusion. "Remus Lupin," said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. Harry felt a rush of emotion as everything came back to him. Relief washed over him as he realized what Dumbledore was saying to him. He'll be in St. Mungo's for quite a while, but he is expected to fully recover. Harry slumped back against the wall, taken by exhaustion. "Harry, are you okay?" Harry nodded. "Just tired, sir." "Of course. Why don't you take the morning off to catch up on some sleep?" Harry looked up at Dumbledore's twinkling eyes that were studying his own. "But perhaps you should stop by the infirmary to see Poppy first." Harry nodded and walked away, but as tired as he was, he opted to skip the infirmary and headed straight to his dormitory. Harry was shaken awake. "Come on, mate, wake up." Harry looked around groggily. "HNN. What time is it?" "Dinner time," said Ron. Harry sat upright. "What? We couldn't wake you at lunch, so we made an executive decision that you should skip all of your classes for the day," said Ron happily. "But," Harry reached for his glasses. "Don't worry. Hagrid and McGonagall both pretended not to notice you were gone. I wanted to let you sleep longer, but Hermione and Ginny made me come wake you for dinner." He cut Harry a look. "I have to warn you, though, they're cooking up some scheme to make you eat tonight. I don't think it'll be painful or anything, but—" Harry rubbed his stomach. It let out a soft growl. "Thanks, mate. But I don't think that'll be a problem tonight. Did you hear about Lupin?" Ron grinned. "Yeah, it's great, huh? Hagrid told us before class started. He reckons Dumbledore might let you visit him this weekend."
They made their way down to the Great Hall, and found places saved for them. Ginny and Hermione had saved a seat for Harry between them. As a joke, Ron tried to take it. They both glared at him until he backed away and sat next to Dean. Harry fought back a laugh. He sat down and declared, "Merlin, I'm starving," and began to load his plate. The girls at his sides watched him, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Harry broke out laughing.
"All right, Harry?" Christopher Billings slid into the seat across from him. "Christopher, I didn't think you were ever going to get out." "Me neither. On Friday, Madame Pomfrey said I'd be there a day or two. This afternoon, I finally had to demand she let me leave." He paused and narrowed his eyes at Harry. "Did you really bust up Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle?" Harry laughed again. At the time, he was just reacting in anger, but when put that way, it sounded so cool and satisfying. Christopher laughed and slammed his hand on the table. "Oh, that's great. You should have seen them, whining like babies, they were. But, man, are they pissed at you." "Speaking of which," said Hermione, "Snape says your detention is tonight." Harry groaned, but then shrugged. "Whatever. I'm not going to let even that ruin my mood." That night, Harry made his way down to Snape's dungeon classroom with Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Ginny at his side. Malfoy was waiting outside the classroom with Crabbe and Goyle. The two groups stood glaring at each other from opposite ends of the hall until Snape strode around the corner, robes billowing. "Oh, for Merlin's sake," he said, "detention is not a social event. Potter and Malfoy, in my classroom. The rest of you, back to the dormitories." The Gryffindors lagged a moment. "Now," he barked. Harry had a feeling his friends were only a hallway away. Hermione had assured them, although Ron fervently disagreed, that no harm would come to Harry while he was in detention with Snape, but they could not be sure about his trips to and from, so the group appointed themselves to accompany Harry. Harry smiled to himself as he looked from Malfoy's sneering face to Snape's sneering face. Everything seemed so comical all of a sudden. "Find something amusing, Mr. Potter?" asked Snape coldly. "No, sir," Harry responded, trying to pull the smile back inside. "Indeed. Your punishment is to inventory my supply closet. I am running low on numerous ingredients, as well as completed potions that I keep in store. You too are to make note of which ingredients, as well as which completed potions need to be restocked. You will also make note of the ingredients for each completed potion I need. You may use your textbooks for reference." Snape looked at Harry impatiently. "Am I correct in assuming that your friends neglected to tell you to bring your current and past potions textbooks with you to detention?" Harry nodded. "Very well. An additional 15 points from Gryffindor, and you may share Mr. Malfoy's books." Harry could sense Malfoy smirking next to him. He held Snape's eye in defiance, a smile playing in his own eye. He dropped his occlumency shields for a moment. "Lupin's okay," he thought. "You can't break me." Harry was sure he saw Snape catch the thought. "I'll be in my office if you have any questions. Detention is over when you are finished with your task." With that, he stalked out of the room. "What are you smiling at?" spat Malfoy. "Nothing. Just in a good mood." Malfoy glared at him. Harry smiled even bigger. He felt like laughing at the guy. "Shall we?" Malfoy's eyes flickered uncertainly as Harry stood grinning like a fool. But then he seemed to strengthen his resolve of hatred. He walked to the storeroom, knocking Harry with his shoulder. Harry wanted to laugh. This whole smiling thing was really bugging Malfoy. The way he figured it, he now had a moral obligation to smile for as long as detention lasted. He went into the storeroom, a big grin on his face. Malfoy was looking over the shelves to determine where to start. Harry stood smiling next to him. Malfoy glared up at him and muttered something, but Harry was too busy enjoying himself to catch it. "I'm sorry, what was that?" Harry asked, grinning. "I said, you start over there on the top shelf," snarled Malfoy. Harry beamed. "Okay." He walked over to one side of the storeroom, Malfoy the other. It was a small room, no bigger than a large walk-in closet. There were 5 rows of shelves. The top shelf was a few inches over Harry's line of sight. When he reached up to inventory the Wolfsbane, his robe rattled a few bottles on lower shelves. He stepped out of the supply closet and pulled his robe over his head. He was wearing jeans and a t-shirt underneath. He felt his t-shirt slide up his back as he pulled his robe off. When he turned around, Malfoy was watching him. "Taking you clothes off for me, Potter?" he asked, with a devilishly sly smirk. Harry's smile faltered for a second. "Oh, so that's what this is about," said Malfoy knowingly. Harry gave him a smug smirk. "Quit talking out of your ass, Malfoy." He walked back into the storeroom and reached up to inventory the top shelf. He didn't hear Malfoy move at all, so he looked over his shoulder. Malfoy was looking him up and down, appraising him. He caught Harry's eye. "Where's your smile now, Potter?" he asked smoothly. Harry wanted to grin at him, regain the upper hand, but Malfoy was walking toward him, dripping with seductive poison. Harry turned around and faced the bee. Owned, who stepped into his space. They were breathing the same air. Harry could feel Malfoy's body heat. Malfoy leaned forward and whispered into Harry's ear. "Well, Potter, it seems I finally know what you want from me." Harry moved his head away slightly. "Why you're always watching me?" Harry could feel Malfoy's breath in his ear, on his neck. "Why you're always coming to me, looking for a fight?" He turned slightly so that he brushed up against Harry, pulled back just enough to look him in the eye. "Is this what you want, Potter?" he whispered in a slow, seductive drawl. Harry's heart was pounding. He didn't know what to do. His mind was telling him that Malfoy was a prat, but his body was telling him something entirely different. He felt Malfoy's right hand touch his left hip and snake its way under his shirt. The touch startled Harry, who jerked, swinging his left shoulder back into the shelf behind him. One of the jars toppled forward, its top falling to the floor with the small sound of breaking glass. The contents of the bottle emptied, several drops landing on their arms. Both of the boys stared at the drops of clear potion on their arms for a moment, horror struck. Harry half expected his arm to melt away. With sudden motion, Malfoy grabbed a rag nearby and wiped the potion from his arm. "What is it?" he demanded. "I don't know," said Harry, taking the rag and wiping his own arm clean. They looked to the shelf, careful not to step in the spilled liquid, or touch any more of it until they knew what it was. "Oh shit," said Malfoy. "What, Veritaserum? But we didn't drink any. It seeps through the skin. Its effects will be muted, but we might tell each other anything." They stared at each other, wide-eyed, as it soaked in who it was they might spill their secrets to. Harry might tell Malfoy anything. Malfoy might tell him anything. "Why are you looking at me like that? Why did you break our truce after winter break?" Harry gasped. He hadn't meant to ask that question out loud. "My father and the Dark Lord tortured me for befriending their enemy." Malfoy slapped his hand over his mouth. "How did they know? How do you think Crabbe and Goyle told them?" Harry looked at Malfoy with serious concern. "I'm sorry. I had wanted to talk to you about that, but you told me to saw it off." "You wanted to tell. How did you know about it?" asked Malfoy angrily. "I saw it happen in a dream. And then Snape confirmed it," thought Harry. Well, at least he had a little control over what he said out loud. "I thought Snape was supposed to have fixed that by now," said Malfoy. Then he slapped both hands over his mouth.
"How did you know about that?" asked Harry. "Me haziar tul eaffr a dhef air meeten," said Malfoy through his hands. Harry tried act like he hadn't understood that Malfoy said, "My father told me after a Death Eater meeting." Knowing full well that Snape was a spy for the Order of the Phoenix, he didn't think it would be a good idea for Harry Potter, to ever have reason to suspect Snape might be a Death Eater. Things would just get too complicated.
They sat in silence for a moment. Then something clicked in Harry's brain. "Wait, did you say your father tortured you too?" Malfoy nodded, both hands still firmly over his mouth. "But he's your father." Harry was indignant. Malfoy shrugged. "You mean that wasn't even the first time?" Harry was almost yelling. Malfoy shook his head. Harry regarded him, breathing heavily in his anger. Malfoy looked scared. Of what? What Malfoy had just said. Of Harry. Harry realized he had his fists clenched and that he was scowling at the bee-owned. Actually, he was scowling at Malfoy's father, but he was looking at Malfoy while he did so. He opened his hands and softened his demeanor. "It's not always because of me, is it?" Malfoy shook his head and lowered his hands enough to say, "No, not always." "Just sometimes," seemed to echo and spoken in the room. Harry hung his head, and then looked up at Malfoy. "Look, I'm really sorry about that." Had he meant to say that? Harry couldn't tell at the moment. Malfoy glared again. "What do you care, Potter?" Harry focused. This guy had hurt him too much. "About you, personally?" "Not a whole lot, actually." Malfoy winced. "But I sympathize with your situation. Growing up with the Dursleys was hell on earth. My cousin and his friends would beat me almost daily. My aunt and uncle would lock me in a cupboard, and in fact, the cupboard was my bedroom until I was 11, and I'm going to stop talking now. They locked me in the dungeon for days, Potter. They did Crucio and Imperio on me until I couldn't stand it. They said they'd kill me if I ever slipped again." "Shit, Malfoy. How can you support Voldemort when he does things like that?" "Voldemort's a mudblood who couldn't even overcome that fool of a wizard Dumbledore. I don't support him. I stay alive." Malfoy was shaking with anger. Harry couldn't tell if he was angry that he had admitted those things, or that Harry would ever have thought otherwise. Harry was still trying to figure out just that when Malfoy caught him off guard. "Did the prophecy say that you are the only one who can bring down the Dark Lord?" "Yes." "Shit." The Order had gone to great lengths to ensure that Voldemort never knew what exactly the prophecy said, and Harry had just handed the information to Malfoy. Malfoy smirked. Now we both have secrets to keep. Harry glared at him. What are you playing at, Malfoy? I can't have you telling people about my family, and especially not about my views of Voldemort. You can't have me confirm the words of the prophecy to the Dark Lord. So, from where I'm standing, there's only one solution to this dilemma. Which is a binding magical oath. We make an oath to keep secret this whole conversation and then seal it with our blood. I don't think even Voldemort could break that. Harry looked at him. You realize that he might try. Don't worry, Potter. I don't think he can. I'm not worried for me. As far as I know, he's already working on the belief that I'm the only one who can kill him. What the hell does it matter to me if he knows for sure? What are you saying? I don't want you to be. Harry caught himself before he said too much. I don't want anyone to be tortured for me, if I can help it. Yeah, that's noble and all, but it's going to happen to me anyway. Harry felt an ache in his heart. He remembered his dream of Malfoy writhing on the floor in agony. I can't let you repeat those things I said, Potter, stated Malfoy, calmly, but firmly. Then let's make the oath. They cleaned up the Veritaserum and inventoried the storeroom. And once again, they talked. In their oath, they swore that they would never repeat to another person what the other had said during detention that night. Neither knew how long it would be until the Veritaserum wore off completely, so they decided it was best to keep secret the entire detention, just in case. With the oath behind them, Harry found that the pressure was off to maintain any pretenses with Malfoy. They talked about growing up in cold houses with families that didn't act like families. They talked about how Malfoy had secretly wished his father would stay in Azkaban when he was arrested last year, but they'll never keep a Malfoy in prison. They talked about the history of the war, and the people who had been killed on both sides. They talked about Voldemort and his followers, who Malfoy swore were, okay really. It's not about good and evil. It's about power. Power and fear. And they talked about each other, and how they could never be friends, because I would choose to be alive than to be friends with Harry Potter, any day. And Harry couldn't argue with that. He found his friends waiting for him around the corner, and they walked back up to Gryffindor Tower without incident. Harry told them what he had to do for detention, and Hermione swore that Snape never said anything about his potions textbooks. Harry said it was okay, that it wasn't really that bad, because the detention had kept him and Malfoy too busy to bother each other, but it really wore him out. Harry laid in bed that night thinking about his conversation with Malfoy. At some point, his thoughts slipped into dreams. He was talking with Malfoy in the storeroom, but sometimes it was the Quidditch field, and sometimes it was the hallway outside Snape's classroom. It isn't always because of me, is it? He asked. Malfoy shook his head. No, not always, just sometimes. Look, I'm really sorry about that. What do you care? Malfoy decks him, and then rolls on top of him. They're in the hallway fighting again. Malfoy pulls out his wand and aims it at Harry. It isn't always because of me, is it? No, not always. Just sometimes. I'm really sorry about that. What do you care? Malfoy decks him and rolls on top of him. I lied. Malfoy, I do ca. I would choose to be alive than to be friends with Harry Potter, any day. Harry couldn't blame him. It isn't always because of me, is it? Malfoy decks him and rolls on top of him. Is this what you want, Potter? He whispers in a slow, seductive drawl. Harry reaches up to him. I'm really sorry about that. Malfoy smiles at him. They're standing on the Quidditch pitch and then lying in the hall. Malfoy rolls on top of him. Is this what you want, Potter? Harry reaches up to him, pulls him down. Harry? Harry was sitting with Ginny, Ron, and Hermione in the library. He looked up from his book to find Luna Lovegood standing above him. She was looking around the room, as though wondering where she was, and why there were so many books. She always had a dreamy look in her eye, and Harry made a point to admire her for that. He smiled. Yes, Luna? All these books and nobody ever bothers to read about the giant cricket snakes of Transylvania, she said absently, to no one in particular. Harry's friends started to snicker. Harry glared at them. What are those? He asked Luna with a friendly smile. Luna's eyes widened as she looked at Harry. They're a rare species of snake that have huge cricket legs that they use to pounce on their prey from long distances. My father tells me that sightings are getting closer and closer to England, and that everyone should wear a pink hat whenever they go outside. Ginny scoffed and went back to her reading. Ron stared at the Ravenclaw in amazement, with his mouth hung open. Hermione opened her mouth to argue, but Harry kicked her under the table and asked, "Why a pink hat?" They jump to attack so they see their prey from above, and of course they don't like pink very much. Luna rolled her eyes, stating the obvious. "Oh, of course," said Hermione sarcastically. Ginny muffled her laughter. Harry nudged her angrily. "Well, thanks for the warning, Luna." She looked around the room, lost in thought again. "Was there something you wanted to ask? Do you think the room of requirement will expand to accept more students?" Harry shrugged. "Now that you mention it, it does seem bigger than it was last year." "Good," she said, and wandered away. Everyone stared after her except Harry, who promptly went back to reading as though nothing had happened. "That girl is," Ron began. "Very nice, and a friend of mine," finished Harry without looking up. "But she is a bit strange," said Ginny condescendingly. Harry closed his book and regarded his friends quietly, a protective anger flowing through his blood. "She fought with us against Death Eaters last year. She didn't have a personal stake in the battle, but she went anyway. She deserves our respect." He packed up his book bag. He was sick of people making fun of Luna because she was unusual. It even went so far that people stole her things and hid them from her. Ever since he found that out, he had made a point to be nothing but friendly to her. "Harry, I didn't mean," said Ginny, but Harry stood up and walked out of the library. "What's wrong with him?" asked Hermione. "Dunno," said Ron. "Maybe he's got a crush on her." Ginny packed up her bag quickly and ran after Harry. She didn't get very far before she nearly tumbled over him. He was bent over the unconscious form of Luna Lovegood. Her skin was red and she was trembling. "Ginny," he pleaded, "help me get her to the infirmary." Word was out at school that members of the DA were being targeted for attack.
That night, Harry expected far fewer members to show up at their meeting training session. But a strange thing happened. The DA members had shown such camaraderie and strength by binding together that more people than ever wanted to join. 67 people were in the room of requirement when Harry began the lesson. He divided the new people into each group and explained the types and uses of shielding charms before they broke into their small groups to practice.
"Was this what Luna was talking about?" asked Hermione when Harry made his way to her group. 10 of the 13 new members were from Ravenclaw. But even with the added bodies, everyone still fit quite comfortably in the room of requirement. "Yeah, I guess so," said Harry dully. "Did she see who it was?" "No, she thinks they were hiding behind one of the statues in the hall. We've got to do something about this, Myone." "I know. But unless we catch them in the act, I don't see how we're going to have any proof of who's doing it." Harry cursed himself. He had talked to Malfoy under the influence of Veritaserum for hours and it never once occurred to him to ask who it was that was attacking DA members. Not that he could have told anyone about it if he had asked. Maybe he could get that information from Malfoy if they talked again. But how could he talk to Malfoy again? He was distracted throughout the DA meeting, thinking about this. By morning, word was out at school that Harry Potter had a crush on Luna Lovegood, proven by how upset he was about her attack, proven by how distracted he was at the DA meeting. She awoke from her sleep in the infirmary to find her bed surrounded by candies and cards with best wishes from other members of the DA, none of whom would ever pick on her again. Ginny walked Harry to the Hogwarts gates Saturday morning, where Tonks and Mad-Eye Moody waited. "Watch her, Harry," called Tonks, as she saw the two students approaching. Moody clapped Harry roughly on the shoulder in a slightly painful, but apparently friendly gesture. "Potter, how are you holding up?" Harry shrugged. "How are we going?" "We're taking the night bus," said Tonks over her shoulder. She had gone to hug Ginny hello and was currently entertaining the redhead by changing her nose. "When do you need to be back?" I have Quidditch practice after dinner. I don't really need to be back until then." "And your team will wait for you if your visit runs long," said Ginny to Harry. Then she dropped her voice and said to Tonks, "But if he's going to miss dinner, make sure he eats, okay?" "I heard that," Harry said accusingly. Ginny grinned and bounced over to him. "Boy, do you hate it when people care about you." She flung her arms around his shoulders. "Give Professor Lupin this hug, okay?" Okay," said Harry awkwardly. When he turned to watch Moody flag down the night bus, Tonks raised an eyebrow at Ginny, who smiled with a shrug. There was a loud pop and a double-decker bus appeared out of nowhere. The three loaded on, and with another loud pop, Ginny was left alone. Lupin was asleep in his bed in the recovery ward of St. Mungo's when Harry walked in. Sitting by his bed were Bill Weasley and a very lovely young Frenchwoman with long silver hair that Harry recognized as Fleur Delacour. Bill jumped up and extended his hand. "Harry, how are you holding up?" "I'm fine," said Harry automatically. "You are very brave," gushed Fleur, much to Harry's embarrassment. "Haven't you been so afraid with Z's attacks coming more and more? But I know I haven't you to join Z or Dare. We must all fight Z's Dark Lord," she spat. "We must all stand behind Z Great Harry Potter." Harry was flushed bright red at this point. Bill couldn't help but laugh. He loved the effect his half-Vila girlfriend had on men, himself included. Tonks came to the rescue of the embarrassed Harry by asking, "How's Remus?" "Recovering," said Bill. "Slowly, but he's getting better." Harry went to sit in a chair beside his bed. Is he going to wake up? In response to Harry's question, Lupin stirred. He blearily opened his eyes and smiled widely at the sight of Harry. He made to sit up, but winced in pain. Harry immediately leaned forward in concern. "Are you okay? What can I do? Do you need anything?" Lupin let out a weak, but genuine, laugh. "Yes, nothing. No, well," he said as an afterthought, "if you could help me sit up, maybe prop me up against some pillows, I would have an easier time talking to you." Harry promptly did so, as gently as he could. He was pained to see Lupin as weak as he was, but relieved he was still alive. What happened, anyway? Lupin looked like he would rather not talk about it, so Harry immediately tried to change the subject, but Lupin waved him off. No, I'll tell you everything. I made it through," he sighed, "and what doesn't kill us? Lands in St. Mungo's for a few weeks," finished Bill with a grin. Lupin smiled too. "I was on a reconnaissance mission with Mundungus Fletcher, trying to locate what we think might have been a meeting place for Death Eaters who are working within the Ministry. Mundungus was supposed to be keeping watch while I checked it out. We had a series of signals worked out, but on his watch, he decided to slip himself a drink or two," said Lupin warily, "and meanwhile, a small group of Death Eaters in full shroud slipped by him." He shook his head. "He signaled me only just in time, almost too late. I dodged an Avada Kedavra, but was hit with a stunning spell and 4 Crucios, that somehow locked me into the spell. They apparently thought I fell from the Avada Kedavra because they sent up the Dark Mark and disapparated." "What do you mean you were locked into the spell?" asked Harry, feeling nauseous. "I mean, the wizards disappeared, but the pain didn't. But that's impossible, I know. It was hours before the healers could take it off." Lupin closed his eyes. Harry took his hand and squeezed it. "So they've done something with the Cruciatus curse to make it even worse? Merlin's beard? Only a Death Eater?" "No kidding, Harry," said Tonks. "After so many hours under the spell, Remus' body was in a right state. It would take a powerful bit of magic to do what they did to a man as healthy as Remus. I mean, the combined force of 4 spells." She trailed off. "When I get my hands on Mundungus Fletcher," growled Moody. "You'll do nothing to him at all," said Lupin. Harry looked at him in surprise. Lupin sighed, his eyes dark. "He's resigned from the order and withdrawn in shame. Much as I would like to throttle the unreliable drunk, I'm sure he's punishing himself far worse than I ever could." Bill shook his head. "You've got to be about 1,000,000,000 times more forgiving than me, Remus." "I'm amazed." Fleur agreed, and Ed Lupin on the forehead for it. Lupin flushed and looked at Harry. "So, Harry, how have you been holding up?" Harry scrunched up his face. "You're the one in the hospital." "I'm fine," he said. Lupin regarded Harry for a moment. He opened his mouth, but then seemed to think better of it, and closed it again. Harry looked up and realized everyone was watching him. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "So, what about the Death Eaters that did this?" he asked. "They were in full shroud," said Moody. "We didn't get an ID on a single one of them." "Do you have any suspicions?" "Of course we have suspicions," said Bill. "And we suspect that they were all members of the Ministry. We just don't have enough evidence yet to prove it." Harry opened his mouth and then closed it with a wry smile. "What?" asked Lupin. "I was just going to say, why don't we go to Fudge with the evidence we have?" But of course, he'd never listen to us. The group laughed cynically. "It's not just that," said Lupin. "One of Voldemort's greatest powers is his ability to divide people. The Ministry's already against us." Tonks cleared her throat. "Well, of course not everyone, Tonks, but so long as Fudge is the minister he will keep the Ministry from working with the Order. Now if we went in there and started accusing Ministry workers with insufficient evidence, it would cause chaos. Half the Ministry would band together against the Order," said Tonks. "And the other half would engage in, well, a witch hunt, accusing anyone of being a Death Eater for the slightest of reasons," agreed Harry. He had some experience with this recently. "People have a hard enough time trusting each other as it is, and things haven't yet gotten as bad as they were the last time Voldemort was in power. If we can maintain some semblance of unity in the wizarding community, perhaps things never will." Harry noticed that Bill scowled when Lupin mentioned unity. Fleur put a sympathetic hand on her boyfriend's shoulder. "He will come around," she said sweetly. Bill nodded, but barely concealed how upset he was. "Remus, we've got to get back." "Of course, Bill. Thanks for coming to visit." Bill patted Lupin's shoulder and said his goodbyes. Then he and Fleur left. Harry stared after them. "What?" "We think one of the Death Eaters that attacked Lupin is in Percy's department," supplied Tonks gently. "In his department?" barked Moody. "Shares an office with the boy." "Have they told him?" asked Harry, alarmed. "You know how things are with Percy right now," said Lupin. "He wouldn't believe us if we told him." "Probably make a point to be friendly with the guy," said Tonks darkly. "But we have to warn him," said Harry. "It's no use right now, Harry," said Lupin. Harry looked down. He didn't much like Percy after the way he had acted the past year, but he didn't want him to be in danger. "Oh, Merlin. Do Ron and Ginny know?" Lupin shook his head. "I don't think Molly and Arthur told them." Harry put his head in his hands. All these secrets. Moody cleared his throat. Harry looked up. "Potter, we've got to get going. But we'll be back around 4 o'clock to pick you up, all right?" Harry nodded and the two Aurors left him alone with Lupin. "Truthfully, Harry, how have you been?" "I'm all right." "Harry," said Lupin warningly. Harry avoided his eye. "I was really worried about you." "But I'm okay. Tell me what else is going on." Harry shrugged, like there was nothing else. "I hear you've restarted Dumbledore's army," said Lupin with an encouraging smile. That was Hermione, really, and anyway, now, what? "Well, it's kind of like what's going on with the Ministry. The DA is being targeted for attack in the halls, but we can't prove who it is. And we're trying to avoid a witch hunt, but half the group wants to just go ahead and start attacking Slytherins no matter if we have proof or not, and there's all this graffiti in the bathrooms about me killing Cedric, and the Slytherins are always saying his name whenever they see me, and then there's all this dark mark for you Harry Potter shit, and my class load is killing me this year, and then there's this crush on Malfoy." Harry shook his head in frustration and anger. He hadn't meant to let everything out like that. He felt weak, but when he looked up to Lupin, he was nodding seriously and with sympathy. "What are you doing about the DA?" "Pretty much the same thing they advised to deal with the Death Eaters. No one in the DA's ever alone if we can help it. We're working on shielding charms now. They're really improving quickly now that I've got them divided into smaller groups and appointed more leaders." "What?" Lupin was smiling. "Nothing, it just sounds like Dumbledore's army really is becoming one." Harry considered this, and nodded. "Yeah, I guess so." "What about the graffiti and the name calling? That's not going to stop. I just try to ignore it." Lupin narrowed his eyes, but nodded. "And as far as the dark mark goes, you do know that there is not an intelligent witch or wizard out there who is going to turn against you because Voldemort says so, right?" Harry smirked. "I guess so. I mean it, Harry. People seem to be of the mindset of, why won't they just leave him alone? They're on your side. And I think they'll stand behind you when the time comes." Harry looked away quickly. It was the closest they had come to discussing the prophecy since Harry had heard it last year. He wasn't ready, and he didn't want to talk about it until he was. Lupin let the matter drop for the time being. "In the meantime, who do you have a crush on?" Harry looked up at him, Slack-jawed. He hadn't said anything about it. How did he know? Lupin laughed. I thought so. Come on, out with it. It's just someone at school. Harry could feel himself reddening. Who? I don't know. It's kind of a complicated situation. I don't think I'm ready to talk about it. Lupin smiled. Well, I'm here when you are. They talked on into the afternoon. Harry went down to the cafeteria at lunchtime and got them some stowed sandwiches. Afterwards, the healers had to take Lupin out for a little magical therapy. Lupin came back groaning. He said he knew it was good for him, but damn did it hurt. At 4 o'clock, Mad-Eye Moody walked in followed by Tonks, who was whispering something into Arthur Weasley's ear. Mr. Weasley was grinning. Remus, how are you feeling today? Asked Mr. Weasley. You know, every day a bit better, said Lupin. And Harry, he beamed, how are you holding up? Harry rolled his eyes. Why did everyone keep asking him that? I'm fine. Good. How's everyone else? How's Ginny? She's fine, said Harry, oblivious to the looks the adults were trading. Tonks winked at Lupin, who thought he might now understand the complicated situation Harry had been talking about. Quidditch practice was going well that night. Harry felt he had finally hit his stride as captain of the Gryffindor team. He had to keep a fine balance, watching his team practice, and practicing himself by looking for the snitch. The Hufflepuff game was coming up in a matter of weeks, so the team was practicing harder than ever. It would be their last game of the year, and if they won, they were a shoo-in for the House Cup. Usually when they practiced alone they would only release one bludger, but today they had both. It was a grueling practice, but the team was doing quite well with it. Harry was zooming around in search of the snitch when he saw Ron reaching out to save the Quaffle from scoring his left hoop. With his concentration on Ginny and the Quaffle she was shooting toward him, he failed to notice the bludger flying straight for him. Christopher, the nearest beater, almost made it, but not quite. Ron took the bludger in the shoulder, and spun sharply toward the earth, clutching his broom, and the Quaffle. In his pain, he only managed to regain control of his broom just before landing. He hit the ground with a thud. Harry sped to the ground with the rest of the team. Ron was in a heap, curled up around the Quaffle, holding his shoulder. I caught it, he said weakly with a smile. Ron, you goof? Are you okay? Ginny looked like she didn't know if she should hit him or take him to the infirmary. I'm okay. My shoulder's a little bunged up, though. He looked up at Harry, dazedly. We should probably call it a night anyway, said Harry. Good job tonight, guys. Round up the bludgers and hit the showers. I'll get the snitch and... Swoosh. The team looked up to see a streak of green overhead. Harry saw Malfoy reach out his hand and catch the snitch. He swerved around and headed back toward the other end of the field, where the Slytherin team was waiting for him. He dismounted his broom lightly, and the group strode toward the Gryffindors. Harry took a deep breath. Here it comes, the personification of all of his problems. Malfoy was the son of Death Eaters, the leader of Slytherin, as conniving as the worst of the politicians in the Ministry, and the schizophrenic bane of Harry's fantasies. In detention, he had been such a funny and intelligent and attractive person. Harry dreamed about that Malfoy every night now. And that Malfoy frustrated Harry to no end when he found himself having to deal with this Malfoy, the sneering, self-centered prick who delighted in making Harry's life miserable. Harry glared at him. Here it comes. As they drew near, Malfoy held out the snitch in a taunting manner. All this time out here, and you still couldn't find this thing? He jeered. Harry looked around quizzically. What's that I hear? He made a quick motion, as though grabbing the snitch out of the air right next to his head, reminding Malfoy of a time he had been too busy laughing at Harry during a game to notice the snitch was right by his ear. Malfoy flushed, changed his tactic. What's wrong with your keeper? Did the poor bastard fall off his broom again? The Slytherins snickered behind him. This is the sorriest excuse for a team I've ever seen. We beat you, rich boy, said Ginny scathingly. No you didn't, drawled the bee. Owned. Professor Snape seems to be of the mind that someone put a hex on our chasers' brooms before the game with Gryffindor. We've called a rematch due to potential cheating. Now clear off the field, and let a real team practice. You can't do that, said Ginny, stepping forward with her hands clenched into fists. Harry grabbed her and pulled her back. Malfoy jerked his broom back behind him. Stay away from my broom, you cheater. Oh, sod off, Malfoy, Potter. I'd tell that weasel girl to shut up if I were you, Malfoy warned, motioning toward Ginny with the snitch. Harry drew himself up, readying himself for a fight, but then he saw the snitch in Malfoy's hand. In a flash, he saw his dream of Malfoy on the field, holding the snitch, then smiling, and then writhing on the ground. Maybe Malfoy really didn't have a choice, but Harry did. He could get out of this without a fight. He took a menacing step toward Malfoy. The Slytherin team leaned in, ready to pounce. Then Harry turned back to Ginny and said, "Shut up, weasel girl." The Gryffindors regarded him for a second before bursting out laughing. Malfoy was fuming. Harry went to Ron to help him to the infirmary. The Slytherins were calling the Gryffindors every name they could think of. Harry just waved and they kept walking, and kept laughing. After his shower, Harry slumped into a chair in the common room with some homework. He was hardly paying attention to it, though. His thoughts were on Malfoy. He felt pretty good about mocking the guy, and while that was better than slugging him, he still wished for something else. He stared at his book, thinking about the conversation they had had in the storeroom that night. He thought about Malfoy moving in on him, breathing on his neck. He thought about Malfoy smiling at him, and Malfoy going out of his way to be a total prat to Harry every day this week. He thought about Malfoy reaching under his shirt. "Whatcha working on?" asked Ginny as she sat down in the chair next to Harry. "Transfiguration," said Harry. Then he looked at his book. "Oh, no, I mean potions." Ginny laughed. "Come on, it's Saturday, put that away." "She's right, mate," said Ron, who had just gotten back from the infirmary. "You're going to turn into Hermione." On cue, they heard a gleefully shrill "ee" coming from the stairs to the girls' dormitories. "What the?" Hermione bounded down the stairs with a piece of parchment in her hand. "Guys, I just got a letter from Victor. He's decided to join the order." "That's great," squealed Ginny. "Yeah, great," mumbled Ron. "He's coming to meet with Dumbledore on Valentine's Day weekend. He wants to know if he can see me." "It's a Hogsmeade weekend," squealed Ginny. "Yeah, great," mumbled Ron. "I have to go write him back," and with that, Hermione bounded away. Ron slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair. "Great, Hogsmeade with Vicky." He got up and stalked out of the room. Ginny rolled her eyes at Harry, who just shrugged and turned back to his book. He could understand how Ron was feeling. Malfoy's girlfriend Pansy Parkinson was always draping herself all over him. She wasn't right for him. She was completely lacking in personality. She wasn't even that good looking. Well, she kind of was, but she was still wrong for him. "So," said Ginny, "do you want to go to Hogsmeade with me next weekend?" Harry furrowed his brow. "I don't know if Ron's going to want to go as a group," he said. "I mean, for safety's sake, I guess we should. They're as likely to attack someone at Hogsmeade as they're here." He looked up at Ginny, who was staring at him like he was extremely dim-witted. Harry shrugged. "Well, it's true. I'm gonna go check on Ron." He closed his book and headed upstairs. Behind him, Ginny grabbed her hair in fists and fell over in her seat groaning, "Merlin's beard. That boy is impossible." Pavarti Patil looked over and smirked sympathetically. "No kidding. You remember the Triwizard Christmas dance?" Upstairs, Harry found that Ron had closed the curtains around his bed. He lay down on his own bed, drawing the curtains around him. He stared up into the darkness and waited for his schizophrenic fantasy, Malfoy. "Here it comes. I was beginnin' ter think y'aid forgotten 'bout me," said Hagrid as he opened the door to his house Thursday afternoon. "Hagrid, we see you in class all the time," said Ginny, affronted. "Oh, and tha's the same as comin' ter visit, eh?" The group of Gryffindors looked at their feet guiltily. Hagrid smiled. "Well, come on in, then. I'll put the kettle on." When they sat down, Fang ran over and put his head in Harry's lap. Harry laughed and rubbed Hagrid's giant boarhound behind the ears. "So, Harry, how ye been holdin' up?" Harry rolled his eyes. That sure seemed to be the question of the week. "Fine." Hagrid nodded. "Ye look better, tha's fair sure." "Yeah, now that he's started eating again," said Ginny. Harry cut her a look. "And sleeping," agreed Ron. Then, noticing a glare from Harry, he said, "No offense, mate, but you were keeping us all up with those nightmares. Worse than Neville's snoring, even. Ron then did an impression of Neville's snores that made everyone laugh. It was true that Harry was eating and sleeping better. Lupin was recovering quickly at St. Mungo's. One of the teachers had apparently found a way to keep the bathroom walls graffiti-free, and the Slytherins were getting bored with their whispers, now that they didn't seem to be affecting Harry anymore. Keeping rested and well-fed seemed to be doing wonders for Harry's stress immunity. "And I hear Victor Krum has joined the Order," said Hagrid, "and he's come and meet with Dumbledore this weekend." Ron scowled into his teacup. "Are you goin' see him on Valentine's Day, Hermione?" Hermione blushed, smiling, and said, "I'll see him on Saturday at Hogsmeade." "Good, good. Now, who wants summit to eat? I got some pumpkin pastries." The group politely declined, each one of them having had ample experience with Hagrid's cooking. Hagrid looked slightly crestfallen. "Oh, come on. I bow. Way too many at Honeydukes the other day." Amazingly, upon hearing that the pumpkin pastries were from Honeydukes, the teens promptly realized that they were hungry after all. They ate their way through all of Hagrid's pumpkin pastries during their visit while Hagrid told them about how Grop, his half-brother, was doing in the forest. He had stopped pulling up trees, but the centaurs still didn't like him much. Dumbledore had helped Hagrid make peace with the centaurs last summer, but their relations were still strained because of a certain giant that lived among them. When they left to head to dinner, they noticed a slight figure standing by the side of the lake alone. He had a camera with him, so the group recognized him immediately. "Colin," groaned Hermione. "What's he doing alone?" "No DA member," she trailed off, realizing what exactly he was doing. He was taking pictures of the lake view, but had somehow gotten the giant squid to pose for the shots. It would raise and lower its tentacles as Colin called for. The 4 Gryffindors had to just stare for a moment. Harry broke the silence, saying, "Ginny, can you go keep watch for him until he comes in for dinner?" She nodded and took off. "Guys," Harry turned to his 2 best friends on Earth. "I, have something to ask." "Well, not really to ask, but to say I mean."
"Harry, just say it," said Hermione with a slight grin. She was watching Ginny run down toward the lake, and had the strangest feeling that Harry had something to say about Ron's sister.
"Well, it's about Ginny," said Harry. Hermione's grin widened. "What's about Ginny?" asked Ron, still captivated by Colin's effect on the giant squid. "Isn't it obvious, Ron?" asked Hermione, just a bit impatiently. Harry brightened. "You mean, you already knew?" "Of course," she said. "And you're not mad?" "Why would I be mad?" "Well, I guess not mad. I just thought you 2 might be jealous, or offended, or something." "Hold on, mate," Ron interjected. "What are you talking about exactly?" "About Ginny helping me lead the DA." Hermione did a double take. "What?" "I mean, Harry was really nervous that he would say the wrong thing here. You're both great wizards, but well, Ginny is too. And she really has a commanding presence with the group, and she's already like a leader among them. I mean, take the whole strength in numbers thing. And I could really use help now that there are so many people." "Slow down, mate," said Ron. "Are you saying that you want Ginny to be your second in command?" finished Hermione.
Harry looked at his feet. Yeah, there were a few seconds of silence before Harry looked back up at his friends. Hermione was gaping at him. Ron had a confused look on his face and was looking toward the lake at his baby sister. Shit, they're mad, thought Harry. Hermione opened and closed her mouth several times, trying to regain her composure. Finally, she managed to say out loud, "I think she's perfect." Harry brightened at her acceptance. "Really? Yeah," Hermione exclaimed, still looking bewildered. "Yeah, I hadn't thought of it before," said Ron, still looking at Ginny, "but she is really powerful, and damn, half the school adores her." He shrugged, as though none of that had ever occurred to him before. Harry was relieved, but he had to ask just to make sure. "You mean you're not mad that I didn't ask either of you?" "Nah," said Hermione, trying really hard to act nonchalant. "Harry, you know with school, and Quidditch, and being prefect, I really don't think I could take any more responsibility," said Ron. Harry laughed. He was so relieved. He just laughed. He asked Ginny to help him lead the DA when she came in to dinner with Colin. She agreed immediately, and then got onto Harry for not eating enough dinner. Ginny, he whined. I had 5 pumpkin pastries at Hagrid's this afternoon. She conceded the point, and actually, didn't eat much herself. That night, 11 new people joined the DA. Harry divided the DA into 2 overall groups of 38 and 40. He subdivided each group into 4 groups of 8 or 10, each led by a veteran DA member. He and Ginny explained the spells and hexes they would be working on that evening to their respective groups. The groups then broke into their subgroups, and then into pairs to practice. Harry and Ginny walked among them to offer further instruction to the groups and the individuals. It was the most successful DA meeting to date. Harry awoke the next morning, Valentine's Day, to find his bed decorated with pink paper hearts, each one containing a picture of his own face. Oh no, he groaned sleepily. Ron sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He took one look at Harry's bed and fell over laughing. Oh Merlin, Harry, I think Dobby's got a crush on you. Shut up, Ron, said Harry, trying to rip down the hearts. He's just got an overdeveloped sense of gratitude, is all. No, said Ron, still rolling on his bed laughing. Don't take them down. Guys, wake up. You gotta see this. Dean, Neville, and Seamus all grumbled from being ripped from their sleep so suddenly, but got over it quickly as they watched Harry do battle with the hearts. Dobby had apparently done some sort of magic on them so that they could not be taken down. Harry's roommates offered suggestions through their laughter about how to remove the offending hearts, but none of them got out of their own bed to help. Watching was far more entertaining. In the end, the boys headed to breakfast, consoling Harry that Dobby would probably only keep the hearts up for Valentine's Day. And anyway, said Ron, that's not a bad picture of you. And pink's definitely your color. The boys exploded in laughter. Harry just shook his head. When they got to their table in the Great Hall, Harry noticed a single white rose was lying on the table in front of the place he normally sat during breakfast. It can't be for me, he thought. But then he saw a piece of sealed parchment attached to it that clearly read, "For you, Harry Potter." Harry's friends were all staring, wondering who had left the rose for Harry. Harry shrugged. He certainly hadn't been expecting anything from anyone. Well, open it, said Ginny, just a little snappishly. Harry did so, and quickly read through the short note. I am haunted by Phantom Key. S. Stolen hours, the feel of your flesh. Perhaps at our next rendezvous. We can have more. Harry turned bright red. He knew that handwriting, or at least, he thought he did. After 6 years at this school, they had been paired up in class more than once. He had seen class notes, written assignments, even homework. But was this actually the same handwriting, or did Harry just want to believe it? He looked up and across the hall to the Slytherin table, and saw a very beautiful and seductive smile waiting for him. They held eye contact for a second or two, no more. Harry was then certain beyond doubt that Malfoy had left him this note, this rose. Who's it from? Hermione's voice shattered Harry's thoughts. Ah, I don't know, said Harry lamely. He looked back to the Slytherin table. Malfoy was still smiling that same smile, but he wasn't looking at Harry any longer. He was looking at his girlfriend. He was looking around the table. He was glancing around the hall now and again. Harry looked at the note once more, and then shoved it into his pocket, swearing to himself. He didn't know that that was Malfoy's handwriting. He didn't know that Malfoy had even consciously looked at him, much less smiled at him. Come on, you can tell us, urged Ginny. I said I don't know, said Harry, a little too loudly. Ginny jumped. Harry looked at her and groaned. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. But the flutter of Owl's wings overhead called everyone's attention upward. And then, much to Harry's horror, owl after owl made its way down to their table, dropping piles of letters in front of Harry. They were addressed from all over the world. Some of the handwriting appeared to be from adult witches, but most of the lettering was the very girly bubbling of preteen witches. They were addressed to My Valentine, Harry Potter, to The Boy Who Lives from the Girl Who Loves Him, and to The Boy Who Stole My Heart. Harry panicked and, blushing furiously, tried to shove all the letters into his book bag, hoping beyond hope that no one would notice the hundreds of owls that were swarming down to his table. His friends just sat back and laughed. Harry looked at them pleadingly, so they began shoving the letters into their bags as well, to help him carry them upstairs. The great hall was buzzing with snickers that Harry just knew were directed at him. He must look like a real clown trying to hide all of this. And the owls kept coming. Finally, Harry threw up his hands in exasperation and groaned, "What is this?" The letters were piling high. It was so ridiculous that even he had to sit back and laugh. But then a sneering voice called out across the hall, "Hey Potter, is this from your new fan club? Imagine all of this for you, Harry Potter." The Slytherin table laughed snidely, and something clicked in Harry's head. The parchment with the rose said, "For you, Harry Potter." Maybe it was from Malfoy after all. Maybe this was just some sick game of his. Harry was furious, and confused, and hurt. And then Parvati Patil gasped and rushed over to him. "Harry, you're not going to believe this," she shrieked. "What now?" She laid down a copy of Teen Witch Weekly on the table. A picture of him from last year smiled back up at him with the headline, "The Boy Who Lived to Become a Heartthrob." Article by Rita Skeeter. "Oh no," said Harry desperately. "Hermione, I thought you had contained her." Hermione snatched up the magazine and quickly read through the article, with Ginny, Neville, and Dean reading over her shoulder. They started out grinning, but the further they read, the harder they laughed. Finally, Hermione choked out, "Harry, I'm sorry, but it's really not a bad article." "What?" Harry was incredulous. "She's right," said Neville, who was laughing so hard he almost fell out of his chair. "She's painted you as the hottest savior of the wizarding world there ever was." Ginny, who was sitting on Hermione's other side, had folded her arms on the table and was laughing into them, tears streaming down her face. Dean, who had been standing behind Hermione, was doubled over laughing until he was hyperventilating. "Oh, Harry, man fan club. What?" Harry snatched the magazine back from Hermione. It was true. Rita Skeeter had started a Harry Potter fan club. Harry didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ron looked over his shoulder, grinned at Harry, and said, "I bet Dobby's the president." The table exploded in laughter once more. Harry just sat there, wide-eyed and helpless. The rest of the day was an embarrassing sort of awful, which, Harry reasoned, was a much better sort of awful than, say, the waiting to hear if Lupin was going to recover sort of awful. So he put up with the friendly taunting from his friends, the DA members, the Quidditch team, his house, and Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw houses as well. He put up with the dreamy eyes that the younger witches in the school were now showering upon him. He even put up with the snide remarks and mocking baby voices the Slytherins were now using to humiliate him regarding the fan club. And he tried really hard to put up with the seductive looks Malfoy threw him when nobody else was watching, in between the far more common sneers and jeers. But, truth be told, he found those mixed signals from Malfoy far more upsetting than the whole fan club business. That night, Hermione somehow convinced Harry that it would be a good idea to write Rita Skeeter and thank her for the positive article, and ask her politely to please deal with all fan club mail herself, since it was very distracting to have it arrive at school. Even a few minutes after the conversation, Harry couldn't quite remember why he had agreed to that. But knew that it had something to do with how Rita Skeeter really was trying to help Harry's reputation in the wizarding world, and that after her ruining a year of his life, and then Hermione ruining a year of her life, and then them working together to both revive her career and give Harry the chance to tell the world about how he really did witness Voldemort's return, that they really should try to continue to work together. She said she had a feeling it would be important. Harry stared at the blank parchment and shook his head as Ginny sat down next to him in the common room. How does she do it? He wondered aloud. How does who do what? How does Hermione convince people of things so easily? Ginny laughed. I have no idea what I'm supposed to say to this woman. Ginny leaned in. I'll write the letter for you, if you want. Harry looked at her, surprised. Really? Yeah, sure. I'm better with words than you are anyway, she said slyly. Harry laughed. You know, I'd take offense to that, if it weren't true. Ginny pulled the parchment over to her. Now, you, go get some sleep. I want you rested up for our day at Hogsmeade. Harry stretched. Thanks, Gin. Who all's coming with us tomorrow? Just Hermione and Victor. Ron didn't want to go with us, with Victor around, so he's going with Neville and Dean. What about Seamus? Asked Harry. Oh, he and Parvati are, you know. Harry was shocked. You two broke up. Now Ginny was shocked. Yeah, Harry, like 2 months ago. Harry shook his head. Always the last to know. Are you okay with it? Ginny nodded, gaping at how thick he was. Well, good night, Ginny. I'll see you tomorrow. He got up and called over his shoulder, and thanks for doing the letter for me. He disappeared up the stairs. Ginny slapped her hand to her forehead. He has no idea. She looked down at the blank parchment and groaned, and then banged her head on the table. Harry woke up Saturday morning, greatly relieved to see that Dobby had taken down his Valentine's decorations overnight. He met up with Ginny and Hermione, and the three made their way out of Hogwarts. When they passed the gate, he noticed Luna Lovegood walking by herself. She was wearing a huge pink hat and was looking all around in the sky. All right, Luna, called Harry. She looked over at him as though she barely recognized him. Then her eyes widened. Where are your hats? She demanded. The three of them smiled. Harry said, Oh no, I completely forgot. Luna was looking back up at the sky. You've got to be more careful, she said. The giant cricket snakes may already be within jumping distance. Harry noticed she was alone. Who are you going to Hogsmeade with? Myself, she said, contentedly. Why don't you come with us? He asked. That way your hat can protect us all. Hermione and Ginny were gaping at him. He became annoyed as he misread their looks. You're always welcome with us, he stated definitively. Ginny raised her eyebrows in amazement and gave Hermione a very meaningful look. It was lost on Harry, who was walking a little ahead of them with Luna. Victor was waiting for them outside the Three Broomsticks. Hermione gave him a big hug. She was grinning from ear to ear. She introduced him to Ginny and Luna. He shook hands with Harry, saying that they should talk soon about what the Death Eaters were doing in Eastern Europe. But not today, Hermione cut in. Today we are going to take a break from all of that and enjoy ourselves. Ginny agreed and took Harry by the arm and pulled him into the Three Broomsticks. Luna followed them. Hermione, said Victor, do you mind if they sit alone? I've old like a board with you. Sure, said Hermione. She motioned to Ginny that they were going to go sit in the corner. Ginny led Harry and Luna to a free table against the opposite wall. Harry looked to the door in time to see Malfoy walking in with Pansy on his arm. He took her to a table not too far from where Hermione and Victor were sitting, deep in conversation. Malfoy headed to the bar. Harry offered to go get their drinks. He stood next to Malfoy at the bar, unsure of what he should say, if anything. Malfoy looked at him blankly, and then over to Pansy. Once he saw that she was deeply absorbed in eavesdropping into Hermione and Victor's conversation, he turned back to Harry, and turned on the charm. Hey Potter, he said smoothly. I believe we have some unfinished business. When am I going to get you alone again? Harry's heart was thudding in his chest as he looked at the suggestive smile leaning toward him. Don't know, Malfoy, he said, his voice cracking just a bit. Malfoy looked pleased, aroused by a nervous Harry Potter. Harry cleared his throat. Maybe when you stop being such a prick, he said, a little more smoothly. Malfoy mimed hurt feelings. Not fair. Potter, he pouted. You know my situation. And anyway. He glanced back over to Pansy, and then sneered suddenly. He nodded toward Harry's table. A threesome, huh? Can't say I agree with your taste. That wacko Ravenclaw, and my, that weasel girl sure does get around. Never thought you'd go for the slutty type, he said snidely. He dropped some coins on the counter and walked off with 2 butterbeers. Harry looked after him for a second, and then turned back to the bar. He felt like he had just been kicked in the stomach. He ordered his drinks, and stared at the counter, fuming. This back and forth attitude Malfoy had was driving him crazy. Harry paid, and then picked up the butterbeers. The bottles rattled and he realized he was shaking. He took a deep breath and walked back to his table. Luna was telling Ginny everything she would ever want to know about the giant cricket snakes of Transylvania. Harry set their drinks down and Ginny looked up. Harry, what's wrong? Harry shook his head and glanced over his shoulder toward Malfoy's table. He opened his mouth, but Ginny cut him off. Oh no. Harry sat down with his back to the wall and immediately saw what she was referring to. Victor was patting Hermione on the shoulder. She was crying. Oh no, he echoed. The three stared in sympathetic sadness as Victor apparently broke up with Hermione. Through the murmur of the crowded room, they clearly heard a female laughing snidely. Hermione and Victor looked over and glared. Harry followed their eyes to see Pansy and Malfoy openly laughing at Hermione's heartache. Harry clenched his fists, shaking again, and watched a guilty-looking Victor Krum lead a heartbroken-looking Hermione outside. Then he looked back to Malfoy, who was looking straight at him, his smile seductive and snide at the same time. Ginny looked from the door, to Luna, to Harry, and said, "Well, this day's a bust. I'm gonna go check on Hermione." She got up and left. Harry was still watching Malfoy. He had his arm around his girlfriend, who was still laughing at the door. Malfoy licked his lips, giving Harry his very best bedroom eyes. He mouthed, "Watch," at Harry, and reached up and turned his girlfriend's face back to his, breathing her in, dotting her passionately. All the while, his seductive eyes were on Harry. Harry couldn't breathe. His heart was pounding. His fists were clenched. His eyes were glued to Malfoy's. He was angry and hurt. He was confused, because as pissed off as he was at Malfoy at this moment, he wanted to be the one over there with him. Luna grabbed Harry's shoulder and gently turned him toward her. Harry jumped slightly. He had forgotten she was there. She leaned into him, saying sweetly, "Harry, don't let him get to you." Harry's eyes widened for a moment, but Luna just smiled. She leaned in closer, right into his face. "He's playing power games with your emotions. Don't worry," she said, "your secret is safe with me." She closed the gap between them and at him very gently and lovingly on the mouth. After a few moments, she pulled back slightly. "That was so he doesn't think he has the upper hand," she said. Harry smiled at her, truly thankful that she was there. "Now, you can me again if you want, to make it look convincing, but do it with your eyes closed or else he'll know it's for him." Harry nodded with his eyes. Luna reached up and wrapped her hand around Harry's neck, pulling him back in. Harry took her in his arms, running his hands up her back and into her hair. Her pink hat fell off, but neither of them paid it any mind, as their mouths opened and their tongues caressed each other passionately. "Wow," Harry breathed, as they pulled away. "Don't look at him," Luna warned, staring deep into his eyes. "Take me by the hand," and led me out the door. Harry smiled at her and complied. After a few steps, Luna pulled him back to their table, blushing, and grabbed her forgotten hat. Harry marveled at her, wide-eyed. She had to be the best actress he had ever seen. She replaced her hat and smiled shyly up at him. Harry grinned back. He chanced a glance around the three broomsticks as they left, and noted that Malfoy was still going through the motions of making out with Pansy, and was still watching Harry, failing to mask an unusual look in his eyes. Harry didn't let his glance linger long enough to figure out if it was a look of hurt or jealousy. About halfway down the block, Harry suddenly stopped walking and turned to Luna. He took her in his arms and swung her around happily. "You are the best witch in the whole world," he said, hugging her tight. "Luna, whoa, she said, pushing him back. She had a dreamy, if not bewildered, look in her eyes. "That's as far as it goes. No offense, Harry, but you're really not my type. We're just friends." Harry laughed. He was going to say, "Luna, I owe you," but realized Luna must have thought he was about to profess his love. He tried to look a little sad, and said, "I understand." Harry passed the rest of the day with Luna at Hogsmeade. They both decided to spend the money they had brought with them on sweets and spell books for Hermione. While she had made it a practice to keep mostly quiet about her relationship with Victor, they had been together for nearly 2 years, and Harry knew she was going to take this breakup hard. He and Luna parted ways as they entered the Great Hall for dinner. She gave Harry her gifts for Hermione, and went to sit at the Ravenclaw table. Harry went to the Gryffindor table, feeling uncomfortably warm. He slid into the seat next to Ron, who was dripping with sweat. Neville and Dean looked similarly overheated. Why's it so hot in here? He asked. Dunno, said Dean. Neville ran his hand through his short hair, which contorted into sweaty spikes sticking out at all angles. Granted, it's still cold outside, he said, but this heat is unbelievable. I wonder what the house elves are thinking. Ron grimaced and looked up at Harry. Hermione better not have led them in revolution. Where is Hermione, anyway? Asked Harry. Up in her room, said Ginny, joining the table. Is she okay? Ginny shook her head. She's really upset about it. Ooh. Ginny looked really pissed, trying to come up with the appropriate insult to assign to Victor. Upset about what? Asked Ron, suddenly concerned, his outstretched hand wrapped around a bread roll, frozen midway between the bread basket and his plate. Victor broke up with her today, said Harry. What? Asked Ron furiously. Met someone new, said Ginny with a scowl. And anyway, the long-distance thing just isn't working out. She spat, miming Victor's accent in distaste. I'm gonna kill him, yelled Ron, slamming his fist on the table, bread squeezed in between his knuckles. Is he still here? I'm gonna kill him. Ginny scoffed at her older brother. I thought you'd be happy about it. Ron rounded on her. Happy. Happy that bloody, Bulgarian ass. His face was beet red and he was shaking, casting about for words through his anger. He threw the thoroughly crushed bread roll on the table, placed his hands on either side of his plate and pushed himself up menacingly, his anger radiating from him. The rest of the table sat back in alarm. Nobody hurts Hermione. His voice was cold fury, his eyes blazing. He didn't deserve her. He stormed out of the great hall. The table stared after him in stunned silence. They had all seen Ron's temper before, but never like that. After a few minutes, they slowly began to load up their plates. Harry felt too hot to eat, but Ginny still looked quite angry, and he didn't want her to turn on him after seeing Ron's outburst. Apparently, it was true what they say about redheads. Conversation slowly started back up at the table, but Harry didn't join in. The heat was getting to him. He was thinking back over everything that had happened today, and he felt a little dizzy. After a while, he began to get the uncomfortable feeling that someone was watching him. He looked up, and sure enough, a certain B.O. Slytherin was glaring at him. He thought about Malfoy dotting his girlfriend while eyeing Harry, and he felt sick to his stomach. He was about to excuse himself from the table, when he heard Neville say, "Oh yeah." Harry looked at him. Harry, is it true that you were making out with Luna Lovegood at the Three Broomsticks today? He asked with a friendly, knowing smile. Ginny dropped her fork with a clatter, and Harry turned red. He hadn't considered that his friends would hear about it, he had only thought about how it would affect Malfoy. He looked up at the great hall ceiling, already darkening with the evening sky. It was too hot in there. He had to get out. Yeah, he said simply. Then he gathered up Hermione's gifts and headed to the common room. It was even hotter in Gryffindor Tower. He said, "Fox," to the portrait of the fat lady and entered the common room to the sight of Ron pacing back and forth at the bottom of the stairway to the girls' dormitories. Harry regarded him silently, all of Hermione's gifts piled in his arms. Ron noticed him, but kept pacing. She won't come down, he said, presumably to Harry, but without looking at him. She won't come down, and I can't go up there because of that damn spell that turns the stairs into a slide. The walls even get slick, so I can't use them to brace myself. She yelled at me to go away when I called to her. She's not coming down. Ron kept pacing. She just needs some time, said Harry sympathetically. Time. Ron stopped his pacing and looked at him incredulously. He walked straight up to Harry and stared him in the eye. Harry, she's my best friend. He looked at Harry pleadingly. Harry, I love her. He shook his head and went back to pacing at the bottom of the stairs. She's not coming down. Harry stood in the heat for a few minutes, watching Ron pace, muttering about how Hermione wouldn't come downstairs. When a couple of first-year girls came back from dinner, Harry grabbed them and asked them to deliver the gifts to Hermione. Then he left. Harry didn't care that he was walking alone or that nobody knew where he was. He needed to clear his head, and that certainly wasn't going to happen if he had half the DA following him around. The castle was too hot, so Harry made his way outside into the brisk February air for a walk around the lake. The cold wind against his face helped him shake his dizziness, but his thoughts were still weighing him down. What had happened to the trio? Hermione was heartbroken. Ron seemed to have snapped. And Harry was nursing an all too dysfunctional crush on his longtime rival. And what the hell was up with Malfoy anyway? They hate each other for years. Then they're friends. Then they're enemies again, but Malfoy keeps trying to seduce him when no one's looking. Harry pulled his hair, groaning. Was there really something between them, or was it just a game? Harry thought about the note he had received yesterday morning. Haunted by Phantom Key. He felt the same way. He just couldn't be sure that Malfoy really did as well. His chest was hurting. His stomach was upset. He shook his head and reprimanded himself. Merlin, Harry, you're acting like a lovesick puppy. He looked up and stopped short. He was almost within reach of the Whomping Willow. He glanced around, a tornado of confused emotions rushing up to meet him. This is where I was when my hope of living with Sirius died. That's where we were standing when the full moon came out, and Lupin changed, and Wormtail got away. That's where I was standing when the Dementor almost beeped out my soul. That was where I stood when I conjured the Patronus and saved myself from the key. Sirius lay there. Sirius, Harry whispered out loud. He fought back the tears, and kept walking, knowing where he needed to go. He settled himself under the beech tree by the lake, still trying to hold it all in. This was going to hurt, but he had to do it. This is where my father sat. Sirius was there. Lupin was there. Wormtail was there. My mother was over there. Harry choked. Snape was there. My father was playing with a snitch, showing off for my mother. Sirius was bored. Snape was minding his own business. And Harry replayed it all in his head. He needed an anchor right now. He needed his parents. This memory was the only memory he had that contained all four of his parents: Sirius, Lupin, and James and Lily Potter. This stolen memory. Harry had seen it all in Snape's Pensieve last year. This was Snape's memory of how Harry's fathers had tormented him when they were all students at Hogwarts. Harry replayed it in his head. James and Sirius taunting the young Severus Snape. Lupin looking the other way. Wormtail egging them on. Lily Evans trying to stand up for Snape, even though Snape called her a mudblood. He recalled how much his mother seemed to hate his father at the time, and watched the memory of her walk away. His father and Sirius redoubled their efforts to publicly humiliate Snape. Could he have ever done that to Malfoy? Snape pulled him out of the Pensieve, threw Harry across the dungeon classroom, and for the first time, Harry didn't hate him. Harry was trembling. This is where my father sat. Lupin was there. My mother was over there. Sirius was. Sirius. Harry laid back, shivering in the cold and in the memories. Can you still hear me? He asked. I could sure use some guidance now. It was late when Harry finally returned to Gryffindor Tower. He was so cold he was numb all over. He was an absolute mess emotionally. As he had laid out in the cold, reliving hard memories, and exhausting himself in the process, he had actually tried to call Sirius to him. The later it got, the more he believed that he could do it, if he just tried hard enough. But Sirius never came. There were only two people in the common room when he made his way through. One was Ron, asleep in a chair next to the stairs to the girls' dormitory. The other was Ginny, asleep in a chair blocking the stairs to the boys' dormitory. The emotionally beat up Harry wanted to laugh, except he didn't quite get the humor of the situation. He figured Ron was waiting for Hermione, and no amount of convincing would get him to move until he saw her. Ginny must have been waiting for Ron, worried about her brother. She might go to bed, but regardless, she would have to move before Harry could. He shook her gently on the shoulder. Ginny, he said softly. Ginny, it's late. Go to bed. She stirred a bit, opened her eyes. When she saw Harry, she sat up quickly. Harry stood up, rubbing the bridge of his nose, his eyes squeezed shut. Where have you been? What time is it? Asked Ginny, standing up. It's late, said Harry. He leaned over and absently pushed the chair to the side. Ginny, just go to bed. Ron will be okay. Harry, She sounded tired and exasperated, like she didn't know how much more she could take. Harry looked at her, too much of a mess to wonder how much more of what. All he could think to do was put his hand on her shoulder as a sign of friendly support. He'll be okay, he repeated. Go get some sleep. Ginny shook her head and then looked at Harry with hard, penetrating eyes. Harry, I need you to tell me the truth, she said. Harry just wanted to lie down in his bed. He nodded. Okay. Are you going out with Luna? She asked, almost angrily. Harry was shaken by her tone of voice, and was startled by her question. Not knowing how else to answer, he just said, I don't think so, Ginny. He turned to go upstairs, but Ginny grabbed his arm and yanked him back around. Her eyes were burning. Serious? She demanded. Harry saw the anger in her eye, felt the violence with which she had turned him back around. He heard the spiteful way she said his godfather's name, and was too much of a mess right then to understand what was really happening. Fury welled up within him. He threw his arm up, breaking out of her grasp. He stepped into her face and intoned threateningly, Don't you ever talk bad about him. Do you understand? He was shaking again as he turned and walked up the stairs. Harry pulled out a pair of pajamas, and changed in the dark. Neville was snoring loudly. As his eyes adjusted, he saw that all of his roommates were lying on top of their covers in their underwear. One of the windows was open in an attempt to relieve the indoor heat. Harry's skin was burning as he began to thaw out. His body was still cold to the touch. He climbed under his blankets and stared up into the darkness. His emotions were whirling fiercely through him, making him feel like his body was actually spinning around in circles. A hurricane of thoughts slammed their way through him. Malfoy, his father, his mother, Lupin, Sirius. His face was wet. He was crying. He was sweating. He kicked off his blankets. He replayed Snape's memory over again. He pulled off his shirt. Sirius, where are you? He was standing by the beech tree on the lakefront. He looked around him, surprised to be there. Hadn't he already gone to bed? Harry. Harry turned around and saw his godfather standing behind him. Sirius, he whispered, grief rushing over him. He began to collapse, but Sirius caught him up in a tight embrace. Harry, I've missed you, he said. Oh, Harry, I'm so sorry. Harry was crying. He could feel Sirius holding him. This wasn't a dream. Sirius was really there. Harry clung to him. I did it, he whispered. You're really here. Harry, listen to me, said Sirius urgently. You need to be strong now. Harry shook his head. He felt like a crumpled piece of parchment. Sirius could be strong for him. Harry no longer had it in him. Sirius shook him. No, Harry. Harry, listen to me. I need you to be strong now. Harry, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I had to leave you. I'm sorry that it has to be you, but Harry, it's you. You have to be strong tonight. Everything depends on you being strong tonight. Harry was holding on, but Sirius was slipping from his grasp. No, thought Harry. I can hold on. I have to be strong, and I can hold on. But Sirius was fading away. Be strong, Harry. Snape was kneeling before him. My lord, he said. Harry flicked his wand and Snape was beepedy, his robes lying on the floor off to the side. I expect more from my servants, Harry said coldly. My lord, Snape asked. My other, more faithful servants tell me the Potter boy was out of Hogwarts, alone. Away from Dumbledore, away from his pesky friends. He was completely unprotected save for a nearly dead werewolf. He was boiling with rage at Snape's failure. He was so close to the boy at Hogwarts, and yet he failed to notify his master of this unique opportunity to have someone rid the world of that blasted boy once and for all. Harry recognized that he was in Voldemort's head. He could hear his thoughts. If only he could just get a bit deeper. Rage overcame him. He flicked his wand again and Snape flew up to the ceiling, suspended by magic. He was struggling to keep his features neutral, but Harry could see the fear in his eyes. It pleased him. The wizard was doing no good at Hogwarts. Dumbledore didn't trust him enough to let him know the location of the headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix. He had no idea where they hid the boy when he was away from that bloody school. And he somehow failed to gather the information that the boy would be alone for an entire day. His fury was so complete he could taste blood. He moved his wand in a slashing motion and Snape's torso ripped open from sternum to groin. His guts spilled out, dropping to the floor. Another flick and they flew apart, hanging themselves about the room, a living decoration. A white-hot pain burned its way through to Harry, piercing his thoughts. He clawed at his forehead, flailing in his four-poster. Be strong, Harry. He forced the pain back down. He needed to get back in. He needed to force his way back in. He gathered his strength, every last bit of energy he had, and pushed himself back into Voldemort's head. Snape was white. If Harry waited too much longer, the wizard would not survive. Should he even bother raising his wand to save him? Harry mused idly. After all, Snape was protecting the future Death Eaters at Hogwarts so they could complete their magical training. And he was the only one capable of brewing the potion that kept that boy out of his head. He flicked his wrist several times in quick succession. Snape's intestines gathered themselves back into his body, which sealed itself shut. Snape fell to the floor with a sickening thud. Voldemort stared at him cruelly. Get out of my sight before I change my mind and kill you, he spat. Snape crawled across the floor to his robe. Thank you, my lord. You are most merciful, he said weakly. He pulled at his robe, covering himself, and still laying down, disapparated. Harry opened his eyes. Bugger. He breathed aloud. He was trembling, energy and adrenaline rushing through him. His scar hurt, but it was a manageable pain. He blinked. Snape. Before he realized he was moving, he had already run through the common room. Ron stirred in his sleep, but did not wake up. Harry pushed his way through the portrait hole, and ran down the tower stairs. He had made it through a vision. He had been inside Voldemort's head, and he had controlled it. He had pushed the pain down. He had forced himself back in when he had started to wake up. He ran through the entrance hall and slammed himself against the heavy front door. The cold night air bit into Harry and he realized he was only wearing his pajama bottoms. His bare feet slapped against the walkway down to the Hogwarts gate. Be there, he prayed. He wasn't entirely sure Snape would have enough energy to apparate safely back to Hogwarts. But if he had, he would be at the front gate. Harry stopped and looked around for the potion's master, panicking when he didn't see him at first. But then he saw a slight movement in the shadows. He rushed forward and found a pile of Snape lying in the grass. His breathing was ragged. He looked like he was already dead. His robe was lying on top of him. Oh Merlin, Professor, said Harry, dropping to his knees. He didn't quite know what to do. He was afraid to touch the man. Potter, Snape whispered furiously. Get back to bed immediately. Harry laughed absently. Snape still hated him. That was a good sign. Can you move? He asked urgently. He reached under Snape's shoulders to try to help him sit up. Snape winced in pain, and weakly slapped Harry's hands away. Don't touch me. Go back to your dormitory immediately, he whispered with authority. His head drooped back down into the grass. Harry swore. Snape was wasting too much energy trying to keep Harry from helping him. Professor, I've got to get you to the infirmary. I saw what happened. You've got to let me help you. Snape was rolling his head around. How did you see? He asked. I've told you to clear your thoughts before you sleep. I haven't finished the potion yet. He was beginning to lose consciousness. Yeah, Voldemort thinks you have, Harry muttered, and then immediately regretted it. Snape pulled together the last of his energy to glare at Harry with all the hatred he could muster. He couldn't hold out much longer if he kept this up. Potter, you get the F.K. away from me, he growled. You will not speak to your superiors. He began to drift again. They were wasting time. Harry reached under Snape's shoulders again, pulling him up. Snape struggled against him, but he was fading. Harry grabbed his shoulders and shook him roughly, staring hard into his face. Snape opened his eyes and looked at Harry, hardly focusing. Professor, Harry said firmly, speaking slowly and clearly. You are wasting too much energy fighting me. We can hate each other again tomorrow, but right now, I have got to get you to the infirmary. Do you understand? Snape's eyes cleared, and he looked at Harry as though only just recognizing him. He nodded, but said, not the infirmary. Get me to my quarters. All my potions are there. But, Potter, please. Harry nodded. He tried to pick up the potion's master, but even as drained as he was, Snape was still too heavy. Harry reached for his wand, saying, Mobilicorpus. He barely had an instant to curse himself for leaving his wand in his robe on the floor of his dorm room, when Snape slowly levitated on the magical stretcher Harry had conjured. Professor, stay awake, said Harry, leading the levitating Snape inside. He was afraid that if Snape lost consciousness he would never make it back. He seemed to remember some Muggle first aid rule about that. Snape mowed Ned slightly. His eyes were crossing. Severus Snape, said Harry authoritatively, leading him toward the Slytherin dungeons. What are the ingredients of Veritaserum? Snape opened his eyes and looked at Harry. He began intoning the names of the ingredients, and then the process by which to create the potion. Harry led him through the halls, down toward the dungeons. It was dark and he hadn't been this way since his second year when they had made the Polyjuice potion. Professor? He asked. Snape looked at him, his eyes clearer. Which way, sir? Take the next hall to the right. It's the door at the end. Harry hurried on. A stone serpent guarded the door to Snape's quarters. Snape muttered, Wormwood, and it slithered out of the way. The door opened, and Harry led Snape to his bed. He helped the wizard lie down, and pulled the covers over him. Where are your potions, sir? What do you need? Snape raised his hand weakly to indicate a cabinet across the room. They're all marked. Blood replenishing. Heal magical wounds. Muscle relaxing. Pain numbing. Harry ran across the room and pulled at the cabinet door. It was locked. Alohomora, he said impatiently. The door clicked open. He grabbed one vial of each and rushed back to Snape's side. Help me sit up, he said. Harry placed the vials on the bedside table, and helped Snape sit up over the side of the bed, leaning against the headboard. Harry handed him the blood-replenishing potion, but Snape was too weak to lift it to his mouth. Harry reached forward and helped him. As soon as Snape swallowed the potion, he gagged and then retched, vomiting it all back up. They dropped the vial. It shattered on the stone floor. Scourgify, said Harry. The vomit disappeared from Snape's front. Reparo. The vial pieces rushed back together. Harry picked it up and put it on the bedside table. Snape looked at him, amazed. Another, he said. And a stomach settling. Harry obeyed immediately. Snape drank the stomach settling first, and was then able to hold down the blood replenishing. When he drank the heal magical wounds potion, he immediately began to tense up. Every muscle in his body seemed to contract at once. Harry had to pour the muscle-relaxing potion through Snape's clenched teeth, but the effect was immediate. After drinking the pain-numbing potion, he lay back. His eyes were clear, and he seemed to be regaining his wits. The blood replenishing is beginning to work, he said. Harry nodded. Do you need anything else, sir? Sleep, Snape replied wearily. It helps the potions work faster. Get me the mild sleep draft. It's the light blue among them. Harry looked through the row of sleep drafts in the cabinet. I'll need to wake up in a few hours and take another round of everything, he said. Harry nodded, producing the light blue vial. Snape drank it, and was out before he lowered the vial. Harry placed the last empty vial on the bedside table and stood up. He was suddenly hit full force with the night's events. He staggered backward as though a physical weight had slammed into him. He ran his hands through his hair and began to pace. He had been working on automatic pilot during the past hour in his urgency to save the life of Professor Snape. Professor Snape. Harry looked at the pale figure lying on the bed. In a flash, the entire vision he had had through Voldemort's eyes replayed itself to Harry. Harry nearly vomited, thinking about Snape's intestines strewn about the room. He was trembling, reviewing all of Voldemort's thoughts. Snape had successfully lied to Voldemort about so many things in order to protect Harry. Still pacing, Harry began to shake violently as he realized just how much this man did, how much he went through, in order to protect him. It was coming back to him too sudden, too fast. He felt like he might shatter if he didn't relieve the pressure. He grabbed a chair and pulled it to the side of the bed, sat down, and stared at the face of the Death Eater spy for the Order of the Phoenix. It was too much. Harry leaned forward, resting his head on Snape's arm, not realizing that his scar was resting on Snape's dark mark, their two symbols of Voldemort's torture colliding. Harry sat there shaking. And then he was crying. And then he was speaking. Professor, I'm so sorry, he said. I'm so sorry for everything. I'm sorry for having been such a prat to you all this time, especially after you rejoined the order. I'm sorry for calling you names behind your back, and for undermining you whenever I could. I'm sorry we stole the Polyjuice potion ingredients from you in my second year, when we wanted to find out if Malfoy was the heir of Slytherin. I'm sorry for ever disrespecting you, and for every time I didn't do my homework. I'm sorry that I was such a bloody ass when you were trying to teach me occlumency and that I blamed you for Sirius' death for so long. I'm sorry for every snide comment I ever made. I'm sorry that I looked in your pensieve, and I'm sorry that my father and Sirius were such pricks when you were a student, because I know what that's like. Professor, I've been through that, too. I know you think I was some spoiled, pampered brat, but I lived in a cupboard, for Merlin's sake. Sometimes they wouldn't feed me. And my cousin and his friends beat me up all the time. And they were the bullies at my grammar school, so everyone was afraid to be friends with me, so I was picked on all the time. And then there was all this fame for something that I didn't even do, it just happened to me. And I'm sorry for all of this. I'm sorry that I couldn't stop Voldemort's return. And I'm sorry that you had to go back and serve him. I've seen it, Professor, and I'm so sorry you have to go through that. And I'm sorry that I don't understand the prophecy. I'm sorry, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't even know if I'm supposed to live through this. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But I can't let this continue. I can't let you go through this anymore. I can't let all of this pain continue. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, but I'm ready. Even if I die in the process, I'm ready to accept the prophecy, to own up to whatever fate has in store for me. Just so long as you don't have to experience that ever again. I'll die if I can make it stop, if I can end this once and for all. I'm ready to die if I have to, in order to end this war. Harry sat there, shaking and crying onto Snape's arm. He meant it all. He didn't like it, but he really was ready to die if that was the only way to rid the world of Voldemort's torture. Snape's hand was in Harry's messy hair, gently shaking him awake. Harry stirred, realizing he had fallen asleep on his professor's arm. He sat up quickly. I'm sorry, sir, he said absently. He hadn't meant to let himself fall asleep. Snape regarded him silently for a long moment, and then simply said, I know. Harry held his eye and nodded. Do you need your potions, sir? Yes. Harry crossed the room to the cabinet and grabbed another round of everything, including the stomach-settling potion, just in case. He helped Snape drink them all, except for the sleep draft, which Snape held lazily as he lay back down. Mr. Potter, you may go back to your dormitory now, he said softly. And if you are caught out of bed by another faculty member, I would appreciate it if you would accept a detention rather than telling them you were here. Harry nodded. Of course, sir. He opened the door to Professor Snape's quarters. Mr. Potter. Harry turned back. Yes, sir. Thank you. Harry lay in bed, thinking over the previous night's events until he eventually realized he was awake. He reached for his glasses and looked at the clock. It was nearly lunchtime. His stomach was hurting, cramped with hunger. He hadn't really eaten since breakfast the day before. He rolled out of bed and walked to the shower, feeling disembodied. At some point in the night he had sidestepped reality. He was a movie of himself, a fantasy. He was the walking portrait of some famous wizard who had seen too much in his life, and who was slated to save the world. This couldn't be reality. Harry was no one special, himself. During an especially long shower, he found that he still couldn't quite sort out his thoughts. Too much new information had spilled into him the previous night. He couldn't sort it out on his own. There was only one thing to do: find Ron and Hermione. In the Great Hall, Harry found his two best friends sitting on opposite sides of the Gryffindor table. Hermione was surrounded by female friends. Ron sat amongst the sixth-year boys. Harry stood looking at them for a moment, wondering why the table was suddenly segregated by gender. Ginny looked up from Hermione's side, and glared daggers into Harry. She excused herself from the table and stalked past him out of the Great Hall. Harry looked after her, at a complete loss, and then slid into the seat across from Ron. What's going on? He asked. Ron, who was looking rather disgruntled himself, said, Hermione needs girl time. She said she had a lot to sort through, with Victor and all. While Ron spoke, Harry closed his eyes and groaned, bloody hell. He had gotten so wrapped up in what had happened to him last night that he had forgotten that his best friends had troubles of their own. What's your problem? Ron asked, a bit snidely. Harry looked at him. Ron looked really tired. Nothing. I just needed to pull my head out of my ass. Ron smirked, dropping the defensiveness. Is she okay? I mean, did you get to talk to her? Ron shrugged. She said she just needs time like you said, I guess. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine. Harry started to load up his plate. He listened to Dean, Seamus, and Neville talk about Quidditch, and who had a chance at the World Cup this year. He decided he would just have to shove the Knights' revelations aside for the time being. It wouldn't be fair to drop everything on his friends when they were dealing with so much else. He started to eat, ravenously, and Ron asked, so where were you last night, anyway? Ginny was in a right state worried about you being out alone. Harry thought about Ginny asleep in the chair. I went for a walk. His eyes widened slightly as pieces began to click into place. Ginny had been worried about him. She had waited up for him, not Ron. And then they had talked about something and then he yelled at her. Oh no. Harry jumped up and hurried out of the Great Hall. He stood in the doorway for a moment, trying to decide if she would have gone to the common room or outside. The Great Hall had been bathed in sunlight. It was a beautiful day. He ran outside. The air was cold, but the sun was shining for once. Harry looked around almost frantically. He was such an idiot, pushing away the people who cared for him most. He had a vague memory running through his head of Ginny yelling Sirius' name. Had he told her about trying to contact him? Had she scoffed at him? No, that didn't seem right. It was only last night, but it seemed like a million years ago. Harry did know one thing, though. Ginny would not possibly have done something to deserve him yelling at her. It just wasn't like her. Harry spotted the flaming redhead standing by the side of the lake. The wind was blowing through her hair. Her robes were billowing out behind her. Her arms were crossed. She didn't have a cloak on, and Harry suspected she must be cold. Ginny, he called, running over to her. She stared out over the lake as though she didn't hear him. Her features were stony when he drew near. He stopped next to her, but suddenly realized he didn't quite know what to say. Go away, Harry, she said firmly. Ginny, I said go away. Harry sighed in frustration. Ginny, listen to me. No, you listen to me, Harry. She turned to him, her eyes blazing. Harry was afraid suddenly that she was going to pull out her wand and curse him. You have really been a self-centered prick lately, you know that. I know, he whispered, ashamed. And that's fine if you want to turn into Malfoy, but I'll have none of it, Harry. You don't play games with me. You don't lie to me. And you sure as hell don't threaten me. She was breathing heavily and seemed to be steeling herself for a fight. Harry looked at her for a few moments, and then said, You're right. I'm sorry. Her eyes flickered. She hadn't been expecting that. The worst part about it is that I was so wrapped up in wishing that my family was here that I kind of forgot that they were. Harry kicked at the grass. He felt cheesy saying it, but he knew he had to get Ginny to understand how much she meant to him, and how bad he felt for being a prat to her. Ginny, you're the only sister I have. And you know I would never intentionally hurt you. I was an absolute git, and I'm sorry. Ginny looked like he had just kicked her in the stomach. Harry put his hand on her shoulder. He tried to look her in the eye, but she kept turning away. Harry cursed himself silently. He had really hurt her. Ginny, please forgive me. I can't do all of this alone. I can't tell you how much you've helped me this year. I mean, with the DA, and when Lupin was attacked, and even with simple things like making sure I eat, and writing that letter to Rita Skeeter. I can always rely on you. And I know I blew it last night. I just got too overwhelmed with everything. And I should have just come to you and told you what was happening, but instead Ginny, please look at me. I need you. Ginny slowly turned to him, her eyes red. You really think of me like a sister. Harry smiled. More than a sister. Like a twin. Ginny took a deep breath, beeping in her heartache. Harry, that's a really big deal what you're saying. Being a twin in the wizarding world is creating a bond closer than most married couples have. The twin witch or wizard will always be there for you, no matter what. It's like accepting someone as an extension of yourself. Did you know that? Harry shook his head. No, I didn't. So that's not what you meant at all. I meant that I trust you, and that I rely on your strength, and that sometimes I feel you're so much like me that you're like the Weasley version of myself. Ginny smiled weakly. That's why I asked you to help me with the DA. There are other people I can count on, but not like you. It's different somehow. He shrugged. Maybe we should be twins. Ginny looked at him long and hard, obviously thinking things through. Finally, she said, I can't do that, Harry. But I'll be here for you, and I'll help you however I can, on one condition. What's that? That you never lie to me, or keep anything from me. I have to be able to trust you completely. Ginny, I promise you that so long as it is my secret to tell, I won't keep anything from you, if I can have your word of confidence. You have my word, said Ginny, brushing tears from her eyes. I'm not your twin, but I'll be your sister. She forced herself to smile through the tears. Harry pulled his sister into a hug, so incredibly happy and relieved that they could be this close. Ginny buried her face in his shoulder, a strange ache in her heart like she was both holding on and letting go. She couldn't help it. She pulled away and asked, So where were you last night? That is a really long story. Why don't we go find a seat? Lunch was over when they went back in, and neither Harry nor Ginny had eaten a full meal. They stopped by the kitchens and were given sandwiches and tea by the house elves. Harry thanked Dobby for the decorations on Valentine's Day. Dobby was quite pleased. Ginny found an open classroom, and they sat down to eat. Harry told her all about his walk, and how he tried to call Sirius to him. He couldn't tell her about the memory of his parents, because that was Snape's memory. But he did tell her about Sirius appearing to him in the dream telling him to be strong, and about controlling the vision through Voldemort's eyes. He also admitted that he had seen Snape tortured and that he had gone out to check on him in the middle of the night. He glossed over the details of the torture and the bad shape Snape was in when he found him with the simple words, "It was awful." Then he told her about the prophecy. He told her the exact wording, and that he wasn't afraid of it anymore. Oh, Harry, why didn't you tell us? Ginny was putting on a strong front for him, but he knew from personal experience that this was a lot of information to soak in. I don't know. I guess I was kind of hoping that it would just miraculously go away. Are you going to tell Ron and Hermione? Not yet. I mean, I don't want to tell them right now because I don't want them to think that I feel my problems are more important than theirs. Ginny shrugged and took on an ironic tone. Well, you are trying to figure out how to stop what's his name from conquering the world. But that's exactly what I mean. My problems are so far out there that I don't even feel real anymore, Ginny. They're the ones with real pain. Me. Harry saw Malfoy in his mind's eye and said a little sadly, I don't guess I have time for the normalcies of life anymore. Ginny looked down and Harry saw real pain in her eyes. I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have told you all of this. Ginny shot him a look. You absolutely should have told me all of this. You should always tell me. And you should also tell Ron and Hermione about your vision, and about the prophecy. They'd want to know. And besides, it might help Hermione to have someone else to think about right now. She looked Harry in the eye, and said, It's really hard to find out that someone doesn't love you back, especially when you do anything for them. Harry nodded. I guess you're right. Do you think we have time to find them before the DA meeting? Ginny looked at the clock. Probably. Let's go. They didn't get too far. They had just left the classroom when nearly headless Nick floated into the corridor. Oh, there you are, Harry. He said. I am to direct you to the headmaster's office immediately. Harry looked at Ginny. I haven't told him yet. This may take a while. Ginny rolled her eyes. I don't know if I should be exasperated that you've waited this long to tell Dumbledore, or flattered that you told me first. Harry smiled. If I'm late, go ahead and start the DA meeting without me, okay? Ginny nodded. Go. When Harry reached the gargoyle, he hurriedly looked all around him for other students. Finding the halls empty, He whispered the password and headed up the stairs. He opened the door to find himself looking into the twinkling eyes of Professor Dumbledore, seated at his desk. Sitting across from him, with his back to Harry, was Professor Snape. "Ah, Harry. Please, come have a seat." Harry walked tentatively forward and sat in the chair next to Professor Snape. He felt really uncomfortable seeing the potions master, after what had happened. He hadn't expected this discomfort, although honestly, he hadn't really taken the time to expect anything yet. He chanced a glance at Snape, who was regarding Harry impassively. Harry looked away. "Lemo. Drop?" asked Dumbledore with a smile. "No thank you, sir," said Harry. Snape narrowed his eyes. "Professor Dumbledore, might we begin?" "Of course, Severus," he replied. "Harry, Professor Snape tells me that you may have engaged in some rather remarkable magic last night. I was wondering if you might tell us the whole story." Harry nodded and took a deep breath. He glanced again at Snape, whose face still lacked any sign of emotion, fixed his eyes on Dumbledore, and began. "It actually started several hours earlier. I was out under the beech tree by the lake thinking about things when I had this idea that I could call Sirius to me to give me some advice about stuff." "You attempted a seance?" asked Dumbledore. Snape made a slight scoffing noise. "Well, no, not exactly. I just sort of tried to call him. I kept replaying this memory of him and my parents and Lupin." Harry reddened, imagining Snape's eyes boring holes into him for bringing up the memory Harry had stolen from him. He hurried on. "I just thought that if I focused enough on it, I could bring him to me." Dumbledore nodded. "And it began when you were experimenting?" "Yes. No. Well, not right then. He didn't come until after I went to bed." Snape raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore leaned forward. "Did you say Sirius came to you last night?" "A dream, no doubt," stated Snape dismissively. Harry shook his head. "No. It was real. He hugged me and I felt it. He was there." "What did he say?" asked Dumbledore. "He said that I needed to be strong, that everything depended on me being strong last night. And then he started fading away, and that's when it started." "So he told you what you were capable of?" asked Dumbledore. "No, not in so many words. He just said to be strong." "So then, when the vision started," Harry faltered. He looked at Snape, who nodded impassively. Harry took that as a sign of encouragement. "I realized I was inside Voldemort's head, and I could hear his thoughts. And then when Harry looked at Snape again. He felt really uncomfortable talking about this in front of the man who had experienced it directly. "Well, the pain in my scar started, and I kind of woke up, but then I remembered Sirius telling me to be strong, and so I focused, and I forced the pain back down, and forced myself back into Voldemort's head. And then when I saw Professor Snape disapparate, I woke myself up and went to find him." Snape sat up straight and looked at Harry incredulously. "You forced yourself back into you intentionally read the Dark Lord's thoughts?" "Yeah." Harry looked to Dumbledore, whose eyes absolutely sparkled. "Well, Harry, you are certainly full of surprises today." "Wah. I mean," he looked from Dumbledore to Snape. "Isn't that why you called me here?" Dumbledore chuckled. "Not at all." "Then, what? Mr. Potter, did you have your wand with you last night?" Snape asked impatiently. "No, sir. I had left it in my robe in my room." "Did you take my wand and use it for the spells that you cast?" "No, sir." Harry exclaimed. Were they accusing him of stealing Snape's wand? "Harry," said Dumbledore firmly, holding his eye. "Did you use a wand at all last night when you were with Professor Snape?" "No, sir. I didn't seem to need it at the time." Dumbledore sat back, a triumphant look on his face. Snape leaned onto the armrest closest to Harry, resting his chin in his hand, completely lost in thought. Harry was just about to ask them what was going on when Snape said with a slight smile, "Merlin's beard, Albus. I thought I had been hallucinating it." "Hallucinating what?" asked Harry, alarmed by Snape's suddenly human behavior. "Harry," said Dumbledore with a friendly smile, "have you ever cast spells before without holding your wand?" Harry shook his head. "No. Yes, actually. When the Dementors were in Little Whinging. I dropped my wand and couldn't find it in the dark. I cast Lumos on my wand before I picked it up. That was almost 2 years ago," snapped Snape. And you didn't think to tell anyone. Well, I did kind of have other things on my mind, didn't I? Harry shot back. Harry, Dumbledore interrupted, everyone in the wizarding world is capable of wandless magic. For instance, using magical ingredients to brew potions, or working through magical plants or animals. And of course, children will oftentimes exhibit accidental magic. But casting spells is a very specific sort of magic that requires the use of a wand. Only a very powerful and focused wizard can successfully cast even the simplest of spells without a wand. In my lifetime, I have only met 2 witches and 1 wizard who were able. One of them was your mother. Harry's eyes widened, and he felt himself take one more step away from reality. His mother had been able to cast spells without a wand. And now he was too. And this was apparently a big deal. Harry was overwhelmed by the implications. Are you saying what are you saying? I'm saying you have a very special gift, and we will begin your training immediately. You're going to train me? Asked Harry. Oh, no, said Dumbledore with a smile. I require a wand for my spellcasting. No, we'll be bringing in an outside tutor. The DA meeting was already in progress when Harry arrived. Watching Ginny in action, he almost felt superfluous. She had already divided the newest members into groups, and started the entire group on their lesson for the day. She was walking among the 8 groups with further instruction when Harry arrived. He was glad to see that Ron and Hermione's groups were positioned right next to each other. He went to them and motioned to Ginny to come over. Guys, he said, looking from Hermione to Ron, I know you've got a lot going on right now, but I really need to talk to you after the meeting. Sure, Harry, said Hermione, looking very concerned for him. After the meeting was over, the 4 of them sat quite comfortably in the room of requirement, and for the 3rd time that day, Harry told the story of the previous night's events. But this time, he did mention that Snape had almost died, and that Harry had helped him to his quarters, and gotten into his potions cabinet, and cleaned up his vomit, and repaired the broken vial, all without his wand. You can do wandless spellcasting and you waited until now to tell us? Demanded Hermione. I really didn't know it was a big deal. Harry, that is a bloody big deal, said Ron, as exasperated as Hermione. What did Dumbledore say? He's going to bring somebody in to train me. Ginny's eyebrows were high on her forehead. She whispered, Harry, you're going to be more powerful than Dumbledore. Oh, shouted Ron triumphantly, pointing at Harry. This is great, actually. You can't use your wand against VV, you know who, but now you don't need to. He was absolutely bouncing with excitement. Hermione's eyes widened. Ron, that's brilliant. Ron beamed. Hermione looked frantic as a million thoughts raced through her head. Finally, she settled on saying, I have to get to the library. Hold up, said Ginny. Harry, you have to tell them the rest. Harry glanced at the very happy Ron and Hermione and looked at Ginny doubtfully. Ginny, I don't. Tell them, she commanded. Tell us what, mate? Harry looked down. I kind of lied about the prophecy. I mean, not really lied, I just didn't tell you the whole truth. What is it, Harry? Hermione's face was dropping into worry again. So Harry told his friends that the prophecy didn't specifically state that he would win against Voldemort, or that he would even live through it. All it really said was that Harry was the wizarding world's only chance. The group was very somber when he finished. But think of all you can do now, said Ron. Harry smiled weakly. Yeah, I guess my chances are getting better. Harry, said Hermione reasonably. You can do wandless spellcasting. Voldemort can't do that. Dumbledore can't even do that. And you're going to be more powerful than Dumbledore after you've finished training. Harry nodded. I'm certainly going to do what I can. You're going to kick his ass is what you're going to do, said Ginny emphatically. Harry shook his head and laughed. When Harry rounded the corner to the potions dungeon the next day, he was not surprised to be met with the sneering faces of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. He was, however, surprised when Crabbe opened his mouth to insult Harry, instead of Malfoy. Ah, Mr. Fanclub arrives, he said snidely, with a stupid look on his face. Goyle snickered and Malfoy sneered. It's amazing you have time for class with all the playing you've been doing lately. Harry just turned away, giving his friends a, what the hell is he talking about, look. Crabbe stepped forward, looking rather angry for some unknown reason. You better stay away from Luna, Potter. You two-time her with that Weasley slut and you're dead. In the next instant, Harry stepped forward to stand up for his sister, but Malfoy slammed him back against the wall. Meanwhile, a streak of red pushed past and engaged Crabbe in combat. The hall erupted as people rushed forward to watch the fight. Malfoy pushed himself into Harry and spoke into his ear. You can't escape me with your girls, Potter. And I don't think you even want to. Snape rounded the corner and set about breaking up the fight between Ron and Crabbe, neither of whom seemed to want to stop pounding on the other. Harry pushed Malfoy back. Sorry, Malfoy, he said, but I've got better things to do with my time than be haunted by your phantoms. You're just not worth it. Malfoy looked stricken for the second longer that Harry looked at him. Then he pushed past to see Snape pull out his wand and magic the fight to a halt with a quick locomotor mortis. Ron's and Crabbe's legs and arms snapped tightly to their sides and they both fell to the floor. Snape took 20 points from Gryffindor and sent the two to the infirmary. He ushered the rest of the class into the dungeon and began the potions lesson by threatening that the next time he arrived to find a fight outside his classroom, he would take 100 points from the house responsible. Meaning Gryffindor, Dean whispered very quietly. Harry and Hermione set about brewing their potion with strict attention to detail, and a pleasant and respectful disposition toward their, until recently, most hated potions master. They had decided that with everything Snape did for the Order, he truly deserved their respect. Snape, however, seemed to pay no mind to that decision. He was breathing down their necks during the entire lesson. When Harry handed in a vial of their completed potion at the end of class, he rattled it slightly against the other vials on Snape's desk. Snape immediately began yelling at Harry about how intolerable he was, and to see him after class. As everyone filed out of the classroom, Harry approached Snape's desk. Snape regarded him silently with a sneer until the door closed behind the last student. Then he dropped the sneer. Mr. Potter, he said softly. I understand that you may find yourself loathing me less after our recent experience. But I cannot stress to you enough that when there are other students present, it is vitally important that we maintain the pretense that we do not get along. Harry was taken aback. Maintain the pretense that we don't get along. Did they get along now? Because Harry sure hadn't noticed, what with Snape still being such a prick and all. We are going to be working together quite a lot in the coming weeks and months. The recent development of strength in your visions can perhaps be aided by the use of a potion or two. I was finding it exceedingly difficult to sever the link, but perhaps we will find strengthening it, or at least controlling it, can be accomplished. In addition, it is clear to me that with Dumbledore's help you mastered occlumency over the summer. While we work on the potion, I am going to tutor you in legilimency as well. If you really are as powerful as Dumbledore thinks, you should be able to break through the Dark Lord's defenses and find his weaknesses. Perhaps without him noticing. Harry's mind was reeling. Dumbledore did seem to be quite confident in Harry's potential abilities, and even Professor Snape seemed to be encouraging hope in Harry's newfound strengths. When do we start? Now there is the issue. Snape narrowed his eyes. I would like to begin as soon as possible, but we need to find an excuse for us to be working together. You've made it into advanced potions, so I can't very well give you remedial lessons, as I did last year. Harry shrugged. The answer seemed obvious to him. Why don't I just wear my invisibility cloak, and screw coming up with an excuse? Snape raised an eyebrow. Just leave the classroom door open, and I'll give you a sign to let you know when you can close the door and I can uncloak myself. Oh, but I guess we'll still need an excuse in case one of your students interrupts. They thought for a moment. Then Snape asked, would you be comfortable working in my quarters? It is password protected, after all, so no student could interrupt. Yeah, I guess so. Very well. You will meet me in here at 7 o'clock tonight. I will leave the door open. You will stand directly in front of me and open your mind to me, letting me know that you are here. I will lead you to my quarters, and you may uncloak once we are inside. Is that acceptable? Harry nodded. That is acceptable. In the meantime, Mr. Potter, said Snape very seriously, I really must insist that you continue to exhibit your normal behavior regarding me. You are to continue to blatantly disregard the rules that I set, you are to be disrespectful, and you are to continue to call me names behind my back. Harry fought back a laugh, and instead thought to Snape, whatever you say, you greasy git. Snape's lips twitched as he almost smiled. Hermione was waiting for Harry just outside the classroom with her wand out. Harry looked at her questioningly. I noticed Malfoy was hanging around, and thought I should be ready, just in case. She grinned evilly. He didn't seem too happy that I was waiting for you. Harry wondered to himself if Malfoy had been waiting around to curse him or try to shag him. Neither would have surprised him. Ron was in the Great Hall when they arrived for lunch. Apparently, when he left the infirmary, he had decided he had no qualms with skipping the rest of potions, and having an early lunch. Harry filled them in on his conversation with Snape, and they all agreed to be as unpleasant as ever to him. When he asked Hermione if she would let him out of the common room portal that night while he was cloaked, Hermione looked away nervously. Maybe Ron or Ginny could do that, she asked quietly. Ginny narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Why? I have some research to do, Hermione demurred. Harry looked at her. She rolled her eyes and admitted, about the prophecy. But last night you said the library didn't have the books you wanted, said Ron. Hermione opened her mouth and then closed it. Then she opened it again, but again, no words came out. She seemed to be really struggling with herself to say something out loud. Spit it out, said Ginny, amused. Hermione took a deep breath, and then very slowly, as though she were speaking a foreign language, she said, I am going to meet with Professor Trelawney. Harry's jaw dropped. Ron laughed. Ha, that old bat. You, Hermione Granger, are going to meet with the biggest phony of them all. Hermione buried her face in her hands, ashamed at her admission. I have too. She's the only one who has the books I need. Well, she's not a complete phony, said Ginny reasonably. She did make those 2 prophecies. And she also predicted my death about 1,000,000 times, said Harry. Hermione, you hate that woman. I know. But it's the only way, so can we just drop it? She glared at Ron in particular, who stifled his laugh by clasping his hands over his mouth. It was Ginny who helped Harry through the portal that night without anyone noticing. She felt an invisible hand squeeze hers as he brushed past her. She went inside and found a comfortable chair to sit in to do her homework while she waited for him to return. Harry walked into Snape's dungeon classroom 5 minutes early. He silently moved to stand in front of Snape, and thought to him, in direct disregard for your rules, I have arrived at 6:55 instead of 7 o'clock. Snape looked up and glared through the emptiness of space where Harry stood. He packed up the papers he had been grading, and strode quickly from the classroom. He paused a moment before closing the door and sealing it with a locking charm. He then returned to his quarters, said the password, and entered, again pausing for a moment before closing the door behind him. Mr. Potter, he said firmly. Harry waited a second to uncloak himself. Snape noticed the intentional pause, and said, we have much to accomplish this evening. First off, we should discuss the capability of your visions. If you could, explain to me everything you remember about your most recent vision, and how it differed from the previous ones. It may also help if you lower your occlumency shields surrounding your memories of these visions. I may pick up on something useful that you would not think to mention. Harry looked at him slightly suspiciously. Snape narrowed his eyes. Mr. Potter, once I begin training you in legilimency, the only way for me to monitor your progress in your stealth abilities will be for you to practice your skills on me. I assure you that I will be called to trust you as much as I am now asking you to trust me. He looked at Harry seriously. Do you think you can trust me? Harry thought about the circumstances surrounding his last visit to Snape's quarters, and he nodded. They moved to a sitting area and got comfortable as Harry began to tell him every detail he could remember of the vision. He explained the feeling he had of summoning his energy, gathering his strength to force himself back into Voldemort's mind. Snape watched him piercingly, but not unkindly. When Harry finished, he sat back, lost in thought. Presently, he began speaking his thoughts out loud. Perhaps something to help control the pain, since that seems to be the weakest point of control of your visions. A pain-numbing potion would dull your senses, and anyway, You were able to force the pain to a manageable level, but if we could somehow focus your energy so that the pain never rises but that leads back to our previous problems with severing the connection. I wonder, perhaps a lucid dreaming potion, altered with focus energy. But then I don't know that you'd even be able to sleep under such a combination, and if I added a sleep draft, you may not be able to wake up if need be. Snape got up and began to pace. After a minute, he smiled to himself and shook his head. What? Asked Harry. I was thinking that in order to control all the variables, we would almost have to have you sleeping in a laboratory. Harry smiled tentatively. Almost right. Snape smiled slightly as well. Almost. He sat back down across from Harry and began explaining the theory of legilimency. The theory itself was actually quite similar to that of occlumency. In practice, though, the magic was quite different. Snape began by thinking words directly at Harry, maintaining eye contact. When Harry was able to see these thoughts fairly accurately, Snape pulled his thoughts back, so that he was merely thinking words with his shields lowered. Harry was able to catch a few, but was finding legilimency very difficult. Snape assured him he had done quite well for his first lesson. He also said that Harry would find it easier with the Dark Lord because of their magical connection. He would also find legilimency to be easier with people who were less in control of their emotions than he was. Harry was exhausted when he left Snape's quarters, but he had too many thoughts in his head to be able to sleep just yet, so he took his invisibility cloak for a walk by the lake. He stood by the beech tree and stared up into the clear night, the cold air burning his lungs and clearing his head. The invisibility cloak wasn't very warm, but Harry didn't mind as he looked to the stars, thinking they looked like ice crystals in the sky. Sirius, thanks for coming by the other night, he whispered. Although I wish we could have talked a bit longer. Harry heard a rustle behind him. He looked through the darkness and saw another figure walking toward him. Harry quietly moved beneath the beech tree, and watched as the person walked to the edge of the lake. It was Malfoy. He sighed deeply and stared up into the sky. His face was lit by the moon and the stars. Harry thought that he saw tears glistening on his cheeks. Apparently, Harry wasn't the only one to come out to the lake when he needed to clear his head. Malfoy crumbled into sitting cross-legged, and put his head in his hands. He groaned desperately, "Merlin, I'm a dead man." And he cried angrily. Harry knew that he was angry. And that he was hurt, and a little scared. Malfoy was projecting these feelings, and Harry was catching them all. He stood under the beech tree watching the Slytherin act vulnerable. Harry felt uncomfortable witnessing this. He felt guilty for reading Malfoy's emotions. Malfoy rubbed his eyes, picked up a rock and skipped it over the lake. Him, he grumbled. Who needs him? Harry very clearly saw his own face in Malfoy's head. He took a step back. Malfoy looked over. Who's there? He called. Harry didn't answer. Malfoy looked around for a minute, and then returned to his thoughts. Harry could see it all. Part of him was trying to convince himself that Harry was not worth it. A steady stream of bad thoughts about the Gryffindor flowed through his head. Another part kept thinking about how Harry had blown him off today, and how much it hurt, and how Malfoy must not have said the right thing, and was wondering what he needed to do to get Harry alone again. He thought of Harry's face, all nervous and aroused. He shook his head and said firmly, "Give it up, Draco. It's not going to happen." He leaned back on his hands and stared at the sky. Harry watched him, flooded with thoughts and emotions. It wasn't right that he knew all of that. He sealed his mind and swore to himself that he would not read people without their permission, or without a bloody good reason. He had sworn off his crush on Malfoy only yesterday, but now he didn't know if he could do it. If he had hurt Malfoy, then Malfoy must actually care. It wasn't just a game and it wasn't just lust. Also, Harry thought with a bit of embarrassment, this was a real problem. His confusion about Malfoy made him feel like a regular teenager. Could he really let that go? He made up his mind. He silently slid his cloak off and carefully concealed it at the trunk of the tree. Then he quietly walked out from under the beech tree and stretched, yawning loudly as he looked up at the sky. "Who's there?" said Malfoy again. Harry jumped and looked over. "Malfoy." He walked over to him. "What are you doing out here? Where's your posse, Potter?" asked Malfoy snidely. "Where's yours?" Harry smirked and sat down next to him. Well, we're not all lucky enough to have a fan club, he spat. Harry looked around. Malfoy, we're alone. Can you cool it with that shit? It's not like we're in class. Malfoy scoffed. You're not really upset about that, are you? I've told you before. I have to do that. It's who I am. Well, you're an ass. It's nothing personal. I told you that. I'm just as caught up in this war as you are. I'm not caught up in any war, Malfoy. I fight because I believe in the cause, not because Daddy tells me to. That was a low blow, Potter. Oh, now you're concerned about low blows. Hey, maybe you've forgotten, but my life depends on me openly hating you. Feel free to get all high and mighty about it, but you're the one throwing punches without a wand threatening you. They glared at each other for a long time. Harry broke the silence. You really don't mean what you say. Malfoy paused. It just is, Potter. It just is. They sat in silence again, looking at the stars, looking at the lake. Is it you that's been attacking the DA members? Harry asked suddenly. Malfoy looked affronted. I would not stoop to attack third years, he said seriously. Harry nodded. I didn't mean what I said today, about you not being worth my time. How did you know I wrote that note? Harry grinned, leaned over and whispered, I guessed. Malfoy leaned in quickly, before Harry sat back up. Harry paused, struck by their closeness. Malfoy's penetrating eyes locked onto Harry's. I meant it, he said. Harry's heart was pounding. His mouth went dry. His stomach was tied in knots. But slowly, the two leaned into each other. Malfoy sensuously brushed his lips against Harry's. Harry thought the light touch just might drive him insane. His mouth was so arousingly soft. Harry pushed forward and took Malfoy into a deep key. Malfoy gasped. He reached up and pulled Harry to the ground. They rolled in the cold, damp grass, drinking each other in, feeding off of each other. They tugged desperately at each other's robes, letting their hands freely explore the fabric that kept them millimeters apart. Then slowly and carefully, Malfoy began to pull Harry's robe off. Harry resisted, but Malfoy whispered into his neck, Come on, Potter. Trust me. He nibbled on Harry's earlobe, and continued undressing him. Then he guided Harry's hands in undressing himself. Harry couldn't think anymore. He was so lost in the moment, the heat of their bodies coming together with the cold air skimming their bare skin. The night sky was passion in his veins, the stars melting in with Malfoy, pushing himself inside Harry. Harry clawed at him, wondering how he got there, never wanting it to end. Malfoy trembled as he came inside Harry, breathing into Harry's ear. He looked to his hand in between them. Harry hadn't come. He rolled Harry on top of himself, gently guiding him in. Harry couldn't believe the feeling. He looked down at Malfoy, who was so beautiful Harry wanted it cry. Malfoy pulled him into a key, while Harry thrust into him. It felt so natural. He gasped as an explosion of pleasure shot through him. The lovers lay on their cloaks, wrapped up in each other until the cold air became noticeable again. They silently stood up and dressed. It's late, said Malfoy. It wouldn't do for us to get caught together. You go first, said Harry. Malfoy nodded, and stepped toward him. Very awkwardly, he keyed Harry goodnight. Then he turned around and made his way back to the castle. Harry watched him go. After a few minutes, he gathered his invisibility cloak, and, covering himself, returned to Gryffindor Tower. Ginny was alone in the common room when he returned. She was dozing over a book by the fire, but stood up when she heard him. How'd it go? Harry shrugged. He just knew he had a goofy grin on his face. Okay, he said. Legilimency is pretty hard. Ginny narrowed her eyes and glared at Harry. Harry looked at her innocently. What? I'm really hoping it wasn't Snape that gave you that hickey. Harry turned red, grinning. No. She looked angry. Who was it? Harry panicked for a second. He had promised Ginny he would tell her everything. But it wasn't just his secret he was about to tell her this, but then she held up her hand. Wait a minute, I'm not a masochist. I don't want to know. Harry breathed relief. Good night, Harry, she said curtly. She turned on her heel and went upstairs. Harry told his friends over breakfast about his meeting with Snape. Ron kept poking fun at Harry, trying to get him to tell him who gave him the hickey. Come on, mate. Was it Luna? Hermione kicked him under the table. Ron looked hurt. What did you do that for? Professor McGonagall strode up to the table. Mr. Potter, she said sharply. You were to report to the headmaster's office after breakfast. Yes, ma'am, said Harry. He looked over to the teacher's table, but Dumbledore was absent from it. Is something wrong? Asked Ginny. Harry shook his head. No, probably my new instructor has arrived. Harry was right. He walked into Dumbledore's office to see a young wizarding couple chatting pleasantly with the old headmaster. They turned to look at him, their gazes flicking briefly to his scar. You must be Harry, said the woman, with a warm smile. She had stylishly fashioned short brown hair, and very kind eyes. Harry smiled at her and nodded slightly. Harry, I'd like you to meet a very old friend of mine, said Dumbledore, gesturing to the young man. The young man stood up and stepped toward Harry with his hand outstretched. His hair was even messier than Harry's. He had a very friendly smile, and struck Harry immediately as kind of a nerd. Harry, it's good to finally meet you. I'm going to be your wandless spellcasting instructor. He shook Harry's hand happily. I'm Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel, asked Harry. But I thought you'd be older, asked the young-looking wizard. Harry smiled nervously and nodded. He had actually thought that he would be dead. Don't get him started, Harry, said the young woman sitting across from Dumbledore, rolling her eyes. Flattery is no good for him. He's an old cuck, and you should treat him as such. She gave Harry a devilish wink. Nicholas laughed. Harry fought down his smile, drew himself up and then fell into a very low bow. In his most pompous voice, he intoned, I am very pleased to meet you, sir and madam. The Flamels burst out laughing. I like him, said Nicholas. His wife agreed. Harry grinned. He felt very comfortable with them already, like they were old friends. Nicholas patted him on the shoulder and motioned to a chair. Please, come sit down. As I said, I'm going to be your wandless spellcasting instructor, although both Perenelle and I can cast O. Did I introduce you to my wife, Perenelle? No. Hi, Harry. Well, like I was saying, we can both cast without a wand, but Perenelle has focused her energies over the centuries on her potions abilities, so she is going to be working with Professor Snape. Perenelle supplied happily. Nicholas nodded, with Professor Snape on your very unique dilemma with you-know-who. Yes, said Perenelle, leaning forward. I haven't been this excited about a new potion in well over a century. Not to make you feel like a lab rat, she grinned slyly, but I'm going to have so much fun experimenting on you. Harry laughed, pretty sure well, at least hoping that she was joking. He looked at Dumbledore to see if perhaps he knew, but if he did, he didn't let on. He just sat there smiling, his eyes twinkling. Harry, you will begin to train with Nicholas tonight. I just wanted the three of you to meet before you headed to class this morning. I believe Professor Sprout will be waiting for you. Yes, sir, said Harry. He nodded to Nicholas and Perenelle. It was good to meet the two of you. Nice to meet you, Harry. See you tonight. He asked you to be his twin? Asked Hermione incredulously. He didn't even know what it was until I explained it to him. And he thought it was a good idea, so he asked me almost immediately. You said no, didn't you? Kind of. What do you mean, kind of? I said I'd be his sister. Ginny. Hermione groaned as she looked at her friend. Hermione, you should have heard him talking about how much he relies on me, said Ginny, defending herself. He needs me, and I have to help him however I can. I mean, he did save my life. And it is kind of important that he doesn't burn out, which he seems to be in very serious danger of doing. But Ginny, you're in love with him. You know what happens when you start a bond like that. You two probably are going to wind up being twins, and that is a strictly non-romantic bond. Ginny pushed her dinner around on her plate with her fork. Well, he feels strictly non-romantic toward me anyway, she grumbled. I mean, Merlin, did you see that hickey? Hermione rolled her eyes in disgust. If he is going out with Luna, he certainly doesn't have to flaunt it like that. It's not Luna, said Ginny. Hermione cleared her throat slightly. Ginny glanced up to see Ron coming over to sit next to Hermione. So anyway, My own, she said casually. What was it like when you started menstruating? Ron froze in his tracks a foot away. His face paled and he seemed to panic for a second. Finally, he said, I'm gonna go sit over there. He pointed to nowhere in particular and walked away very quickly. Ginny and Hermione giggled. Works every time. So how do you know it's not Luna? She told me in the library yesterday that he's not really her type, that they didn't seem to have much of a spark at the Three Broomsticks. And anyway, Ginny shook her head with a weird smile on her face. You are not going to believe this. She said she has a thing for. She started to chuckle. Who? Asked Hermione, intrigued. Vince Crabbe. August. She squealed, and they burst out laughing. Are you serious? Deadly. She said she's been tutoring him in Transfiguration, even though he's a year ahead of her, and that he's really not that bad a guy. But she's worried that, because of his father, he's going to join the Death Eaters too, so she's putting off any sort of relationship with him. I don't believe it, said Hermione. I told you that you wouldn't. Although, it does make sense now why Crabbe was being such a prick yesterday. Ginny scowled. I can't believe those guys. Just because the Slytherins shag everybody they go out with, they think that I have. Bloody prats, the lot of 'em. Hermione looked over at Harry. But who is it? It can't be Cho. She won't even come to the DA meetings this year. Ginny shrugged and drank the rest of her pumpkin juice. Hey, whatever happened with your meeting with Trelawney last night? Hermione narrowed her eyes in distaste. Ginny, that woman is so infuriating, up in that tower with all her smelly incense. I don't know why anyone would choose to take her class instead of Forensies. Well, her class is easy, and I for one don't care enough about divination to want to put too much effort into it. Way to skim by, said Hermione. Thanks, said Ginny. Anyway, she said she was worried that my non-seeing aura would cause problems with the vibrations in her books, or some nonsense like that. And she would only agree to let me read them if I agreed to let her tutor me privately in the divinatory arts. No. Yes. So what are you? I agreed. It's the only way to get to read the books she has, and she does have quite a collection. Way to sell out, said Ginny. Thanks, said Hermione. When Harry came to dinner that night, he was heading to sit by Ginny, but Ron flagged him down. Over here, mate. You do not want to be a part of that conversation, trust me. Harry shrugged and sat by Ron. They talked about Nicholas and Perenelle, and about Snape. They talked about how stressed out they were with their classes, and how it was going to get worse next week when they had Quidditch practice every night to ready themselves for the Hufflepuff game. They talked about Quidditch, and whether the Chudley Cannons really did have a chance at the World Cup this year. Ron kept looking over at Hermione, but Harry could tell that Ron clearly did not want to talk about what was going on with her. Harry kept looking over at Malfoy, but Ron had no idea that anything had gone on between them, so he was unaware of how upset Harry was about Malfoy's fresh round of insults he had fired at Harry's friends today. Harry tried to act like he wasn't watching Pansy drape herself all over Malfoy, and he wondered if he hadn't made a really big mistake the night before. He hadn't meant for it to happen, it just kind of did. And it had been really good. But as Harry watched Malfoy talk to his friends with his arm slung around his girlfriend, he thought about the new lows Malfoy had sunk to in insulting Ron and Hermione today in the halls. Harry was infuriated. And hurt. He had been distracted all day trying to figure out what to do. He and Malfoy hadn't planned on meeting each other again. They didn't have any sort of understanding with each other. He had no idea what Malfoy had thought about him after walking away the night before. Was this a game, after all? Was Malfoy using him? Harry cleared his head. He was walking up to the third floor to meet with Nicholas for his first wandless spellcasting lesson. The day had gone by in a blur of distraction, but Harry certainly did not want to miss the next few hours. He walked into a grand room that was absolutely bathed in light. Harry cocked his head as he looked around. The walls were lined with bookshelves that were full of random items. There were 2 chairs and a small table placed in the exact center of the room. Harry was fairly certain he had never been in this room, but it was oddly familiar. Ah, Harry, said Nicholas, rising from one of the chairs. Right on time. I was wondering what type you were. Excuse me, said Harry, as he dropped his book bag on the floor by the door. Oh, you know, some people are always early, some are always late. You, right on time, almost to the second. He grinned widely, and Harry smiled. He really liked him, but Nicholas was definitely a geek. And you're always early. Indubitably. When you got nothing but time, you learn how to use it. Shall we? He motioned to the table, and the two sat down. Harry felt his feet kick something under the table, so he looked down. His toe was nudging a large iron handle to a trap door. Harry's eyes widened slightly and he looked around, recognizing the shape of the room. This is where you hid the Sorcerer's Stone, said Harry. Nicholas nodded. I've always liked this room. It was a common area for all 4 houses when I was a student. Perenelle and I used to come here to study together. You went to Hogwarts? Asked Harry, amazed. Oh, yes. I graduated in 1343. Came back to teach 200 years later. But Perenelle likes to travel, so we didn't stay very long. What house were you in? I was in Hufflepuff. Perenelle was in Ravenclaw. Harry just stared at him, wide-eyed. Then he blurted out, how old were you when you created the Sorcerer's Stone? Nicholas chuckled. I assume you are referring to our young appearance. Harry nodded, too curious to be embarrassed. I was 56, as a matter of fact, a very old wizard by standards of the day. The elixir of life that I brewed maintained us at that ripe old age for nearly a century. During that time, Perenelle developed a fascination with brewing potions, and eventually was able to develop an improved elixir that restored our youth. Brilliant work, actually. Nicholas shook his head, a wry smile on his face. I've tried for centuries to get the historians to make note of that accomplishment, but they only care about the stone and the original elixir. Improvements on it make no difference to them. How long have you and Perenelle been able to spellcast without wands? I suppose it was about the time Perenelle developed the second elixir of life that we realized we could. Of course, our power has continued to grow throughout our lives, so we should have realized it would happen at some point. You see, witches and wizards have varying degrees of raw magical power. This magical power is dispersed, and is very difficult to focus. The shape of each wand and its magic core helps to focus this magic, drawing it from the witch or wizard in order to complete the spell. Harry nodded. But after living a century and a half, Perenelle and I had so much raw magical power that it is actually quite easy for us to focus it. However, if either of us were to cast a spell that would require most or all of our raw power, we would probably go ahead and use a wand so that we wouldn't have to worry about focusing our power so much. We could just focus on the spell. Sue, said Harry, that means you two are way more powerful than Voldemort. Why don't you kill him? Nicholas paused. We're not fighters, Harry. If the outcome of a duel were solely dependent on who was the stronger witch or wizard, Perenelle or I could easily defeat you, no WWHO. But that's just not the case. Our energies are based on healing, friendship, life and love. We wouldn't last a minute against him. Harry thought about how he had immediately fallen into friendship with the two, and how they had started joking around after only sharing a few sentences of conversation. He didn't suppose that people who radiated so much kindness could very well tackle a powerful dark wizard like Voldemort. Can I ask another question? Nicholas nodded. You said it took you 150 years to be able to do wandless spellcasting. But Dumbledore told me my mother was able to do it, and she was only 21 when she died. Nicholas nodded sadly. Your parents were great people, Harry, and very powerful. Your mother had only just revealed her abilities when they had to go into hiding. If I remember correctly, she was changing you when it happened. She turned away for a second and you decided to crawl off the table. She cast a catch charm before she realized she didn't have her wand in hand. Harry was staring at the table. Oh, I'm sorry to embarrass you with baby stories. I remember, just barely, how much teenagers hate that. No, it's okay, said Harry. It's actually the first one I've ever heard. Nicholas nodded and they sat in silence for a moment. Then he said suddenly, well, why don't we start simply? He looked around at the bookshelves. Accio jewelry box, he said, and a jewelry box with a hinged lid flew from a shelf into his empty hands. Now, Dumbledore tells me you already used Alohomora without a wand, so why don't we start there? Harry nodded. Nicholas made sure the lid was locked shut, and then Harry said, Alohomora. The lid was still locked. Alohomora, said Harry again. He tried the lid again, but it was still locked. Harry, I want you to focus all of your thoughts, all of your energies, on opening this jewelry box. Harry nodded and narrowed his eyes. I have to open this box, he thought. Alohomora. The lid remained locked. Alohomora. 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 Okay. 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 Harry, close your eyes. I want you to meditate for a moment. Imagine that your raw magical power is a light surrounding you, like your aura. I want you to focus on it, and feel your way around it. Go to the center of this power, and hold on to its core. Harry took a deep breath and imagined his power, searching for its core. It seemed to flow through his veins. He could feel it pulsing within him, in time with his heart. His heart was a glowing light, pumping his magic as it pumped his blood. He put his hand on the jewelry box lid. Alohomora, he said softly. He opened his eyes, and looked at Nicholas for a second, before turning his attention back to the box. He carefully pulled at the lid with his thumb. It was still locked. Harry could feel his frustration mounting. Damn it, he said loudly. This was a simple spell. He had already done it. Harry, Nicholas said soothingly, I want you to go back to your magical core. Yeah, thought Harry, magical core. His thoughts glanced to his lighted heart-pumping magic, and he nearly yelled in frustration, Alohomora. Immediately, he felt a shock wave run from his heart through his arm and to his hand, which was still touching the jewelry box. The lid exploded off its hinges and flew across the room, splintering into pieces as it struck the stone wall above a bookcase. Harry and Nicholas both jumped. Harry looked at the pieces of jewelry box lid that lay on the floor, and then turned back to Nicholas apologetically. Nicholas narrowed his eyes and nodded firmly. Good, he declared. Next time, try a little more control. Harry breathed relief. Nicholas looked around. Accio, actually, why don't you try it? Bring that vase over here. Accio vase, said Harry, focusing his magical core toward the pale blue vase on top of the corner bookcase. The vase stirred, and fell off the bookcase. Harry focused, and it swooped back upward just before hitting the floor. It came a few more feet toward them, and then crashed. Said Nicholas. Harry, take out your wand. Harry complied. Nicholas got up and motioned Harry to follow him. They walked to the nearest window and turned to face the room. Nicholas looked around, as though sizing up the room. Here, let me see that, he said to Harry. Harry handed Nicholas his wand. Nicholas promptly turned around, opened the window, and threw the wand through. Harry experienced a second of horror as he watched his wand fly out into the darkness, quickly disappearing from view. He threw out his hand after it, as though he could catch it if he stretched far enough. Accio, he breathed. His wand immediately flew into his outstretched hand. Harry turned on Nicholas. Why did you do that? He demanded. To see if it would work, said Nicholas simply. And it did. He flashed a goofy grin. Harry gaped at him. You should have warned me. No, it wouldn't have worked if I had warned you. But did you get it? Did you feel it? Try it with that clock over there. Harry's heart was pounding. Accio clock, he said absently, holding out his empty hand. The clock flew into it. Nicholas smirked. Good. Now try it without the wand. Harry blushed and shoved his wand into his pocket. Accio statue, he said. A small statue of a gargoyle flew across the room. Harry smiled. It was getting easier to focus. They worked on simple spells for the next hour. They especially enjoyed the few minutes they spent breaking things for Harry to put back together. Before Harry left, Nicholas reminded him to always have his wand with him when he cast spells unless he was with people he could trust to keep the secret. It would be a simple mistake for Harry to spellcast without a wand in front of someone who might report it to Voldemort. Harry grabbed his book bag on the way out the door and headed through the halls. He hadn't made up his mind all day about whether or not to go to the lake tonight. Part of him had wanted to, but part of him thought he would be an idiot if he did. But when Harry left the meeting with Nicholas, he felt powerful and confident. It wouldn't matter if he and Malfoy had a fight about Malfoy's behavior. Harry could handle that. It wouldn't matter if he didn't even show up. Harry paused before taking out his invisibility cloak. He could handle that, couldn't he? It wasn't as though he and Malfoy had any sort of understanding between them. He started to close his bag around the cloak. No. He was going. He pulled out his invisibility cloak, covered himself, and headed out into the night. He walked silently through the grass to the beech tree, and sat down below it. He was alone by the lake. He pulled the cloak off of him and stowed it in his book bag. He ran his hands through his hair and looked out over the lake. Just minutes ago, he had felt so good. He was ready for anything that Malfoy might fire at him tonight. But as the minutes wore on, his confidence waned. Harry sighed. He had to admit to himself that while he had thought that he wanted a real problem with Malfoy, he would actually prefer to feel real without the problems. He glared at the lake. He was stupid to have let it go this far. Now he was sitting out by the lake in the cold and Malfoy was probably in the dungeons shagging his girlfriend. Harry heard a shuffle in the grass behind him, coming toward him from the castle. He didn't look up. He pretended not to hear. He was utterly indifferent. Malfoy had not gotten to him at all. He didn't care if that was even him. The shuffling feet stopped right next to him. Harry didn't look up, but in his periphery, he could tell who it was. He fixed his eyes on the lake. Malfoy sat down next to him. Harry stared at the lake. Let Malfoy apologize for being a prick. Let him say, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Let him say he broke it off with Pansy, and bugger to his father and anyone else who wanted to keep him from being with Harry. Let him say something. But they sat in silence for a long time. Harry cursed himself for breaking first, and looked up at him. Malfoy was staring at the lake. He looked pretty upset. That caught Harry off guard. Once again, his focus on his own thoughts had kept him from realizing someone else was hurting. "What's wrong?" he asked. Malfoy shook his head, his eyes still on the lake. "Bloody awful day, is all." He fell silent again. Harry debated if he should try to use legilimency to find out more. But it wouldn't be right. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "Yeah, right," said Malfoy angrily. "I mean it," said Harry. "What do you care?" spat Malfoy. Harry was taken aback. "About me personally? Not a whole lot. Remember." He turned to Harry. "I don't know why I came here. You put on a good show, talking with me like you really give a damn what I have to say. Even after the Veritaserum you spoke with me like we were old friends. Right after telling me you didn't give a shit. It's all an act with you, isn't it, Potter?" He stood up to leave. Harry stood up too and glared at the angry Slytherin. "It just so happens that I lied, Malfoy," he spat back. "I happen to think you're an okay guy when you're not parading around in front of your friends like the world is yours to step on. So don't feed me any bullshit about how my life is a show. You think I'm stupid, you bloody prat. You can't lie when you're on Veritaserum," snapped Malfoy, his voice rising. "I did. The effects weren't that strong." "Bullshit. I couldn't stop from telling you things." "Maybe you wanted to tell me things," Harry replied snidely. "Bugger off." Harry could feel his temperature rising. He couldn't believe Malfoy's nerve. "What crawled up your ass, Malfoy? You're having a bad day. So bloody what? Don't take it out on me. I'm not the one picking fights in the halls, insulting your friends. You stupid ass. How many times do I have to tell you, I have to do that?" They stood glaring at each other with their fists clenched, breathing hard. Malfoy sneered at Harry, and Harry sneered back. Then Malfoy stepped forward and pulled Harry into a violent key. Harry pushed him. Sawed off. He stalked to the trunk of the tree to grab his book bag. Malfoy grabbed him from behind, turned him around and keyed at him again, clawing at Harry's back, pulling him in. Harry pushed him back, but Malfoy held tighter. He pushed Harry backward into the tree trunk. He slid his hand down Harry's back, grabbed his behind and pushed his hips into the trapped Gryffindor. Malfoy pulled back a bit and leered seductively at him. He could feel that Harry was aroused. Harry ran his hand up Malfoy's side. Malfoy loosened his grip in reply, and Harry shoved him. Malfoy stumbled backward. "I said sawed off. What the F? K is your problem?" asked Malfoy. Harry glared at him for a second. Then he reached down to grab his bag and stormed off. Potter, called Malfoy, running up behind him. Potter, look, I was just blowing off steam. I shouldn't have done that. Harry kept walking. Malfoy was jogging backwards next to him. Potter, come on. Let's go talk. I'll be nice, I promise. Harry shook his head. He refused to make eye contact with him. Potter, please. Come on. They were getting near the castle. Malfoy stopped and looked after him. I'm sorry, he said, dejectedly. Harry turned around and caught his eye. He opened his mind. Malfoy's thoughts were a mix of cursing himself for being so rough on Harry, and cursing himself for breaking down and apologizing, when a Malfoy never apologizes. Harry stared at him for a few moments, and then closed his mind. Okay, he said. Malfoy cocked his head toward the lake, but Harry shook his head. I'll meet you tomorrow night and we can talk then, if you lay off on my friends tomorrow. You can still insult me in order to fulfill your obligatory arsehole quota. Deal. Malfoy nodded. Deal. Harry turned and walked inside. He told his friends all about his evening with Nicholas. When Ron asked him why he was in such a cruddy mood when he had done so well, Harry replied simply, I saw Malfoy on the way back. His friends nodded. They understood. The next day, as promised, Malfoy laid off of Harry's friends, and only picked on him. He was arrogant and snide and insulting, and true to his word. Harry met him at the lake the next night. They talked for 2 hours, and then shagged for another. Harry found it rather easy to keep from mentioning the things he could not trust a Malfoy to know, since Malfoy spent most of the time talking. He told Harry everything about his life. Harry began to wonder if he had ever had someone listen to him before who was truly interested in what he had to say. Himself, Harry was fascinated. They had led remarkably similar and remarkably opposite lives. He only wondered that they had never discovered this before. I'm with Hermione in an empty classroom and she's suggesting spells for me to try to cast without my wand. It's fun to experiment, but she can't give me direction the way the Nicholas can. My spellwork is really sporadic and shaky. I'm disappointed by this, even though the very fact that I can do wandless spellcasting makes me more powerful than Voldemort, more powerful than Dumbledore. I can't believe that this is my life. I don't feel unusual. Wandless spellcasting doesn't feel unusual. I could do this 2 years ago, but it never occurred to me it was something special. I feel like I'm in a fog of some sort. A dream. I'm a fantasy of myself. Hermione's telling me about what she is learning about prophecies. Trelawney made her read tea leaves. Hermione claimed to have seen a Grimm in hers, an obvious dig on Trelawney's last attempt to teach her how to read tea leaves. Trelawney must not have gotten it. She let her read a book as a reward. Hermione says that prophecies predicting someone's downfall have a 70% rate of accuracy. But she hasn't yet found data about prophecies that specify someone as the cause of someone else's downfall. Apparently, person-specific prophecies are often destroyed after the person's death if the prophecy didn't come true. They are assigned false prophecy status, rather than inaccurate prophecy status for some reason. She's still trying to figure that one out. My friend who doesn't believe in divination is reading books owned by a person who has predicted my death thousands of times, searching for statistics that will validate that the prophecy of my battle with Voldemort is true, and can be accurately translated to mean that I will conquer him and not die. That's irony for you. When we're done we go to dinner, and Ginny tells me all the plans she has for tonight's DA meeting. Asking her to help me was one of the smartest things I have ever done. Ron tells me some ideas he has for the Quidditch practices. Next week we're having practice every night in preparation for the Hufflepuff game. Then 3 weeks later is the Slytherin rematch. Ron comes to me with practice ideas kind of sheepishly, like he's afraid I'll think he's stepping on my toes. But they're really great ideas, and I'm so distracted lately. I can't focus on anything. I'm always lost. When I'm in class, I think about legilimency. When I'm at Quidditch practice, I think about wandless spellcasting. When I'm in the common room, I think about my upcoming potions experiments with Snape and Perenelle. When I'm in DA meetings, I think about the war. And then, I'm always thinking about Malfoy. I can't take watching him like this during meals, with his girlfriend hanging all over him. That's it. Starting tomorrow morning, I'm sitting on the other side of the table. Just over 100 people showed up to the DA meeting that night, including a large group of first and second years who had previously been too shy to go to the meetings. Ginny and Harry split their two divisions into 7 platoons based on skill and ability. The youngest platoons were led by third or fourth years. The oldest platoons were led by the most powerful veteran DA members. The platoons spent the first hour practicing spells by dueling. Harry and Ginny walked from platoon to platoon within their divisions, amazed by the swift progress. The platoons spent the next 2 hours battling each other. One by one, each of Harry's platoons scrimmaged against a comparable platoon from Ginny's division. The rest of the DA lined the walls, watching the battles through the shields they had cast around themselves, yelling support. Ginny's platoons won 5 of the 7 matches. Afterwards, she chastised Harry for not encouraging cohesion among his groups. But we get new members every meeting, Harry countered. The groups change from day to day. All the more reason to encourage group unity. They're not going to get the opportunity to choose who is around them when they are attacked by Death Eaters. They have to be able to join together with anyone and everyone who is there to form a temporary camaraderie when faced with a common enemy. But we can't keep redividing them every time get new members. It just takes too much time. I know, agreed Ginny. We might want to keep the platoons as they are now, and just keep adding members to them as necessary. If they get big enough, we can split the platoons into squads. Then maybe we could randomly pair the squads from time to time, so that they still feel comfortable working with whoever happens to be there. Harry laughed. Lupin was right. This really is becoming an army. Ginny narrowed her eyes. It won't if you can't get your division to work together. Maybe you should get each of your platoons to choose a mascot or something. That might help overcome some of the inter-house rivalry within the platoons. Harry nodded. Yeah, if they have a common symbol, maybe they can get past the house symbols that separate them. Harry glanced at the clock and then wondered if it had always been there on the wall of the room of requirement. Ginny sighed. Harry, at some point I expect you to tell me who it is that you are always sneaking off to see. Harry looked at Ginny guiltily. Whoever it is distracting you from a lot of things you're working on. Your mind is always somewhere else, and you are always frustrated about something. It's not like you to keep secrets, so I know that this relationship or whatever it is can't be good. Harry opened his mouth to make excuses, but Ginny cut him off. I'm just saying that I'm here for you. I'm your sister and I expect you to come to me, okay? Okay, said Harry quietly. He slipped on his invisibility cloak. The door opened and closed, and Ginny was alone. She sighed. It was really hard to shut out her own feelings in order to be there for Harry for anything, including romances and heartache. She thought about the order, and the latest news. She and Ron didn't get much information from their parents, but their older brothers wrote them regularly with news in code. Things outside were getting worse. If the prophecy was true, and Harry was the only one who could put an end to all of this, then it was more than worth it to her to help Harry in any way she could. She'd do it even if the fate of the wizarding world didn't depend on him. He was worth it. Harry made his way out of the castle. So far, he was always the first one out to the lake, so he hadn't had to worry about Malfoy realizing Harry was invisible during his walk down to the beech tree. But this time, he saw a figure waiting for him. Harry took a detour so that he was coming to the beech tree from another direction than the castle. He slipped off his cloak, and headed to Malfoy who was watching the castle doors. Oh hey, Potter, he said. Where have you been? I went for a walk after the DA meeting. No rest for the weary, and all. Harry winked and Malfoy made a face. Why do you bother with the DA? He asked. Harry shrugged. Someone's got to teach defense against the dark arts. I can't believe Fudge was thick enough to suspend that class. Now, of all times. Malfoy rolled his eyes. No, what I mean is, why you? Don't you have enough to deal with as is? I mean, Voldemort is a rather formidable enemy, and instead of preparing yourself, you're trying to prepare all these kiddies he doesn't give a damn about. He's after you, not them. When are you going to wise up? Harry smiled just slightly and shrugged his shoulders again. He couldn't bring himself to trust Malfoy enough to tell him anything about his extra training. Everyone is in danger, not just me. I have to do what I can to protect them. Malfoy shook his head with condescending disbelief. Classic Gryffindor. Shame. Really. He sighed. Whatever. It's your ass, not mine. All I know is that if it were me, I'd be training 24 hours a day. I'd suggest you do the same. Maybe I will, said Harry. You ought to, said Malfoy. He's not going to wait for you to say you're ready, you know. The less prepared you are, the better for him. Harry looked at him suspiciously. Do you know something? Malfoy scoffed and said sarcastically, of course. The Dark Lord told me all of his plans to kill you, his greatest nemesis, right after he tortured me for befriending you. Harry stepped closer, and gently took hold of Malfoy's waist. Well, you should have known better than mixing company like that. Malfoy looked him in the eye, suddenly serious. You haven't told anyone, have you, Potter? Harry shook his head. Good, he said. I'm putting my life on the line to be here with you. You owe me for that. What? For the privilege of shagging you. Are you saying you're here out of pity? Of course not, Potter. You know what I mean. Harry nodded, but he wasn't sure he did. Did Malfoy really think he was so much better than Harry that Harry owed him, especially after Malfoy had pursued him for so long? Harry considered pursuing the topic, but then Malfoy started dotting Harry's neck, and all of his thoughts disappeared. He was lost once again. The next morning at breakfast, the Owl Post brought a letter each to Harry, Ginny, Ron, and Hermione. They opened their letters in sleepy silence, each of their eyes widening as they read through them. As they reached the ends, they all looked up at each other, and yelled out at the same time. Harry, Ron, and Ginny all yelled out, brilliant. Hermione yelled out, arsehole. They looked at each other for a second, stunned. Then Hermione dove in. Victor wants me to set up a meeting with you, Harry. Acting like I'm your goddamn secretary, or something. What a git, my own, exclaimed an indignant Ron. Are you okay? Oh, shut up, Ron. She grumbled. You always wanted us to break up. You'll forgive me if your comfort seems a little self-serving at the moment. That's not fair. You're one of my best friends. How could you possibly think that I don't really care about your feelings? Said Ron, barely concealing his anger. Hermione looked up at him in silence for a moment, then said, I'm sorry, Ron. You're right. I had no right to say that. It's okay, he said, calmly. What was your letter about? She asked. Huh. Ron looked down at his hand, clutching some apparently forgotten good news. Ginny cut in. Fred and George are having their grand reopening next week. They sent us invitations. Of course we can't go 'cause we have school, said Ron, but still, it's brilliant that they're reopening. It's going to be a huge party on Diagon Alley, said Ginny. That's great, said Harry. Yeah, said Hermione, looking from Ron to Ginny to Harry. Why didn't I get one? Dunno, said Harry. But I didn't get one either. This is from Lupin. He's been released from St. Mungo's. Brilliant. They all yelled out. They toasted their pumpkin juice to their good news. Harry held up his glass to Professor Dumbledore, who toasted his as well. As an afterthought, Harry turned around and held up his glass to Malfoy, just like he would have done before he started sleeping with him. Malfoy scowled at him, and Harry knew he had a hard day of fights with the Slytherins ahead of him. There was no way they would let him get away with mocking their Death Eater parents like that. But Harry had maintained the charade, so Malfoy was safe for another day. Snape would be proud. Harry and Ron both fell asleep in divination that day. They had sat a little bit away from the rest of the Gryffindors so that Lavender and Pavarti wouldn't keep them awake with their giggles about how cute Firenze was when he was stargazing. This turned out to have been a major mistake when they woke up to find that they had been quietly hit with painless hexes. Ron was startled to find when he awoke that he could not see. An image of a serpent covered his entire field of vision. Harry found that his hair had grown quite long. In the darkness of Firenze's classroom, it had grown long enough to cover much of the forest floor surrounding him. It was so long, in fact, that Harry had trouble standing up due to the weight on his head. The Slytherins laughed nastily as they exited. The hexes had been cast quietly in the middle of class. Because of their painless nature, Harry and Ron had slept through them and class had not been disrupted in the slightest. There was now no way to prove who had cast the spells. Harry used his wand to cut of about 15 feet of his hair so that he could walk Ron to the infirmary. They hadn't walked the length of the hallway, when it had grown at least another 10 feet. Harry cut it again, but this time, was seen by Filch, who gave Harry a detention for making a mess in the hallway. During the time it took for Filch to yell at Harry, Harry's hair had grown another 20 feet. Filch followed Harry and Ron to the infirmary. Each time Harry cut his hair so that he could continue to walk without stumbling under the weight, no matter how fast he cleaned it up with a cleaning charm, Filch would hit him with another detention. Eventually, a few DA members came along and helped Harry by just carrying his hair behind him so he wouldn't have to cut it anymore. Harry had 3 detentions and nearly 100 feet of hair by the time he and Ron got to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey came in, highly put out to be seeing Harry and Ron again. "Can't you two stay out of trouble?" she demanded. "We choose not to," said Ron wryly. "Yeah," said Harry with a smile. "Anyway, it's the easiest way to get sent to come and visit you." "Oh, you," said Madame Pomfrey, swatting at Harry. She performed a simple counter curse on Ron, whose vision returned nearly to normal within minutes. He still had a vague after-image of a serpent, but Madame Pomfrey assured him it would fade completely within an hour. She gave Harry a hair growth slowing potion that was often used when a witch or wizard got a haircut they particularly liked. The bad news was that it would take a full day to slow his hair growth completely back to normal. In the meantime, Harry would just have to keep cutting it. Harry groaned. The great hall erupted in laughter when Harry entered for dinner. There was a certain amount of snide jeers from the Slytherin table, but most of the rest of the laughter was a good-natured ribbing that Harry took as well as could be expected. He sat once again with his back to the Slytherins. Hermione had put a self-braiding charm on his hair, so that even as it grew it stayed pulled back in one neat braid. He was very thankful of that when he began eating, because it stayed out of his way, and out of the Gryffindor's food. The potion had begun to slow Harry's hair growth, so that throughout dinner, his hair only grew 16 feet total. Ginny cut his hair twice while they ate. One of the side effects of the hex was a voracious appetite. His body was using a lot of energy to keep the hair growing. Harry ate as slowly as he could, but Ginny remarked that he looked ravenous. Snape swept past the Gryffindor table, pausing for a moment to sneer at Harry. "Mr. Potter, you are well aware that the school's dress code states that male students' hair must be kept trimmed above the collar of their robes. 10 points from Gryffindor, and you will serve a detention with me tonight." Harry could hear the Slytherins laughing. He and his friends scowled, and complained loudly to the rest of the Gryffindors of the injustice. But quietly, Harry was relieved Snape had done that. He had been nervous that his hair would grow out beneath the invisibility cloak tonight and he would be spotted going into the dungeons for his legilimency lesson. He was sure that Snape had thought the same thing. That night, Hermione was helping Ron catch up on his transfiguration homework, so Ginny and Neville walked Harry down to the dungeons for his detention. He told them it would probably be well past curfew by the time he was done, so he would be safe walking back alone. He entered Snape's classroom and closed the door behind him. Snape was sitting at his desk, sneering at him. "Mr. Potter," he said as Harry approached, "for your detention this evening, you will be scrubbing the floors of this classroom. You may not use magic, and that includes wandless spellcasting. You may go when you have finished." Harry's eyes widened just slightly and he caught Snape's eye, and quickly read him. He was joking. Very funny, Harry thought at him. "I thought you would think so," Snape thought back with a small smile. "I see you have been practicing," he said aloud, after casting a silencing charm so that no one could listen from outside the classroom. Harry blushed. "A little," he said guiltily. Snape sneered at him. "Honestly, Mr. Potter, one does not need to be a legilimens to know what you are thinking and feeling, when you offer the information so freely to anyone who so much as looks at you." Harry looked at him quizzically. "Sir, your body language, Mr. Potter, your facial expressions, and your words tell all. You feel guilty about practicing on whomever it was that gave you those hickeys, I imagine. Dumbledore helped you master occlumency, but I wonder why he bothered when you continue to insist upon wearing your heart on your sleeve." Harry gazed at Snape impassively. "Is this better?" he asked. "Much. Your enemy is at this school, Mr. Potter. You are surely aware that the Dark Lord has students watching you. They watch for your reactions to every move he makes. He is watching for signs of weakness. For this reason, it was a particularly impressive move that you resurrected the DA when you did, rather than cowering morosely when attacks began to happen in your name. It was Hermione's idea, admitted Harry. Then you have chosen your friends well, said Snape. You have also once again allowed honesty to get in the way of better judgment. If you must insist on being humble, be humble with your friends. To everyone else, you must project strength of character. The Dark Lord must never know when you are having a bad day, because he will then learn how to create more bad days for you, thus weakening you until you are in no position to fight him. Harry nodded. That makes sense. They began their lesson in Snape's office, setting up a simple alarm charm to alert them if anyone should enter the classroom. Harry had a huge stack of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw first-year essays to pretend to work on grading if someone should enter. He sat directly across from Snape, who sat behind his desk with the Gryffindor and Slytherin essays. Snape began by explaining to Harry what to look for to pick up more complex thoughts than simple words or phrases. Harry was finding this lesson much easier than the last. He felt like he was getting the hang of legilimency. Pretty soon, they had moved on to abstract ideas and emotions. When Snape mimicked the mental processes of love, Harry was caught for a second. What are you doing? He demanded, rising from his seat. He carefully raised his occlumency shields until they were as strong as he could muster. You said I could trust you. And you can, said Snape impassively. You had a strong reaction to that last one, and as our minds were linked, I could not help but catch your current emotional associations with that concept. You were digging. I felt it. Harry was nearly shouting now. Snape's eyes flickered imperceptibly, but it was enough for Harry. He slipped into Snape's mind for that moment. What do you mean? That powerful? How powerful am I? What did you see? Harry, please sit down, said Snape quietly, motioning to Harry's chair. No. Tell me what you saw. Harry was fuming. He felt betrayed. Snape stood up and leaned over his desk. He glared Harry down, his eyes blazing. The sight called to mind Professor Dumbledore when he dueled against Voldemort. Mr. Potter, he said authoritatively, sit down. Harry squared his stance and glared back at Snape evenly. Tell me what you saw. Snape stood up straight and folded his arms across his chest. A small smile played on his lips as he looked at Harry. Slowly the smile grew. Then he started to laugh. Harry was taken aback by seeing Snape laugh a genuine laugh, but he stood his ground. He glared at Snape while Snape sat back down and conjured some tea and scones. He poured them both a cup of tea, and again asked Harry to sit down. Harry did so slowly, still eyeing the potion's master. Have something to eat. I know you're hungry, said Snape. Harry shook his head once, and leaned back in his seat, waiting for an explanation. Harry, your hair has grown at least 20 feet since we've been here, but beyond that, you have been projecting hunger since you arrived here. Even now, with your occlumency shields as strong as they are, you are projecting hunger. Some of the feelings that people have are so visceral that it takes many years of effort to be able to fully cloak them. I commend you on your strength of will, but as there is food in front of you, I see no reason for you to wait any longer to satisfy your appetite. Harry continued to glare at Snape impassively. Indeed, said Snape after a long pause. He sipped his own tea and waited another moment before continuing. In the same way that you are currently projecting hunger, for the past week you have been projecting much frustration over romantic difficulties. You have concealed quite well the nature of these issues, so naturally we have been concerned. Harry raised an eyebrow. Yes, Mr. Potter, myself included. As I have previously explained, you are being carefully watched, and any difficulties you have will be reported to the Dark Lord. While our minds were linked, you had a visceral reaction to the concept of love, projecting to me a combination of other emotions, including lust, guilt, fear, and the ever-present frustration. I attempted to sort through your projection to determine if you were in any sort of trouble. And what about your thoughts dealing with my power? You were able to feel me sorting through emotions you were projecting. That takes an amazing amount of power. And, I might add, after our link had been severed, you must have looked past my occlumency shields in order to know that I had been thinking about your power. That is something that the Dark Lord cannot do, and he is an extraordinarily powerful Legilimens. Harry took a deep breath and released it slowly. He softened his glare at Snape while he thought through all of this information. So I'm more powerful than Voldemort at this as well? He asked carefully. You're more powerful than he is. He has more control than you do. For that reason alone you are not yet ready to face him. But if you agree to continue training, you will gain more control, and you will have nothing to fear of him. Harry looked Snape in the eye. His shields were up, but Harry could see through them. He was telling the truth. I can feel that, Mr. Potter. You just implied that that was a great feat. You must be quite powerful. You felt it when I sorted through emotions you were projecting. That is a great feat. You were carelessly rummaging through my mind. Noticing that takes only skill, of which I have plenty. Snape was still holding his eye even though Harry had not withdrawn from his mind. He did not lower his shields, but he clearly knew that Harry could see past them. You trust me, said Harry. Yes I do, said Snape. Do you still trust me? In answer, Harry leaned forward and took his cup of tea. He sipped it slowly, looking Snape in the eye. Snape knew how hungry Harry was, and wondered why he wasn't eating. I'm projecting strength of character, said Harry. Beg your pardon, asked Snape. That's why I'm not eating. There is no reason for me to let you know that I am hungry. I'll let my friends know when I am hungry. Snape narrowed his eyes, but Harry could tell he was amused. A light tone sounded. Harry quickly picked up a stack of papers and pretended to be grading them while Snape waved his wand, clearing away the tea and scones. Perenelle walked through the door. She looked at the two with a big smile and said, "Oh, look at you two, grading papers like old chums." She turned to Harry. "How's my long-haired guinea pig?" she asked with a light laugh. "Perenelle, I'm starving," said Harry as he stood to hug her hello. He smirked at Snape who conjured more tea and scones, and a plate of sandwiches for Harry. Snape attempted to glare at Harry while doing so, but when Perenelle turned around, a smile forced its way onto his face. "Severus, how do you do?" They leaned across his desk and at each other lightly on the cheek. Harry's eyes were wide as he watched Snape and Perenelle make friendly small talk. Snape was actually beaming with happiness. Presently, Perenelle turned back around. "Merlin, you are hungry." Only then did Harry realize that he was eating, and indeed was already working on his second sandwich. "Yes, Harry was just telling me about his strength of character," said Snape, with a friendly smirk and a raised eyebrow. Harry swallowed and said good-naturedly, "I was actually talking about trust and friendship, Sev." "Harry, I am still your professor," Snape began. Whoa. My bad." The two looked at Perenelle. "The room seemed kind of tense when I walked in, so I was a bit liberal with exuding friendship. You can go back to calling each other Professor Snape and Mr. Potter now." Harry looked at her wide-eyed. "You can do that? Sure thing, kiddo. Kind of neat, huh?" Harry laughed. "Yeah." Perenelle walked over to stand behind Harry, and began to run her fingers across his still braided hair. "We've got to do something about this, though," she said. "You both need haircuts." Snape narrowed his eyes at her, and this time, succeeded in his intended glare. "Perenelle, I have told you. And Severus, I have told you, if you refuse to take care of your hair, the potion's fumes are going to continue to make it all greasy, and will ruin it. If you let me cut it short, it won't take 2 seconds to apply the protective tonics in the morning. I do not wish my hair to be short. Then take the time to apply the tonics. I'm a very busy man. Then let me cut your hair." "Perenelle," said Snape definitively, "no." Harry looked up and saw Perenelle make a mock pouty face at Snape. Then she turned her warm eyes back to Harry. "Maybe Severus won't let me help him." She cast a quick glare at the potion's master. "But you will, right, Harry?" Harry smiled. "Can you make it stop growing so fast?" "Well, let's just see, shall we?" She undid the braiding charm, and ran her fingers all along Harry's scalp, massaging it softly. Her eyes were closed. Eventually she muttered, "Capillus tardus." Harry took a deep breath. He wondered if he really could feel his hair stop growing, or if he had just imagined it. He did feel his hunger die down. Now, Let's cut this overgrown mop. Perenelle said happily. She walked around Harry a few times, studying him purposefully, and finally reached toward him. She pulled at his locks with her left hand. Then, with determined precision, she swept the fingers of her right hand across his hair where she wanted it cut. Harry's 7-foot-long locks fell to the ground in clumps. When she was done, she handed Harry a mirror. His hair was shorter than he had ever worn it. It still stuck up in all directions, but at its new length, it looked to be styled in carefully messy spikes. He looked really good. Harry smiled up at Perenelle. Thanks. He stood up and hugged her. With a wave of his wand, Snape cleared up the last of Harry's fallen hair, and snapped, "Are you quite ready for the potion now?" Harry looked up at him, caught off guard by his sudden return to Snape-ness. He nodded impassively, and sat back down. "What have you got for me today?" "It's a variation of a simple lucid dreaming potion," said Perenelle. "We've spliced it with a very mild bonding potion to see if it aids in your locating Voldemort. And if you do," Snape said sternly, "you are not to try any of your newfound legilimency skills. You have not yet mastered the art of treading lightly. He may recognize your capabilities. If he cannot use them to his advantage, he will certainly find a way to keep you from using them to yours." Harry nodded. "Understood. And Harry," said Perenelle, "when you wake up in the mornings, or in the middle of the night if it happens, use this pen to write down your dreams. It is charmed to aid in memory retention." "Harry," said Snape, looking Harry in the eye. He lowered his occlumency shields completely as a show of good faith. In return, Harry did not look into his mind. "It is also charmed so that you can't leave anything out. This is not because we don't trust you, but because we may not realize something as important until later. For that reason, Perenelle and I have sworn an oath of secrecy in regards to the dealings of the making of this potion. Anything you write with this pen, or tell us, goes no farther unless you choose it to. Do you agree to this?" "Yes, I do." "Wait a minute, does this mean you can't take any credit for making these potions?" "We're not doing this for the glory," said Perenelle. "We're doing it for you." "But this will be a major accomplishment," said Harry. "For which I would be killed," said Snape. "And if I took credit for it, you would be killed." "And I wouldn't want to lose my favorite guinea pig," said Perenelle with a smile. Harry marveled that they were putting so much effort into helping him, expecting nothing in return. He wanted suddenly to hug them both and promise that after he defeated Voldemort he would tell the world how much they helped. "Mr. Potter, kindly take your heart from your sleeve. It is rather disgusting to see such baseless gratitude." Harry sneered in his very best Snape imitation, and said, "Quite." Perenelle laughed. Harry left Snape and Perenelle for the night once the conversation turned to arguments dealing with the complexities of potions brewing. As he slipped down the hallways, he checked his watch and realized it was probably too late to go to the lake. Malfoy doubtfully would have waited that long for him. It was a shame, really. Harry wanted to show off his new haircut. And Harry had Malfoy or one of his friends to thank for it. He thought about Snape giving him detention in the Great Hall, and then pretending that he really was going to make Harry serve detention. Harry had an idea. He slipped on his invisibility cloak and headed through the hallways, back past Snape's classroom, from which he could still hear voices. He continued past the cold and darkening dungeons, until he found himself standing in front of Snape's doorway, staring at a stone carving of a serpent that would only slither out of the way to Snape's password. "Do you understand Parseltongue?" Harry asked. "Yes," said the serpent. "No one has spoken to me in that language in 50 years. Harry shuddered, realizing the last person must have been Tom Riddle. "All the same," he continued, "I am a friend of Professor Snape's. The invisible one he has brought here," said the serpent. Harry was still cloaked. "Yes, that's me. I was wondering if you would be willing to play a bit of a joke on him with me." "Doing what?" "The next time he changes his password, refuse anything he suggests. Come up with ridiculous phrases instead. Professor Snape is very serious. This will be a great joke." "Thank you," said Harry. He turned and headed back to the common room. He noted with a smile when he entered through the portrait hole that quite a few members of Gryffindor House, mostly females, dropped their jaws at the sight of Harry. "Wow, Harry," said Ginny breathlessly. "You look incredible." Harry blushed bright red. He felt a bit uncomfortable that Ginny would say that, but still, he reasoned, if even his sister thought he looked good, Malfoy was surely going to, well, something good. He sat by the fire with his friends and played Exploding Snap until it was late. He trudged up the stairs and changed into his pajamas. Just before he climbed into bed, he cleared his mind, and then drank one vial of the potion Snape and Perenelle had given him. He laid out the pen and a piece of parchment on his beside table. Harry climbed into bed and stared up into the darkness, waiting for sleep to take him. Harry was standing in the middle of what he recognized as the room in which he and Nicholas had practiced wandless spellcasting. The room was huge, though. It was easily the size of the Great Hall. The walls were lined with shelves full of items. He walked forward, and noticed that his footsteps echoed strangely, filling the room with a ghostly hollow sound. Comprehension dawned on him. He was dreaming. He looked around the room, wondering what to do now. Usually his dreams just carried themselves forward. Usually, Harry wasn't fully aware that he was really lying in bed and that everything was in his head. The lucid dreaming potion was definitely working. Well, it was a dream. What could he do? Could he fly? Harry began to run, and took one flying leap. He soared into the air for a second, before heading toward the stone floor. He closed his eyes in concentration, forced himself into the air. He was flying. He turned over, dove back toward the ground. He tumbled across the bouncy stone floor, and jumped to his feet. What else could he do, now that he knew he was asleep? He thought for a second about getting laid, but then remembered that Snape and Perenelle would soon be reading all about this. In fully honest detail. Perhaps he would skip the say. Well, he also had a bonding potion in him, so he supposed he should see how that would work out. Was he ready to try to get into Voldemort's head? But the bonding potion gave him an idea. He scanned the shelves, willing it to be there, and it was. Accio mirror, he said, and a small mirror flew into his hands. He looked into it. Sirius, are you there? Harry smiled as the face of Sirius Black replaced his own reflection. Sirius smiled up at him. Hey, Harry, how are you? All right. I'm asleep. I noticed. Are you really here? You called me. I came. Can you always do that? Come here when I call you, I mean. Sirius furrowed his brow. It is kind of difficult. But I'll always try. Harry smiled. Sirius, I have about a million things I want to talk to you about. I don't even know where to start. Well then, let's start with the most important. You accepted the prophecy. Harry closed his eyes, thinking about the night he lost Sirius. I don't blame you, Harry, said Sirius, knowing what Harry was thinking. I never did, so you can stop with all of that. I miss you so much sometimes. Kid, I miss you too. Your parents say hi, by the way. Harry looked at him in surprise. Are they there? No, not right now. But I told them the last time I saw you, and they said to tell you they love you and they're proud of you. We're all watching over you. You know that, right? I hadn't really thought about it. Well, we are. You got tough times ahead. I know. Harry felt distant again, even in his own dream. Sirius, do you know more? I mean, can you see? Do you know what's going to happen? Sirius smiled kindly. The prophecy is real, Harry. You have the power to defeat Voldemort. It's all a matter of what you do with that power. Harry cast a friendly glare at his godfather. You realize that's not much of an answer, right? Sirius laughed. Sharp as a dragon's claw, you are. I can't really say any more just yet. But I can say that you need to tread carefully with your new, relationship. Harry's eyes flashed dangerously. He opened his mouth, but Sirius cut him off. Don't worry. I know not to mention who it is. Tell that greasy git that he can key my furry tail if he thinks I'm going to reveal my godson's secrets to him. Harry laughed. You're not upset about it then? Of course not. Just keep in mind who it is you've chosen. Keep your eyes open, you know. You mean I should use legilimency on him? Sirius narrowed his eyes. That's your call. I'm not going to get any straight answers or advice from you tonight, am I? Asked Harry with a sarcastic grin. Not unless you want me revealing your secrets to that pointy-nosed, greasy-haired friend of mine, Harry finished, eyeing Sirius reproachfully. But, no, I don't want you to reveal my secrets to him. You and Snape, Sirius laughed. That's something, let me tell you. How's your wandless spellcasting coming? Pretty well. Why didn't you ever tell me my mother could do it? Sirius shrugged. I didn't know myself. Lily had apparently wanted to keep it a secret until she was trained. She figured it would only make you three more of a target. She only told James and Dumbledore, well, and Nicholas and Perenelle when they came to England to train her. But then she had to go into hiding. Harry was withdrawing into memories that weren't his own. He imagined the fear surrounding his parents' decision to go into hiding. It must have been an awful time. Sirius changed the subject. How do you feel about Legilimency? Okay. I guess. I mean, I'm really getting the hang of it, but I just feel so guilty whenever I use it on anyone but Snape. Good. Shows you've got character. But don't let that stop you from using it on Voldemort. Harry rolled his eyes. Well, that is a special circumstance, isn't it? It is indeed. Have you gone into his head yet? No. I wanted to talk to you first. I'm honored. You should be. They laughed. I guess it's time then, they said at the same time. Sirius, I'm sorry I didn't ever use the mirror, said Harry, feeling like his heart was breaking. No problem, Harry. I understand now why you didn't. The room began to grow dark. Harry, before you're gone, you've got courage, and you're strong. You've got a good heart. Use all of these things, okay? No matter how much it hurts. They'll see you through. Harry nodded. Sirius. The room went dark. The mirror was gone. Miss you. Harry knew that feeling. It was quite familiar. He reached his hand out and stroked his pet snake that was curled around a thick branch that hung from the ceiling. He was sitting at his desk, lost in thought. He was alone in his study except for Nagini. Harry was tempted to make his way deeper into Voldemort's thoughts, but he didn't dare after Snape's warning. He stayed on the surface, just getting used to the feeling. He wanted to know it for when he needed to come back. He stood up, walking into the bathroom. It was a luxuriously large room with a circular tub that was 8 feet in diameter. He turned on the faucets, and felt the warm water as it poured forth. He stood up, looked into the full-length mirror, and began to undress. Harry woke up. I did not need to see that, he said aloud. Harry sat at the breakfast table facing the Slytherins. He hadn't gotten to see Malfoy the night before, and he wanted to see if he could make eye contact with him, let him know he was sorry, and see his reaction to Harry's new haircut. Filch had cornered Harry on the way to the Great Hall and told him he would be serving his detentions for the next 3 nights. He seemed positively filled with glee, so Harry knew that he had 3 very long nights ahead of him. He was wondering how to let Malfoy know this when his friends arrived to breakfast. You're up early, said Ginny, ruffling his short hair. Bad dream, said Harry simply. Yeah, how did it go? Asked Hermione. Well, it was good at first. I even got to talk to Sirius. Harry launched into an explanation of everything that had happened in his dream. It was especially fresh on his mind since he had spent nearly an hour writing about it before the pen had been satisfied that he had told everything about the dream there was to tell. Ew. They all yelled out when he got to the part about Voldemort undressing for his bath. So you can understand why I couldn't get back to sleep after I finished writing about it. I had to write down every little detail about his body, including his. That's enough, stated Ron, pushing his plate away. Harry laughed and winked at Ginny, who handed over a sickle. During the summer last year, Ginny and Harry had made a bet on who could disgust Ron enough to get him to stop eating. After a few weeks of making everyone sick except Ron, they had mostly given up, but kept trying from time to time. After 3/4 of a year, Harry had finally won the bet. He looked up to see Malfoy coming into the Great Hall with his arm around Pansy. Her hair was ruffled, and she looked dazed and happy. Malfoy was wearing a cocky smirk. He didn't even glance over to the Gryffindor table, and he sat with his back to Harry. Harry growled softly, and looked angrily down at his plate. But then he remembered what Snape had said about projecting strength of character. He forced the scowl off his face and rejoined his friends in conversation. The Gryffindor Quidditch team had practice Saturday and Sunday afternoons, and Harry had detention Saturday and Sunday nights, so that left Harry with precious little time over the weekend to complete his homework. He had absolutely no downtime. Filch was indeed glad that Harry had earned 3 detentions, because Filch had just swept, mopped, and waxed the stairs of the North Tower, and wanted Harry to do the others during his detentions. It was long, slow, arduous, boring, tiring, back-breaking, pointless work. Harry knew that if Filch would let him use magic, he'd be done with all of the towers in one night. As it was, Mrs. Norris watched him very closely, ready to whisk off to fetch Filch at the faintest whisper of a spell. Harry only finished the East Tower Saturday night. That night, Harry returned to Voldemort's head. Once again, Voldemort wasn't doing anything very exciting, so Harry just hung around, soaking up the surroundings and getting used to the feel of Voldemort. After a very long time, a few Death Eaters came in. They reported that they had failed again to gain control of Fudge. The man was just too well protected for anyone to get close enough to use the Imperious Curse on him. Voldemort grew angry, and the pain in Harry's scar pushed him into the waking world before the imminent torturing began. Harry wrote down everything he could remember. It was very early in the morning, but he couldn't get back to sleep. He made his way to the common room and worked on his homework. This had apparently been essay week, because every single teacher he had assigned at least 4 feet. He eventually fell back asleep, his face pressed down on the still wet ink of his History of Magic essay. Ginny had a good laugh when she woke him up that morning. "What's that about Native American dancing rituals?" she asked, squinting at his cheek. Harry grumbled and made his way upstairs to clean up before heading to breakfast. Once again, Malfoy sat with his back to Harry, and did not so much as glance at him. Once again, Harry pretended that this did not bother him in the slightest. He worked on his homework all morning, practiced Quidditch all afternoon, and cleaned stairs late into the night. He trudged up the now pristine steps to the Gryffindor common room, exhausted and aching all over. He really hoped Voldemort would be in a nonviolent mood tonight, and that he would have no desire to take a bath or otherwise undress his person. Harry really wanted a full night's sleep. No such luck. Voldemort was highly agitated when Harry arrived in his head, and a searing pain throbbed in his forehead. But Harry held on, forcing down the pain, when he realized that Snape was in the room. He had the immediate impression that the potion's master was in no danger, but he held on to make sure. Snape was informing him that Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel were current guests of Dumbledore's at Hogwarts, and would be staying for an unspecified amount of time, and for an unspecified reason. All Dumbledore would tell him was that his old friends had come for a visit. Both of the Flammels had shown a great interest in Snape's potions laboratory. They were far more powerful than Snape, and affected him in strange ways, causing him to smile and be amicable against his own desire. He feared they may come to suspect him of an allegiance with Voldemort if they continued to use such magic on him. Harry was very interested to hear that the Flammels were at Hogwarts, under Dumbledore's protection. This meant one of 2 things. Either they had decided to recreate the Sorcerer's Stone after realizing they did not want to die after all, or they had somehow surmised that Voldemort had planned on abducting them and forcing them to create one for him. Voldemort had not been able to find their previous hiding spot, but now he knew exactly where they were. He wondered if it would necessary to attack Hogwarts, if he could simply abduct the Flammels from the grounds with a few well-placed operatives, perhaps with the help of Polyjuice Potion. Or, perhaps easier still, if Snape could manage his way into the good graces of the Flammels, and came to find out they were in fact creating another stone, he may be able to simply steal it from them as soon as it was completed. Harry instructed Snape that he was to continue to allow the Flammels to cause Snape to be amicable, and that he was to find out if they had come to Hogwarts with the intention of creating another Sorcerer's Stone. Snape nodded in obedience, and Harry ordered him back to his post. He returned to his study and began to pace, excited at the prospect of finally achieving immortality. The longer he paced, the less Harry's scar burned, the less he had to focus on keeping the pain down. Finally, Harry was just skimming the surface of Voldemort's thoughts with very little effort. Voldemort was reviewing and revising his plans for the future, trying to decide what exactly was necessary in order to get the world back on track, in order to fix the many things that had gone wrong so long ago. He was relieved at the idea of immortality, because it gave him the time to actually make the world a better place. Harry woke himself up, outraged and confused. Did Voldemort really think that everything that he was doing was for the overall betterment of the world? The urge to dig deeper had been almost overpowering, until Harry had finally had to force himself to wake up so that Voldemort would never know he had been in his head. Harry rolled over and grabbed the pen and parchment. A quick lumos lit Harry's darkened bed enough for him to see what he was writing. He wrote for a long time, capturing every thought Voldemort had had regarding Snape, the Flamels, Hogwarts, the Sorcerer's Stone, and his plans for the future. Harry checked his watch. It was just after 3 a.m. There was no way he was going to be able to sleep again that night. He threw on some clothes, gathered his parchments full of dreams. He slipped on his invisibility cloak, and headed for the dungeons. Harry walked quickly, wondering if he should really do this. He finally decided he didn't care if he should or not, he was going to. When he reached the stone serpent, Harry hissed in Parseltongue, "Is Professor Snape in?" "Hello, Invisible One," replied the serpent. "Yes, he is. Shall I call him for you?" "Please do," said Harry. Harry stood waiting for a few moments, wondering if Snape had already fallen asleep, and how he would react to Harry's visit. Presently, the door opened, revealing a tired-looking Snape in night robes. Snape stood back for a second, indicating that Harry should enter with a slight move of his hand. Then he stepped out into the hallway and hissed angrily, "There is no one here, you infernal serpent. Do not wake me with such pranks again." He stepped back inside, and cast a silencing charm on the room. Harry stepped out from his cloak. Snape was glaring at him while he set his things down on the table in the sitting area, but as soon as Harry looked up at him, his eyes turned to concern. "Harry, you look exhausted." "I am," Harry agreed. "I can't sleep more than a few hours on this potion." Snape nodded. "I was afraid of that. And the few hours you do get are probably not productive sleep, since you are presumably doing magic to enter the Dark Lord's head rather than simply resting. If that is the case, I haven't had any real sleep since Thursday night. Class is gonna be a bye.ch tomorrow. Especially mine," said Snape with a raised eyebrow. "Did you know that Voldemort had plans to abduct Nicholas and Perenelle?" "Not specifically, but we realized there was a good chance of it after he returned to power. They were hidden by the Fidelis charm before they came to Hogwarts. They are just as safe here." Harry shook his head. "Voldemort wants you to swipe the Sorcerer's Stone if they make another one. And if they don't, he's going to send some Death Eaters to Hogwarts, disguised with Polyjuice Potion, to abduct them so he can torture them into making a stone for him." Snape massaged the bridge of his nose and sat down. Harry sat across from him. "Well, we knew it was only a matter of time before he made a move against Hogwarts. And I suppose it is more his style to make it such a subversive attack. Think of the fear it would inspire." He laughed dryly. Harry gave him a wary smile. Snape caught his eye for a second, but looked away quickly. Harry was growing more and more tired by the second. "I'll just leave these dream notes, if that's okay. After you read them, let me know what you think the Order should know so that I can inform Dumbledore." Snape nodded, and they stood up. As they walked to the door, Snape asked, "Mr. Potter, did you have any trouble with the serpent guarding my door when you arrived this evening?" Harry shook his head, looking down at the invisibility cloak he was preparing to put on, just in case he couldn't pull off the innocent look. "Why?" he asked. Snape looked almost calculating. Or maybe that was Harry's imagination. "It didn't say anything strange to you." "No," said Harry. He slipped on the invisibility cloak to cover the smile he was about to break into. "Although it does seem to like that I'm invisible. It called me your invisible friend, or something like that." The puzzled and perturbed look on Snape's face was priceless. The serpent's passwords must really be getting to him. Snape had not been lying when he implied his class would be a rough one. He didn't let it show, but Harry could tell that Snape was tired after his late-night meetings with Voldemort, and then with Harry. He snarled his instructions, insulted his students, and docked more points from Gryffindor in a single class period than Harry could ever remember him doing. But even without all of these telling behaviors, Harry sensed Snape's thoughts were slower than usual. He only looked once, however, because Snape immediately began yelling at him for stirring his potion too slowly, and docked 20 points from Gryffindor for the mistake. He also held Harry after class, yelling about his ineptitude until every other student had filed out of the room. Then he quietly told Harry that his dream notes had given Snape and Perenelle sufficient information to begin work on the next potion. He therefore had no need to continue the current potion for the rest of the week. And that he should go to Dumbledore's office after dinner and report to him Voldemort's thoughts in dealing with Nicholas and Perenelle. Then he yelled at Harry to get out of his classroom and not come back until he had learned to follow directions and brew a decent potion. Outside the classroom, Ron and Hermione were waiting. Harry also noticed Malfoy and Blaise Zabini were hanging around nearby. Harry spoke loud enough to make sure Malfoy overheard him. "Ron, I forgot to ask if you would captain the team at practice tonight. I have another detention with Filch, and I just know he's going to have me cleaning steps until dawn for the third night in a row." Ron gave Harry a weird look. "Mate, you asked me on Friday if I would. I told you it was no problem." Hermione looked at him, concerned. "Are you okay, Harry?" Harry ran his fingers through his short hair as he passed by Malfoy and Zabini. "Yeah, just tired, I guess." He glanced at Malfoy, who never once looked in his direction. That afternoon, Harry was studying in the library with Luna. Harry had been surprised when he realized that, despite Luna's quirks, she was amazingly brilliant when it came to her studies. She absorbed information even better than Hermione. Studying with her was interesting because she thought about things differently than anyone else. Whenever he asked Hermione a question, she would delve into a long explanation of established theories. Luna had her own theories, which were far more interesting than those in the books, and which Harry often found very memorable. Luna was deep into an explanation of the evolution of the use of dragon scales when Ginny stormed into the library and flung herself into the seat across from Harry. Harry looked up into the scowling eyes of his red-headed sister, and for a moment, feared for his life. But he gulped his fear down, and asked calmly, "Is something the matter, Ginny?" "Yes," she snapped. Luna looked at Ginny with a spacey smile. Dragon scales can also be used in problem-solving drafts. This was discovered in 324 AD when Kermit the Questioner couldn't sleep for 5 days while he wondered about the meaning of life. Some say that his frustration led him to trying every magical component he could think of in his potion to help him find the answer, but I think it was a hallucination caused by sleep deprivation that inspired him to add dragon scales too. "I don't need a problem-solving draft," said Ginny angrily. "What I need is for Harry to pick up a quill and a piece of parchment and write Victor Krum and tell the Bulgarian son of a bi.ch to stop writing to Hermione to set up a meeting time for him with Harry." Harry slapped his forehead. "I forgot. Don't tell me he wrote her again. It's only been a few days." "Well, he's impatient. And a jerk." "No. Hi, how are you? I miss you. Just, why haven't you set up a meeting for me with Harry? Are you still mad?" She spat, imitating Victor's accent. "I mean, what a git. It's only been 2.5 weeks since he dumped her." "He misses her," said Luna airily. "And he's worried. He doesn't know how to say that, so he writes to her about Harry instead. He's probably trying to keep a friendship open by reminding her that they have things in common, like wanting to help Harry fight the Dark Lord." Ginny's jaw dropped. Harry was floored. They sat there in silence for a moment looking at Luna, and thinking over this new insight. Finally, Harry opened his bag, and said, "At any rate, I'll write him right now." Ginny nodded. "And all Luna, will you come with me to talk to Hermione? She thinks Victor doesn't care about her at all, and I think it would help to hear your point of view." Luna nodded, and left with Ginny, while Harry set to work on his letter to Victor. He politely explained that Hermione was very busy, and suggested Victor just write him whenever he needed to talk to him. Hermione might like to hear from him, but not about business matters with Harry. He could meet him during the next Hogsmeade weekend, or, if he were coming to visit Dumbledore again, Victor could request Harry's presence at the meeting. He reread the letter a few times, and then packed up his bag to head to dinner. But as soon as he stepped out in the hallway, he was met by a very angry Crabbe. I told you to stay away from Luna. He yelled, and then punched Harry in the side of the head. Everything went black. Harry missed dinner, but woke up in time for detention. He was really sore, and Madame Pomfrey told him she had to mend several broken ribs. Harry had faint bruises on his face and torso, but Madame Pomfrey assured him they would completely fade away before he went to bed that night. Harry was relieved that he had not been cursed at all, and that his wand remained unharmed. Harry decided this was probably not a resurrection of the anti-DA attacks so much as a jealous crab attack. Somehow, that made him feel better. Dumbledore ambled into the infirmary as Harry was getting ready to go. They sat down and Harry told him every thought Voldemort had regarding Nicholas and Perenelle. Dumbledore repeated what Snape had told him. They hadn't known this for sure, but it was not unexpected. Harry was exhausted after detention, and extremely happy that he didn't have to take any potions before bed. He slept the full night. After Quidditch practice the next night, Harry snuck down to the lake to wait for Malfoy, but he never showed up. Harry was pissed off, and even more frustrated, as he headed back to the Gryffindor common room. Hermione was asleep in a chair by the fireplace, surrounded by stacks of books. As Harry walked over to her, he noticed that one of the open books was actually a box disguised as a book. Inside was a huge stack of letters to Hermione from Viktor Krum. "Hey, my own," Harry said softly, rubbing her tear-stained cheek. She roused, and looked at him with huge red eyes. "You and Victor wrote to each other a lot, didn't you?" She nodded as she sat up and began gathering her things. He'd send them by evening post so I could read them by candlelight. He thought it made his words more romantic. "Did it?" "Yes," she whispered, tears welling up again. Harry sat down next to her and pulled her into a hug. "It's okay, my own," he whispered softly. "I know," she sniffed. "It's just that we shared everything. And I guess that Luna has a point about him trying to keep our communication open, but it would just be easier, I don't know, if it was all or nothing." Harry nodded and sat back in his seat. "I know what you mean," he said. Hermione eyed him glumly. "You too, huh?" Harry nodded, really wishing he could speak openly about it. "He won't talk to me," he said sullenly, trying to convey all of the pain and confusion and frustration he felt in that simple statement. "He?" asked Hermione. "Harry, are you gay?" He shrugged. "I don't think so. I mean, I like girls too." He laughed dryly. "After Cho, I'd say I'm just not very good with girls, but I'm not doing too hot here either." "Who is it?" Harry shook his head slowly. "He doesn't want me to tell anyone." "Was he Muggle-born?" asked Hermione. Harry looked at her like he was about to laugh, so she clarified, "I mean, does he have some taboo against his sexuality?" "No, it's just because it's me." Hermione nodded. "People might think he was just using you." Harry stared at the fire. She was wrong the way she meant it, but her words struck true in Harry's heart. "Do you think he's using you?" Harry just looked into the fire. They leaned on each other's shoulders across the armrests of the chairs they sat in and stared into the fire. They didn't say anything, but Harry felt very close to his best friend, sharing the intimate feeling of heartache with her. Wednesday night after Quidditch practice, Harry pulled on his invisibility cloak and headed to the third floor for a wandless spellcasting lesson with Nicholas. "Well, you seem to be in a bad mood," said Nicholas pleasantly when Harry arrived. Harry tried to smile, but it didn't work out so well. "Ah, troubles of the heart, Do you want to talk about it?" "Not really." "All right, then let's get to work. No use wallowing around, right?" Harry thought about how Perenelle had used magic to lighten the mood in Snape's office, and he wondered why Nicholas wasn't doing the same. As it was, Harry was hurt and frustrated, and was getting quite irritated at Nicholas' perpetually jovial mood. "Well, it's late and I dare say you're tired already after Quidditch practice, so why don't we skip the review, and head straight into some more complex spells?" Harry nodded. "How are you at Transfiguration?" "Okay," said Harry. "You're lying," said Nicholas. "Professor McGonagall tells me you're quite good at it, and that she has noticed a marked improvement this year over last." Harry shrugged. "Okay, I'm pretty good." "That's better. Now, why don't we start easy?" He raised his hand and a statue of a gargoyle flew into it. Harry recognized it from his last lesson. See if you can manage to transfigure this stone statue into a wooden sculpture of a mouse. Harry scoffed to himself. That would be no problem. He raised his hand, but at the last minute, decided to one-up Nicholas. He transfigured the statue into a real mouse. Nicholas looked delighted. You didn't even need to warm up. Have you been practicing, then? A little, said Harry, nonchalantly. He was feeling a strange flux of emotion within him. His Malfoy-inspired heartache hadn't declined, and now he also felt irritated at his friend Nicholas, and felt like he needed to show off to the man. He didn't know why he had the sudden desire, the sudden need to impress him, but he did. Can't you come up with something more challenging? Harry growled. Why was he growling? Nicholas stood up swiftly. Transfigure this table into a horse, he commanded. Harry looked at the table, and it became a horse. The horse looked alarmed, and started to buck. Harry transfigured it into a glass of water, a very difficult change even with the use of his wand. Nicholas looked at him wide-eyed. Harry felt his emotions calm, and he looked down to the glass of water. Pardon my language, said Nicholas, but bloody hell, Harry. What did I do? Asked Harry. Was that good? Well, 2 weeks ago, you were having trouble with a basic summoning charm. You just transfigured a horse into a glass of water with glance. That is unbelievable progress. Harry looked at Nicholas, and could tell he was hiding something. He felt friendly with him again, and didn't feel right about prying into his mind. Wait, what happened to all that anger I felt toward him a minute ago? What did you do to me? Harry demanded. Nicholas regarded him for a moment, and then looked down to the glass of water. It became a table, and Nicholas sat back down. He motioned for Harry to take his seat, which he did. I allowed your emotions free rein, said Nicholas simply. So you two can just manipulate people however you want? Asked Harry. Nicholas furrowed his brow. No. Well, I guess we could if we tried. Mainly, we just exude what comes naturally to us. Love, friendship, peace, all of that. And we are capable of lowering people's control over their emotions. We typically use those two abilities together in order to help smooth over situations of needless conflict. Sometimes fights need to happen, said Harry reasonably. And sometimes they don't. You and Snape do not need to fight right now, for instance, which is why Perenelle helped to smooth your troubled feelings last week. Harry nodded. I had noticed that when you were in a heightened emotional state, your powers seemed to increase dramatically. Or perhaps you just felt freer in using them. So I lowered your control over your emotions without enveloping you with, as we call them, the sweeter emotions. And suddenly, you were able to transfigure a horse into a glass of water. Harry suspected he already knew the answer, but he asked anyway. Again, why didn't you tell me first? It wouldn't have worked if I had told you. Of course. No, really, you wouldn't have believed me if I told you you could do that. But now you have done it, so now you have proof. Now let's see if we can get you to do that kind of thing without your emotions running rampant. Harry eyed Nicholas warily, and Nicholas grinned at him. Harry couldn't help it. He grinned back. Are you making me happy again? He asked accusingly. I am having no more effect on you now than I normally have on people. Swear. Swear. They practiced more complex spells, and Harry found that he had more power than he had ever before suspected. Even spells that he normally would have found difficult using a wand, he was able to cast effectively, just because he believed he could do it. After they were done for the night, Harry was exhausted. He snuck out to the lake anyway, just in case Malfoy was there. He was not. Thursday and Friday were a blur of academics, Quidditch game preparations, and personal hurt and frustration over a blonde-haired boy who wouldn't look at Harry except to berate him. Harry was trying to figure out how to talk to Malfoy, but short of attacking him and hoping they landed detention together, he just didn't see how that was possible. Harry was always surrounded by a protective throng of DA members, especially after Crabbe's attack, and Malfoy was always flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, and often had Pansy draped around him like a second robe. There was simply no way to get the boy alone. During divination, the Slytherins kept up a steady stream of whispered insults to Harry and Ron. Harry had an idea. He waited for Malfoy to verbally attack him, and then whispered back furiously, "Quit haunting me, Malfoy." Malfoy showed no signs of registering Harry's use of the word. He just burst out laughing with the rest of the Slytherins. Harry stared at him hard, willing himself not to use legilimency to figure out what he was thinking. It just didn't seem fair. He kept thinking about how Sirius said that not using legilimency at his whim meant that he had character. He stared into Malfoy's eyes, which were not lovely, but narrowed with his derisive laughter. Harry thought about how kind his eyes could be when they were alone, when Malfoy was smiling at him, telling him secrets and asking him about himself. He made up his mind. Harry blinked once, and then opened. He cracked a grin, and noticed that Malfoy's snide smirk faltered for a hair of a second as he watched Harry smiling at him. He had been thinking about how he wanted to maul Harry, who looked so good with his new haircut. Then, when Harry grinned, a wave of very explicit thoughts raced through his head. Harry smiled, and leaned back against the tree behind him. As a cover for his sudden smile, he turned to Ron and whispered, "Imagine Hermione having private divination lessons with Trelawney." Ron snorted at the accompanying mental image, and he whispered back, "Mark my words, Hermione is going to eat that woman alive before all is said and done." Harry put his hands behind his head, glanced over to Malfoy, and said with a smile, "Ron, I don't doubt it for a minute." When Harry arrived to breakfast the next morning before the Hufflepuff game, the rest of his team was already assembled at a table in the Great Hall. He slid into a seat between Ginny and Christopher, and began to load his plate. He was tired, and cursed himself for going out to the lake the night before after Quidditch practice. He had specifically ordered his team to bed to get enough sleep, but then he snuck out to the lake to wait in vain for Malfoy to appear. "You're eating?" asked Ginny incredulously. Harry looked down at his plate. While lost in his thoughts, he had already eaten half his breakfast. "Yeah, why? You never eat before a game." Harry shrugged. "I guess my nerves are getting better, huh?" Just then, a large group of loud Slytherins, with Malfoy in their midst, walked in, carrying a number of signs portraying a badger devouring a fluffy lion cub. One sign said, "Potter and the Beepcats." Another said, "Gryffindors are pussies." The Slytherins were cheering for the Hufflepuff team, and yelling out, "Potter is a beep. Weasleys are pussies. Billings is a beep." And so on. The Hufflepuffs, rather than rallying behind the anti-Gryffindor spirit, blushed and hid their faces. Ernie Macmillan jumped up immediately and strode over to the Gryffindor table where the Quidditch team was sitting, and stated loudly, "The Hufflepuffs had nothing to do with that." Harry waved him off. "Of course you don't, Ernie. It's okay." Ginny held up a basket of pastries and asked kindly, "Muffin?" Okay, said Ernie uncertainly. He took a muffin, and returned to his seat. The Hufflepuffs began leaving the Great Hall in embarrassment when one of the fourth-year Slytherins yelled out, "Badgers eat beep." Professor McGonagall swept down from the head table and gave him a detention for lewd language at the breakfast table. The Slytherin tried to point to the picture of the badger eating the lion cub, but she took 10 points from Slytherin for talking back. Then she ordered the rest of the Slytherins to take their disgusting signs out of the Great Hall. The Slytherins left, but took a detour so that they walked past the Gryffindor Quidditch team, whispering disgusting insults involving the word beep. When Crabbe passed by Harry and Ginny, 6 Gryffindors had to jump up to hold back Ron and Ginny to keep them from pummeling the overgrown oaf. Harry and the rest of the Gryffindors focused on calming down their team members. He looked up to see Professors McGonagall and Snape step into a small room in the back of the Great Hall. As soon as the door closed, the hall went quiet as McGonagall's voice carried through the door, screaming at Snape for not maintaining better control of his house. The Gryffindors all started to chuckle, and they headed outside for the game. The Slytherins' tactics to unsettle the Gryffindor Quidditch team backfired. The Hufflepuffs were far more outdone. The Hufflepuff team all personally apologized to the Gryffindor team before the game started. The Gryffindors said not to worry about what they Slytherins were doing, but the Hufflepuffs were embarrassed, and it really hurt their game. Harry really hoped he would find the snitch early on. The Gryffindors were creaming the Hufflepuffs, who weren't really putting up much of a fight. They faltered every time they heard a yell referring to their opposition as pussies. The Slytherins never seemed to catch on to what they were doing, because the worse Hufflepuff did, the more they yelled. Harry caught the snitch 15 minutes into the game. The final score was 260 to 30. He didn't even feel like celebrating. Harry spent most of the day in the library doing homework with Hermione and Neville. When he trudged down the steps to the dungeons that night for his legilimency lesson, he was mentally exhausted. He walked through Snape's open classroom door, and into his office. He stood before him and thought, "Why'd you let them do it?" Snape caught the thought, and what it was referring to, and he sighed. Sometimes you let your strategy get the better of you. It's a good lesson for them to learn that sometimes you should change course midway through. They stuck to their strategy today, and it didn't work. Hufflepuff lost. It was a mistake they will hopefully never make again. Harry was sullen. It wasn't fair how we won the game. Your victory was a result of a Slytherin mistake, thought Snape wryly. You should be happy. Well, when you put it that way, I can almost forget that we won because the Slytherins bullied the Hufflepuffs into submission. Why? I feel better already. Sarcasm is unbecoming of you, Mr. Potter. Harry rolled his eyes. You've got too much heart, Harry. Just take your victories and be happy. Snape stood up and walked out the door. Harry followed him through the halls and to the stone serpent. Snape came to an abrupt stop in front of his door, and glared at the stone serpent loathingly. Harry wondered for a second why they had stopped, but then he remembered his password prank. Snape must really not want to say whatever it was in front of Harry. For the first time all day, Harry felt a little perk of glee as he waited in anticipation. I would like to change my password, Snape said authoritatively. I'm sorry, hissed the serpent. That option is not available at the moment. Snape cursed under his breath. Harry stifled his laughter. That is not the correct password, hissed the serpent. I am aware of that, said Snape, his voice dripping with poison. I am also aware that it is my prerogative to change the password to my quarters whenever I see fit. I would like to do so now. I'm sorry. That option is not available. Oh, for the love of, barked Snape, frustrated. He crossed his arms over his chest and glared at the serpent. Man, if looks could kill, thought Harry to himself. Finally, Snape opened his lips just barely, and through clenched teeth, he growled, I love that dragon fresh feeling. Harry clasped his hands over his mouth. The serpent slithered out of the way and Snape's door swung open. They entered and Snape closed the door quickly. Harry flung himself on the floor laughing. Snape towered over him, watching two disembodied feet kick around on his floor. He cast a silencing charm and yelled, Oh, get up. Harry stood up and stumbled over to the sitting area, still laughing. He pulled off his invisibility cloak and sat down, wiping tears from his eyes. Thanks, Professor. I really needed that, he said. I'm glad my misfortune amuses you, Mr. Potter, said Snape. He waved his wand and a tea set appeared. Allow me, sir, said Harry, leaning forward to pour their tea. What are we doing tonight? Snape glared at Harry as he sat down. We're going to try to teach you some subtlety. Harry looked at Snape apprehensively. Is this going to hurt? Snape smirked viciously. After that little display, most definitely. The only way for Harry to understand the technique of treading lightly in someone's mind was for Snape to show him. He trampled through Harry's thoughts, so that Harry felt everything. Then he tiptoed, explaining to him what he was doing differently. Harry and Snape slid through each other's thoughts and emotions, careful for the time being not to look at anything too personal. Harry found that he did have enough control over this new power to be able to navigate to a certain extent. Snape was not as powerful as Harry, but he had far more skill and control. In fact, Harry was dumbfounded as he slid through Snape's mind to begin to understand just how much skill and control the wizard had. A lesser wizard would have gone mad after experiencing even 1/100th of the things Snape had been through. Harry never delved deeply into these memories. He would just glance over them, get the gist, and move on. Harry closely guarded any thought or feeling he had regarding Draco Malfoy, and the password prank, but he allowed Snape access to all other memories as a show of good faith. Despite his earlier threat, Snape never abused this access. He just glided through, explaining to Harry the different techniques he was using to get to different places. Harry made incredible progress during this lesson. Snape informed him that if he kept up at this rate, by summer he would be able to put on an invisibility cloak, walk up and stand in front of the Dark Lord, and read his most intimate thoughts without him ever knowing he was there. I doubt that, said Harry. I don't, said Snape. Snape walked him to the door. Harry had his invisibility cloak slung over his arm as he looked at the man whose mind he had been linked to all evening. He was almost as tall as the potion's master now. Harry wondered when that happened. Snape used to be so tall and intimidating, but now. He stuck out his hand. Well, Harry, it's been a pleasure. Harry took his hand and shook it. As always, Severus. Harry felt a strong emotion well up in him, something akin to grief. He realized it had Snape's feel to it. It was Snape's emotion. Without thinking, Harry stepped forward and pulled Snape into a hug. Snape froze for a second, but then hugged Harry back firmly. They pulled back after a moment, and Harry flung his invisibility cloak on. I'll see you in class, Professor. Good night, Mr. Potter. Harry had an idea as he walked away from the dungeons. He checked his watch, and once he was certain it was not too late to try this, he headed to the Ollery. He had a quill and a scratch bit of parchment in his robe pocket. He wrote a quick note. Meet me at midnight in the locker room on the far side of the Quidditch field. Come alone. Phantom. Hedwig had flown down and perched on Harry's shoulder. Harry tied the bit of parchment to her, and directed her to find Malfoy in the dungeons. Hedwig looked at Harry reproachfully. Harry said, I know. But will you please do it? Hedwig hooted softly and nipped Harry's ear. Then she took off. Harry went for a walk around the lake. The nights were definitely warming up, but it was still quite cool outside. Harry shuddered in a breeze. He checked his watch, and headed to the locker room. He opened the locker at the end of the row by the back wall, and stood silently next to it, still cloaked. He hoped that Malfoy would come. He hoped that he caught the Phantom reference, and wanted to come. He really hoped he didn't bring backup. Harry was going to stay cloaked until Malfoy came, and Harry was sure that they were alone. Harry looked at his watch. It was after midnight. How was Hedwig going to get into the dungeons underneath the lake? Was that even possible? Surely Slytherins had some way of receiving things by evening post. Didn't they? Harry heard footsteps. One person. One set of footsteps, walking quickly down the first row. Harry peered around. It was Malfoy. As soon as Malfoy stepped back out of sight, Harry slid off his cloak and stuffed it in the open locker. He walked quietly forward, wanting to sneak up on him. But Malfoy heard him and turned around. He was fuming. What the F.K. are you playing at, Potter? Everyone at this school knows you're Ruddy Owl. Do you want my father to kill me? Harry ran forward and jumped him. Malfoy tried to fight him off at first, thinking he was being attacked, but Harry was persistent. He wrapped his arms fiercely around the struggling Slytherin, found his lips, and pressed himself into him. Malfoy responded. He grabbed Harry's arm roughly, reached his other hand up and clenched his short hair. He pulled Harry's head back, and bit into his neck. Harry gasped. He slid his hands down Malfoy's back, grabbed his behind firmly, and lifted him off the ground. Malfoy wrapped his legs around Harry's middle. Harry turned and pushed him up against a locker. The room echoed with the bang. Harry thrust into him. Malfoy clawed at his back. Harry lowered him and stepped back, and they all but tore each other's robes off before pressing themselves back into each other. They slowly dropped to the floor, tearing off shirts and shoes and pants as they went. They wrestled and bit, clawed and pulled. They struggled with desperate, gasping keys as they fought against each other on the floor for dominance. Malfoy Ned as Harry pushed into him. Their knees ached against the cold, hard floor, but they couldn't stop. They wouldn't stop. The pain and the consequences were a million miles away. Harry groaned as he came, collapsing on the Slytherin. Malfoy turned over, pulled him up, and walked Harry into the third shower stall. He rotated the faucet head, and tantalizingly warm water splashed down. Harry was on his knees again, and Malfoy was moaning. He was running his fingers through Harry's hair, and slamming his hand against the wall. He shuddered, gasping. His eyes were closed and he felt soft lips against his. He slumped against the wall, wrapping his arms around Harry, and taking him into a passionate, salty kiss, while the water rinsed their sweat away. Harry pulled back and looked at the gorgeous bee, owned whose hair was dripping into his eyes. Malfoy reached up and rubbed Harry's short hair fondly. Next time, he said softly, use another owl, okay. Harry was dead on his feet as he set his book bag down to begin his wandless spellcasting lesson. Perenelle is not going to be happy, said Nicholas with a smile. Why not? Asked Harry dully. She and Severus have been working long hours to ensure that your next potion doesn't hinder your sleep. But it looks as though it's all for naught, since you're not sleeping anyway. Harry grinned and rubbed his hair. It was a habit he had picked up since Perenelle had cut it so short. Most of the girls he knew, and Malfoy, had also picked up the habit of rubbing Harry's hair. Of course, Malfoy only rubbed his hair when they were alone. I've been staying up late with a friend. Nicholas beamed. Well, I assume that means that your love crisis has been resolved. Yeah, said Harry, just a little shyly. You won't tell anyone, will you? Nicholas laughed. I have not been a member of the Hogwarts faculty for hundreds of years. I have long since stopped concerning myself with who is out of bed after hours. Does that mean you won't tell anyone? Yes, that means I won't tell anyone. Except Perenelle. She was worried about you. Nicholas sighed. And while I am required to tell my wife everything, I cannot swear secrecy for her, so I imagine you'll have to talk to her about it yourself. Harry groaned, hoping she wouldn't bring it up in front of Snape. She seemed to enjoy watching them spar, so long as it never got too serious. Harry suspected that she enjoyed mixing personalities in conversation as much as she enjoyed mixing potions. Well, Harry, said Nicholas, clapping his hands. Are you ready to try dueling? Harry was instantaneously wide awake, knowing that Nicholas would not wait for an answer to begin. He barely dodged a stunning spell that he hadn't seen coming his way. Dueling without a wand was far more difficult and interesting than dueling with one. After years of training, Harry was keen to notice the slightest shift in stance, flick of the wand, or movement of the lips of his opponent. He was always ready to attack, counterattack, block, shield, or dodge. But wandless dueling was a new challenge for him. Everything changed when there was no wand to keep an eye on. And Nicholas and Harry were both powerful enough that they could cast many of their spells without uttering the incantation aloud. This changed everything. Aiming the spells was very difficult at first. He had to focus his entire being and use pure instinct to guide his movements and spellcasting. The world seemed to take on an ethereal quality, so that Harry could feel the spells flying through the air. He could feel the air. He could feel Nicholas' movements, feel the words he breathed, his thoughts. Harry opened his mind into Nicholas, and ducked the moment it occurred to him to throw a fireball. Nicholas adjusted his aim as he actually cast the spell. Harry noticed his misjudgment at the last moment, and dodged out of the way. Time out, he yelled. Nicholas froze. Harry stood up and turned to his book bag by the doorway, and cast a protective shield over it. Sorry. My homework is in there. I didn't want it to be incinerated. He readied his stance again, but Nicholas stood straight and looked at Harry quizzically. Harry, were you inside my mind? Yeah, at the end, there. Harry noticed a weird look on Nicholas' face. I'm sorry. I should have asked first. It's just that it didn't occur to me until a moment ago that I could probably use legilimency to my advantage during a duel. Nicholas nodded slowly. I saw you react to my fireball before I cast it. He looked upset. Harry cursed himself for not sticking to his own guidelines about legilimency use. He should have asked first. I'm sorry. I won't. Harry, Perenelle and I erected permanent brain barriers hundreds of years ago. We went through a month-long ritual to ensure that no legilimens could enter our minds. That way, no wizard or witch could ever take our knowledge of the Sorcerer's Stone and use it for dark purposes. Over the centuries, I've had a few people try, but Harry, I didn't even feel that. If you hadn't reacted early, I never would have known. Harry's hands were at his side as he stared at Nicholas. He didn't know what to say. He felt tired again, and as he thought over what Nicholas was telling him, he felt old as well. Finally, Nicholas said, I think we should adjourn this lesson into Dumbledore's office. Harry nodded. He felt overwhelmed. Things were happening so fast. It seemed as though he found new powers every day. Not quite a month had passed since his dream about Voldemort torturing Snape. He remembered Sirius telling him that everything depended on Harry being strong that night. Well, things certainly had changed since then. They walked in silence to Dumbledore's office. Harry muttered the password and they made their way up the stairs. Albus called Nicholas as they entered the empty office. Fawkes flew over and landed on Harry's shoulder. Harry stroked the phoenix lovingly and walked to a chair to sit down. Dumbledore walked into the office from the back room. He smiled brightly. Fawkes let out one long, clear note, and Harry's heart rose. He smiled back into Dumbledore's twinkling eyes. Ah, Nicholas. Harry, what can I do for you? Albus, perhaps you could call Severus and Perenelle as well. I feel this concerns the two of them. Dumbledore nodded, and turned back toward Harry. Fawkes, would you mind? Harry flinched slightly as the phoenix disappeared with a flash of flame. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Lemo. Drop, anyone. Oh, yes. Thank you, said Nicholas eagerly, leaning forward. Harry smiled as Nicholas beeped on the candy, visibly relaxing at last. He had seemed just slightly agitated since their duel, which was enough to concern Harry, who had grown rather used to his and Perenelle's sweeter emotions. Nicholas and Dumbledore spent the next several minutes discussing their favorite wizard and muggle candies. Fawkes returned after delivering the messages, and the three waited. Perenelle arrived first, and the room immediately grew quite warm and cozy. Harry felt a powerful surge of every good feeling he knew, and suspected that Perenelle had picked up on Nicholas' agitation and reached out to him. In fact, as she joined the suite's conversation, she physically reached out and took Nicholas' hand, squeezing it tight. When Snape arrived, he put up a valiant effort to maintain his scowl, but it was all in vain. He soon had a pleasant smile on his face, and even accepted a lemo drop from Dumbledore. Harry was floored. Snape noticed, and was just about to jokingly snip at Harry, when Nicholas suddenly stated the reason for their impromptu meeting. Albus, he broke through my brain barrier. Snape's jaw dropped and he snapped his head around to face Nicholas. The lemo drop fell out of his mouth and into his lap. Harry snorted, but then quickly clasped his hands over his mouth to hide the unbidden laugh, remembering that this was a serious conversation. Snape waved his wand, and the lemo drop and the accompanying spot of sticky on his robe vanished. He turned to successfully glare at Harry. Mr. Potter, what have I told you? I know, said Harry, hurriedly trying to compose himself. Get my heart off my sleeve. Really, Severus, said Perenelle, almost sternly. You're too hard on the boy. If he really did complete magic as complex as that, he deserves a good laugh at his professor. She looked up at Harry and winked. Harry felt a flood of good feelings coming from her and laughed out loud, barely able to control himself enough to breathe, much less to stop laughing. Perenelle turned to Nicholas. Wow, he really does seem to be picking up my sweeter emotions more than usual. Snape leaned toward her and sneered, I'm sorry, what was that? I couldn't hear over all the giddiness. Perenelle narrowed her eyes and pointed a finger into Snape's face. We're working on your sense of humor next, she declared matter-of-factly. My sense of humor is fine, he growled. Harry, said Dumbledore, concerned. Harry was laughing so hard he was gasping for breath and holding his ribs like they were hurting him. Harry, can you fight it down? Harry shook his head. His face was red and wet with tears. Oh, for Merlin's sake, barked Snape. Potter, control yourself. Harry jolted. He felt something snap into place, and he was suddenly able to close his mind to the onslaught of joviality. His gasping breath calmed, and he wiped the tears from his face. He moved to sit back up straight, and winced slightly at the unexpected pain. His whole torso hurt from having laughed so hard. Harry had never experienced that before. Harry, are you okay? Asked Snape immediately. Harry nodded as he pulled himself upright. Just a little sore. Thank you, Severus. I kind of lost control there. Indeed. Albus, said Nicholas, we really ought to determine if this is a testament to Harry's ability, or a failing of our brain barriers. Dumbledore nodded seriously. Harry suddenly understood then that Nicholas had not been upset with him for getting into his head. He was merely concerned that Voldemort might be able to do the same should the unthinkable happen, and one of the Flamels be abducted. Dumbledore pulled out his wand, and looked directly into Nicholas' eyes. Harry watched with rapt attention. He focused his senses the way he had while they were dueling, until he could feel the magic passing from Dumbledore to Nicholas. Dumbledore sat back and shook his head. He turned toward Snape. Severus, would you mind? They all stood up. Harry and Perenelle stepped off to the side. Nicholas stood in the center of the room. Dumbledore and Snape stood side by side across from him, and both extended their wands. They held them together, so that they were both holding the two wands and their hands were touching. Harry was stunned by the combined force of their magic. Their energies flowed together seamlessly. Harry watched as it surged toward Nicholas, but did not enter. Their magic was unsuccessful, and Dumbledore stood back in satisfaction. It appears that your brain barrier is firmly intact. I believe that leaves only one more test to perform. He turned toward Harry. Can you tell me the name of the first person I ever key? Ed. Harry looked at Dumbledore and said almost immediately, Agnes Wimple. Dumbledore started to chuckle and mused, Agnes, really? I should have known. Harry looked at him quizzically. Didn't you? Oh. No, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. I knew I had been key. Ed, because the perpetrator left a little love bite. I believe you call them hickeys nowadays. But unfortunately, she also left a memory charm. If I remember, Agnes had been betrothed from birth to a fellow named Hector Bryce whom she didn't particularly care for. Well, that certainly explains a lot. Harry chuckled, not really sure if Dumbledore meant that it explained a lot about Harry's abilities, or about a long-forgotten first key. Professor Dumbledore, said Snape, Mr. Potter has quite obviously far exceeded my abilities. I do not feel there is anything left I can teach him. Nor I, said Nicholas. His wandless is quite powerful, and he took to dueling within minutes. I'm dreadful with dueling. I couldn't possibly pose any sort of challenge to him now. I mean, he has a few minor issues of control. Precisely, interrupted Dumbledore. We knew when we began these ventures that Harry would far surpass our own abilities. Harry, we have nothing new to teach you regarding these new powers of yours. All we can offer at this point is practice and guidance while you master control. Harry nodded. I'm not yet ready to face him. These powers are still new to me, and I feel like I'm making it up as I go along. I want to be sure of myself the next time I go up against Voldemort. Snape raised an eyebrow. What happened to that Gryffindor? Jump in feet first, and consequences be damned. Harry narrowed his eyes and drew himself up to his full height, squaring his stance. Well, last time, I lost my godfather. And several of my friends were nearly killed. The next time I face Voldemort, I intend to fulfill the prophecy. Potter, what's wrong with you? Malfoy's voice was light and snide, but Harry thought for a moment that he had heard a twinge of true concern in it. The two were lying in the grass behind the bleachers on the far side of the Quidditch pitch, staring into the stars. Since Harry had owled Malfoy over the weekend, they had fallen into a nightly pattern of shagging passionately and immediately, and then talking for hours about nothing in particular. Harry had been connecting the stars into strange patterns and making up mythology to go along with his new constellations. His mind was split in two. His surface self was a normal teenage boy, entertaining his lover with on-the-fly stories of fictional adventures from days of yore. His thoughts below the surface, behind the stories he was telling, were a whirling centrifuge of recent events. Below the surface was the real Harry Potter, powers, prophecy, and all. He glanced over at Malfoy and realized he must have been getting a little too deep. Nights with Malfoy were all about forgetting. They were about taking a break, and pretending he had had a childhood. They were about pretending he had a future. What do you mean? He asked, yawning. I don't know, said Malfoy defensively. You just seem a little preoccupied. Must get away from serious conversation. Harry grinned. Am I not making any sense? I must be tired. How do you sleep in class so much and still keep your grades up anyway? Pansy, said Malfoy simply, still eyeing Harry suspiciously. Oh, said Harry, losing his smile and looking back up at the sky. He didn't really want to think about her right now. It's one of the perks of having a girlfriend in your year. They take notes for you when you sleep in class. I don't know what you were thinking when you decided to hook up with two fifth years. Huh. I mean, okay, they're kind of pretty, but Weasley and Loony Lovegood, Potter. I would have thought you'd had higher standards than that. Stuff it, Malfoy. They're good friends of mine. Right. Well, you might want to decide to be less friendly with Luna. Crabbe's about ready to kill you. It's bad enough that you're with her, but that you're two-timing her with Weasley what? Harry was laughing up into the night. You don't really think. He looked at Malfoy and saw a flicker of hurt in his eye. Harry wondered if it was because Harry was laughing at him, or because he was jealous of Harry's girlfriends. He didn't look into his mind to find out. That was against the rules. He decided to tease instead. "Ah, were you jealous?" he asked in a baby voice. Malfoy turned his head angrily to look back up at the stars. He swung his arm out to the side, hitting Harry's hip. "Shut up, Potter. Of course not. I was just offering some advice." Harry rolled over onto his elbow, grinning down at the ruffled Slytherin. "Yes, you are. You're jealous." Harry poked him in his side. Malfoy glared at him. "I am not. I just." "Yes, you are." Harry poked him again. "You want me all to yourself." Harry made to poke his ribs one more time, but Malfoy rolled over swiftly, grabbing him and wrestling him until he had Harry pinned with his back to the ground. "Go ahead and admit it," choked Harry through his laughter. Malfoy was putting a lot of weight on his chest, which made breathing, laughing, and speaking very difficult. "Shut up, Potter. Just say it. You love." Malfoy pressed his lips against Harry's, cutting short the rest of the claim. He didn't pull back until he was satisfied that Harry had finished trying to speak. "So you're not going out with Weasley or Luna?" asked Malfoy with a warning look in his eye. Harry shook his head, grinning dazedly. Malfoy's glare melted and he looked at Harry as though he were a puppy. He reached up and rubbed Harry's short hair. "You are too cute," he whispered. He caught the look of surprise in Harry's eye and pulled himself together, glaring at Harry once more. Harry snorted. Malfoy's lips twitched, but he managed to keep from smiling. Harry tried to compose himself and play along with the interrogation, but he wasn't nearly as successful. "Potter, I watched you dotting Luna. That was an intimate couple key." It didn't work out between us," said Harry. "We're just friends now." "What about the Weasley girl? You two are practically joined at the hip." Harry smirked that people actually thought he and Ginny were together. "Ginny's my sister," he said. Malfoy's glare broke again, this time into a look of surprise. "Really? You mean she's your magical sister?" Harry nodded, satisfied with the look of relief that seemed to wash over Malfoy's face, unbidden and unnoticed. "And you're going to be twins?" Harry shrugged. "Someday, I guess. We haven't really discussed when that's going to happen, but I suppose that is still the plan." Malfoy slumped his shoulders, loosening his grip on Harry. "Oh." He was silent for a few moments, and then asked, "Well, if you weren't thinking about them, what's got you so distracted tonight? Did something happen with the Dark Lord?" "No serious conversation." Harry pulled on his own patented Malfoy smirk. "Don't change the subject, Malfoy. What about you and Parkinson?" Malfoy rolled his eyes. "Oh, don't be daft, Potter. You know I'm going to marry her." "You're what?" Malfoy looked at him like he was extremely dim-witted. Ginny looked at him like that a lot, and it always gave him the feeling he was missing something extremely obvious. "We've been betrothed since I can remember. Our families made an alliance when we were toddlers. Everyone knows this, Potter." "I didn't." "Do you love her?" Malfoy raised an eyebrow. "I like her enough. We get along well, especially in bed." "Too much information," groaned Harry. "You asked," said Malfoy delightfully. "Not about that," said Harry, rolling out from under Malfoy and sitting up. "Where are you going?" "To my room. I'm exhausted. I've got to get some sleep sometime this week, and it isn't going to be in divination tomorrow with you lot there," grumbled Harry while he dressed. "Potter, you're not mad?" "No, I'm tired. Because you know you and I aren't. It's just for now. It's just say." Harry didn't look at him. "Yeah, it's just say," he said, like he didn't care. He could hear Malfoy getting dressed behind him and he thought, if it's just say, Then why were you so concerned about Ginny and Luna? Malfoy walked up quietly behind him. Potter, are you okay? He asked quietly. Harry turned around and looked at him, trying to act nonchalant. Yeah, I'm fine. Really, though. Did something happen with the Dark Lord? Nothing I can't handle, said Harry coldly. Do you really think you're going to kill him? Harry's two selves were warring. His deeper self was a turbulent jumble of arguments for and against his probable victory. His surface self just wanted to shove it all away and be pissed off at this beautiful bee, owned before him. Even now, with them shagging every night, Malfoy was still running hot and cold on him. This shouldn't be bothering him this much. Malfoy was just a distraction. Is he just a distraction? Of course, said Harry, without much conviction. Look, I'm really tired. I'll see you tomorrow. Harry turned and started walking. After he had gotten about 30 feet, Malfoy called out to him, Hey, Potter. Harry stopped and turned. In divination tomorrow, sit on the other side of the classroom and I'll distract everyone enough so you can sleep, okay? Harry smirked and gave Malfoy a small salute. He turned back toward the castle and mumbled to himself, Just say. My ass. Harry received a message from Perenelle the next morning that she and Snape had nearly completed Harry's next potion. They would give it to him that evening after his legilimency lesson. Harry had seen excitement in Snape's mind's eye whenever he looked at Harry this week. He knew Snape was excited about the potion, and it made Harry wonder what he was putting in it. But he was careful not to look too deep to find out. Every time Snape noticed Harry looking into him outside of their legilimency lessons, he would immediately begin yelling and taking points from Gryffindor. Yesterday, Harry had thought to him, Give me a break. You know I need to practice. Snape took an additional 5 points from Gryffindor for Harry's attitude, and thought back, Practice on your enemies, Harry, not me. My thoughts about the students and the lessons are not suitable practice material for you. Harry conceded that point. Snape's thoughts seemed to be pressing for Harry to practice his legilimency on the Slytherins, especially Malfoy. He was surprised at first that Snape would press Harry to spy on his house, but then he realized that Snape may have wanted Harry to figure out which of the Slytherins he should keep an especially close eye on. As he and Ron walked toward divination discussing the upcoming game against Slytherin, Harry was trying to decide if he should take up Malfoy's offer and sleep, or take up Snape's offer and practice legilimency on people with a clean conscience. As tired as he was leaning toward sleep, until a firm set of hands grabbed him from behind and threw him against the wall. Harry recovered himself almost instantaneously, and found himself pointing a wand at a startled-looking Crabbe. 7 other wands from nearby DA members were also pointing at Crabbe, who slowly raised his hands into the air in a gesture of surrender. Sorry, he said. I tripped. An innocent mistake, growled Ron, leaning in with his wand. Crabbe nodded, apparently missing the sarcasm. It was an accident. A most unfortunate accident, I'm afraid, Ron answered. Now why don't you get on your knees and apologize to my best friend for accidentally attacking him? Crabbe and Harry both looked at Ron in surprise. And while you're down there, Ron continued, you can apologize for every disgusting thing you've ever said about my sister. The DA leaned in menacingly. They were very protective of their leaders. Crabbe swallowed visibly and sunk to his knees. But before he could say anything, Professor McGonagall swept around the corner, heading their way. In a flash, every DA member had tucked their wands into their robes, and were walking away as though nothing had happened. Harry and Ron walked into class, passing the still kneeling Crabbe. Ron whispered to him, You stay away from Ginny and Harry, or next time you won't be so lucky. Crabbe looked into Ron's eyes and saw the threat was real. He nodded. As Harry and Ron slipped into the forest classroom, they heard a stern voice behind them demanding, Vincent Crabbe. What are you doing on the floor? They snickered, and found a seat across the room from the Slytherins. Thanks, mate, said Harry. That was awesome. You had Crabbe on his knees. Ron shrugged. I swear if I hear one more disgusting rumor about you and Ginny, I'm going to kill someone. And since Crabbe's the one who's been doing the most talking, he's a likely candidate. Crabbe walked into class late, and Firenze took 5 points from Slytherin. Ron was glaring at the Slytherins. He leaned over to Harry and motioned to them. I wonder what it's like to be such an ass. Do you think they even know what prats the lot of them are? Harry shrugged, but then decided to find out. He slid eyes his across the room, letting them fall on a group of Slytherins. Crabbe was leaning back against a tree with his eyes closed in a determined but stupid-looking scowl. Harry gently opened his mind, and pried into the mind of Vince Crabbe. He was in a terrible mood, angry and frustrated and heartbroken and angry. He thought about kneeling before the DA, and how the Dark Lord would never accept him now that he had shown such weakness. The Dark Lord would never understand what a threat the DA were to the other students now. No one would dare go up against them. Even 8-1, the Dark Lord would say that Crabbe was weak and powerless. He had nothing to offer him now. A dot of hope pushed its way through to Crabbe's consciousness. He was thinking about Luna. He saw her face clearly, smiling at him. Then her face changed. She was shaking her head sadly. I could never be with someone who supports something so evil, Vince. We all have choices to make, and they affect us. I can't be with you if you follow in your father's footsteps. Vince thought about his father, and about the Dark Lord. He thought about sinking to his knees when faced with 8 wands, and how that would be completely unacceptable to them. Maybe he didn't have to turn away. Maybe they would reject him. Then he could be with Luna. He saw her face again, smiling at him once more. His heart melted with affection. Harry pulled back into himself and looked across the classroom at Vince Crabbe. He felt so close to the Slytherin, reading his most intimate thoughts in that way. He felt sorry for him. He felt sick to his stomach. How could he fight against someone who was so conflicted? He turned to Firenze and feigned interest in what he was saying while he thought over his glimpse into Crabbe's life. Eventually, Firenze's words made it below the surface of Harry's consciousness. And thus we can see the grand struggles before us. Such an alignment of the planets signifies that we will find benefit in examining our loyalties, and making our decisions accordingly. Harry stared hard at Firenze, suddenly curious if it was possible to use legilimency on other species. While Harry agreed with Snape that it was not fair for him to use legilimency on teachers so long as he was a student, he reasoned that this was a special case. This was an experiment. Harry had only to try, and he was in. Firenze's mind was a complex web of star charts and planetary movements. He did not seem capable of thinking anything that was not directly related to the goings-on of the cosmos. Every word he spoke was backed up immediately in his mind by a lifetime's worth of memories of every change in the sky and the implications of each change. Harry was in awe. Looking into Firenze's mind was like looking into the universe itself. And then Firenze stopped speaking, and he looked down from the stars. He turned himself so that he was looking directly at Harry. His thoughts swept quickly through 16 years of change in the sky, settling finally on a star-lit sky that Harry understood was soon to come. My loyalty lies with you, Harry Potter, thought Firenze. He looked back up to the sky, and continued to speak. Harry was shut out of his mind. Harry did manage a nap that afternoon before dinner. After dinner, he once again slipped on his invisibility cloak, and headed down to the dungeons to meet with Snape. Snape seemed to be in a rough mood when Harry arrived. He did not indulge Harry with any jokes or even insincere glares. Immediately upon sensing Harry's arrival, he nodded, stood up, and swept out of the room without so much as a thought hello. He paused only momentarily before grumbling, "Sweet dragon loving," to the serpent at his door. After casting a silencing charm, he snapped, "Sit down, Mr. Potter." Harry complied after removing his invisibility cloak. "What are we working on this evening, sir?" asked Harry, who had learned that sometimes things went better between himself and Snape when he used properly respectful terms from the beginning. "Covering your tracks," replied Snape shortly. "I want you to discover what I am thinking without me ever knowing you looked into my mind. I will remind you that I am a very skillful occlumens, so keep in mind the variety of ways I can perhaps discover your intrusion." "Yes, sir," said Harry, and he set to the task. He opened up his backpack and pulled out his potions textbook and held it up in front of him so that if he glanced over the top, he was looking into Snape's eyes. Harry had found that he didn't have to look into people's eyes, but it did make it easier. At the moment, he felt like showing off, but wanted to be able to quickly glance up in case Snape's thoughts were exceedingly complex tonight. Staring at the book, he felt forward toward Snape, easing around him, getting used to the familiar feel, and slowly and carefully slipping in. Snape had his occlumency shields up very high tonight. Harry soon realized that Snape was furious, and that his fury was feeding his power, lending energy to the task at hand. Snape was a man of such skill that emotional energy rarely went to waste. Indeed, Harry realized that breaking past his shields without Snape knowing was going to take quite a bit of effort. Slowly and methodically, he maneuvered his way around, delving deeper until he made it in. Harry nearly dropped his book. Snape's thoughts concerned a memory of a recent encounter with Harry. Harry was BPD and Ning. Snape was pounding into him. Harry began to sweat, confused and upset by the potion's master's thoughts. This had to be some sort of sick game. As Harry tried to figure out what to do, a nagging thought pushed its way forward in Harry's mind. This wasn't Snape's memory. It had Malfoy's feel to it. Snape was replaying a memory he had gotten from Malfoy. OFK, said Harry. It would seem so, mused Snape darkly. I commend you in slipping past my shields unnoticed. Only your physical mannerisms and your slip of the tongue revealed to me your accomplishment. Panicked, Harry set his book down and looked up imploringly. Professor, what? Didn't mean to. I seem to remember warning you against such a relationship, Mr. Potter. So I hope you won't mind my asking what in Merlin's name are you thinking? Harry leaned forward and put his head in his hands. They sat in a stony silence for several minutes while Harry tried to organize his thoughts. He had put so much effort into hiding his thing with Malfoy from Snape, and it never once occurred to him that Malfoy could not hide it as well. A lot of people would not understand what was going on between Harry and Malfoy. Harry hardly understood it himself. Finally, Harry looked back up and spoke. It's not a relationship, Professor. It's just say. It's stress relief. It's a distraction. We're not in love, and I'm not sharing information about the Order or about my training with him. It's just say. I doubt that, Mr. Potter. I cannot imagine that two young wizards would put their own lives in so much danger for the sake of, just say. I might remind you that you have greater things to die for than a tryst with Draco Malfoy. Snape's last sentence hit Harry like a kick in the gut. He felt a fury to match Snape's well up within him. In his mind's eye, he was destroying the room in a fit of rage. In reality, he clenched and unclenched his fists, and then stood up and began to pace the room. Snape was saying something to him, but Harry couldn't hear him. His ears were pounding. He could feel the beat of his heart, the flow of his blood. He could feel his energy, his life, vibrating through every last cell in his body. He had to show him, somehow. If Snape told anyone about this, it could be disastrous. The Order would not understand why Harry was shagging the son of a Death Eater. But Snape might. Harry turned back to Snape. He was standing. He was yelling. Harry couldn't hear his voice. He couldn't make out what he was saying, what he was thinking. It didn't matter. Harry strode forward and took Snape's hands in his. Snape stopped yelling, and instead just looked at Harry in angry confusion. Harry turned them and they sat down so that they were facing each other. Severus, said Harry, look at me. Snape looked into Harry's eyes and Harry locked him in. They were linked much more powerfully than they had ever been before. Through his hands, Harry could feel his pulse and Snape's pulse as they synchronized. He could feel Snape's energy flowing through him, and he connected to it. Through his eyes, Harry fed Snape a steady stream of himself, beginning from his very first memory. He continued the feed through 10 years of loveless life with the Dursleys. Through his wonder and embarrassment upon discovering the wizarding world and his own fame. Through meeting Voldemort while rescuing the Sorcerer's Stone. His isolation when everyone thought he was the heir of Slytherin. How his suspicions of Malfoy led the three of them to brew a polyjuice potion with stolen ingredients. How he readily faced expulsion to find Ginny, everything. Everything that transpired when Harry met his godfather and helped him to escape. His fear of the Dementors, his isolation as he faced the Triwizard Tournament without his best friend at his side. The rise of Voldemort and the death of Cedric, his jumble of feelings as he learned to cope with death. His closeness to Sirius, his short relationship with Cho. His dreams of the Department of Mysteries, and how his fear of losing a parent and guilt over not saving Cedric led him into a trap. Led him to losing his godfather, all of his anger, all of his grief. All of the time he spent rebuilding himself, Dumbledore teaching him occlumency and Harry having one more barrier between him and the rest of the world. All of his powers, all of his memories, all of his enemies, and the prophecy looming large ahead of him, all of his confusion, all of his grief, all of his anger, all of his alienation from the rest of the teens at this school who were happy and had parents and love problems and insecurities about pimples instead of Dark Lords, and Harry, ever stepping further and further away from what reality should have held for him. And Malfoy, who was beautiful and complicated and who allowed Harry to forget for hours at a time that he wasn't just some kid with an impossible crush on a boy with mood swings and a girlfriend, who made Harry laugh and mow. And with pleasure, and how it was worth it just to feel normal for a little while. Harry and Snape were nose to nose, their eyes glued to each other, millimeters apart. Their eyelashes were brushing each other's, their hands were clenched together. "Sev, can you blame me?" whispered Harry. "No, Harry, I can't," whispered Snape. But it's too dangerous. You must keep in mind who you are dealing with. Draco does not do anything without self-interested motivations. They were pulling away from each other slowly, gently breaking the link. "Harry, this isn't love we're talking about. And it isn't. Just say. Either. I advise you to end this before you find out how truly dangerous a Malfoy can be." "Sev, it's not like that. Harry, it is. Look for yourself if you don't believe me." Harry looked away. There was a grief welling up between them that was partially Harry's, partially Snape's. Harry understood suddenly that Snape really did understand everything that Harry had gone through in his life, because Snape had seen so much worse. Of course he wouldn't begrudge Harry this bit of happiness. He was angry because of who it was, not what it was. And he would not be able to get past that. "Are you going to tell the Order?" asked Harry quietly. "Not at this point. No. But I do expect you to re-examine your choices in this matter." "Are you going to tell Lucius Malfoy?" Snape gave Harry a wry smile. "Lucius Malfoy is no occlumens. He would have to report his son to the Dark Lord, who would then torture Draco, perhaps to death, and use him to get to you if possible. Nor can I mention this to Draco, because if anyone were to discover that I knew of this and did not report it to the Dark Lord, I too would be tortured. Sev, how did you ever get into this?" Snape looked at Harry sadly. "That, you don't want to know." "Professor Snape," hissed a voice that Harry recognized to be the serpent at Snape's door, "you have a visitor, Ms. Perenelle Flammel." Snape rose and walked to open the door for Perenelle. "Ah, Ms. Flammel, to what do I owe this honor?" "Do come in." Snape bowed slightly, and Perenelle walked in. "Well, Severus," she said as she entered, "I had a stroke of brilliance regarding your potion dilemma." "And what was that, pray tell?" asked Snape as he closed the door. "That we go ahead and experiment on our little guinea pig," said Perenelle with a smile. Harry walked over to her and hugged her deeply. "Whoa, Harry, are you all right?" she asked, hugging him back. "Long day," he said. "You don't want to know." "Really?" said Snape. "You don't." He conjured some tea and they sat down and began discussing Harry's next round of potions. The potion was a deep, opaque teal. It had elements of lucid dreaming, bonding, pain inhibiting, sleeping, focusing, calming, and rejuvenating in it. They were hoping the delicate balance they'd struck would allow Harry the benefits of the first potion, but would allow him to remain asleep even if he severed the connection with Voldemort, and would allow his sleep to be more productive as far as restoring his body went. Snape told Harry that he may carefully look into Voldemort's deeper thoughts and memories during this round of potions, but that he was to move slowly and avoid any areas that were heavily shielded. As they spoke, Harry and Snape slowly pulled away from each other, distancing themselves from the closeness they felt while they were linked. Harry knew that, among other things, Snape was uncomfortable with such emotional intimacy. And for his part, Harry knew that he had no intention of breaking things off with Malfoy at this point. Hidden beneath his cloak, Harry left at the same time as Perenelle. He made his way out of the castle and toward the Quidditch pitch where Malfoy should have been waiting, but the area was empty. He checked the locker rooms, the bleachers, and then walked to the lake. Malfoy was nowhere around. Harry made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, doubts crowding his mind. But he shut them out of his head as Ginny pulled him into conversation with a group of his friends. Several people noted that they missed having Harry around in the evenings. Harry had a good time with his friends. Part of him was arguing inside him that he didn't need Malfoy in order to feel normal. But another part of him kept slipping in memories of the adventures, struggles, and loss that he had experienced with everyone surrounding him. He didn't have those memories with the bee owned. When he walked up to his room that night, he saw a note on his pillow. "Oh yeah," said Ron, "that came for you while you were out." Harry opened it and saw a quick, scribbled note. "Something has come up tonight. Meet me tomorrow. Phantom." Harry smiled to himself. Judging by the sloppy handwriting, Malfoy had been in quite a hurry. But he still took the time to write Harry a note. He must have been worried that Harry would stop showing up the way Malfoy had when Harry missed one night. Cute. Harry climbed into bed with a smile on his face. He drained one vial of the potion, and settled himself down to sleep. Flash. Did Harry even close his eyes? He recognized right away that he was asleep, that he was dreaming, that he was inside Voldemort's head. He was in the study and he was pleased. Lucius Malfoy was kneeling before him. He was a very powerful wizard, one who could get things done. He was the only Death Eater who had been caught red-handed, and yet managed to free himself from Azkaban without a prison break. His contacts in the Ministry made him extremely useful. His lack of conscience took care of the rest. No wizard could defy Lucius Malfoy. And here he is, bowing to me. Yes, my servant. Master, the Ministry will stall any overseas aid. Our outposts have nothing to fear. No other magical government is prepared to resist us. Once we have control afar, the Ministry will send aid, weakening forces at home. Then nothing can stop you from seizing control. Voldemort was amused, and Harry carefully slipped deeper to get a firmer hold on the plans. What countries were they in? Who in the Ministry did they influence? Harry felt sure he was getting close to these answers when Lucius continued speaking. And my son sends word. He overheard from the mouth of Harry Potter himself that he has begun a twin bond with Arthur Weasley's youngest. The daughter. Harry focused himself to keep from panicking. He calmed himself, and carefully removed himself from Voldemort's head. In his dream, he transported himself into the wandless spellcasting room, and began blasting it to bits in a fit of rage, a steady stream of expletives pouring from his mouth. He knew, but didn't care in the least, that sooner or later Snape and Perenelle would be reading all about this. Harry woke to the sounds of frantic yelling. He opened his eyes blearily, but then leapt into action when he realized his bed and quite a bit of his dorm room were on fire. His roommates were already awake and casting water spells on everything. Within minutes, they had extinguished the flames. The boys looked around at the soggy and sooty room, blackened with burn marks. Dean picked up a limp and dripping textbook. He turned to Harry, red in the face, and threw it at him. "Damn it, Harry," he yelled at the top of his lungs. "You have got to start controlling your dreams." Harry looked at Dean, lost for words. He had no idea what was going on. "What? You were casting fireballs in your sleep, you stupid git." Harry stumbled backward and looked around. He had been dreaming of destroying the wandless spellcasting practice room, and in his dream had just started casting fireballs. He had never heard of anyone casting spells in their sleep. But of course, hardly anyone slept with their wand in their hand, and almost no one was capable of casting spells empty-handed. All he could think to say was, "Holy F.K." The sixth-year Gryffindor boys spent the next hour cleaning the room enough so that they could go back to sleep. Dean and Seamus also spent that hour swearing at Harry. Harry couldn't blame them. Ron and Neville joined in the swearing too, but they seemed to have a bit of underlying worry for Harry that helped to calm their anger at least somewhat. Once the room was dry and his roommates were back in bed, Harry made his way down to the common room with his charmed quill and some parchment. He poured out every remembered detail of his dream, and now felt more than a bit embarrassed at the thought of Snape and Perenelle reading all about his temper tantrum. He was also more than a bit upset at Malfoy's betrayal. Who was he kidding? Harry could never have had a normal relationship with Malfoy. They weren't a secret because of Malfoy's girlfriend, or because they were in competing houses. They were a secret because Malfoy was the son of Death Eaters, and Harry was Harry Potter. It had to end like this. Or worse. Harry was furious with Malfoy, but also with himself. Snape was right. He did have better things to die for. How could he have been so stupid to have fallen for a lying, arrogant, manipulative, vicious, weak-willed, slimy, stuck-up, condescending, prick of a bastard, junior Death Eater git like Draco Malfoy? When he was finished writing, he sat on a couch and stared into the fireplace, throttling pillows that he pretended were Malfoy's neck. He growled softly with the idea of hexing him into the next century. Eventually he exhausted himself and went back up to bed, where he tossed and turned in restless sleep. He knew he had slept late when he woke up because the room was flooded with sunlight. There were no curtains on his bed, as they had been burned away the night before. Harry lay staring at the wall for several minutes, wondering how he could face Malfoy without killing him. He also wondered how he could face Ginny. He had betrayed her. Now that Voldemort knew she was his sister, she would be a greater target. What had possessed him to tell Malfoy about her? He groaned and reached for his glasses. As the world leapt into focus, he noticed Ron lying on his bed, apparently absorbed in a book. "What's going on, Harry?" he asked without looking up. Harry knew what he meant, and had no clue how to even begin to explain. "Nothing," he said. Ron reached into his robe pocket and drew out his wand. He cast a locking spell on the door, and a silencing spell on the room. Finally, he looked over at Harry. "You were throwing fireballs in your sleep, Harry. That's not nothing." Harry looked down. Ron sat up and faced him. "Are we still friends?" "Of course," said Harry, meeting Ron's eye. "Why would you ask that?" "I know you've got secrets, Harry. I know there are things going on in the Order that you're not telling us. Maybe that you can't tell us. I know your boyfriend doesn't want you to tell anyone who he is, including us. I understand this. But, Harry," Ron shook his head, "the trio is falling apart. I mean, Hermione's off doing her research thing. She's only just now starting to really speak to me again since she and Victor broke up, but she's still so far away. And you, well, you're doing your savior of the wizarding world thing with your training, and whatever else." He waved his arms around carelessly. "But what am I supposed to do? I'm not content to be the jealous bloke on the sidelines. And I'm sure as Hades not going to sit by while my best friend slips away from us and starts casting fireballs in his sleep." They both smiled slightly. "What I'm saying is, we're a team, the three of us. The four of us, I guess, with Ginny. It's always been that way. And we've always come through. If it's true what Hermione's been reading between the lines in the Daily Prophet, what's his name is making his way across the board, and he's intent on a checkmate. We have got to get off our asses and work together. Hermione's brains, your courage, my strategy, Ginny's strength." Harry nodded, a fire burning in his eye. "You're right, Ron, I've been a total dipshit. But it stops now. We've got a lot of work to do, and the stakes are getting higher, and more personal. Ginny's in more danger." Harry hesitated, and looked out the window. How could he expect his friends to walk into such danger for him? Had he been unconsciously pushing them away so they wouldn't get hurt? He thought again about the Department of Mysteries, and Hermione going down clutching her chest, Ron getting tangled in brains, Sirius falling through the curtain. He shook his head slightly. Ron picked up on Harry's thoughts, and said, "Harry, we're doing this with you and that's final. So don't even start with worries about danger or risk. Our lives are in danger because Voldemort is alive, not because we're friends with you." Harry looked back to Ron, slightly shocked. "Ron, you said his name." Ron flushed, and then grinned. "Well, it had to happen sometime, right?" Harry got ready for the day, and Ron went to find Ginny and Hermione so that they could all meet before lunch. But as they headed past the Great Hall to find a secluded space outside to talk, they were intercepted by Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Potter," she said, "you will come with me to the headmaster's office immediately." Harry turned to look at his three friends apologetically, and said, "I'll see you at lunch, okay?" They nodded, and watched their friend make his way down the hall with their very angry-looking head of house. As they entered Dumbledore's office, Harry was greeted by a group of familiar faces. Sitting in chairs that had somehow been crammed comfortably into the room were Snape, Perenelle, Nicholas, Victor Krum, Angelina Johnson, Fleur Delacour, Bill Weasley, Tonks, and Remus Lupin. He greeted them all with hugs and handshakes, pausing to bask in Lupin's fatherly pride as he assured everyone he had been doing well. He sat between Lupin and Perenelle, who seemed to be trying to outdo each other in showering Harry with affection. "Is this a serious meeting?" Harry muttered to Perenelle. "Yes, I believe so," she whispered back. "Then you might want to cool it with your sweeter emotions." Harry indicated the group in the office, who were chatting and laughing lightheartedly as though none of them had a care in the world. "Oops. Yeah, I guess you're right." She nudged Nicholas, and Harry felt their powers subsiding to normal levels. He wondered if they purposefully raised their sweeter emotions when they met new people, or if it was an unconscious action. He was just about to ask, when Dumbledore called the meeting to order. "We are all aware that Death Eater activity has increased dramatically just recently, against both the Wizarding and Muggle communities. This meeting was called so that we might bring together our knowledge of the foreign attacks, and perhaps come to understand Voldemort's plan." Everyone nodded. "Mr. Krum, why don't you begin?" Victor nodded, and began a long list of Death Eater activity in his area. Bulgaria and Albania were both experiencing economic crises, which led to rioting in the streets. Voldemort was using the Muggle financial situation to his advantage by having his Death Eaters in the area strategically assassinate both Wizarding and Muggle leaders. He was doing the same in Tajikistan, Turkey, Greece, and Russia, as well, abducting wizards and Muggles alike. Uncertainty and fear had put each of these countries on edge, so that Muggle governments were often facing risk of rebellion, and Wizarding governments were overwhelmed with containing illegal uses of magic by obliterating masses of Muggle memories and covering large-scale attacks by making them appear to be no more than Muggle terrorism, as well as dealing with direct attacks on the Wizarding world. Fleur jumped in that France, Spain, and Portugal were having similar difficulties, although the governments were better equipped to contain such things. They were not yet reaching desperate levels. Bill, who was currently working in Germany, agreed that things were much the same in Germany, Austria, and the Czech Republic. Of the three, Germany was having the least difficulty staving off the Death Eaters, but all three countries were swimming in fear. Angelina and Tonks then updated the state of things in the United Kingdom. Attacks against the Wizarding community were as yet only mild attacks, when compared to what was happening elsewhere, including in the Muggle community in England. As the government that had previously fought the Dark Lord, the local Ministry of Magic was by far the best equipped to deal with an outright fight against the Death Eaters, but they were currently tied up with numerous minor attacks against the Wizarding community, as well as covering up even more numerous, and oftentimes lethal attacks against the Muggle community. "It's as though Voldemort is trying to keep us busy, keep us from resting, but not actually trying to escalate the war in England," concluded Tonks. Harry motioned that he wanted to speak. "I have it on good authority that that is exactly what Voldemort is trying to do," he said. "He plans to continue attacking weaker governments afar until the Ministry has no choice but to send aid. Then, while half the Ministry is tied up with Muggle attacks, and the other half is overseas, the war will begin here. The plan is that by the time he gains control of England, every other government in Eurasia will have been weakened enough so that no one will pose a significant threat. He will steadily and relentlessly chip away our strength until we pose no challenge. And in the meantime, everyone lives under a shroud of fear." Harry noticed Dumbledore's almost imperceptible glance over at Snape, who sat brooding quietly. Harry felt a pang of worry, but shoved it away when Dumbledore spoke. "It appears we have a great many things to account for while we plan our resistance. Is anyone opposed to eating here while we discuss our options?" Harry thought about his plans to meet with his friends, but they would have to wait. This was a meeting at which Harry had to be present. Dumbledore conjured some sandwiches and pumpkin juice, and the group spent the next several hours arguing over the various tactics they could use to stop the Death Eaters. While Harry listened to his friends and fellow Order members speaking about the difficulties with fighting the subversive Death Eaters, what felt like a muted panic grew within him, eating at his stomach. So many people were out risking their lives, so many people were living in fear, so many people were dying, waiting for Harry to get his act together and vanquish Voldemort once and for all. As Voldemort grew in power and his Death Eaters grew in number, Harry stumbled through his training at the very safe Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. He felt guilt pressing in on him. Harry, he heard. He looked over at Snape, who was not speaking. How had he gotten past Harry's occlumency shields? What, Severus? It's going to be okay. Don't rush your training, or you will not succeed. Voldemort has 60 years of magical experience on you. The world can wait until you are ready. Harry nodded just slightly. Thanks. And Harry, get your heart off your sleeve. Snape's lips twitched with a slight smile. Harry put on his mask of confidence and returned his attentions to the conversation. They decided that Eurasia would have to appeal for aid from other continents. This would not be easy, as very few alliances from so far away were strong enough that a large number of witches and wizards would willingly travel half a world away to fight a dark menace that had nothing to do with them. As yet, there was no indication that Voldemort planned to spread his reign beyond continental boundaries. Harry would never have thought they would be good candidates, but Nicholas and Perenelle immediately volunteered to help seek aid. Having lived for over 600 years, they spoke many languages without the use of a translation charm. They were good with words, and hopefully, their sweeter emotions would come in handy as they tried to convince foreign ministries to help. Harry agreed to their reasoning, but objected nonetheless. Leaving Hogwarts means leaving security. We've already established that Voldemort means to gain control of you in order to obtain a Sorcerer's Stone. Traveling to foreign ministries leaves you wide open for attack. Then they won't go alone, said Tonks. I'll appeal to the ministry to be assigned as one of a number of bodyguards. We'll appeal to every wizarding government in Eurasia who desires foreign aid, to send the services of a bodyguard. It's time that the ministries begin working together, and with the Order of the Phoenix as well. There is far too much by way of politics that divides the ministries, said Lupin. I don't know that they are ready yet to unite. Damn it, this is no time for politics, exclaimed Angelina. We have a common enemy and we must unite or we will be destroyed. Quite right, said Professor McGonagall. We are at war, and we cannot win standing separately. So how do we go about uniting the governments? And what do I say to my people when I return? Asked Victor. That aid is coming and they should wait. Even with foreign aid, that only offers my people a hope of a longer war before they die. They need more hope than that. They need an end to be in sight. We all know where this ends, said Harry, with more confidence than he felt. The problem is that I don't want to think that people are fighting a war, dying in battle, just to buy time so that I can finish training. But you can't fight until you've finished training, said Bill reasonably. Everyone knows that. You're our last hope. Hope is what they need, said Victor. Ari, said Fleur, I know that, cooped up in Z's school, that, you may be unaware, but Z world outside Z school is behind, OU. I think that people will come together in support of, OU, and give, OU whatever time, OU need, if, OU just gives them some hope. What? Do you mean that Harry should hold a press conference and tell everyone that he's training hard, and to just keep fighting those Death Eaters? Asked Angelina. That is exactly what I mean, replied Fleur. That is not a bad idea, said Victor. My people hear rumors of a prophecy about the boy who lived, that he can stop this war. Is this true, Harry? Harry looked to Dumbledore, who nodded with a twinkle in his eye. Yes, Victor. It's true. Then you must tell the people, said Victor. Yes, Ari. Oh, must tell Z people. Now wait just a minute, interjected Lupin. I agree that the wizarding world needs to unite, but that doesn't mean that Harry has to become the icon they unite behind. Remus, said McGonagall, he has been since he was 1 year old. He already has his own fan club, agreed Angelina. Harry nodded purposefully. I'll do it, Harry. Remus, Harry said quietly. We all knew this was coming. And Victor and Fleur are right. People need hope. Things are getting so desperate now. If there isn't an end in sight, then what's the use of even bothering to fight? Lupin shook his head. What did you tell me in the hospital? Asked Harry. You said people would unite behind me. Well, now's the time for unity. Lupin put his hand on Harry's shoulder, and Harry could see his eyes were tearing a little as he said, You really are a perfect mix of James and Lily, you know that. Harry smiled, but then felt a wave of upset feelings wash over him. Just as soon as he felt it, it was gone, but Harry had noticed that it had Snape's feel to it. He made a mental note to talk to him about it later. After the meeting, Harry hung around to talk to everybody for a short while. Victor asked a lot of questions about Hermione's well-being. Harry assured him that she was fine. Before Harry left that afternoon, Professor McGonagall gave him a detention for destroying his room the night before. She informed him he would serve it tonight with Professor Snape. Harry hurried back to the common room to find his friends. They finally made their way outside for a private talk. Harry told them everything he had learned in the Order meeting that afternoon. He also explained to him about how the Death Eater activity discussed fit in with the dream he had had in Voldemort's head the night before. Was he casting fireballs at Lucius Malfoy? Asked Ron hopefully. No, said Harry, his eyes darkening. But I need to talk to you all about that too. He looked at Ginny. I've betrayed you, he thought, and now you might be in danger. What? She asked, regarding Harry and the strange look he was giving her. Lucius also reported to Voldemort that he paused. This was really hard. Malfoy knows about how you're my sister, and he told his dad that we're going to become twins. Now Voldemort knows as well. Oh, Merlin, whispered Hermione. Bloody hell, said Ron. Harry held eye contact with Ginny, oceans of guilt flowing through him. He would tell her later how Malfoy found out. But he wasn't ready yet. Thoughts of Malfoy still tasted like bile in his throat. His eyes began to well up with tears. Harry, it's okay, said Ginny. Harry shook his head. It's not, really. All these people are dying. And everyone I care about is in danger, because of me. Harry, you're not killing people, said Hermione sensibly. We have no control over Voldemort or his Death Eaters. And we can't help that time has given him a bit of an edge. Luckily though, said Ginny, your power has given you a bit of an edge. And we're not going to lose that edge by letting a guilty feeling Harry Potter jump into battle before he's ready. I have an idea, said Ron. How many people are in the DA now? 150. Yeah, just about, said Ginny. Well, we've been training them to fight. What about training them in strategy? We can stage mock wars, all over the grounds of Hogwarts. And this way we can help map out strategies for the real battles to come. If we hit on anything really useful, we can send it on to the Order, and to the Ministries. They're going to need all the help they can get trying to figure out how to unite witches and wizards from so many different places. Ron, that's brilliant, said Harry. Ginny, can we do this? Absolutely, she said. Hell, we can start tomorrow. Tonight, we should plan. Oh, wait, I guess you'll be with your boyfriend tonight. Harry glowered. We broke up. I'm all yours. Ginny startled, and stared at Harry for a moment, distinguishing between what she heard and what he meant. Okay then, tonight are you okay? Not really. We left things on really bad terms. Just tell us who it is and we'll hex him to oblivion, said Ron. Harry smirked viciously as he thought about the four of them engaging Malfoy in battle, and cursing the hell out of him. But first, his friends would curse the hell out of him for ever having gone out with Malfoy. And later, Lucius Malfoy or Voldemort, one, would torture Malfoy and then cast the killing curse on him. And as angry as Harry was, he did not believe that Malfoy deserved to die. As tempting as that is, began Harry, I think I'll pass. All right then, said Ron. We'll just go ahead with the battle plans, and with any luck, he'll get caught in the crossfire. Harry smirked. Battle, whispered Hermione. Huh, said Ginny. Hermione was lost in a daze. The others stared at her expectantly, knowing that something brilliant was coming together in her mind. Ron leaned over and whispered very quietly into Harry's ear, I bet she runs off to the library as soon as she comes to. Ginny shot them a curious glance, and was about to inquire about their whispers when Hermione suddenly jumped up and declared, I have to go see Trelawney. She grabbed her things and ran off, the other three watching her go. Well, that's a new one, said Ron. Harry, Ron, and Ginny walked back up to the common room deep in conversation about their various plans. Harry and Ginny sat down to write a letter to Rita Skeeter about doing another interview that would be translated and internationally distributed. They made sure to flatter her respectfully by reminding her of the success of their last interview and telling her that unless she was too busy, they couldn't think of asking another reporter. Harry was amazed at Ginny's revisions, and joked that maybe she should just go ahead and write the article herself. "Don't be ridiculous," she said. "Rita Skeeter is a name in the reporting world. And she's known for being quite vicious. So when she writes something good about someone, people listen, and they believe. Harry, if she pulls off this article, the wizarding world will be filled with so much hope and determination that the Death Eaters may as well just lay down their wands and crawl to Azkaban." When dinner time arrived, Hermione had still not returned from her visit to Trelawney. Ron looked up from his chess set. "Do you think she's okay?" Ginny shrugged. "You know how Hermione gets when she's reading. And you know she didn't go up there for the conversation." "Did you come up with anything, Ron?" asked Harry. Ron had been poring over his chess set as a means of developing battlefield strategies to try out tomorrow. "As a matter of fact, I did. And I think I've come up with a new Quidditch tactic that we might be able to use against Slytherin." Harry groaned at the thought of facing Malfoy on the Quidditch pitch. The game was still 2 weeks away, so he still had time to get himself ready. For now, he mentally prepared himself for dinner. It would be the first time he saw Malfoy today. Harry thought about what Snape might suggest, behavior-wise. He had to project strength and confidence. The best thing to do would be to ignore him, to sit with his back to the Slytherins. He could hurt and be angry on the inside, but if he let this show, and someone figured out why too many bad things could happen. Hermione didn't show up at dinner, and Ginny kept telling Ron not to worry. Harry wondered idly if Ginny knew something they didn't. He wondered if Hermione and Victor were meeting up this evening. Ginny kept her eyes on Harry for almost the entire meal. She had the same calculating look Hermione often wore when trying to figure out a particularly complex problem. Harry kept waiting for the ball to drop, but Ginny said nothing to him. As they joined the mass of students leaving the Great Hall after dinner, Harry pretended not to notice as Malfoy made his way toward him through the crowd. Ron wound up being swept a few people ahead of him, but Ginny stayed fast at his side. As Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle shoved their way through the crowd, Malfoy pushed against Harry, quickly giving his behind a squeeze. Harry knocked his hand away, elbowing him in the ribs. "Watch it, Malfoy," he spat angrily. Malfoy kept his face masked pretty well, but Harry could see through it now. He seemed taken aback by Harry's reaction, knowing he wasn't pretending. "What crawled up your ass and died?" snarled Malfoy, who then proceeded to shove his way through the crowd. Harry watched him go, seething with anger. He barely processed that he stumbled when Crabbe shoved violently past him. Ron was waiting with Neville at the bottom of the Gryffindor Tower stairs for them. Harry made for the stairs, but Ginny grabbed him firmly by the arm. "Guys, we'll meet you up there in a minute," she said pointedly. "Harry and I have something to discuss." Harry felt his heart sink into his stomach. Ron gave Harry a sympathetic look. He knew that Ginny's tone indicated that Harry was in trouble. He motioned to Neville that they needed to get out of there, and fast. Still holding his arm, Ginny led Harry through the hallways until they found an unlocked classroom. It was Ferenzi's. Ginny glanced around and sighed, seemingly at the trees themselves. "Ginny, what? SSH, she said. She pulled out her wand and said, "Readger hominum." A light began to glow off in the corner of the room. Ginny and Harry made their way to it, and found 2 third-year Ravenclaws snogging behind a tree. They broke away embarrassedly, scrambling to their feet. "We have a DA meeting tomorrow afternoon outside," said Ginny authoritatively. "Don't be late." The 2 lovebirds nodded, flushing bright red, and quickly left the room. Ginny cast a locking spell on the door, and a silencing spell on the room. Then her calm demeanor diminished almost instantaneously, and she turned angrily on Harry. "Draco Malfoy, Harry," she nearly screamed. "Draco Malfoy. What in Merlin's name are you thinking?" She swatted at him, slapping his shoulders and head while Harry ducked away. "Ginny," he said weakly. "Don't even try to deny, you prat. He grabbed your ass. I saw it." She stamped her foot. "You told him, didn't you? Didn't you?" She swatted at him again. He looked at her from between his arms that he held up to block her attack. Yes, he admitted. I told him. Why? She asked, her voice breaking. Please don't cry, thought Harry. Scream and hit all you want, but please don't cry. He was asking about you. I thought he was jealous, so I was telling him there was nothing to worry about. I thought. Harry was beginning to choke up, himself. Ginny narrowed her reddening eyes at him. As she realized what he was trying to put into words, her face dropped for a second, revealing a sadness that she had been holding in for some time. Oh, Merlin, Harry, she said brokenly. You're in L. She turned away, and the tears started to fall. Harry was trembling, his own heartache growing, compounded with the sight of Ginny in tears. Suddenly, Ginny's sadness turned to rage, and she caught Harry off guard with a punch in the chest. Harry staggered backward slightly, and Ginny kept hitting him about the torso, this time with closed fists. How dare you? How dare you fall in love with him? She screamed. Harry didn't back away this time. Instead, he grabbed her, and pulled her close until she stopped hitting him. She buried her face in his chest, clinging angrily to his robes, and cried. I'm so sorry, Ginny, Harry whispered hoarsely. How dare you? She whispered. They stood together, clutching each other desperately, crying against each other, letting out their hurt. Eventually, Ginny pulled away, wiping her eyes with her fingers, and sniffing dejectedly. Are you okay? Asked Harry, wiping his face with the sleeve of his robe. Is it over? She asked. Yes. I betrayed you, Ginny. I don't know what I'd do if anything ever happened to you. Ginny shook her head. You didn't realize you never do. She sighed. Damn it, Harry, you lie to yourself way too much, you know that. They looked into each other's eyes, and Ginny said, No, of course you don't know that. Look, we'll get through this. We know that Voldemort knows, so we just won't be caught off guard. That's one more thing to plan for, is all. You're not mad. What? Are you joking? Of course I'm mad. I'm ready to beat the ever-living shit out of you. And Malfoy. But that won't solve anything, and as it happens, I've sworn myself to help you as much as I can, and landing you in the infirmary would be kind of counterproductive, don't you think? Harry couldn't believe his ears. I don't deserve this kind of loyalty. Yes you do, Harry. You screw up royally sometimes, but you are most definitely worth the trouble. I'd stand with you even if there were no prophecy. You remember that. Harry just looked at her. He didn't need to use legilimency to know she was telling the truth. I'm keeping your secret, just like I swore I would, she continued. But I'm still mad at you. So don't expect a lot of sympathy from me right now, okay? Harry nodded. Thanks, Ginny. You're too good to be true, you know that. As a matter of fact, she said dryly, I do. They sat down in the common room with Ron and Neville, and began planning out battle strategies to try out in their DA meeting Sunday afternoon. We're going to have to tell Dumbledore about this before the meeting, said Ginny. Can you imagine what would happen if some teacher stumbled onto an all-out battle among DA members? If it was Snape, he'd have the lot of us expelled and then thrown into Azkaban. Don't worry about Snape, said Harry. Harry, said Ron quietly, I know he's on our side, but he is still Snape. Harry shrugged. He didn't feel like arguing the point. Anyway, he said, Five Sickles says Dumbledore already knows what we're planning. I swear he knows about everything that happens at this school. Everything? Asked Ginny just a bit snidely. Harry's eyes widened just a bit as he looked at her. Oh shit, he thought. What? Asked Neville suspiciously, looking between Harry and Ginny. Harry looked at his watch. I've got to get to detention. He gathered his things, and headed out the door. He didn't realize he had gone alone until he was heading down the stairs to the dungeons, and he heard Malfoy's voice behind him. Hey, Potter. Harry pulled out his wand and turned to face his enemy. Cool it, said Malfoy, with his hands in the air. Where you headed? Detention with Snape, snarled Harry. Why? Asked Malfoy. His forcibly friendly voice revealed that he knew Harry was mad at him, and was trying to get on his good side. Setting my dorm room on fire, he replied simply. Oh, Merlin, said Malfoy with a smile, you weren't trying to brew any potions, were you? Harry turned away and continued down the stairs. He didn't think he could handle friendly banter with Malfoy. Potter, wait, he called, jogging down the steps after him. I was just joking. Come on. He grabbed Harry's arm gently, and tugged him around. What's wrong? Harry was breathing heavily in his anger. He looked in the eyes of his betrayer, and fought down the hurt. He wouldn't give Malfoy the satisfaction of crying in front of him. I can't do this anymore, Malfoy. It's over. Malfoy stared at him for a second, and then stepped down so that they were sharing a step. He carefully moved into Harry's personal space, and breathed, "Don't say that. It's really not as bad as all that, is it?" He leaned forward to key him, but Harry turned his head away. He stood solidly, unmoved by Malfoy's advances. Malfoy straightened, his gentle, hurting eyes growing cold as he covered himself with his mask. Whatever, he said, but his voice shook slightly. He cleared his throat and continued angrily, "It was just say. Anyway. You're not even that good of a lay. I could have anyone at this school, Potter. I don't need you." Harry held his eye. "Apparently not," he said. Malfoy's eyes flickered, surprised. Harry took a chance, and continued down the steps with his back to Malfoy. He listened hard for any movement that might signal an attack, but he heard none. He entered Snape's dungeon classroom silently. Snape regarded Harry for a long moment before leading him into his office. He placed a silencing charm on the room, and an alarm charm to alert them should anyone enter the classroom. Harry slumped into a seat, and gave the floor a surly glare. Snape handed him a stack of first-year Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw essays. Harry understood that the essays were just a cover if anyone entered, but he began to grade them anyway. He didn't feel like talking just yet. Snape began grading essays as well, as though that were the whole reason behind Harry serving detention with him after destroying his dorm room while he slept under the influence of Snape's potion. After a few minutes in silence, a tone sounded. Harry continued to grade essays without looking up. He was only somewhat surprised when he heard Malfoy's voice just behind him. "Professor Snape," he said, walking toward his desk, "Vincent spilt an entire bottle of ink on my essay." He held up a 6-foot roll of parchment that was almost completely covered in black ink. "I was wondering if you would grant me a 24-hour extension to rewrite it. I've been working on it all week." Snape reached forward and examined the still wet parchment carefully. "That will be fine, Mr. Malfoy. Please have it into me by dinner on Tuesday." Malfoy hesitated for a moment. "Is there anything else?" "No, sir," he said, and turned to leave. He glanced down at Harry and spat, "You dropped something, Potter." With that, he swept out the door. Harry looked down to see a folded piece of parchment by his foot. When he heard Malfoy leave the classroom, closing the door behind him, he carefully opened the note, and read it with shaking hands. "The haunting continues. It's your words that get to me. You heard me like no one else. I thought you had listened. I thought you understood. Was I fooling myself to think you were different? Don't make me miss you. Come to me tonight." Harry crumpled the parchment and shoved it in his robe pocket. He made to continue grading essays, but instead covered his face with his hand and began to cry bitterly. Snape sighed. He stood up and locked the door as he made his way around his desk. He sat in the chair next to Harry and pulled the heartbroken youth into his arms. "I'm sorry, Harry," he whispered. "You were right," Harry choked. "He betrayed me, first chance he got." Snape nodded, holding Harry tighter. "I assume you found this out in your sleep last night." "Yeah, Lucius was reporting to him about it." "About what?" "That Ginny's my sister. That we're going to be twins." Snape stiffened. "Do Arthur and Molly know this?" Harry pulled away. "I don't know. I haven't told them." "Harry, she's going to be a prime target now, especially if you go through with the bond. If he can get to you through her, he will." "I know," said Harry sourly. "I'm not sure I could go through with the bond now. Ginny's life could be at stake. I can't risk losing her. I'm afraid that her life is already at stake. Voldemort will assume that you are going to complete the bond, whether you do or not. We'll have to be careful." Harry slumped back into his seat once again. They sat in silence for several more minutes. "Why the fireballs, Harry?" Harry reached into his bag and pulled out the account of his dream. He handed it to Snape. I was angry and afraid I would lose my focus and slip up, so I went to the wandless spellcasting practice room, and proceeded to destroy it. Said Snape, glancing over the parchment. He raised an eyebrow as he read over the destruction Harry was dealing to the room. It was wise of you to remove yourself from the Dark Lord's head, rather than pushing yourself while upset. As far as spellcasting in your sleep, all I can say is that you should perhaps come up with another way to vent your anger while dreaming. Harry rolled his eyes. I graded all those papers, and that's the best advice you have. Snape glared at him. Mr. Potter, grading a measly 5 papers does not warrant the effort of better advice. Harry smirked. Ron and Ginny were arguing over the chessboard when Harry returned from detention. Harry, said Neville thankfully when he entered the common room. Please help. They're about to come to blows. Harry made his way to the 2 yelling redheads and realized immediately that they were just blowing off steam. For one thing, even though they were yelling at each other, they were agreeing with everything the other said. Guys, said Harry calmly. Could you calm down? You're scaring the first years. He indicated a group of younger students huddled in the opposite corner doing their homework, casting fearful glances in their direction. Ginny glared at him. Okay. Still mad at me, thought Harry. Where's Hermione? Shouted Ron. And that's what he's upset about. On cue, the portrait door opened, and Hermione climbed in. Harry, she exclaimed. We got big problems. What else is new? He mumbled, as she made her way over to him, her arms loaded down with books. What are these? Asked Ginny. Sybil loaned me some books. Sybil, they exclaimed. Yes, Professor Trelawney. We know who you mean, Hermione, said Ron. But since when do you call her Sybil? And since when is she letting you take books from her tower? Asked Ginny. Since today, she answered exasperated, ignoring the shocked looks on their faces. Honestly, all this time, the woman's been sitting on the answers, and no one ever thought to look for them. What are you talking about? Asked Harry. Battle, Harry, war. I kept researching prophecies about people's downfalls. But this is greater than that. This isn't about whether one man lives or dies, this is about a war that could potentially be the fall of wizard kind. Seers have been foretelling this war for thousands of years, each seeing a varying degree of disaster. What? Look, she said, opening one of the books and flipping through the pages. In 1483 BC, Bryant the Blind foretold of a battle that would determine the fate of the wizarding world. Of course, they used a wholly different set of calendars at the time, but when you transfer it to our modern calendar, the war begins in 1995. When Voldemort returned to power. Right. That was the earliest mention of this battle that I could find, but there are countless others. The dates of the battle vary, as do the results, but we are clearly on the cusp of something huge, and potentially disastrous. Elion of Everywhere envisioned the darkness taking over, standing over the green death of the lightning storm. She had no idea what that vision meant, but she related it to a battle that would lead to the deaths of many thousands, and the eventual decline of the wizarding world to nothing. Her timeline places the battle beginning 1 year from now. The green death of the lightning storm. So I am going to fall. No, not necessarily, at least. For every vision of our failure, there is another of Voldemort's destruction. A man who called himself Creed in the 1st century AD wrote that the Dark Riddle would fall to oblivion, being destroyed body and soul. Many others don't even see past the battle. They merely say that the survival of our world depends on the outcome. But we still don't have any answers. All we have are more prophecies with conflicting information about whether I kill Voldemort or not. Snapped Harry angrily. Harry, don't you see? Asked Hermione. We have the answers here. Thousands of years of prophesy of this battle. We can't be sure of when it happens, because as far as I can tell, the prophecies vary time-wise from 3 years ago to 1 year from now. But we can find the differences between the ones where we fail, and the ones where we succeed. We'll know which mistakes to avoid, which actions to take. This is hope, Harry. In our hands. Harry sat quietly, staring at the books while the others watched him, waiting for his reaction. Finally, he said, well, then, what are we waiting for? He reached forward and opened a book. Harry awoke from strange dreams of battle and prophecy a little before lunchtime. He, Hermione, Ginny, Ron and Neville had stayed up most of the night reading through the books that Hermione had brought from the North Tower. Harry had been exhausted when he went to bed just before dawn, and the thought of visiting Voldemort's had made his emotions flare erratically, so he decided to skip the potion for tonight. He wasn't sure if Snape would be angry or not, but decided it was worth the risk of Snape's wrath to be able to sleep well for the next few hours before the DA meeting. During lunch, Harry and Ginny informed Dumbledore of their plans for the DA meeting. Dumbledore smiled knowingly, and assigned several professors, and Madame Pomfrey, to oversee the mock battle. Harry sat with his back to the Slytherins while he ate. He could hear murmurs of excitement rumbling through the Great Hall. Just over half the students of Hogwarts were now in the DA, all of the Gryffindors, and more than half of the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. None of the Slytherins were members. A self-imposed ban kept any of them from joining, although word was that more than a few were interested. They were just too afraid of each other to come forward. Harry knew that their meeting today was going to have the audience of the rest of the school, and he was slightly worried about it. He knew that he could expect the Slytherins to taunt and jeer, and while he knew that that wouldn't affect the older DA members much, he worried about the younger ones. Harry noticed that the pre- and early teens tended to be very image-conscious, and he worried that their fighting abilities would falter if they tried to impress people who were going to make fun of them regardless of how well they did. After lunch, Harry, Ginny, Hermione, and Ron went outside to survey the Hogwarts grounds and make last-minute adjustments to their battle strategies. The object of the battle was for each division to obtain the wand of the opposing leader, either Ginny or Harry. Ron had reasoned that in the real final battle, it would have to come down to Harry and Voldemort, so any battle they staged would have a similar premise. For this first one, they had just wanted to get a feel for what the DA was capable of, and they had worked on strategy together. Today, it did not matter who won, what mattered was how the DA reacted to the situation of strategic battle. For future battles, Harry and Ginny would arrange the battle together, but design their strategies separately, later hashing out what had worked and what hadn't. As the DA members made their way toward their leaders, Harry noticed the line of teachers that formed along the foot of the castle. He also noticed that many windows and balconies were full of students. Already, the Slytherins were laughing and throwing insults. When everyone had gathered, Harry and Ginny quickly explained the basic premise and structure of the battle. Then Ginny led her division, Unicorn, around to the other side of the castle, their starting point. Harry led his division, Sphinx, to their starting point, a secluded area between the lake and the Forbidden Forest. As they walked, Harry whispered to Ron, "I have an idea. I want you to lead your platoon in a Special Forces mission." Ron raised an eyebrow. That wasn't part of the deal. Ginny won't be expecting it. Harry grinned. Exactly. Reaching their starting point, Harry quickly divided the platoons into stations and missions. Of the younger platoons, he assigned Team Raven to lookout. From their station, they should be able to detect the movements of the enemy and communicate what they saw to the rest of Sphinx. From their cover, they could also take out Unicorn stragglers, but they were ordered not to engage more than 2 at a time, as they might blow their cover and lose their lookout advantage with the distraction of battle. Harry assigned his youngest, but quickest platoon, Team Niffler, to stay on the sidelines of the fight. Their goal was rescue. Whenever they saw a member of Sphinx go down, they were to either perform the counter course to restore them to battle, or to move them off the field so that one of the attending professors could care for them. He assigned 3 more platoons to strategic locations throughout the grounds with the goal of creating holes in Unicorn's defense. He kept 2 platoons to himself. Each of these platoons was split into attack and defense squads. Their goals were to get Ginny and protect Harry. "Time!" yelled Harry to his division. "Get to your posts." The platoons split, and moved stealthily across the grounds. When Harry could no longer see them, he took a deep breath. He had to trust them to complete their jobs now. As they made their way toward the castle along the edge of the forest, Harry watched in satisfaction as the first clashes of battle began. His and Ginny's divisions were evenly matched power-wise, so the battles would come down to strategy. Harry was pleased to see that the younger groups, who were now clashing, were doing very well for themselves. They were thinking on their feet, casting spells creatively and with confidence, and effectively dodging and blocking spells. Harry could faintly make out the jeers of the Slytherins, and cheers of the other students, but no one on the battlefield seemed to pay them any mind. They were far too caught up in what they were doing. As the casualties mounted, Harry was further pleased to see Team Niffler, as well as Ginny's rescue squad, Little Phoenix, moving deftly through the fights, dodging spells, and reviving or removing from battle their fallen comrades. Unicorn seemed to be moving as a slightly more unified front than Sphinx, and Sphinx was slowly retreating. Harry didn't want to be the first to show himself on the field, but his division needed backup. He motioned to his personal platoons that it was time for attack. As they made their way forward, focusing fully on the conflict before them, the sounds of the Slytherins melted away to the background, so that Harry wasn't even sure they were still there. Harry's presence upped the stakes of the battle. Everyone focused their attention, and fought with intensity unparalleled in previous DA meetings. The spells, hexes, jinxes, and curses were flying fast. Harry's adrenaline was flowing. He could feel his power flowing through him. He could feel the magic as it coursed through the air around him. He felt like he was always one step ahead of the rest of the battle, and he used that to his advantage. Sphinx was regaining ground. In his peripheral vision, Harry saw backup from Unicorn move in from around both sides of the castle. His division would be surrounded. He yelled for what was left of his division to fall in together, back to back, to take on both fronts at once. Harry looked for Ginny. Seeing no sign of the telltale long red hair, he fell in line with his forces, and continued the fight, glancing around for his target. His platoons were putting up a good fight, but Harry's early appearance gave Unicorn the upper hand. After disabling 4 students in a row, he sent up red sparks, the signal that Ron's special forces platoon should make its way in. With a huge battle cry, the hippogriffs swooped down on Broomstick from the Quidditch stands where they had been concealed. Not anticipating such an attack, Unicorn faltered just long enough for Harry's group to again regain themselves. While Unicorn was busily disarming the hippogriffs, Harry heard Ginny's voice call out, "Alpha! Omega! Phoenix! Now!" He turned toward the sound of her voice, but she was nowhere to be seen. Harry had little time to ponder that, as, out of nowhere, 10 more members of Unicorn appeared. Led by Luna, Team Phoenix removed the illusion charms that had kept them concealed, and allowed them to sneak up on the battle. Still fighting, Harry smiled, realizing that he had been right not to feel guilty about the hippogriff's unplanned aerial assault. But something stirred in his mind as the battle shifted with the surprise newcomers. Suddenly, Harry was positive that he had not yet seen Ginny because she was masked by an illusion. He turned to the general direction from which he had heard her voice, raised his wand and his free hand over his head and spread them apart, bellowing, "Finite Incantatum." All sound deadened, and Harry felt the air around him tense and relax with the shift in magic. All the spells being shot seemed to halt in midair and fall harmlessly to the ground. And Ginny Weasley appeared 5 feet in front of Harry, where previously, Colin Creevey had stood. Her wand was raised, and she had apparently been in the midst of casting a fully body bind on Harry. The magical ropes fell to the ground and disappeared. Everyone froze for a moment in confusion, unsure of what had just happened. Expelliarmus. Harry had meant to cast the spell on Ginny only, but the power he put into the spell expanded its target radius drastically. Ginny, as well as the person on her right and 2 on her left, were blasted backwards, crashing into the people behind them. Harry caught 4 wands deftly in his outstretched hand, and then ran over to Ginny. He pulled her into his arms. "Ginny, are you okay?" She looked up at him, a bit cross-eyed, and said, "We didn't agree on an aerial assault." Harry grinned. "Nor on hiding ourselves in illusion." She smiled dopily. "Pretty smart, huh?" Madame Pomfrey and the other present staff members ran onto the battlefield to attend to the students in the aftermath of the training session. Madame Pomfrey was livid, screaming about how Dumbledore should never have allowed such a dangerous game to take place. The DA members who weren't down were busy jumping around and whooping. Their first battle had been a complete success. They scurried around, checking on the members of the division they had just been fighting, making sure there were no hard feelings for hexes cast. Even the injured were laughing as the staff members saw to their needs, and in some cases, prepared them for transport to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey only screamed more. As she shooed Harry out of the way so she could tend to Ginny, Harry scanned the windows and balconies of the castle. He quickly caught sight of the familiar bee-owned hair. Malfoy was looking down at him with a completely blank expression. The Slytherins around him were still jeering, but Malfoy just stood there, watching. Harry turned back to the DA, making his way around to talk to everyone personally about the battle, to make sure everyone was okay and knew how well they had done. Several celebrating Sphinx members tried to lift Harry up onto their shoulders to parade him around, but Harry would have none of it. They chased the blushing Gryffindor for a minute before he turned on them with his wand raised threateningly. Laughing, they tackled him. Other DA members jumped into the pile, wrestling jovially. Voldemort was terrorizing Muggles that night. Harry understood that they were government officials in an Eastern European country, but he was too sickened by what was happening to trust himself to stay and find out more. Even when he pulled out of Voldemort's head and tried to go to a safe place, in his dreams, his mind kept replaying the awfulness of the torture. The worst part was that Voldemort was really enjoying himself, truly believing that he was doing the world a great service. Exterminating vermin. That's how part of Harry had felt while he was seeing through Voldemort's eyes. Their torture was a means to an end. The end was the salvation of the wizarding world. Harry's mind was still reeling when the owl post came the next morning. He looked foggily up from his uneaten breakfast as 2 letters dropped in front of him. Harry reached forward and opened the one on top. Dear Harry, I am flattered that you would think of me for a second exclusive interview. As it happens, I do have publishing contacts in magazines and newspapers across Eurasia. I am sure that many, if not all, of them would be interested in buying my interview of you. I will be in the area for the next week. I can be there as soon as you reply with a date and time. Also, please advise, has Dumbledore's threat that I stay out of Hogwarts if I know what is good for me been voided, or should I enter Hogwarts grounds in my alternate fashion? Sincerely, Rita Skeeter, most lovely and intelligent journalist. Harry smiled slightly, knowing that Rita's alternate fashion was in her unregistered animagus form. He was also smiling because while he had known that Dumbledore had banned Rita from Hogwarts during his 4th year, he hadn't realized that he had threatened her in order to keep her away from Harry. He handed the letter over to Hermione and Ginny, and opened the other letter. You move like water, steady and consistent. I drift like air. Breathing for you. Your heart is earth. Powerful rhythm. It burns like fire. To see you so far away. Harry, what's wrong? Asked Ginny, alarmed. Harry was shaking violently as he stared at the familiar handwriting. How dare he send Harry poetry, trying to woo him back after what he had done? Harry took a few deep breaths as he crumpled the letter and shoved it into his pocket. Nothing, he growled. I'm fine. He took a gulp of his pumpkin juice, and then angrily stabbed at the untouched sausages on his plate, devouring them with a vengeance as Ginny, Ron, and Hermione looked on with raised eyebrows. Harry felt sick to his stomach as he walked to potions. He dragged his feet, but Ron and Hermione pulled him along. Harry, hurry up, hissed Hermione. If we're late Snape'll land us all in detention. And take about 1,000,000 points from Gryffindor, agreed Ron. They had made it a habit of being early ever since Snape had taken 20 points from Gryffindor when Harry was almost late earlier in the year. But Harry could feel something coming on, and he dreaded standing in that hallway with Malfoy, waiting for class to begin. He trudged along as slowly as possible, but to no avail. Hermione had made sure they left with plenty of time, and they were early once again. Harry leaned against the wall, staring into the darkness of the ceiling. He would not look at Malfoy. The Slytherins were talking about how silly the DA had looked outside, playing make-believe. Pretending to be grown-ups with a bunch of first-year spells, laughed Malfoy derisively. Bunch of losers and weaklings, grunted Crabbe with a stupid guffaw. That's not what you were saying outside of divination on Friday, said Ron simply. Shut up, Weasel, he shouted. Hey, said Ron with a smile, don't take your love problems out on me. I can't help it if Luna doesn't. Ron, snapped Harry reproachfully. In one fluid motion, he stepped away from the wall and grabbed Ron by the arm, pulling him around. Ron looked surprised at Harry's anger. Hermione gasped, and Harry glanced over to see Crabbe stalking towards him and Ron with clenched fists. But just then, Harry heard the familiar swish of Snape's billowing robes. Crabbe stopped short as he saw Snape round the corner behind his pummeling targets. He stood glaring at Ron and Harry. Ron glared back. Harry averted his eyes. His gaze fell on Draco Malfoy, who was scowling at Harry. Harry could see confusion and pain in his eyes, buried within the scowl. He looked away. As the students began to file into the classroom, Ron hissed, "What the hell was that about?" "Leave him alone about that," muttered Harry angrily. "He's having a really hard time with this whole Luna thing." "So what? He's Crabbe, for Merlin's sake." Harry scowled. He thought back to his brief trip into the mind of Crabbe. His love for Luna was only surpassed by his fear of Voldemort, and worry about the hard position he was in due to his familial connections. Could Harry really explain all of this to Ron? Would Ron understand or care? "Just leave him alone, okay? Please." Ron narrowed his eyes and shook his head, muttering about having mental cases for best friends. Shortly after potions began, Harry felt a nudge inside his mind. He glanced up to Snape, and again wondered how the man was getting through his occlumency shields. He wasn't thinking any words to Harry. Harry just felt this general idea of encouragement to know his enemies, to peek into the minds of the Slytherins. He shrugged. In the lulls between steps in brewing, while Harry took notes, he carefully began to probe the minds of his Slytherin classmates, all except for Malfoy. He was not ready yet to find what thoughts and secrets he was guarding. Harry was dizzy and quite nauseous when he left class. Once again, everything was changing. Harry was thankful that Voldemort didn't torture anyone that night. He met with a few Death Eaters about recent attacks. He was in Bosnia, and their magical ministry was just about ready to fall. Within a week, it would be his. Harry was pleased. The people of this land were most definitely coming around. It was a shame that so many had to be encouraged to do so. After all, as the most powerful wizard alive, he was their rightful master. Under his power, the united wizarding world would rise in glory, finally achieving their destiny as gods on earth. And leading them all, the supreme god, would stand the great and terrible Lord Voldemort. Harry awoke, grabbed his enchanted quill and some parchment, and bolted out the door. He had no idea what time it was, but this could not wait until morning. When he reached the gargoyle, he quickly mumbled the password and ran up the stairs. He found the door to Dumbledore's office locked, so he beat on it with his fist. Presently, a very old and tired-looking Dumbledore opened the door, dressed in purple polka-dot footy pajamas. "Ah, Harry, do come in." Harry briefly noticed that, as tired as he looked, Dumbledore's eyes still twinkled. "He's in Bosnia. He'll have control of their ministry within a week. Tell me what you know." While asleep, Harry had managed to ascertain Voldemort's location. Unfortunately, his safe house was protected by the Fidelis charm. Harry could tell anyone where it was, but because he was not the secret keeper, the knowledge meant nothing. Who was the secret keeper? Harry. "A man named Karaszewski. He's an apothecary from Slovenia. But I don't know where he is." A.N. Pronounced Karaszewski. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he leapt into action. He and Fawkes were busy contacting ministry officials as well as members of the Order of the Phoenix. Harry sat down with his quill and parchment, writing down everything he could remember. As Order members began arriving by Portkey and Flo, something tugged at Harry's memory. There was something he hadn't noticed while he was in Voldemort's head, but something he had experienced. He only caught it now because the quill forced him to write every little detail. Since Harry hadn't thought to look for this information, the detail had been so minute that he did not notice it until writing it down. "Sir," he called out suddenly. The room fell silent as Harry looked up at the now familiar faces of the Order members. This feeling or notion that I just remembered, Harry wasn't quite sure how to explain the sensation of Legilimens. Dumbledore nodded to show that he understood. "I think that Karaszewski is in another safe house, also protected by the Fidelis charm. It's sort of a chain of Fidelis charms to protect Voldemort from capture. I don't know how long it is, but as we run through the chain, he'll have plenty of time to escape." Dumbledore nodded in the silence that followed. Then he said, "Then we must focus our efforts on protecting the ministry in Bosnia from collapsing." "But I know where he is," Harry demanded, rising from his seat. "I can go. We can get him tonight." "Harry," said Dumbledore warningly, "we must be wise in our action. But we can finish this war. We can prevent devastation." Dumbledore put his hand on Harry's shoulder and said seriously, "Your time has not yet come." He eyed Harry, and Harry wondered briefly if Dumbledore knew about the prophecies of the coming war. Before he could ask, Dumbledore continued, "Ministry officials will begin arriving shortly, so unless you want the papers to know about your active link with Voldemort, I would suggest you return to Gryffindor Tower. We will talk tomorrow night following your lessons." Harry nodded, and took his leave. Harry knew there had been no direct attack against Voldemort or the Death Eaters in Bosnia, not because anyone told him, but because the Daily Prophet was silent about it. Ministry officials had been involved. If there had been any victories, they would have made sure that they were printed. Similarly, had there been any defeats, the Prophet would have pounced. Harry surmised that the Ministry and the Order were currently focusing on surveillance work. He didn't eat all day. In his mind, he kept replaying his two most recent dreams of Voldemort. He thought about torturing those muggles. He thought about his plans with the Death Eaters. He thought about Voldemort's greed for power, and his fervent desire to rule over Wizarding World, to have the Wizarding World rule over the Muggle world. He really did feel that his rightful place was as a god to wizard kind. And toward his subjects, both those loyal, and those that he tortured to insanity or death, he felt an emotion akin to love. He's got a really ked up perception of love, thought Harry. His eyes focused and he realized he had been staring at Malfoy across the Great Hall. He must not have been paying attention. He hadn't meant to sit on that side of the table. He hated watching them. Not just Malfoy, but all of the Slytherins. He couldn't believe what duplicitous lives they led. He hated them, had hated them for so long. But now, after even the most cursory of peeks into their minds, he found himself feeling sorry for them. They all had their reasons. They all had their public and private selves. They were all afraid, and angry, and confused. And worst of all, if you took away their concerns with the war, they were just like any other teenager, even just like Harry. Malfoy had been right. They really were caught up in this war. Ginny nudged him sharply. He was staring at Malfoy again. Harry was in a rotten mood when time came for his wandless spellcasting lesson. While they waited for officials to arrive as bodyguards for their trip to appeal for foreign aid, Nicholas and Perenelle both insisted on continuing to help Harry prepare himself. As Harry set his bag on the floor by the door and cast a shield charm over it, he looked up to the smiling face of Nicholas Flamel, and something felt wrong. The magic in the room was off. It was almost as if. "Protega!" he yelled, as 3 spells flew at him at once. His shield was erected just in time. The spells bounced off of him. Harry's blood was flowing as he sensed the room. Someone to his left had had to dodge one of the rebounding spells. He could feel it. He dove forward, casting a disarming spell to his left, and dodging a stunning spell that came from his right. He knew that magic as it flew past him. It was Snape. Grinning inwardly, he sent a Badbogey hex his way. It was juvenile, he knew. But he had dreamed of hitting Snape with that one in his earlier days at Hogwarts. Nicholas was now standing against the wall, shielding himself. He clearly did not mean to be a party to this fight. The battle raged on. Harry quickly ascertained that he was down 5-1. He focused all of his attention until he was sensing the intricacies of even the slightest whisper of magic in the room. He was sending spells off in quick succession, but the world seemed to slow down for him. He had plenty of time to cast defensive and offensive spells. Within minutes, his aggressors had revealed themselves. Minerva McGonagall, Severus Snape, Remus Lupin, Tonks, and Mad-Eye Moody had let down their illusions once they realized that the illusions were not hiding them from Harry. They were a waste of magical resources. But Harry was up against some strong magic. He realized quickly that he wasn't going to be able to beat them by strength alone. It would have to come down to strategy. As a diversionary tactic, he pulled out his wand. The slight shift in stance told Harry that his aggressors had fallen for it, and believed that the appearance of his wand meant that he was growing tired. Snape immediately stepped up with a blasting spell that Harry deflected. He thought, "You should have known better," while casting a stunning spell that sent Snape flying clear across the room. He was surrounded by the remaining four. Harry cast a shield at his back while simultaneously hitting Tonks with a full body bind, and Mad-Eye Moody with a locomotor mortis. Pausing only an instant to ascertain that they had not deflected the spells and were in fact out of commission, he turned, lowered his shield and disarmed McGonagall and Lupin before they knew what hit them. He turned, and yelled to Nicholas, "Check on Severus. I hit him with more force than I'd meant to." As Nicholas nodded and moved to comply, Harry felt the slightest shift in the magic of the room. Harry had 3 wands in his hand and needed to get rid of at least 2. In an instant, he realized that if he sent them back to McGonagall and Lupin, they might once again take up a role of attack. He made a choice and threw their wands up to the ceiling, yelling, "Glutenaire." A thick glue formed around them, and they stuck to the ceiling, far out of reach of their owners. But before the gelatinous plopping sound signaled that they had reached their destination, Harry had begun an intense duel with Albus Dumbledore. Harry was aware of the awestruck faces of his professors, fellow Order members, and friends as they watched him and Dumbledore do battle. He was aware of the movement in the air, and how the room seemed to vibrate at different rates, with each person's pulse. He was aware of every dimple in every stone on the floor, every crack in the paint on the walls. He was aware of the flickering glow cast by every candle in every chandelier that lit the room. He was aware of the swish of Dumbledore's robe, and the splash of the 5 sweat drops that hit the floor, and the rustling sound of Dumbledore's beard as he moved. Time lost all meaning as they threw spells across the room. Harry's magic seemed to expand, to fill the room until he was the room. He felt the pressure of Lupin's step as he readjusted his position. He was drawn in as the sharp intake of breath when Snape awoke and saw Harry dueling the headmaster. He was the space around Dumbledore. He slipped into Dumbledore's mind and always knew his next move. Even with this edge, Harry pushed himself to keep up. The man was fast. Harry was certain that Dumbledore had not breached Harry's own occlumency shields, but he deflected every spell with little effort. A standard duel would not work. They would end in stalemate. Harry needed to try something different. Harry took control of his broadened consciousness. He took control of the room. He breathed in and the air began to move, began to swirl around in twisted spirals, began to obey. He pulled the air toward him so that his robes billowed out behind him. He heard a beeping sound that grew to a roar, and watched as the air pulled itself away from Dumbledore. Dumbledore stood there, perfectly preserved in the midst of a vacuum. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't think. He was suspended in a void that could destroy him. If Harry could keep it up. The extraordinariness of the magic he was casting was using him up, and Harry knew he couldn't last. He dropped his control of the room. A deafening bang sounded as the air collapsed back in on itself. Dumbledore stumbled, and Harry took that instant to cast a disarming spell and a stunning spell in rapid succession. Harry wavered for a moment, holding Dumbledore's wand in front of him and gazing at his fallen headmaster. And then the world went black. Harry felt light and carefree. He heard a murmur of voices, but he couldn't make sense of any of their words. He listened to the tones, trying to figure out if something was wrong. Yes, he could definitely hear alarm. People were upset about something. One of them kept repeating, "Harry, Harry." Harry wondered what that word meant. He felt movement. Was he moving? Did whatever was wrong have something to do with him? He tried to ask, and everything went quiet. And then, that word again. It was so familiar. It meant something. It was a name. It was his name. He opened his eyes. A pale smudge surrounded by a black smudge occupied his field of vision. "Sev," he murmured. Harry heard a sigh of relief. And then he heard more words, more voices. It was too confusing to understand it all. He heard a crack, and then more voices, followed by another crack. There were more words. Sev was talking to him, but Harry couldn't understand. He just wanted to go to sleep, but the voices were so insistent. They kept pulling him back. After a third crack sounded, Harry began to choke as he felt a cold liquid draining down his throat. He coughed and sputtered, and managed to swallow some of the foul-tasting potion. Harry, can you hear me? Do you understand? Harry looked into the now clear eyes of his potions professor, and nodded. Oh, thank Merlin, he heard. That was Lupin's voice. Harry looked up and saw Lupin standing behind Snape. He looked around to see everyone in the room swarmed around him and Snape and a house elf he didn't recognize. The house elf was carrying a tray of potions. Snape reached over with his free hand and grabbed one. Harry, do you think you can drink this? He asked softly. Yeah, said Harry, realizing he was laid out on the floor, leaning into the chest of a kneeling Snape. Snape was holding him in one arm, and administering Harry the potion with his other. It was less foul than the first, and Harry felt his strength returning to him. He made to sit up, but was stopped short as a jolt of pain rushed through him. Harry felt frozen in pain. Every muscle in his body tensed. Help me, snapped Snape. Lupin was there, and helped Snape pour the next potion through Harry's clenched teeth. Harry relaxed immediately, reached up and clung to Snape. He felt defeated. He began to tremble, and Snape held him close. It's okay, Harry, he said softly. You're okay. You just expended an unprecedented amount of energy in a very short time. You went into magical shock. Your body is trying to re-regulate your energy levels now. The heal magical wounds should help with that. Sev, I'm so hungry, he whimpered into Snape's chest. Without a moment's hesitation, the 6 other witches and wizards in the room conjured a feast each. Snape was slowly rocking the weakened Harry. He helped him to sit up so that he could eat, and then stood up. He spoke in low tones to the house elf with the potions. She once again disappeared. Harry set about devouring as much food as possible. Tonks sat on the floor next to him. Harry, that was incredible. Are you okay? Harry nodded, his mouth full of food. Dumbledore conjured a table and chairs and a tea set and he, McGonagall, and Moody all sat. Lupin had grabbed Snape by the arm and led him across the room. Harry knew they were going to talk about him, so he strained his ears to get their conversation. What is going on between you and my son? Hissed Lupin angrily. Harry is not your son, replied Snape in calm, low tones. He might as well be, so you had better. Mr. Potter is my student. Well, you weren't acting like he was just your student a moment ago. And him calling you Sev. And curling up in your arms. Mr. Potter has been studying legilimency with me. He is a wizard of incredible skill, and during our lessons, I believe he has forged some sort of mental bond between the two of us. That better be all, Severus Snape, or so help me you will live to regret it. Lupin turned on his heel and stalked over to Harry. He crouched down and asked kindly, Harry, are you okay? I'm fine, said Harry through a mouthful of food. He swallowed, and then turned to Dumbledore. Are you okay? Dumbledore chuckled. Fine, fine. I've been dealt worse, just, not for a long time has your appetite abated enough for you to talk. Harry looked down at the tray of food he was working on. He had already eaten enough for 2 people, but while he no longer felt ravenous, he was still quite hungry. All the same, he nodded. Lupin helped him up. He was still a little unsteady on his feet, and Tonks carried his tray over to the table to the seat next to Dumbledore. Lupin sat on his other side and put his arm protectively across the back of Harry's chair, behind his shoulders, glaring at Snape, who sat across from them. Harry noticed that everyone was looking tentatively back and forth among Harry, Lupin, and Snape. Harry glanced at Lupin, who now looked a bit flushed, as though it had only just occurred to him that everyone in the room had heard his accusation against Snape. Snape, for his part, was masked as always. So this mental bond, is that why you can get past my occlumency shields to communicate to me? Thought Harry, staring at the food he was eating intently. It's one of my theories that could explain that phenomenon, yes, replied Snape. What are your other theories? Well, thought Snape with a friendly mental smirk, that I have underestimated my abilities and am actually an extraordinarily powerful wizard. Harry snorted into his food. Snape raised an eyebrow while Harry coughed, laughing. He reached for his goblet of pumpkin juice and looked at Snape over the rim. Lupin caught the look and realized they were speaking telepathically, and stood up in outrage. Now, see here, he began, waving his finger at Snape. Remus, sit down, commanded Dumbledore. Harry reached up and tugged on Lupin's arm. Remus, it's okay. But, come on, I'm sure we have a lot to talk about. He turned to Dumbledore and said pointedly, right, Professor. Quite right, Harry, he said, his eyes twinkling. Lupin sat back down, returning his arm to the back of Harry's chair, and continuing to glare at Snape. First of all, let me say that was a very impressive bit of magic you performed tonight. Thank you, said Harry. Just don't do it again, barked Moody. What, Mr. Potter, said McGonagall, I can't even begin to speculate on the extent of your powers if, at 16, you are already able to expand your consciousness to fill a room this size. And then control it, said Tonks. Not to mention casting 4 and 5 spells simultaneously, added Nicholas. But if you don't pace yourself, continued McGonagall, you can cause irreparable damage to yourself, and lose control over a vast majority of your powers before they are even fully developed. What are you talking about? Asked Harry, who had paused his eating. Harry, said Lupin kindly, we're afraid that you are progressing too quickly. The extent to which you are wielding powers that you only just realized you have, it's amazing. And more than a little scary. Harry looked down at his hands, now resting in his lap. He felt a muted fear at the idea of losing his magical abilities from overextending himself. So, he said quietly, this magical shock or whatever that I just went into. There will be no long-term side effects, said Snape calmly. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. But you will feel a bit off for the next few days, said Dumbledore. And I would like you to take a hiatus from your training this week to allow your powers to rebalance themselves. I believe you have a Quidditch rematch coming up this weekend with Slytherin. Why don't you take this week off to prepare yourself for the game? What about Voldemort? Asked Harry suddenly. He can wait, said Tonks. Snape, who understood what Harry was getting at, said, don't take the potion. Natural sleep will help you more now than anything else. Harry turned to Dumbledore. But what about Bosnia? I can help. Dumbledore waved his hand. You already have. We have Ministry and Order forces watching the area. Voldemort's threat in Bosnia has acted to further encourage many of the surrounding ministries to send an official to act as bodyguards on the Flamel's trip to seek foreign aid. Once aid begins to arrive, we should be able to sufficiently clamp down on the Death Eaters in order to give you the time that you need to safely complete your training. When are you leaving? Harry asked Nicholas. Thursday morning, Nicholas replied with a smile. Harry furrowed his brow. I still think you and Perenelle would be safer here, he said. Nicholas grinned. Oh, there is no doubt about it. But the question is, would the world be safer if Perenelle and I stayed here? We may not be fighters, but we can help in this war. And we will. Harry nodded, and then couldn't take it anymore. He dug back into the food before him. When can I continue training? He asked, his mouth full. Snape sneered and began to rebuke him, but Harry shoved him out of his mind, turning to Dumbledore, who chuckled, eyes twinkling. Why don't you meet with Severus Saturday evening for a brief legilimency lesson? He can then ascertain if you are ready to continue your regular training. But we have a game that day. Everyone will notice if I'm not at the victory party. I doubt the Slytherins will want you to attend their victory party, Mr. Potter, said Snape with a sneer. Harry looked over to retort, but the fire in Snape's eyes as he and Lupin glared at each other made him change his mind. Fine, Saturday night, he said. As his appetite died down, everyone began to take their leave, until only Harry and Lupin remained in the practice room. Harry couldn't imagine what exactly was happening in his body that his magical energy was metabolizing so much food, and so quickly. He had been eating for over an hour, and was still nibbling as he and Lupin sat and talked. Listen, Harry, what I said to Snape. Harry waved him off. You're just being protective. I understand. No, you don't really. I've known Severus a long time. I have my reasons for being worried. Like what? Lupin smiled, but shook his head. I don't know. Maybe they're just old grudges. But will you do me a favor and watch out for him? Harry shrugged. I don't have any reason to watch out for him. I'm more powerful at legilimency than he is at occlumency. He can't hide anything from me. But you're also good enough and trusting enough that you won't go looking for secrets. If you care about him, he can hide things from you. Don't forget that Snape is a Slytherin through and through. Harry sighed. Look, just humor an old man, will you? Be careful. Okay, said Harry quietly. They sat in silence for a few moments, and then Lupin said, Harry, I'm going to Albania tomorrow. Why? Asked Harry, a bit alarmed. He knew there was currently a very high rate of Death Eater activity there, but he hadn't heard of any Order missions that would necessitate a trip by Lupin. We think Mundungus Fletcher is there. So, said Harry nastily. So, I'm going to go look for him, and try to bring him back into the fold. Why? You were almost killed the last time he slipped up. And then that time in Little Whinging, with the Dementors. You're right. And both of those errors were grievous and could have been disastrous for the both of us, but that doesn't mean he deserves to die, or be tortured for the information he has. We don't know that he realizes how dangerous it is in the country he has fled to. Why does it have to be you? Because I'm the one he almost got killed. He's shamed, Harry. He won't come back with anyone else. It has to be me. I'm not going to be able to talk you out of it, am I? Asked Harry, scowling slightly. Lupin shook his head, and said calmly, No. I'm afraid not. Harry sighed in frustration, and they sat in silence once more. Eventually, Harry built up his courage to ask Lupin about what he had said earlier. Remus, do you really think of me as your son? Lupin smiled broadly. Of course. You don't know, but, before your parents died, we were all so close. Sirius and I doted on you just as much as James and Lily. Lily used to joke, saying, How did my son get 3 fathers, but I only got 1 husband? Harry laughed. That drove James nuts, let me tell you. I can imagine, said Harry. He paused for a moment, and then asked, Why didn't you tell me before? Lupin looked distant for a moment, sad. I lost my 4 best friends in a matter of days. He took a deep breath. I wanted to get custody of you, but there was no way the Ministry was going to hand over the boy who lived to a werewolf. So I just drifted for a few years. And by the time I saw you again, you were old enough to make your own decisions about who you wanted in your life. I just tried to be here for you, if you needed me. Harry felt solemn. He and Lupin both stared at the table, hiding the tears in their eyes as they thought about the many things that had gone wrong over the last 16 years. Finally, Harry spoke quietly. Remus, I need you in my life now. Will you please be careful in Albania? Remus reached over and pulled Harry into a very powerful hug, and for a very long moment, Harry felt at peace. Harry felt paranoid. As soon as he woke up Wednesday morning, he felt off. Something was most definitely not right. He thought immediately about Lupin, leaving for his trip to Albania. Maybe he was hurt and Harry was picking up on it because of the link they had. But then Harry forced himself to calm down. Last he knew he did not have any sort of magical abilities that would alert him to a problem with his father figure. He headed for the showers. Anyway, I'd know if I had formed some sort of link with Remus. I realized it with Sev even though I didn't realize what it was. He paused in the midst of soaping himself and gasped. Maybe I just haven't had time to realize it with Remus. I better talk to Sev about this, and soon. And then Harry's heart began to pound. What if it's Sev? I don't know where he went last night. I didn't take the potion. Voldemort could have killed him for all I know. And I most definitely have a link with him. Link. Oh Merlin. What if it's Ginny? In a near-blind panic, Harry hastily rinsed the soap from his body. Barely taking the time to wrap a towel around his waist, the sopping wet Harry bolted down to the common room, yelling all the way, Ginny! Ginny! The Gryffindors turned to watch him in alarm as he frantically scanned the room for his sister. Where's Ginny? He was nearing hysterics. Lavender and Neville hurried over to him. Harry, what's wrong? Where's Ginny? He demanded, pushing past them to the stairs to the girls' dormitories. Ginny! He yelled up the stairs. Harry! He heard. It was Ginny's voice, muffled as though she were very far away. Not stopping to think that as a 5th-year student, she would be 5 floors up the tower, Harry's mind began to formulate horrific and bizarre explanations for the distance of her voice, including, but not limited to, her having been beeped through a vortex into another plane of existence. Ginny! He screamed, trying to head up the steps. The steps turned into a slide and Harry began to slip. Neville caught him, saving him from a potentially revealing embarrassment as he did so. Harry, calm down. Lavender, go get Ginny. Lavender turned to run up the reformed steps. Harry made to head after her, but Neville held him back. Harry, there is no way the steps are going to let you up wearing nothing but a towel. Just calm down. Ginny will be down in a minute. Harry was frantic, but knew Neville was right. He began to pace as a crowd formed around him, straining their necks and questioning in muted voices what was the trouble. Momentarily, Harry heard a thumping of running footsteps and turned to see Ginny rushing into the common room. Harry, what is it? What's wrong? Harry ran the few steps to her, and pulled her into his arms. Ginny, what happened? Are you okay? Ginny flushed in the embrace of the wet and nearly BPD Gryffindor, but her concern ruled. She pulled back and looked Harry in the eye. I'm fine, Harry, what's wrong? And Harry locked into her. Immediately, Ginny understood the paranoia that Harry was feeling, and as a relatively calm outside observer, she could see its source. Harry's eyes cast about. It's not you. Then it must be S. Ginny slapped her hand over his mouth, smothering the word, Sev. She had felt it coming and knew there were too many people listening who would wonder when and how exactly Snape became Sev to Harry. She stared him hard in the eye, one hand holding his mouth, the other secured on his arm. Harry, she said firmly. I need you to trust me now. Do you trust me? Harry looked in her eyes and could tell that she understood something that he didn't and wanted more than anything to help him. This was Ginny. He nodded once. Then come with me back to your room. Ginny's penetrating eyes glanced around. Neville, come with us. She led Harry and Neville back up to their room, and closed the door behind them. Where are the rest of the guys? She asked Neville, sitting Harry on his bed. They've already gone down, he said. This doesn't leave this room, she stated. Neville nodded seriously. Harry, she said, turning back to the frazzled boy, this feeling you have that something is wrong is a side effect of your magical shock from last night. He made to protest, but Ginny leaned in, holding eye contact. Nobody is hurt. Nobody is sending you distress calls through any mental or emotional links. How do you know? He asked, but his voice was much calmer. Because I can see into you. I can see where this feeling is coming from. You don't feel right because your magic is all out of whack. You can't trust your instincts right now, so please trust mine. Harry's breathing was heavy and his eyes began to tear up. I trust you, Ginny, he whispered. Ginny smiled. I'm going to step outside so you can get dressed and ready. If you need me, I'll be just outside the door. Neville, will you help him? He's feeling rather awful at present. Of course, he said. Ginny squeezed Harry's hand and stepped into the hall. Harry looked around, feeling much calmer. He still felt like something was wrong, but Ginny would never lie to him about anything so important, so he bit down the side effect emotions. He stood up and began to gather his clothes, thinking over what had just happened. He groaned loudly. What? Asked Neville, running to his side. I just caused a huge scene in the common room wearing nothing but a towel. He whined. Harry felt himself blush bright red at the thought of facing the Gryffindors after that. It didn't help any when Neville stood back and laughed. Merlin, Harry, he said with a smile. Is that all? What do you mean, is that all? Just one more bloody thing for everyone to laugh at me over. Harry yelled defensively. Harry, mate, said Neville soothingly, no one's going to make fun of you for something like this. They're going to be too busy making up reasons for you to have been upset enough to run into the common room wearing only a towel. And trust me, that will make much more interesting rumors than the whole towel business. Harry looked at Neville skeptically. I doubt that. No, really. I mean, you're Harry Potter. Now if Neville Longbottom had run into the common room wearing nothing but a towel and screaming for Ginny Weasley, the rumors would be all about what I did and not why, because the why couldn't possibly be nearly as interesting to talk about. Neville winked and Harry laughed. But you're not going to tell the real reason why, are you? What? So that rumors of your magical shock will get to the V-Man and he can devise a way to capture you in the next few days, are you nuts? My uncle went into magical shock a few years back. He was messed up for almost a week, couldn't cast any spells properly. Acted all weird too. No, if anyone asks, I'll just play dumb. And no one will even bother asking Ginny. Or Ron or Hermione, for that matter. As Harry finished getting ready, he felt himself calm considerably. But he still had this nagging feeling that something was wrong somewhere. He kept glancing over his shoulder, wondering who was watching him, what he was forgetting. Ginny was standing directly outside his door, and Harry felt more than a little guilty when he saw her. She was only half dressed, and her clothes were wet from when he had hugged her. But she waved him off when he tried to apologize. He waited in the common room with Neville while she finished getting ready, and then they headed down together. When they walked into the Great Hall, Harry sighed with relief when he saw Snape sitting surly at the head table. But after a quick glance around, Harry froze in horror. Most of the Slytherins were eyeing him and Ginny, and Harry had a bad feeling about it. Ginny grabbed his hand, and pulled him to the Gryffindor table where Ron and Hermione were waiting. "What happened?" asked Hermione, indicating that the rumors had already started. "We'll tell you later," muttered Ginny. "Harry, eat something. I dare say you're going to be really hungry this week." Harry nodded and began to load his plate. He glanced over his shoulder, and sure enough, many Slytherins were still watching him. They must be plotting something. Harry started trying to figure out what, but then realized he might be imagining the whole thing. He leaned over to Ginny and whispered, "Are the Slytherins really watching us, or is that just me?" Ginny cracked a small smile. "Actually, they've been watching the both of us since Sunday. You've just been too tied up trying not to stare back at one in particular that you failed to notice that he's not alone." "Shit," hissed Harry, panic rising once again. "What are they playing at, do you think?" "Nothing," said Ginny calmly. "They must have just realized that the DA is too big and too powerful for them to beat. The next reasonable step is for them to want to join. I think they've been sizing the two of us up. I predict they'll send one of their prefects to come and talk to us pretty soon. Do you think you'll be up for it?" "Yeah," said Harry. "Merlin, I hope it's not Malfoy," he thought. "Me too," said Ginny. "I'm likely to kill him if I ever get the chance." Harry looked at her sharply. It wasn't like her to say something like that. That was when he noticed that her mouth was full. She couldn't have just said that out loud. "Ginny, can you hear me?" he thought when she glanced over to him. She choked on her food. That afternoon, sitting in the library, Harry whispered, "So why can't you hear my thoughts now?" "Because I don't know Legilimency, and I'm only your sister and not your twin. The fact that we were linked even after we had both calmed down some shows that our brother-sister bond is pretty strong. But it will only work in times of high stress." "I think so," she said. "At least, so long as we're not twins. Twins are linked even across vast distances. If we become twins, we'll be able to communicate even when we're not together, and we'll always know where each other are. Ginny, I'm not so sure we should go through with it. Voldemort knows." And Harry cut off when he glanced up and saw Malfoy enter the room and sidle over to a seat nearby. Malfoy was looking straight at him, and Harry knew what was coming. They were the only three people on that side of the library. Harry looked up at Ginny apologetically, and then suddenly wished they were full-fledged twins, because she misread his look and began to pack her bag. He reached up and caught her arm. "Don't go." She looked down at him with a slight scowl. "Oh no. You dug your grave. You lie in it." Then she sighed and said quickly, "Figuratively speaking, of course. Don't hesitate to curse the ever-living shit out of him if he tries something." With that, Ginny turned to leave. She cast a sneer toward Malfoy, but he missed it. He was watching Harry intently. Harry felt ruffled. He did not want to have a civil conversation with Malfoy. He turned to the books that were splayed out in front of him, unread. He began to wonder if maybe Malfoy wasn't there to talk about the DA. Maybe he was plotting something. Maybe there were Slytherins, or even Death Eaters hidden all around him. Magical shock side effects. Harry, calm down. He heard a shifting sound, and sensed Malfoy draw near to him, and then slide into the seat across from him. Harry continued to stare at his books, pretending not to notice. "Potter," said Malfoy quietly. Harry did not move. He felt a bit silly acting like he could not see or hear the Slytherin speaking to him from only a few feet away, but he didn't know what else to do. Potter, he repeated, just as quietly, can we talk? Talk, said Harry without looking up. A group of Slytherins are interested in joining the DA. As prefect, they requested that I speak to you about the matter. So you can bully me into letting them in. Actually, I prefer subtle manipulation. Harry could hear the joke in Malfoy's voice. He was trying to get back to a place where he could speak to Harry without pretense. Harry responded with silence. Malfoy shifted in his seat, cleared his throat, and continued in a more businesslike tone. The younger Slytherins are afraid to approach you about this. Are they afraid of me, or of what the older Slytherins might do to them? Malfoy didn't answer. Harry wanted to look up, but he was afraid. Lines of Malfoy's poetry crept through his head. Don't make me miss you. It burns like fire to see you so far away. What if Malfoy really did miss him? They were alone now. What if they spoke comfortably and Harry had to admit that he missed him? Betrayal. Harry. He betrayed you and Ginny. He put Ginny in danger. What if he had to? Harry didn't want to know that. He had read many of the Slytherins. He knew their dance, knew the games they had to play to survive. He felt sorry for them. Hell, it was pretty hard to remind himself to continue to pretend he didn't like them. But he didn't want to like Malfoy now. He didn't want to understand what had happened. Maybe it had only been a game, part of the dance, but it struck pretty close to home. And Harry was afraid. Potter, said Malfoy reasonably, the younger Slytherins need the extra training. None of them have ever had a real defense teacher, and you know that when the shit hits the fan, they're going to be in a lot of danger. Among the upper classes, there are varying degrees of interest. Some, although they would never admit it to me or anyone else, truly want to be members of the DA, and I might add, have every intention of joining you when the time comes. Harry chanced a glance, startled by this admission. Harry knew it, of course, but Malfoy had never spoken of what his classmates really wanted, only what they had to do. Malfoy was staring at the table. He did not seem to notice that Harry was now watching him. Others, he continued, but then stopped. He had a very pained look on his face. Eventually he looked back up, and caught Harry's eye. Emboldened by the eye contact, he began again. Potter, I have to be honest with you here. Several of us, myself included, are under orders to gauge your abilities in strategy and power. Why are you telling me this? Asked Harry. Betrayal. Remember the betrayal. Because Malfoy sighed, and leaned forward across the table. Potter, I don't know why you ended things. You may hate me, and I guess I probably deserve it, but I feel obliged to tell you that you're being watched closely. I volunteered to be the one to talk to you so I could tell you that. He paused. Now I know that, as the guy you shagged and dropped, that my opinion amounts to scroot shit, but I think you ought to consider upholding the ban against Slytherin. Betrayal. Harry regarded Malfoy with cold eyes and an impassive expression. Malfoy, there is no ban against Slytherin. As far as Ginny and I are concerned. Remember, the girl you sold to Voldemort. Anyone is welcome so long as they do not threaten or endanger any other member. Even you, he added acidly. Malfoy winced. He looked miserable, and Harry immediately felt sorry for that jab. Malfoy must have noticed a change in his expression. He leaned forward even further across the table toward Harry. Are you never going to talk to me again? What's the point? Asked Harry, trying to think of betrayal, but lost suddenly in a different sort of pain. The point is, look, we don't have to do anything. And we don't have to talk about anything important if you don't want, just come tell me a story about the stars. Harry melted a little, remembering the last night they spent together when he made up constellations and mythology to go with it. Meet me tonight. Harry shook his head. I have Quidditch practice. Skive off. Harry grinned despite himself. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Malfoy smiled back. Well, I figure if you don't practice this week, maybe I'll have a chance at beating you. No, really, after practice. I have a lot of research to do. Just for a while. Harry paused. Maybe. Malfoy grinned widely. I'll be waiting. Dumbledore lifted the ban and the threat against Rita Skeeter, so Harry met with her for the interview that evening over dinner in an empty conference room. When he walked in, she was already waiting with a chubby young man with a big nose and an even bigger camera. Harry didn't recognize him as her previous cameraman, and wondered immediately if he was a spy. He shook his head, reminding himself that the entire interview was going to be published for all of Eurasia to read. There was no reason for Voldemort to send a spy. Rita was dressed in a fine green suit covered by a black lace cloak. Her hair fell to her shoulders in relaxed curls, and Harry noticed that her smile looked considerably more genuine than it had during their first encounter 2.5 years ago. "Harry, how are you?" she gushed, jumping up and running over to shake his hand. She pulled him into a half hug that Harry was too bewildered to return. When she pulled back, he smiled broadly at her. "Hi, Rita, how's the fan mail?" She laughed appreciatively. "You wouldn't believe it. You receive several thousand pieces a week, from all over the world. The younger witches find you absolutely fetching, and the rest of the wizarding world really seem to be looking to you as their hope for salvation." Harry nodded seriously. "Good." He caught her eye and blushed slightly. "I mean, that's kind of what I want this article to be about. Things are going really poorly in certain countries throughout Eurasia. We've been afraid that people will lose hope and begin to bow down to Voldemort," Rita flinched, "and accept a life of Avery and fear. We wanted something to be published that told people that this isn't the end. Now is the time to band together and fight, and together, we will rid the world of this great evil once and for all." Rita dove into her purse and pulled out her quick quotes quill. Wait, save it for the interview." And then she whispered to herself, "Merlin, this is good." She led Harry over to the table in the center of the room, and set her quill to work. "Now, Harry, what words of wisdom do you have for our readers when fear is knocking on their door? These are dangerous times, like you said. Why should people put themselves at risk to fight a band of Death Eaters that are on the prowl?" Harry sighed. "Unfortunately, that's an easy question to answer. They should put themselves at risk because they already are at risk. When the Death Eaters are out, nobody is safe. It doesn't matter if they are after someone else tonight, because tomorrow night, it could be you. The good news, though, is that those Death Eaters, they're just like you and me." He laughed at the look Rita gave him. "Well, maybe not just like you and me, but they're shop owners and bankers and lawyers and chefs. They have money concerns and children who disobey them from time to time. All that separates us from them are the choices that they make. They chose to follow Voldemort, but that choice doesn't give them any extra strength, any extra ability, or any more power than any of us. They're not the elite. They're just ordinary wizards and witches who made very unfortunate decisions." Rita nodded. "So when our readers are face to face with the Death Eaters in their menacing black garb," she trailed off, "they should keep in mind that that menacing black garb is simply a tool of fear. They put their robes on and they sure look scary, but without their costumes, they are ordinary people with ordinary abilities." There was a loud crack and Dobby appeared with their dinner. "Harry Potter, sir." Dobby has prepared Harry Potter, sir's favorite dinner. Harry looked at the plates with a large smile. Dobby had outdone himself with roast beef, boiled potatoes, fresh bread, and green beans. Harry wondered suddenly how Dobby came to know Harry's favorite meal. "Thanks, Dobby. It smells delicious." Dobby beamed. "Anything for Harry Potter, sir." "Would Harry Potter, sir, be liking anything else?" "No thank you, Dobby. I think we'll be fine." "Yes sir. Harry Potter, sir." With another crack, Dobby disappeared. Rita gave Harry a strange look. "Is he free?" Harry smiled. "Yes, and happy. He was miserable with his previous owners, and I helped him to gain his freedom. Dumbledore hired him on a couple of years back. Did your ex-girlfriend have anything to do with it? If I remember, she was quite into house elf liberation." Harry gave Rita a look of friendly admonishment. "Rita, Hermione was never my girlfriend. Remember, you made that up to defame her when she made you angry." Rita's smile faltered, and she looked down at her quill, scribbling away. "No," she snapped. "This isn't part of the interview." The quill came to a halt, and then began tracing backwards over the words it had just written, erasing them as it did so. Harry laughed. He thought he saw Rita blushing. She cleared her throat as they loaded their plates. Anyway, back to the interview. She glanced at her quill, which took up writing once again. "You don't feel that you know who or his Death Eaters or anything to worry about. Oh, they absolutely are, stated Harry. The Death Eaters may be just ordinary wizards, but the choices they have made make them very dangerous. They thirst for power, and have no qualms with hurting or killing anyone who gets in their way. We should absolutely fear what they can do, but we should keep this fear in perspective. Voldemort inspires distrust. He breeds a fear that leads to hysterics. Even his name spoken aloud causes people to panic, and he uses that. The more people fear him, the more powerful he is, because the more people are afraid to band together and fight him and his Death Eaters. Make no mistake, now is the time for caution. But now is the time for all of us to work together and stop this evil from spreading further. We cannot let this fear take over our governments, our countries, our lives. Together, we will vanquish Voldemort, and we will put a stop his destruction. Harry, rumors throughout the world state that you are the only one who can defeat you-know-who. Do you truly believe that you are able to do this? Harry took a deep breath. 5 times in my life, I have stood against Voldemort. And 5 times, he has failed to kill me. I was no more prepared to face him as a young wizard in my first year at Hogwarts than I was when I was a baby. But I have survived, again and again. But the costs of war are rising continually. Many people have been hurt or killed, who never should have been. I am still young, but I will never again be unprepared. By targeting me repeatedly, and in many ways, by killing my parents, by attacking myself and my loved ones, by putting my name in the sky next to that disgusting mark, Voldemort has sealed his fate. He will not survive our next encounter. I will make sure of that. The interview lasted 2 hours over dinner and dessert. Before Harry headed off to Quidditch practice, Rita had him pose for several shots, and then asked him if he would grant her a second, shorter interview on Saturday after he beat Slytherin in Quidditch. A short piece for Teen Witch Weekly, with a nice shot of you catching the snitch away from your schoolyard nemesis, she prompted eagerly. The younger readers love a victorious young Harry Potter. Someone for the kiddies to idolize, she winked. Rita, what if I don't win? Oh, well then they'll sympathize with the human Harry Potter who was so close to something so important to him, only to have it slip through his fingers. Trust me, I'll be inundated with mail from thousands of young witches who all want to console you personally. Harry blushed, but in the end, he agreed. He arrived late to Quidditch practice, and Ron had already started the team on some drills he and Harry had talked about earlier in the day. Harry suited up and was soon out on the field with his team. They practiced hard, and as they headed in for the night, Harry was exhausted. But not too exhausted to stop him from heading back out after he showered. Malfoy was waiting by the lake. Harry took the long way over, taking the cloak off as he approached. He suddenly felt very awkward, and didn't quite know what to say. Malfoy seemed to be having the same problem. They stood there in silence for a few moments, looking at each other's feet, and occasionally glancing up. Harry shifted his stance uncomfortably. He caught Malfoy's eye for a second, and didn't know if he wanted to punch him or key him. Here before him was the person who had betrayed him, looking so nervous and beautiful. Maybe it wasn't betrayal. Maybe there was a reason. Here was his chance. Harry could look into him, learn his secrets. But he was afraid that if he did, he would fall in love with, or maybe hate, whatever he found there. He could always just ask him. But Harry couldn't trust him, and couldn't risk spilling secrets to him that wouldn't be protected by their oath. This is so Ket up, sighed Harry. Malfoy smirked. You read my mind. Harry shot him a look. I shouldn't have come. He turned to leave, but Malfoy caught him under his arm and pulled him back. Wait, he said. Look, I know I lead a duplicitous life. And maybe it wasn't fair for me to expect someone like you to be okay with it. Harry felt himself burning. Malfoy was in his space, and Harry could feel his body reacting to him. But I swear on everything, I never mean what I say or do during school. I like who I can be around you, Potter. I like that I can drop the act and just be myself. He was entirely too close. Don't hate me for what I have to do. Even if we're just friends, don't stop coming around. Let me be myself. Malfoy shifted so that all Harry had to do was lean forward a bit and they would be caught up in the passion all over again. His words said friendship, but his eyes hinted seduction, and Harry knew that Malfoy was trying to get close to him again. Whatever he said, his goal was intimacy, and who knew for what ultimate reason. He's playing power games with your emotions. Luna's voice drifted through Harry's head, and he remembered Malfoy making out with Pansy while eyeing Harry. He remembered Malfoy yelling at him and then pinning him in a violent key against the tree. He remembered the tenderness at night, and the cruelty by day. He remembered Lucius kneeling before Voldemort, spilling Harry's secrets, and Malfoy sending him poetry to make it all okay. He betrayed you, Harry. Don't key him. Harry turned his head and stood solidly. I don't know who you are, he said quietly. Maybe it's just easier for me if you keep the act. Malfoy staggered slightly, like Harry had just smacked him. He took a step back and regained himself. He pulled on a cool mask. Do you hate me, then? Harry looked at him and answered truthfully, I don't know. I don't think so. But I know I can't do this anymore. Well, that's your choice. But this isn't over, Potter. I'm not giving up just like that. He turned and walked off, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. Hagrid gave Harry permission to miss class Thursday morning so that he could see Nicholas and Perenelle off. He stood with the Flamels and Dumbledore at the Hogwarts entrance, waiting for their foreign escorts to arrive. Harry, said Nicholas quietly. We have something we'd like to give you. Harry's cheeks reddened slightly. He hadn't thought to get them anything, although now that they were leaving, gift-giving seemed obvious. He wished more than anything that he had a present for them. He stammered. Perenelle broke in, grinning. Harry, we have over 600 years of accumulated stuff. We really don't need anything more. Nicholas stepped forward, smiling. But we would like very much for you to have this. He held out a small package wrapped in maroon and gold silk. Thank you, Harry whispered as he fumbled to open it. His eyes grew wide as he saw what was inside. He held up a small gold locket with the Flamel family crest on it. At the top, a diamond and emerald set was fused into the locket, with two thin tendrils of gold worked down the sides of the locket. Harry looked up, at a loss for words. It was my great-grandfather's locket, said Nicholas kindly, indicating the Flamel family crest. And my great-great-grandmother's wedding ring, added Perenelle, pointing out the jewel set and the gold tendrils. Perenelle, Nicholas, I can't take this, said Harry reverently. Harry, said Nicholas, we'll be over 700 years old when we pass on to the next world. We never had children, and have held on to our heirlooms all this time. We've loved many people in many ways, continued Perenelle, and we love you as our own child. And you simply must accept it, finished Nicholas. Harry's eyes were burning with tears. He hugged Nicholas and Perenelle both very deeply, whispering his thanks, and returning their love. Open it, said Perenelle, wiping tears from her eyes. Harry opened the locket. Inside was a very tiny painting of Nicholas and Perenelle on their wedding day. The detail was exquisite, and the tiny portraits waved up at Harry. They can speak, said Nicholas, but you have to put a sonorous charm on it to be able to hear them. Harry laughed. The other side of the locket held a recent photograph of the three of them talking in Dumbledore's office. Harry hadn't been aware of the picture being taken, but realized it must have been the day they met with the Order members, because he could see Lupin and Snape talking in the background. The images of Harry, Nicholas, and Perenelle spoke and laughed easily. Seeing them now in third person, it was obvious to Harry that they were like family. Harry remembered how Perenelle and Lupin had showered him with affection that day. Almost without noticing, Harry continued to add parental figures into his life. Who took this picture? Asked Harry. Tonks, said Perenelle. We wanted a picture of you. But you're known for being rather camera shy, continued Nicholas. And anyway, we wanted a natural shot. Harry nodded, rolling his eyes. And if you had told me first, it wouldn't have worked. Right, laughed Nicholas. Harry, I want you to wear this always, said Perenelle as she helped Harry fasten it around his neck. It was surprisingly light, almost like it wasn't there at all. Not just to remember us by while we're away, but we've put every sort of protective charm we could think of on it. So don't take it off. Not for Quidditch, not for showers, not for say. Perenelle, gasped Harry, blushing as he glanced to Dumbledore, who just smiled with twinkling eyes. I mean it, Harry. Promise us you won't take it off and we'll sleep better at night. I promise, said Harry. I just wish I had something to give you to make sure you were safe. Nicholas and Perenelle smiled at him fondly. Ah, said Dumbledore. I do believe your escorts are arriving. Harry looked up to see a large mansion appear out of nowhere. It was both amazingly huge, and seemed to take up no space at all. After a moment, a group of witches and wizards poured out of the front door and headed their way. Among them were Tonks and Fleur Delacour. Harry didn't recognize any of the others. Harry stayed near the Flamels as everyone spoke about their imminent journey. The Flamels, escorts, spoke lightly through their translation charms, and seemed appreciative of the fact that the Flamels did not need to use the translation charms themselves. But they seemed to be far more interested in the young man standing with them, and the scar on his forehead, than in the Flamels. Harry walked with them to the front door of the mansion and hugged them closely. They said their goodbyes, walked inside, and closed the door behind them. The mansion slid from existence, and Harry stood alone with Dumbledore. Sybil tells me Ms. Granger has discovered something of interest in her books, Dumbledore said with a smile. Harry nodded. About 1,000,000 different prophecies of a war that determines the fate of the wizarding world. In what way? Well, so far as we can tell, if Voldemort wins, the devastation that follows will pretty much wipe magic people off the face of the earth, and kill an amazing number of muggles as well. If we win, further damage is stopped, but the damage done by the war may still be world-changing. Dumbledore nodded seriously. I take it that it is unclear who will be the victor. Some saw it one way, some another. We're analyzing the prophecies best we can, looking for clues as to what actions to take and to avoid in order to swing it our way. And, Harry sighed, we're still looking. Perhaps we should contact the Department of Mysteries and have them look into it. Would they? Asked Harry. I certainly think it is important enough to warrant a bit of their time, don't you? Dumbledore chuckled. That night, 17 Slytherins showed up at the DA practice, including Malfoy, flanked as always by Crabbe and Goyle, and wrapped in the slender arms of Pansy Parkinson. After a week of using Legilimency on the Slytherins, Harry had a pretty good idea of who would show up tonight, and he and Ginny had already discussed how to divvy up their numbers. Crabbe would be in Ginny's division, Unicorn, in Luna's platoon, Phoenix. Neither of them stated this out loud, but Harry and Ginny both had a bit of matchmaking in mind when they agreed upon this arrangement. Goyle was to be in Harry's division, Sphinx, in Seamus' platoon, Onyx Fire. Harry and Ginny had long discussed the distribution of Malfoy and Pansy, and had decided that for safety's sake, Malfoy would be in Harry's division even though Harry would be uncomfortable. Ginny was still just a little too hex-happy where Malfoy was concerned for him to safely be a member of her platoon. Pansy was the trade-off. Ginny would take her so that Harry wouldn't be distracted by any remaining jealousy which he swore was waning, but Ginny wasn't so sure. But just for a little fun, they were both placed in platoons led by Muggle-borns. Malfoy was in the Night Owls, Hermione's platoon. Pansy was in the Dragons, Justin Finch-Fletchley's platoon. They had divided the rest of the Slytherins as they did every other member of the DA. Close friends were separated and each new member was sorted into a platoon of comparable age and ability. More than a few people looked leery of the new members, so Harry began the night by saying, the first battle of Dumbledore's army was a complete success. The DA erupted in cheers. Harry smiled broadly as he waited for the noise to die back down. The DA has grown by leaps and bounds this year. In our numbers, we have found strength. But in our hearts, we find solidarity. Dumbledore's army will stay united in these times of division, in these times of distrust. We are here to train so that we can defend ourselves and those around us during conflict. We are not here to create or perpetuate petty rivalries. When we are together, house lines do not divide us. Merlin forbid, if we ever find ourselves in battle, we will not have the luxury of choosing who we stand beside as we fight. We must therefore be prepared to fight alongside whichever allies present themselves. So, too, must the DA unite. Tonight, we are working on ways to prevent your enemy from spellcasting. The DA began to divide into their platoons, and Harry and Ginny began to explain the specifics of silencing or otherwise impeding spoken word from an enemy trying to curse you. Harry prepared himself for what was coming. He knew that he had to make the speech, but he also knew it would only serve as a warning. He and Ginny both foresaw that the DA would need to see his words backed up by action, and that, chances were, someone was going to get hurt tonight. But he wasn't prepared for whom. As he made his way around the room, he paused near the center to work with Lavender's group. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a dueling pair of third years in unicorn turn and point their wands at an otherwise occupied Pansy Parkinson. Harry turned and yelled out, "Hey!" Just a moment too late, and Pansy was on the floor coughing up blood. Harry rushed to her side. "What the hell is wrong with you?" he screamed at the third years. They were a Ravenclaw girl and a Gryffindor boy. Their eyes widened with fear, and without thinking, Harry looked into them and saw their excuses. They were both friends of Christopher Billings, and believed for all the world that Pansy was the one who had attacked him. They were seeking belated revenge. It was an accident, stammered Ryan, the Gryffindor. Dana, the Ravenclaw, looked at her feet. "Bullshit," said Harry angrily. "I saw you." Pansy was choking, trying to get on her feet. Harry put his arm around her to help her up. "You two are suspended from the DA for 1 week. If this happens again, you're out. Now get out." He turned to Ginny, who had made her way over to them, and said, "Can you take over? I'm going to help Pansy to the infirmary. I think they caught her with a consumption hex." He cast a glare to the door where the two offenders were leaving. Ginny nodded. "Go. I'll take care of things here." Harry pulled one of Pansy's arms over his shoulder, and walked her out of the room. In the hallway, she tried to push him away, saying, "I can walk on my own." But then she fell into a fit of coughing, blood splattering down the front of her robes. "Don't talk. It'll just make it feel worse." He took up more of her weight, getting some blood on him as well. "Madame Pomfrey will fix you up, but you'll be weak for a day." Dean was hit with a consumption hex in our third year and Harry reddened, remembering that it had been Pansy who had cast it. She looked over with a wan smile, and they continued on in silence. It was only after they reached the infirmary that it occurred to Harry that Malfoy had not come over to help his girlfriend in the room of requirement. He sat with Pansy, cleaning the blood off her face until Madame Pomfrey brought her a potion that killed the disease within her. "Are you okay?" he asked, as she stood to leave. "Yeah," she said weakly. "I really need a shower." She smiled, appraising Harry. "You do too, by the looks of it." Harry looked down at himself, splattered with Pansy's blood, and smiled too. "Here, look, if you do decide to come back to the DA after tonight, take this." Harry held out a fake gold coin that Hermione had charmed. "We're going to have another battle on Sunday, but the time and place are going to be a surprise. It'll grow warm when battle time comes, and the place will be printed around the edge, right here." Pansy looked at him suspiciously. "Why did you have one in your pocket?" Harry grinned sheepishly. "We kind of anticipated that I would be taking someone to the infirmary tonight. Honestly, though, I didn't expect it to be a Slytherin. I kind of thought it would be because of a Slytherin." Harry knew he was blushing as he spoke this admission. Pansy eyed him evenly, as though summing him up. Harry peeked into her mind, and found that was exactly what she was doing. She was also thinking, "You don't have to worry about that with the DA, Potter," but she didn't say it out loud, because the rest of the thought was, "We'll get you some other time." "Yeah, I'll see you later," she said and headed off down the hall. Harry sighed. After having used Legilimency on Pansy several times, he did rather like her, but he knew she would never stand with him. She was not one to hold opinions on her own, and the opinions of her family and friends told her she must side with Voldemort. Sweet girl underneath it all, but her strength went no deeper than the masks she wore. Shame, really. The Gryffindor Quidditch team had practiced hard all week, and as the team suited up, Harry was satisfied that they were ready. "Those bastards never should have called a rematch," snarled Ron. "They'll be begging for mercy," yelled Ginny. "Crying like babies when we're done with them," growled Christopher. The team roared, and Harry was sure that the waiting crowd grew quiet for a second. They must have heard. "Right," he said, moving to stand before them. "Slytherin ought to know by now that they can't beat us. Yeah, we've got them on skill, we've got them on Flash. Colin," yelled Harry angrily, the flashbulb interrupting his pep talk. But when he looked to the door, he didn't see Colin, but a chubby young man with a rather large nose, and an even larger camera. Next to him was none other than Rita Skeeter. "Great speech, Harry," she began, walking into the locker room. "Rita, how did you get in here?" "Very carefully," she said with a smile. "What if my team hadn't been dressed yet? Then we wouldn't have taken their picture. But as they are Steven, get some shots of the pregame excitement." Harry stood by helplessly, but then saw the raw determination in his teammates' faces as they posed for the shots, and he just shrugged and went with it. The presence of a reporter and a photographer seemed to make his team feel like big leaguers. They were in great spirits when they heard the announcer's voice calling them to the field. They roared again in great Gryffindor manner, and were off. Harry had had a nagging worry about playing against Malfoy with their recent tryst behind them, but as soon as he hit the air, all concerns melted away, and there was only the game. Harry saw immediately why they had called a rematch. The Slytherins had apparently cooked up some new moves that they wanted to try out against the one team that had managed to beat them this year. But the Gryffindors were ready with some new moves of their own. The hours Ron had spent poring over his chessboard had done wonders for their already good strategy, and the Slytherins just weren't able to keep up. 45 minutes into the game, Gryffindor was up 270 to 110, and Slytherin was really starting to play dirty. Ron had had more bludgers hit at him while the Quaffle was on the other side of the field than Harry could keep track of. Ginny had nearly been knocked off her broom several times, but after one deftly executed maneuver, the Slytherin chaser who had been pushing against her lost his balance and went into a spiral fall that ended with a sickening thud on the ground below. Not seriously hurt, the chaser was back in the game, looking a little shaky on his broom, and steering clear of Ginny. And still, Harry and Malfoy circled the pitch in search of the snitch. Harry was slightly disarmed by Malfoy's silence. Normally, they would be slinging insults and curses at each other all throughout the game, but this time, they flew past each other as though they were only vaguely aware of the other's existence. Harry heard the crowd booing, split with cheers from the Slytherin stands, and knew they had scored again. If Malfoy caught the snitch now, they would be tied. Penalty shot to Slytherin and it's in. Shit, Harry's comfort zone was lost. If Malfoy caught the snitch, Slytherin would win. Where was the snitch? In answer to his mental pleading, he saw a small glint far below, inches it seemed above the ground. Harry turned into a nearly vertical dive, and saw from the corner of his eye that Malfoy was headed downward as well. He was coming from the side and had a much less steep dive than Harry. Harry wondered briefly if he would be able to catch the snitch and pull up in time to avoid crashing. There was no time to slow down. Malfoy was gaining momentum and they would reach the snitch at the same time. The wind was roaring in Harry's ears as he stretched out his hand toward the snitch that was skimming the top of the very short trimmed grass. Malfoy was almost there. "Potter!" he yelled, his voice stretching out through time. In slow motion, Harry felt his fingers just barely wrap around the snitch. His left hand pulled up against his broom, but he knew it was too late and he was crashing. He felt a violent jolt as Malfoy crashed into him, grabbing him, changing the trajectory of his crash so that the two boys went rolling across the field, violently tumbling against each other, against the earth. They lay tangled in a pile, breathing heavily against each other in the shock of the crash. Their teams landed, as did Madame Hooch, and carefully peeled the boys apart. Harry's fingers were still clutching the snitch. The stadium shook in the applause that went up as the winner was announced. Without thinking, Harry said weakly, "Malfoy, thanks." "Sod off, Potter," he groaned. But Harry knew better. Malfoy had purposefully crashed into him to keep Harry from crashing straight downward. Harry had also heard the fear in his voice when Malfoy had called out his name. Everyone else would have only heard a yell of anger or frustration. But Malfoy had known Harry was going to crash, and he softened the blow. When Harry had pulled himself together enough to stand, the Gryffindors mounted their brooms for a victory lap. Professor Dumbledore awarded them the Quidditch Cup and every Gryffindor student poured onto the field to carry around their winning team on their shoulders. Harry's head was spinning. He sent the rest of his team off to the showers, and walked to the center of the field to meet with Rita Skeeter for the short interview he had promised. Stephen the photographer snapped pictures of him while Rita asked light questions about the game, the team, and the Quidditch Cup. By the time the interview was over, the rest of his team had headed back to the castle, and Harry had no doubt that the party was already getting started, and would last late into the night. He groaned inwardly as he headed to the showers, remembering that he had agreed to meet with Snape tonight. Harry winced slightly as he pulled off his Quidditch robes. He was very sore from the game and from his crash with Malfoy. Malfoy. He had saved him from a pretty bad crash. Harry couldn't quite figure out what was up with that boy. One minute he hates him, the next he's trying to seduce him. Then he betrays him, then he saves him. It was driving him crazy. Harry Ned as the hot water fell over him, easing his sore muscles. He lowered his head, letting the water fall over his shoulders and neck, gently massaging his frustration away. Thinking about me. Harry's head shot up when he heard the drawling voice. Standing before him was none other than Draco Malfoy, grinning seductively and holding Harry's towel. If I'm not mistaken, he continued, you gave me some pretty great head right there. Harry looked around and realized he had walked into the third shower stall, the same one he and Malfoy had been in that night. Harry wanted to tell Malfoy that he always used this shower stall, that it had nothing to do with him. But now that he had thought about that night, he could feel himself getting hard and didn't think his objections would sound very convincing with visible evidence to the contrary. He turned into the water, grabbed the soap, and asked with as cold a voice as he could muster, "What do you want, Malfoy?" But as he washed himself nonchalantly, he knew that his voice had been huskier than he had intended. "Oh, you know what I'm here for," Malfoy said, his voice low. Harry shook his head, continuing to shower. "Enlighten me." He was unconcerned, unaware, unaffected. He froze when he felt Malfoy's hands on his sides. Harry whipped around angrily and found himself caught up in a pair of very passionate eyes. Harry faltered, forgetting what he was about to yell. "I think you know," whispered Malfoy as he leaned forward. Harry vaguely registered that Malfoy was still clothed and dry under the running water before he was taken into a familiar and much-missed key. Harry responded, wanting this so badly, willing himself to not think, to just enjoy the moment, to indulge in the fantasy, to lose himself. "Ginny." Harry grabbed Malfoy's shoulders and gently, but firmly, pushed him away. Malfoy looked at him longingly, and Harry knew his own eyes were full of pain as he said once again, "It's over, Malfoy." Malfoy shook his head slightly. "No, it's not, Potter. I told you that already. You don't have the option of ending things with me. I'm a Malfoy, and I'll fight for you if I have to." "Malfoy, there's nothing to fight for. You're a Malfoy. I'm Harry Potter. It's too dangerous for us to be together," said Harry as he thought, "not to mention you betrayed me, you rat bastard." Harry's gaze hardened noticeably as he turned his pain into anger. Malfoy stepped back out of the water, still dry. He must have used an impervious charm. He fixed Harry with a penetrating stare. "It's hardly dangerous for you, Potter," he scoffed. "And I've taken measures to stem my own danger, so you don't need to worry about that." Harry glared at him. Hardly dangerous. For him. After giving his secrets to Voldemort, how dare he say that? "It's dangerous to me because I don't trust you," he intoned threateningly. Malfoy took another step back, and covered his reaction to Harry's harsh tone by reaching down and picking up his towel once again. When he looked back, his smirk was firmly in place. "About that," he said, "I told you, I know that I lead a duplicitous life. And I know that must be hard for you to understand. You condescending bastard. But I cannot openly be your boyfriend and not get killed. I have to marry Pansy. I have to fill my, what did you call it, obligatory arsehole quota, by being cruel to you and your friends. But I don't think that should get in the way. Do you really think that is what this is about?" snapped Harry. "I know that is what this is about," replied Malfoy calmly. "You ended things right after I told you about my engagement to Pansy. What I'm telling you is it will be a marriage in name only. Just like our relationship now. We're both free to date others, just so long as we don't do it openly, and we still produce an heir. What?" Harry was groaning in frustration. He ran his hands through his hair and turned to lean his head against the wall. He reached up and shut off the water. He wanted to scream at him, I know that you told about Ginny. You betrayed me and my sister to Voldemort. That's what this is about. But he couldn't. Because then Malfoy would tell Voldemort that they knew, and then Voldemort would know that Harry could still connect to him in his dreams. And then he might find out about Snape, and so many other secrets could all come unraveled. Merlin, what was I thinking to have started all of this? Harry turned back to Malfoy, and realized exactly what he had been thinking. Malfoy was eyeing him, and Harry was suddenly very aware that he was BPD. He squared his stance, walked over to Malfoy and snatched his towel out of his hands. He wrapped it around his waist and headed to his locker to dress. Malfoy followed him. I mean it, Potter. Do you think I'd say all of this to you if I didn't? And anyway, I have some information for you that just might make you change your mind about me. I doubt that, said Harry with his back to Malfoy. He was pulling on his clothes as quickly as possible. I don't, came the drawled response. Someone you know is in danger. Harry's heart started to pound. And seeing as how the last time someone went werewolf hunting you nearly killed me in the hallway, I'd say this someone is rather important. Harry turned around and grabbed Malfoy by the collar, slamming him into the locker behind him. If you know something about Lupin you better spill it now, he growled. Easy, Potter, of course I'm going to tell you. Why do you think I brought it up? Harry pushed into him, his eyes flashing dangerously. Quit stalling. Okay. In Albania, a group of Death Eaters was searching out a former member of the Order of the Phoenix who went into exile there. He's a known drunkard apparently, and they figured they could use him for information, but they were having trouble finding him until a certain werewolf sniffed him out for them. They're planning to get both of them tonight. Where are they? Snarled Harry. In the capital city. That's all I know. How many? 5 or 6 at least. They try to keep everyone outnumbered at least 2 to 1, 3 or more if possible. When? Tonight. When tonight? What time? I don't know, shouted Malfoy. Harry slammed him into the locker again and looked into his eyes, quickly and carelessly pulling out any memory he could find associated with this attack against Lupin. Goyle's father was in on the attack and had told his son about it, who then passed the information on to Malfoy. Malfoy had told him everything he knew, which wasn't much, but would certainly be useful in orchestrating defense. Potter! Exclaimed Malfoy in alarm. You're a Legilimens. You're an Occlumens, demanded Harry. Malfoy didn't answer, but Harry was immediately overtaken by memories of Snape teaching Malfoy how to shield his mind from invasion. Malfoy had not yet developed the skill, but understood enough to be able to tell when someone was rummaging carelessly through his mind. Harry thought briefly of Lupin telling him to watch out for Snape. Was this a betrayal? Harry was panicked and angry. He had to get to Dumbledore. He didn't have time for this. One more time he slammed Malfoy into the locker behind him, and he growled out, "If I ever find out you tell anyone, you won't have to worry about whether or not we're through, because I'll King kill you. Go ahead and betray me again." A fearful comprehension dawned on Malfoy, and Harry saw flashes of the memory of him telling his father about Ginny. He had decided that information would appease the Dark Lord's hunger for knowledge about Harry without actually giving him useful information that he could use against Harry in battle. It hadn't occurred to him until just that moment that he was putting someone in danger whom Harry thought of as an extension of himself. "I'm sorry," he said shakily. "I didn't know. King well knew. You just didn't care." Harry pushed himself away and grabbed his things. Malfoy stood there trembling as Harry stormed past him to the door. He tugged at the handle and found that Malfoy had placed a lock charm that was specific to him, only he could unlock the door without blowing it apart. "Open the King door," Harry shouted. Malfoy jumped to comply. "Potter," he began, but Harry was gone. Harry sat in Dumbledore's office, fidgeting. Dumbledore was busy contacting the Order's allies in Albania so that they could locate Lupin and Mundungus Fletcher and aid in resisting any Death Eater activity against them. Harry felt helpless. Having passed along the information, there was nothing to do but wait. Dumbledore had asked him how he came across this knowledge, but Harry had refused to say. He only revealed that he trusted the validity of the information, scant though it was. Dumbledore had accepted this, understanding that Harry was guarding someone else's secret, and would not betray their confidence. He then began contacting Albanian ministry officials by flow and order members in the Albania area through Fox. And Harry waited. Harry, there's nothing more you can do right now. Why don't you go down to dinner, and then return to Gryffindor Tower? And do what? Celebrate our Quidditch victory, snapped Harry. And get some food and rest to maintain your strength. Harry looked out the window for a long moment. Will you let me know if anything happens? You will be the first to know, I promise. Harry skipped dinner, returning instead to Gryffindor Tower. He paced in his room until the growing noise of celebration signaled to him that dinner was over, and the party had returned to the common room. He gathered up his invisibility cloak and headed downstairs into the mayhem. He spotted Ginny quickly and made his way to her through the throng of happy bodies. He felt really out of place amidst such joviality. Harry, finally, Ginny squealed, wrapping her arms around his shoulders and pulling him close. I was afraid that Skeeter woman had eaten you alive. She pulled back and caught the look on his face. Her smile faltered. What's wrong? Lupin's in danger. Oh, Merlin, was he attacked again? Not yet. But he's going to be, tonight. Dumbledore's sent some people after him, and he'll let us know when something happens. He'll be okay, said Ginny definitively. I hope so, said Harry. Ginny pulled him into another hug. He will be. Harry nodded. Look, I gotta get out of here. Will you make excuses for me, if anyone asks? Of course, said Ginny. Where are you going? To get some answers. Having checked the potions laboratory and finding it empty, Harry slipped quietly down the halls until he was standing before the stone serpent. Harry stood silently before it for some time, wondering if he really wanted the answers he might find inside. Eventually, the stone serpent said, Invisible One, do you wish to speak to Professor Snape or just stand in the hall all night? I would like to speak to the professor, said Harry, only just then making up his mind. Then I will call him for you. Harry waited with a budding dread growing in his stomach. Presently, the door swung open, and Snape indicated that he should enter. He then stepped out into the hallway and grumbled loudly about pranks. When he re-entered the room, he cast a silencing spell and turned to the newly appearing Harry. Are you okay? He asked. Well, I feel like my life is being turned on its side right now, said Harry as he folded his cloak. You know that I did not expect for you to come to our scheduled meeting after today's events. Harry shook his head and asked, Why didn't you tell me that you were teaching Malfoy occlumency? Snape sighed. The information was not pertinent. I could think of no reason for you to know, so I did not tell you. Simple as that. Snape regarded Harry evenly and in silence. Harry glared at the lack of reaction. Does Voldemort know that you're teaching him? He shot. The Dark Lord has insisted that I teach several students so that they can begin working for him without fear of discovery. And that is why you've been pushing me to read them, so that I learn about them before they close themselves off. Partly, yes. But you know that I'm a powerful enough Legilimens to get past their shields. What was the rush? Harry, have a seat, said Snape, making his way to the sitting area. They sat in large comfortable chairs directly across from each other. Once these students are trained reasonably well in occlumency, the Dark Lord will have them working for him, even inside Hogwarts. Not all of these students desire to serve the Dark Lord, as I am sure you no doubt know. But they will not defy him unless they have some other place to put their hope for their future. The obvious alternative is you. However, Slytherins and Gryffindors are known for their inability to get along. Slytherins and one Harry Potter in particular. I knew that this relationship would not change unless one of the parties came to understand the other. So I'm a pawn in your game to save the Slytherins from serving Voldemort? Asked Harry, a bit angrily. I would have thought you'd want to help them. Had I been given the choice, I would have agreed with you. However, I find it rather offensive that I was not offered that option. Harry cast a glare at the potions master. You have no idea what it's like to know them so well. I can't hate them anymore. In fact, I really like most of them. I know what they dream about, and I understand their fears. I relate to them. I want to help them, and they still hate me. They have no idea how close I am to them. Do you have any idea how hard that is? Snape held his eye. I do, he said calmly. I know my students well, and a vast majority of them despise me. Harry paused. He had not expected that answer. But not ready yet to end his rant, he pushed on. Well, it was dangerous that you failed to inform me that the people I was practicing on are studying occlumency. I could have been found out at any point. Harry, your skill at legilimency far exceeds their occlumency abilities. There is no reason for them to ever find out unless, he trailed off, catching the look on Harry's face. One of them is telling me that Remus is going to be attacked, and I carelessly drudge up everything I can find in my haste to save him, finished Harry. Snape squeezed his eyes shut and rubbed the bridge of his nose. That's right. Malfoy now knows I'm a legilimens. But then Harry was suddenly aware that that wasn't all that was bothering Snape at the moment. What? Snape raised his occlumency shields in response to his unfinished question, but Harry didn't need to slip past them to know what Snape was trying to keep from him. Malfoy knew about the attack, and you didn't, he said quietly. He thought back to the brief worry he felt pass between Snape and Dumbledore when they had met with the Order members from all throughout Eurasia. They must have learned information that Snape, as a member of Voldemort's inner circle, should have known, but didn't. Harry sat forward in alarm. What else has he been keeping from you? How long has this been going on? Snape looked away. It is not any of your concern, Mr. Potter, he said calmly. Bloody hell it's not. Sev. I wasn't taking the potion this week. Anything could have happened to you. It is far more important that you recover from your magical shock. Oh, bugger my magical shock. If I had known, I would have found out if he still trusts you. Which is exactly why you didn't know, said Snape sharply. Harry, you are reckless when you worry, and recovering your strength is far more important than assurances of my safety. I accept the risks that come with my position. But why take risks when I'm perfectly capable of finding out if you're safe? And risk your recovery. We met with the Order on Saturday, before the magical shock. I felt the worry that went between you and Dumbledore. Why didn't you tell me then? Snape looked away from Harry's penetrating glare for a moment, but then turned back with a fire burning in his eyes. Mr. Potter, your concerns about Remus Lupin's safety in Albania have apparently made you reckless once again. This has nothing to do with Remus, shouted Harry. He felt raw. Snape had touched a nerve. He'll be fine. I'm not going to lose him too. Snape was silent and Harry's voice seemed to echo in the room, punctuated with Harry's heavy breathing. Then, Snape said calmly, Harry, I want you to return to Gryffindor Tower and calm down. We will further discuss the side effects of your magical shock at a later date. That's not what we were discussing, thought Harry angrily, and something clicked into place. Snape had baited him in order to close the conversation. Harry tried to calm himself without much success. He paused, and then asked again, why didn't you tell me you might be in danger? Snape closed his eyes and said quietly, this conversation is over. Harry heard Lupin's voice in his head, clawing at his heart. If you care about him, he can hide things from you. Harry was tired of secrets, and decided in that moment he was going to get some answers. He stood up suddenly and closed the distance between them in 2 angry steps. Snape stood up reflexively to fend off attack. Harry grabbed his hands, wrapped his fingers between Snape's, and pulled him close, forcing himself through Snape's shields and into that deep link they had experienced before. Snape's thoughts were swirling with Harry's last question. Why didn't you tell me you might be in danger? And a grief that Harry recognized was there, weaving through Snape's unspoken answer, I have much to atone for. Harry wanted to know everything, and he invaded Snape, pushing into him with all the magic that had been lying dormant in him for the past few days. For weeks Snape had been concerned that Voldemort suspected something. He had only recently mentioned it to Dumbledore, and only because his death would greatly affect the Order. Harry went deeper still. Snape was not concerned for his life for the sake of his life. He did not dwell on such thoughts, but deep within, he knew, he hoped that he would not make it through the war. He could not imagine life after. There was not another soul on this earth except for other Death Eaters who could understand the things he had been through. The Death Eaters had no future after serving the Dark Lord. Snape had no future after everything. Harry pushed further, and suddenly found himself staring into a pair of penetrating emerald green eyes. He was also staring into a pair of jet black eyes. He felt panicked. Harry would know all of his secrets. He was looking for Snape's secrets. Harry had no right to do this, no right. Harry felt Snape's grief well up within him, his own grief. And now, experiencing it firsthand, Harry instinctively knew the small tie it had to another emotion, buried deep within, locked away and forgotten. Harry was compelled to know more. He fought his way down into himself, into Snape's self, searching for the connection between the feelings that maddened him and the young face he was looking at, locked into. And there it was, a younger version of Harry's face, but with deliberate flaws. It was Snape's first crush at Hogwarts, and James tormented him endlessly. Eventually, Snape turned his attentions to another student, with flowing red hair, and brilliant green eyes. She strung him along, and then ended up with Potter. And the night he found out they were together, Lucius came to him and took him to the Dark Lord, who promised him everything, but delivered nothing but servitude and torture and violence of an unspeakable nature. And Severus Snape locked away all of his heartache, and he closed off his emotions. And he became the perfect weapon. Harry's body began to tremble as the part of his mind that was Snape remembered years of the torture and death he inflicted on others, and the pain he himself underwent. All the pain he delivered, all the pain he deserved. And he felt a great fury welling within him as he stared into the young face that called to mind so many forgotten feelings that he now repressed automatically. And Harry understood now why Lupin had been so concerned. He had watched Snape show an emotion toward Harry that Snape would not even admit to himself that he felt. He had so long ignored such things. Even now, Harry sensed these feelings enveloped in Snape's fury. But Snape himself was unaware. Harry could feel. He could see. His body shaking with the exertion of magic, with the newfound knowledge, with the dawning comprehension. He could think of only one course of action. He calmed Snape's rage, supposing he was working a magic similar to that of Nicholas and Perenelle. Then he slowly drew himself from the potion's master's mind. Once he was only himself, he stumbled forward, letting go Snape's hands. Snape caught Harry against his chest. He held him up by the shoulders and glared into his eyes. "You possessed me," he whispered harshly. "What did you see?" "I'm sorry," breathed Harry weakly. "What did you see?" repeated Snape, shaking the limp Harry Potter. Harry's eyes flashed with the horror of Snape's memories. He could just barely make out the image of Snape's furious face before him. "Sev," he whimpered, "I'm so sorry." The memories took him. The air was brisk. The sky was clear. A haunting glow from the full moon lit the way, and only in hindsight did it stand as a beacon of warning. Your doom lies this way. The night brushed past him like déjà vu, the memory of a memory. Anger pushed him forward and all reservations were forgotten as revenge pulsed through his veins. "Tonight you get yours," he whispered through his satisfied smirk. He crept now in stealthy silence, barely making a sound lest he disturb the resting Willow. Inching closer, ever mindful, ever watchful, his eyes running rivers over the trunk and the root system, looking for the supposed key to entrance. The branches quivered and one swung down, straight for him. He tumbled forward, pressing the small knot amongst the roots and continuing his dodging roll in case the tree continued to attack. But what do you know? As the branch swung upward, preparing no doubt for another swipe at him, it suddenly stiffened and froze as if put under a body-bind curse. His eyes glinting with malicious glee at the small victory, Severus could make out an opening that led into darkness. "Lumos," he said, climbing down, excitement growing. It was real. That fool Black had really screwed up when he let Severus overhear tell of their nighttime activities. Once he caught the marauders red-handed, the headmaster would have no choice but to expel them. In hindsight he cringed. Humiliation and anger were seamlessly woven into the event. But his memory swept forward in his great haste. He mistook the echoing noises ahead for drunken revelry, and he did not hear the footsteps running behind him. It was only when he reached for the trapdoor handle at the end of the tunnel that a moment of fear made him pause with caution. He stood unmoving for several seconds, hand extended, listening to the sounds emitting from the room above. Surely those harsh, dangerous-sounding echoes could be of no party. His mind was in turmoil as to whether or not to proceed. His wariness to confront the cause of such noise clashed with his almost painful desire to see the marauders expelled. A panicked voice broke him from his reverie. "Severus, no. Potter. Present and past selves both swelled with undeniable loathing. Potter. Who had so publicly rejected him so long ago? Potter. Who had so thoroughly humiliated him time and time again? Potter. Who had stolen Lily? Potter. The bane of his existence, the thorn in his side. What gall he had to try to stop him now. Out of spite, Severus swung his gaze from the fast-approaching dark-haired boy, and wrenched open the trapdoor. All was silent and still for one sanctified moment as his eyes focused from the dull glow of his wand to the deep darkness of the room above. But then his heart stopped beating as an imposing shape advanced with frightening speed across the room and through the shafts of moonlight that filtered through the boarded-up windows. Severus swallowed hard as his eardrums splintered with the hellacious roar. And then, in a moment of panic that would forever cause countless hours of cursing out unfathomable regret, Severus froze. He froze as a werewolf, claws extended, teeth bared, lunged at him. And he separated from himself, so that it seemed as though he were watching a slow-motion reenactment of the attack, and his disembodied self accepted without question that in the blink of an eye, he'd either be a werewolf, or dead. He would have been except that a white stag leapt over him and trampled down the werewolf, driving it back into the house above. Severus could hear the blood-curdling howls, and the drumming of hooves as the two fought, teeth to prongs, claws to hooves, and the stag won. The werewolf retreated, and the stag returned, climbing in the form of James Potter back into the tunnel, securely closing the trapdoor once again, and shaking back to reality the petrified Severus. Severus, oh Merlin, answer me. Did he get you? Severus blinked once as his mind translated the words. He shook his head in response. James hung his head and his body drooped as he sighed relief. Sirius told me he had you over here how to get down here. I couldn't let it happen. I'm gonna beat the shit out of him when we get back. And I wouldn't blame you if you organized a band of Slytherins to get him again later, he growled. You saved my life, said Severus dully, as his future self mentally smacked himself for ever voicing that misguided statement. I was almost too late, said James guiltily. I owe you a life debt. James shook his head. Just don't tell anyone about this and we're even, okay? Severus narrowed his eyes and snapped, secrecy does not repay a life debt and you know it. But James never asked for another thing, and Severus loathed him even more, leaving him in his debt, and then dying, so that Severus had to carry the debt on his shoulders until his brat of a son was old enough to start drawing the attention of those who would repeatedly try to kill him. Severus remembered all of this. And now, so did Harry. What happened? Albus Dumbledore knelt down next to the unconscious Harry Potter who was laid out across Snape's couch. He was upset about Lupin, and other things. He came to me demanding answers, and when he wasn't satisfied with the ones I gave him, he possessed me. Merlin's beard, whispered Dumbledore, looking up at Snape, who had temporarily stopped pacing to look down sadly at Harry. Was it intentional? Snape shook his head. No, I don't think so. His magic is still erratic from the shock. I was going to prescribe a few more days' break from his training, but anyway, that, combined with his heightened emotional state number. I think he was merely trying to use our link to get the answers he wanted. What answers did he want? Dumbledore turned back to Harry and gently put a hand on the young man's forehead. Snape opened his mouth to answer, but found himself unable. To tell Dumbledore of Harry's discovery about him training the Slytherins would lead to how Harry knew, and why that even bothered him, which leads back to Malfoy and Snape's knowledge of their relationship and all the events surrounding it was now protected by the oath he took to train Harry. Nor could he tell Dumbledore about Harry's concern for Snape's own well-being, because Harry's concern extended into legilimency and potion use. Dumbledore looked up and furrowed his brow as he watched Snape try to speak, and fail. I'm sorry, Albus. The oath covers everything. He sighed heavily, and then continued pacing, whispering angrily, damn the broad wording we chose for the oath. Dumbledore nodded. Severus, what can you tell me? Snape paused in his pacing once again and looked at the headmaster. I don't believe he's in a magical coma. I am fairly certain his state has nothing to do with overextending himself magically. Then what is it? Dumbledore's concern grew as he studied the tragic look on the potions master's face. It was highly uncharacteristic of him to show such emotion. Snape swallowed hard and whispered, the look on his face, Albus, when he came out, I think he saw everything. I think he gained the full detail of my memories of being a Death Eater. My father was a hero after all. Your father was a prat. He wimped out of a would-be lethal prank. He saved my life. Your life, I mean. He terrorized me for years, and then held a life debt over me. But he never asked for anything, except discretion. He was trying to make amends. He failed. So you became a Death Eater. I did not become a Death Eater because of James Potter. Then why? It was power, given and taken away by my father. Disappointment. Never good enough. Masked feelings. Will not cry again. It was fear and humiliation in school. Looking up at the laughing faces, youngest in the year, smallest, picked on constantly, hiding spaces in the dungeons, highest grades in all my classes, hexed in hallways. It was anger and disgust at the world. Filthy mudbloods, tainting thousand-year-old bloodlines, endangering the entire wizarding community with their ties to the Muggles. Inferior beings must be contained, venting anger, sneering faces, casting curses. Power, 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 power. First kill, apparate in, sleeping family, Muggle children, 2 Death Eaters, 2 initiates, screaming children, unforgivables, BPD mother, burning candles, sick po. Nagrafi, they shit themselves, father stabs them, his eyes wide open, tears running, he cannot stop himself, mouth is open, his nose drips snot, the room is red and stinks of death. And I stood there and laughed. You laughed, I mean. Yes, I did. How long has he been like this? Since yesterday evening. Why isn't he in the infirmary? He's safer in my care. Lupin took one look at Snape's carefully placed indifferent sneer and lunged across the room. He grabbed him by his chest and threw him into the wall. Snape dropped to the ground and Lupin climbed on top of him, pinning him down. His teeth were bared and he snarled, I told you to stay away from my son. Remus Lupin, bellowed Dumbledore as he flicked his wand, prying the ferocious man from his victim and flinging him across the room, quickly casting an invisible barrier around him so that he could not again attack. Lupin pounded against the barrier, yelling, there is no reason for Harry to be in your bed, you sick F.K. Calm yourself, Remus, demanded Dumbledore, his eyes flashing dangerously. Albus, he pleaded, we've got to get him out of here. He needs to be in the infirmary. In the infirmary, where everyone in the school will know his condition. So they can report to their parents, who will report to Voldemort. Dumbledore shook his head. No, Remus, Harry is far safer here with Severus. Snape pulled himself to his feet, carefully straightened his robes, fixed his glare, and turned back to the 2 men as though nothing had happened. Lupin stood seething. Albus, what has he done to my son? Remus, said Dumbledore threateningly, control yourself or we will continue this discussion elsewhere. Lupin glanced at Harry's form in Snape's bed and nodded, biting back his protective instincts. Harry is in a coma. We believe it is the result of his mind trying to assimilate memories he obtained when he possessed Professor Snape yesterday evening. He what? Shouted Lupin, glaring at Snape. How could you let him do that? And so soon after magical shock. Snape deepened his glare. Mr. Potter did not offer me much of a choice in the matter. The possession was accidental, supplied Dumbledore. No one accidentally performs magic that powerful, said Lupin snidely. Remus, warned Dumbledore. Lupin backed down. What have you done to revive him? All of the basics, said Dumbledore. Severus also attempted to bring Harry back by contacting him through their link. And? Asked Lupin, struggling to refrain from trying to attack Snape again at the mention of his link with Harry. Dumbledore shook his head. His mind is closed off from us. But he does seem to be somewhat aware of his surroundings. Why do you say that? Thus far, Harry has only allowed Professor Snape to administer food, water, or potions. When Poppy and I tried, he would not swallow, and in fact, stopped breathing as well and would have suffocated had we not removed the potion from his mouth. Lupin felt a pang of jealousy and anger at this news. I want to try, he declared. We hoped you would, said Dumbledore. If Harry will allow you to feed him, then we can transfer him to your care. Lupin paled slightly as a thought hit him. His absence will be noticed. It already has been, said Snape calmly. Word will reach Voldemort. What are the students being told? His closest friends have been told that, for safety's sake, he will be in hiding temporarily. Beyond that, we are allowing rumors to propagate, said Dumbledore, a tight smile forming on his face. So far, most of the rumors center around special training in exotic places. Lupin sighed heavily and rested his forehead on the invisible barrier. You know his friends are going to start digging for answers. They can't not solve mysteries that have nothing to do with them. They are definitely going to try to find the truth about Harry's disappearance. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, but, you are now the fourth person to know the truth. So our main concern is whether Harry's mind is as closed off to Voldemort as it is to Severus. If he were to infiltrate Harry's mind in the state it is in now, there is no telling the harm that could be done. But it's not a magical coma, said Lupin. Shouldn't he be able to protect himself? Snape answered cautiously. He is able to protect himself with occlumency. We just cannot be sure that he is. How did you become like that? Laughing at all that pain. My father had a great deal to do with it. My father was a bastard, I mean, your father. He reminds me a bit of Uncle Vernon. Uncle Vernon never beat Aunt Petunia. Or me. Father was cold and cruel. He could never be satisfied. Growing up with him was like you were afraid. I was always afraid of making a wrong move, because anything could send him off. I don't know what was worse, the rage or the silence. He enjoyed watching pain. He enjoyed causing it. But when he couldn't, he would just take away everything. He could beat the life out of you, beep out the joy, until you were a shell focused only on gaining his approval, winning his love. But he had no love. He had no soul. Like a Dementor. He is what I think of when they come around. So he taught you how to enjoy causing pain. He taught me most of the curses I know. Delighted in it, as a matter of fact. That was our father-son time together preparing me to impart pain. My mother believed in the purity of bloodlines. She thought Voldemort had some good ideas. My father, he just liked Voldemort's methods. I hate him. I hate him so much. The hate dulls with time. Ginny Weasley stared up at the head table, her eyes narrowed suspiciously. I don't buy it, she said finally. Me neither, agreed Ron, glaring into his breakfast. If Harry knew he was going into hiding, he would have told us. He would have at least somehow let us know he was okay. And anyway, continued Ginny, look at Dumbledore, going on like nothing has happened. It's a total act. That twinkle in his eyes, it's fake. Something's wrong. Hermione picked at her food. I just wish I knew what to do about it. She had spent the last few days so worried that she felt she was always verging on tears. Ron put his arm on her shoulder, and she let him, but turned to Ginny. Are you sure he didn't say anything else?
Ginny shook her head, staring intently at McGonagall. Just said he was going to get answers. I don't think McGonagall knows anything. She looks like she's covering worry too, but she clearly trusts everything is okay. Dumbledore's the one who knows the truth. Ginny had also been watching Malfoy, who had sneered his, "Thank Merlin he's gone," just like the rest of Slytherin. But Ginny saw something else buried in his expression. He was nervous. He might know something, but Ginny couldn't think of any safe way to ask him. If his disappearance was to do with Voldemort, Malfoy wouldn't tell her anyway, but if it was something else, her questions might wind up giving him answers. She couldn't risk it.
What about Snape? She asked. Terrible mood this week, said Ron. I don't fancy trying to pump him for information. You'd wind up with a year's worth of detention. Ginny sighed heavily and stood up. Where are you going? Asked Hermione. I'm owling Mom. Maybe she'll accidentally slip something in that will help us figure out what's going on. Don't you have potions? You'll be late, said Ron. I don't care, said Ginny. I can't stand not knowing. And anyway, she leaned in closer and gave her brother a sly look. Maybe Snape'll tell me something in detention. She grabbed her bag and swept out of the Great Hall. Ron stared after her incredulously. Is that supposed to be bravery? Willingly provoking Snape to get answers? I suspect it's more loyalty than bravery, said Hermione. The magical sister bond must really be bothering her right now. She turned back to her breakfast. And anyway, it's Harry. Harry. Lifetime of suspicion. No one will ever trust me again. Harry, I don't know if you can hear me, but It's never open mistrust. It's all looks and body positioning, whispers, even at Hogwarts, even in the Order. I know you were worried about me going to Albania, and I guess you were right. You saved my life with that information, so, thank you. Students think I'm evil, but that's to be expected. Scared faces, nervous fidgeting, distracted mistakes. I can't stand seeing you like this. I want to help. I want to fix it all for you. I wish I could have given you a normal life. I wish you could have been a normal boy. Cupboard under the stairs, Uncle Vernon yelling, I didn't make my hair grow back. Suspicious looks, I'm a Parselmouth, heir of Slytherin, Tri-Wizard Tournament, Harry Potter killed Cedric Diggory. Marauders torturing me, students laughing, father's lessons, curses, pain, Voldemort's power so appealing. But instead you're laying here with all these powers, and all these worries, and now, all these new memories. Dumbledore offers me a job as a sign of good faith, but blocks the defense against the dark arts position, forever banned I suppose because of the dark mark. No matter how I've proven myself, always on the outside, bitter and solitary, but he allows a known werewolf, who nearly killed me, seething anger, and the Order throws suspicion my way. They value the information I bring, but in their minds, they hope I die on the next mission so they don't have to fear betrayal any longer. We'll work through this, Harry. We'll get through it. But you have to wake up. Please drink this. Please wake up for me. It's Remus. He's okay. Don't drink it. He wants to see me. That's his voice, but it doesn't mean it's him. It could be a voice illusion. He could be offering you poison. Unless you can feel and recognize the magic of the person offering, don't imbibe a thing. You're right. I should protect myself. Lupin can wait. After so many years of suspicion, he can wait. Lupin waited for a while, but Harry did not swallow. He did not breathe. He sighed heavily, and waved his wand, clearing the revival potion from Harry's mouth. He began to breathe the moment the liquid was removed. Lupin choked back his tears, looking at the relaxed face of James and Lily's son. He slid down in his seat and closed his eyes heavily, trying not to think about everything the boy must be experiencing. All the things Snape had ever done running through his mind, all those memories. Lupin shook his head, but failed to clear the thoughts away. Harry was powerful, but surely he wasn't capable of a full. The door opened, and an instant later, Lupin found himself face to face with Severus Snape, his wand pointed directly at Snape's heart. No change? Asked Snape calmly. Lupin shook his head, lowering his wand. No, he said quietly. I thought the revival potion might work if I could convince him to take it and let it wake him, but he still won't drink a thing from my hand. Are you sure he can hear us? No. Snape walked over to the chair next to Harry's bed and carefully sat down. Get some rest. Lupin nodded, relieved of his shift. Snape would watch Harry until 2 a.m. Lupin stood watch overnight and during the day, while Snape slept and taught classes. Snape came in from time to time to give Harry food and drink. He would only swallow when it was Snape. But no potions revived him. They got no response from him at all. Lupin stepped through the door Snape had just entered through, and left the small cottage in the mountains of Brazil. He closed the door behind himself and glanced around Snape's quarters. He was hungry, and he needed to sleep. He summoned a house elf to bring dinner, and sat down at the table. The house elf arrived with food, and served him eagerly, oblivious to the bright orange door that clashed with the rest of the room. Dumbledore had moved it into Snape's quarters Sunday night after Lupin arrived. It was a portal to the cottage, which was at the same time a part of Hogwarts, and therefore protected by its wards, and located in South America, and therefore hopefully far enough from Voldemort to lessen his link with Harry. The Fidelius charm protected the door itself, as well as the cottage. Only Dumbledore, Lupin, Snape, and Madame Pomfrey knew of its existence. Snape and Lupin watched Harry for any signs of improvement or decline, and guarded him in case something happened. Dumbledore had always trusted Snape, so Lupin had always put his faith in that, rather than the man. But seeing the care with which Snape looked after Harry this week, Lupin began to wonder if perhaps he should trust the man after all. Hermione returned from the North Tower with more books, and Ginny greedily snatched at them. Find anything else? She asked, almost frantically. More prophecies. I can't believe the extent of them. Now that we know what to look for, it's almost as if we open a book and it jumps out at us. We've got to catalog all of this, said Ginny immediately. It's no good to keep reading without keeping records. We should make charts, and cross-reference everything. Slow down, Ginny, said Ron. You're starting to sound like Hermione. Well, what do you want me to do? She snapped. I've got to do something. I can't just sit here and not help. 4 days he's been gone. 4 days. I can't make him come back, so the least I can do is make sure he's more prepared for this goddamn battle when he does. Ginny, calm down, urged Hermione softly. He'll come back and we'll have the charts ready for him when he does. This is driving me crazy. I know. Snape knows something, she said. Have you noticed how dark his eyes are? He's not sleeping. Are you really going to ask him? Asked Ron in a tone that clearly said he didn't think it was a very good idea. Harry trusts him. So do I. So they mistrust you. So what? It's not like you should be trusted, after all the shit you did. Et tu, brute. Don't give me that. I've seen it. Years of torture. Hunting people. Dotting hems. Spreading fear. Serving darkness. Lording power. Cursing innocence. Killing. The blood is on my hands. You enjoyed it, even. Grief. I did. Years of danger. Restitution. Double agent. Cunning spy. 13 years the Dark Lord rested. Still mistrusted. Never a chance. Never a new beginning. Never enough time passed. Never enough proof of a clean life. I'll never be enough. You're right. Who could ever forgive what I've done? You haven't even forgiven yourself. No. Then why should anyone trust you? I suppose I always figured that their forgiveness would come first. Their trust. After the world absolved me, then I would forgive myself. Do you deserve to be forgiven? That's not for me to judge. You're the perfect judge. Should you be forgiven? I've spent 17 years living my life to make myself worthy of forgiveness and I. What? You're 16. I became a Death Eater at 16. In the 3 years before I turned spy, I did unspeakable things. Screams still echo. Every scream, every face of every victim, every look of terror, every plea for mercy, every curse, every dead, lifeless body, every person that lived on with their memories of torture. It all echoes, it never goes away. Some pain never dulls. And the things I've done while working as a spy, it's all the same. Is it better that I torture people because sometimes I can secure information used to imprison other torturers? Is it better that I kill because sometimes I help trap other killers? Professor Snape. Ginny paused her scrubbing of the dungeon classroom floor to fix Snape with a desperate look. This had to work. He would see that she was sleeping as little as he. He would tell her something, at least. Yes, Ms. Weasley. An impassive face, but dark, tired eyes, turned to her. Do you know anything about twin bonds? His gaze flickered, and Ginny knew that he was finding it harder to hold his mask together. When he said nothing, Ginny continued. Because I know that magical brother-sister bonds are made with a mere expression of interest, and that they continue to grow stronger so long as both parties continue to remain committed to the relationship. She paused to watch him, but Snape remained as inexpressive as ever. And sometimes it gets to the point where we can even hear, where they can hear each other's thoughts. No, really, that was an accidental slip of the tongue. Snape looked back to the papers he was grading. And, Ms. Weasley, I assume there is some point behind your drivel, he snapped. Ginny took a deep breath and pushed on. I was wondering about twin bonds. I know they have to be forged with a conscious choice of sharing everything, and that the twins will always know if the other is safe, but can the bond be forged over distances? If both people were willing. No, Ms. Weasley. Twin bonds also involve the exchange of blood. Oh, she said quietly, staring down at the floor, but not scrubbing. She waited in silence for some time, and then sniffed loudly, continuing to scrub. He's not going to ask, she thought, but he knows about our bond, and he's thinking about it now. Ginny sniffed again and Snape shifted slightly in his seat. That was her cue. Professor, do you know where he is? She whispered softly. Pause. Who? Ms. Weasley. But the cold in his voice was obviously forced. Harry, she said, her voice breaking a little. I was told he is in hiding, he recited. And I know that's not the truth, she said, looking up at him, begging him with her eyes to tell her where her brother was. Are you suggesting the headmaster is lying? Please, she said. It's been 6 days. I know something is wrong. I can feel it. Like I'm cut off. She looked away from his eyes, hoping against hope that Snape would find his heart. He drew a long, slow breath that she could only just barely hear. Finally, he said in a low voice, he is safe. Is he? She asked, meeting his eye again. As safe as he ever is. You may return the cleaning supplies to Filch and return to your dormitory. He stood up and swept into his office, closing the door behind him. Ginny got up to leave. Her small victory tasted sour in her mouth. Why didn't you stay with Voldemort? My mum died. You make it sound so simple, but it never is. My mother died soon after she found out I had become a Death Eater like my father. You blamed yourself. She killed herself. She knew potions. She would never have accidentally taken that combination. It wasn't just you. No, it wasn't just me. My father brought home some ministry officials he had abducted per Voldemort's order. They were in the dungeons for days, and she finally caught on that perhaps Voldemort's ends did not justify his means. She later asked me if I would have done what my father did. And you told her you already had. I respected her with the truth. She confronted my father. His rage takes over. He raises his wand. She cowers in fright. I'm your wife, damn it. And he laughs. Severus, this is your blood. He says, and spills hers on the rug. Notice the color, the smell, notice the look on her face. And Severus did. I feel you have a choice to make, Severus, as to whose son you truly are. And Severus drew his eyes from his mother's excruciating pain, taking in the angle of his father's wand, his vicious smile. It is your fate to become one of us as you see us now choose, and the power was exciting to see, but his mother was on the floor in agony. And then she killed herself. And then I killed my father. Death Eater mission. Raiding Azkaban before the Dementors were put in charge, freeing Death Eaters, guards intercepting, reinforcements coming. Father's voice. He's casting curses. No one will know. They'll blame the guards. A well-aimed curse to crush his windpipe. He falls. The guards are watching, but I just walk away. They gape in shock. A stupid mistake to leave witnesses. The others brought my father's body back with us, so there was no evidence, but the story got around. It got back to Voldemort. Snape didn't speak as he entered the cottage. Lupin was there in an instant, ready to kill if it had been anyone other than he, Dumbledore, or Madame Pomfrey. Snape didn't even flinch. His eyes were on Harry. Silently he swept forward, taking Lupin's seat. I thought you had detention, said Lupin, coming up behind him. It ended early, he replied simply. Go get some rest. Lupin eyed him intently. No, it's okay. I'll watch him. Snape didn't move. Severus, have you slept at all this week? Snape kept his eyes on Harry, and remained silent. Lupin drew a chair up next to his. They sat in silence for some time, Snape watching Harry, Lupin watching Snape. You need to sleep, Severus. It's not healthy. Finally, Snape looked up at him. Lupin noticed that his eyes were tinged with a very faint redness, and he wondered if Snape had been crying. He's assimilating my memories, Remus, Snape whispered. It's not your fault, Severus. It was the first time he had said it aloud, although he had known it for truth since that conversation with Dumbledore. At first I had hoped that when he possessed me he had only gone deep enough to have seen maybe this year, maybe the last few, but, Snape looked back to Harry. After this long unconscious he did it all the way. A full possession. They both knew it was true, but neither had wanted to admit it. It never occurred to me he could have, or I would have warned him against it, he said firmly. He turned to Lupin with a wild look in his eye, and continued in a loud, almost jovial voice, but who would have thought that even Harry Potter would be capable of a full possession at just 16 years of age? He stood up and began pacing. Did you know the youngest was 39? He possessed 3 different people, and lost himself, couldn't differentiate the other memories from his own. Only the great Rowena Ravenclaw herself ever fully possessed someone and came out unscathed, and with no apparent use of a pensieve, even. He laughed maniacally, and Lupin wondered briefly if Harry could hear Snape's meltdown. Do you think our young Harry will come through with the gifts of yet another founder? He slumped suddenly back into his seat, and turned to Lupin, washed over with oceans of guilt and pain. Do you think he'll come back? Lupin sat forward, and took hold of Snape with his very determined eyes. Of course he will, Severus. This is Harry. Snape scoffed brokenly. Ginny Weasley can feel how far away he is. Ginny, are they bonded? Snape opened his mouth, but couldn't answer. The oath, he said instead, and Lupin nodded. He just needs time, Severus. He'll be okay. I don't want to see it. You disappoint me, Severus. Yes, my lord, and pain beyond pain. He served me well, far better than you, I might add. An agony eternal, your childish attachment to your mother has cost me dearly. You may not kill my followers without my command. Yes, my lord. I am sorry, my lord. Ragged breathing, coughing blood, oh you will be. And they entered, and each came forward and sought revenge. Teaching me a lesson about my father, but I saw their faces. They didn't care about him, and they didn't care that it was me. I was just one more body, one more means of releasing what was locked within. Stripped and wandless, dungeon cell, chained to the wall, or the floor, hung in midair, sometimes upside down, one by one, casting curses, slash the skin, burn it all, the meat of my body, break me down, healing spells, the scars run deeper, food and water, revival potions, so I last longer. But I was one of their numbers, which made it that much more satisfying. Oh, your father used to be fond of this one, hissed Bellatrix with her maddening laugh, drawing fingernails across BPD flesh. She tilts her wand and I ejaculate endlessly, the pain sickening, their laughter deadening, and I don't even know if I'm screaming anymore, as I think of my father towering above my mother. Choose. And Lucius says my father's name as he strikes me and curses me, and I kneel before him, bloodied but not begging. Days it lasted, never ceasing. Some have been here, where I am. They laugh harder, taunting, jeering, pound into me, body aching, my soul blackens. I've seen the worst, and I survived. Never again, never again, never again. And then I went to Albus. Did you ever second guess that decision? Never once. Ginny nearly screamed in frustration, flinging the book she had been reading across the common room. Hermione and Ron, who were just returning from their nightly rounds, entered in time to see the book smack against the floor. Hermione shared a look with Ron before leaning down and picking up the book, but she decided not to remind Ginny that Trelawney had made her promise not to cause any damage to her precious works. Ron slid into the seat next to his sister, and Hermione across the table. She pulled the charts Ginny had been working on all weekend over to her and immediately saw what had upset her so much. What does this mean? She asked. Ginny shrugged dejectedly. I'm not sure. But I've found 13 different prophecies that seem to say that one day, the only hope for salvation just lays down, closes his eyes, and never returns. But what does that mean? Asked Ron. I don't know. But there are 6 more that say he does return, but only after another offer, or another memory, or, I don't know. Ginny wrapped her head in her arms and slumped onto the table. We have to go to Dumbledore with this, said Hermione, gathering up the parchments. It could have something to do with whatever has happened to Harry. It does have to do with Harry, said Ginny, her voice muffled through her arms. I can feel it, I just don't know what it means. I don't know what to do. We go to Dumbledore, stated Hermione definitively. Ron pulled Ginny to her feet. She's right. And luckily, we're prefects, which means that a 1 a.m. visit to Dumbledore's office on a Monday night is more than acceptable. He put his arm around Ginny's waist and said kindly, come along, Genevieve. Maybe we can trade this info for some answers. How can you live after that? I survived for some time. But not anymore. I became a spy again because I had to. But I have no future after this war. I've given all I have to offer. 36 years ago, I was a boy named Harry Potter. I was an orphan and an outcast. An awkward kid with a penchant for attracting murderous dark lords. I narrowly escaped with my life several times. And I was tired. I was tired of being so far removed from everybody. I was tired of people dying. I was tired of always being the boy who lived, and never just Harry. I was just some stupid kid with way too much good luck and bad luck for his own good. Who are you now? I don't know. An amalgam maybe. Some guy with far too many bad memories. It's the memories that wear me down. They make me who I am, but I don't want to be that person anymore. I don't want to be him either. I want my parents back. I want Sirius. Ginny Weasley lay shaking on her bed. She wasn't getting any answers. Dumbledore had thanked them for their work, and told them everything was okay, that Harry was okay. Ginny wanted to kill him. She floated through classes the next day, barely registering anything. She hadn't even bothered to go to class today. She felt like a huge chunk of her was missing. Like she was slipping away. Maybe she was only his sister, but Ginny knew without doubt that Harry was not okay. Something's wrong. Snape slammed his way into the cottage, pushing Lupin aside as he once again reared to attack. He swept swiftly to Harry's side, sitting on the bed and staring hard down at him, studying the unconscious young man. Snape took his hand and held it tight. Nothing's changed, said Lupin behind him. Something has. Harry, can you hear me? I have no future after this war. I'm so close now. All I have to do is reach out and I know they'll come for me. Snape jumped when he heard Harry's voice speaking into his mind. Harry, what are you doing? He shouted in alarm. I remember you didn't believe me, but I did contact Sirius. He came to me. They'll all come this time. I'll go to them if I have to. Oh Merlin. Snape rounded on Lupin. Go get Dumbledore, he yelled. Now. Lupin bolted from the room without question. Snape could hear the fire call in his quarters through the open door. Harry, don't call them. Stay here with me. It's time for you to wake up now. Just hold on to my voice and come back. Sev, there's no future there. All there is a past I don't want. There is a future, Harry. Your future. That past is mine. We can sieve it out, but you have to wake up. Come back. Give me back my memories. It's too late for that, Sev. No, it's not, Harry. We can fix it. I was there. We can fix it together. No, we can't. It's too much. I'll never be enough. I see that now. Snape was shaking, his face drawn in panic. Mr. Potter, he snapped. You will wake up this instant. That was 36 years ago. You can't scare me now. Snape choked. Please, he whispered, begging. You deserve it, Sev. What? Forgiveness. I've decided. I know it all now. I know why your future closes in, and I know why you grieve. I know why you blame yourself for everything. But I forgive you. You deserve it. Snape shuddered, leaning over the pale figure, tears dripping onto his face and neck. I want you to forgive yourself. Do you think you can? Snape heard his own rasping breath. He heard Dumbledore and Lupin gasp as they entered to see Snape crying over Harry's prone figure. He heard Harry's voice in his head, and for the first time in his life, he was absolved, and by the one person with the best authority to do so. I can now, he whispered. Goodbye. And Harry stopped breathing. Harry. Snape screamed into his face. But he was shut out once again, and he knew that Harry had no intention of coming back. Panicked, he turned to Dumbledore. Ginny Weasley. He coughed. Dumbledore and Lupin stared at him, pale in their fear of losing Harry. Get Ginny Weasley. Now. Lupin rushed forward and took Harry in his arms, trying to revive him. Dumbledore was gone. Snape watched him step into the fire. Ginny, you must come with me. Ginny turned in her bed to see Albus Dumbledore stepping through the fire in her dormitory. Her eyes were drifting, and she felt very far away. Dumbledore swept forward and pulled her up. Harry needs you, he said quickly. The words hit her like adrenaline and she was up in a flash. She and Dumbledore stepped into the fire and Dumbledore said, Professor Snape's quarters. She felt herself spinning, and tumbled forward into the dungeon bedroom. Where is he? She demanded fiercely. Harry is in hiding through the orange door, Dumbledore answered. What orange door? Her voice was nearly a scream as she turned around frantically. And suddenly, an open orange door appeared before her. Ginny rushed through and into a cozy bedroom. The first thing she saw was Snape. He was leaning against the wall, clutching a bureau for support. His hair covered his face. Lupin was sitting on the left side of the bed, rocking back and forth, clinging to Harry. She ran to the bed, hurriedly climbing onto the right side, running her hands through Harry's hair, clutching at his shoulder, his back. What the hell is wrong with him? She demanded. He's dying, said Lupin, his voice cracking. Ginny let out a horrified noise, like her heart was breaking. He's in a coma, said Snape, from across the room. He took my memories, and now he's lost in the worst of them. He can't remember his life well enough to want to live it any longer. He was standing by Ginny's side, holding a knife out to her. You have to finish it, Ginny. Give him everything. It's our only hope. Ginny nodded, taking the knife. What? Started Lupin. Twin bond, said Ginny, holding Snape's eye. No, said Dumbledore, stepping forward. I cannot permit this. If you start the bond and he dies, part of you will die with him. Ginny rounded on him. Who the hell are you to stop me? Harry is fine, Ms. Weasley. You call this fine? Ginny, he began calmly. She turned back to Harry and said, anyway, the bond's already started. I can't condone this, said Dumbledore. Then get out, snapped Ginny. Remus. Lupin nodded and placed Harry into Ginny's arms. He stood up and pulled Dumbledore away. Snape pressed back against the wall, and then it was only Harry and Ginny. She carefully pulled him close, breathing him in, focusing on her attachment to her brother. And very slowly and carefully, she began to carve a circle into the palm of her left hand. Harry, she said quietly, reaching out to him with her spirit, I hope you can hear me, because it's time. The first time I saw you, wandering around, lost in the train station, you were an oddity to me. You were the boy who lived, and a million other stupid titles that distanced you from everyone, and took away from who you are. I was a child who didn't know any better. But I do now. She took his right and began to slowly and carefully carve a triangle. You are Harry Potter, the shy boy who cares entirely too much what the rest of the world thinks of him. You're the awkward boy that always underestimates himself, and who saved my life. You're the true friend, whose loyalty never wavers, whose bravery surpasses all. You are the Potter version of myself. She pressed their bloody hands together, intertwining their fingers, squeezing tightly. And I know you're lost in there. I can feel you slipping away. But I offer myself to you. I ask you to become an extension of myself, my magical twin. And I offer you my memories, so you can remember who you are, and finally join the Weasley family like you've always wanted. Take this, Harry, and come back to me. Family dinners, yelling brothers, hexing squabbles. Hugs, goodnight, and bedtime stories, broken arm, they all come running. Love and comfort, coming home, only girl, they're overprotective. Hogwarts letter, special diary, telling secrets, Harry Potter, memory lapses, fear, connection, crush an idol, Harry Potter, rushes down and saves my life. Try wizard tournament, Harry Potter, almost lost him. Feel it change, order headquarters, Harry Potter, crushes over, friendship growing, Harry Potter, risk my life, Ministry of Magic, Harry Potter, entirely worth it, he'll end the war, Harry Potter, believe in him, Harry Potter, I fall in love, Harry Potter, I'm with you to the very end.
Ginny, he breathed. The new twins pulled each other into a bone-crushing embrace, trembling against each other. Lupin and Dumbledore sank into the bedside chairs, washed over with relief. Severus slid down the wall and to the floor, shuddering horribly. Harry was the first to break the silence, when he whispered, "You're in love with me, Ginny. You never should have agreed to this bond." "You idiot," she whispered back. "You know you're worth it." And they smiled into each other. "How long was I gone?" he asked, finally pulling away a little. 10 days, said Dumbledore, his voice shaking. "Wait, what day is it?" "Wednesday," said Ginny, "April 1st. "Oh." Harry sat up and turned to the shaking figure on the floor across the room. He gazed at Severus calmly with eyes that were no longer as expressive as they once were, and said quietly, "Happy birthday." Harry knew that Severus was watching him, and he awoke. He and Ginny were tangled together in bed, sleeping hard after a difficult week and a half, dreaming each other's dreams. Harry opened his eyes and gazed across at the man who was now so much a part of himself. "Did you sleep?" he whispered. 15 hours, said Severus. "Albus called in a substitute for tomorrow as well. I'll return to classes on Monday." Has he called? Asked Harry, glancing down at Snape's arm. Not yet, but he will. Don't go, said Harry calmly, his face impassive. His trust is fading. It won't be long now before he decides you're not worth the risk. Better that you bow out now. It will be no safer. I'll be number 1 on Death Eater hit lists. Above you, even, since I'm the one with all the information. Harry smirked. If they only knew. Severus smirked as well. Harry looked down at Ginny's head resting on his chest, and began to absently stroke her fiery red hair. But at least we'll know for sure that they are trying to kill you. Anyway, we no longer have need of a spy in Voldemort's inner circle. It was true. Harry's growing powers were now combined with Severus' skill and control.
He, Ginny, and Lupin had spent Thursday together in the cottage, trying to sort through the mess of Harry's mind. But they had also done a few experiments, and found that one of the more useful side effects of his possession of Severus was that Harry had gained all of his knowledge and willpower. They were planning to wait a few days to test his legilimency powers on Voldemort, but Harry was quite sure that after he got his memories sorted out, there would be no stopping him.
Voldemort's time as Dark Lord was limited. It appears your possession of me has made my skills superfluous, said Severus through his smirk. Harry's eyes were sharp. His face was hard. Your skills would be put to better use helping me, rather than flouncing about playing double agent. Severus' smirk nearly broke into a smile. He choked down his laughter. Flouncing about? Harry regarded him smoothly. Severus bowed his head slightly. I'll speak with the headmaster. Good. They sat silently for some time. Eventually, Severus said quietly, Harry, I believe we will have quite a few things to discuss.
Not now, though, Sev, Harry replied quickly. I don't need any apologies or explanations or justifications. I remember these things like they're my own memories. I'm beginning to be able to differentiate them, but, he looked up to the ceiling as though it might have the words he was looking for. I accept what happened in your life the same way I accept what happened in my life. I don't like all of it, but I understand it, as well as you do, at least.
Severus nodded. I'm going to try the Pensieve tomorrow. Will you be there? What would you prefer? Just the two of us. Ginny won't like it, but you didn't sign on as her twin, and it's personal. Anyway, she's missed too much class this week. Her owls are coming up soon and... Is that you talking, or me? Harry shrugged and sighed. It's hard to tell just now. I'm glad you're back, Harry. Me too, Sev. Ginny returned to the Gryffindor common room Friday morning, and was immediately attacked by Ron and Hermione. What happened? Where were you? Is Harry okay? Disappearing like that? Guys! Ginny shouted. Ron and Hermione paused, startled by her tone. Harry's okay. He'll be back soon enough. I can't tell you any more right now, but it's true enough that Harry is in hiding for his own safety, and he's safe. Ron looked Ginny hard in the eye, and Ginny knew that he could tell something was different. Something happened, he said. Ginny glanced around the common room at all the faces of people pretending they weren't listening. Yeah, she admitted. But now is not the time to talk about it. I'm going to go shower, and I'll see you at breakfast, okay? Hermione cocked her head to one side, and took on the dismissive air of someone discussing a shopping list. Okay. We've all got a break this afternoon. We'll talk then. Ron's eyes widened as he looked between the two young women. Hermione, you can't be serious. Harry's gone for almost 2 weeks. Then Ginny disappears for 2 days and you're willing to wait until this afternoon to find out what happened? Hermione turned to him with a scowl and hissed, Ron, snap out of it. Ginny's not trying to shield us from any truths like Dumbledore might. She says Harry's okay, so Harry is okay. That's good enough for now. We'll talk this afternoon. She turned on her heel and headed for the portrait door. As she opened it, she turned back and looked at Ron pointedly. Are you coming? She demanded. Ron slumped his shoulders, his jaw slack. He took a step toward Hermione, but then turned back to Ginny. Why is that whenever I talk to you and Hermione I always feel like I'm missing something? Ginny grinned wryly. Because you're a boy and you don't pay attention. Now go. Hermione's waiting. Ron shook his head and left with Hermione. Ginny went upstairs to get ready for the day. She still didn't think she should have left Harry so soon, but he had been adamant that he be alone with Professor Snape while he sieved through his new memories. They would call her if something went wrong. She was sure of that because, if for no other reason, she would know anyway. It was just as well. She had a few things to sort through herself. She knew that Hermione had seen with a look that Ginny needed time, and was probably explaining it to Ron right then. Honestly, he was just as oblivious as Harry sometimes. Ginny sighed as she stepped into the shower. In a lot of ways, she was just as much a mess as he was. Part of her was still in love with Harry, but another at least equally strong part of her felt like he was kin. It was a strange sensation, and she could only hope at this point that her romantic interests would pass with time, because the twin bond surely wouldn't. She had also absorbed a lot of Harry into herself, and in consequence, a lot of Professor Snape as well. The memory transfer that she and Harry had undergone as part of their bonding was not nearly as strong as what happened to Harry when he possessed the potion's master. It was more like memory glances, distinctions, and feelings of self. It broke her heart how mixed up Harry was just now. She wondered again where Harry ended and Severus Snape began. But one thing was for sure, he had changed. She could feel it. It wasn't all for better, but it wasn't all for worse. Ginny hoped that he would be able to find and hold onto what it was that made him essentially Harry. The common room was empty. Everyone had already headed down for breakfast. Ginny kept feeling small pangs of grief that she was pretty sure were coming from Harry. He must have already gotten to work with the Pensieve. Shouldn't I keep those days they tortured you, though? Severus looked up from the empty Pensieve, startled. Why? Harry shifted in his seat to meet the pair of eyes he felt he was looking through. He hadn't expected Severus to question him on something that seemed to be self-evident. Why didn't you sieve it out? He asked. Because I wanted to remind myself of what I've come through. Harry shrugged. That's a good reason. You're stronger with your convictions because of the pain in your past. Severus took a deep breath, and Harry knew what was coming. Harry, I'm bitter and distrustful because of the pain in my past. You don't want to add that to your personality, trust me. Harry glared at him. Sev, we don't have time to waste playing let's make sure Harry had a nice childhood. We've got to be logical in our approach to this. Now, if I'm going to beat Voldemort, it would stand to reason that I hold onto your knowledge of him, right? Yes, and that includes your memories of serving him, right? Yes, Harry, but, well, that includes years of torturing and killing other people, and all of your reasons behind those deeds. If I don't also hold onto the memories that define why you turned from him, where will that leave me? The two glared at each other, and for once, Harry was sure that he could win against Severus in a battle of wills. Severus narrowed his eyes further. Harry, he said, speaking slowly, those memories also define me. I understand the useful value of holding onto certain knowledge, but I am telling you that you are running the risk of losing yourself in the process. And I'm telling you that now is not the time to worry about that. Severus reached up to rub the bridge of his nose. There are other things to consider than simply what is useful knowledge and what isn't. With war coming to a head, you think I should worry about becoming too Snape-like? Severus scoffed. With war coming to a head, you should worry about your own sanity. Harry rolled his eyes in annoyance. Severus tried a different tactic. As a student at this school, you should not have access to my memories of being a teacher. Harry started to argue, but Severus cut him off. You may keep my knowledge of potions, which may very well come in handy, but you may not know what to expect from my tests. Nor should you know my observations or opinions of other students. Harry nodded, conceding the point. Just as well I don't know how I'd ever look Neville in the eye again. Seeing his friend from the perspective of the potion's master was quite a different experience than what Harry was used to. Severus closed his eyes for a long moment before continuing. Harry, those few days were by far the worst days of my life. I have spent much of the last 17 years coming to terms with what happened to me during those days. If you cut out the 14 years of my memory of being a teacher, that will set you back into a time when my grief over being tortured was reckless. If you lose yourself in that mess, you will be endangering yourself, and that is folly. Harry thought back to Severus, aged 19 to 23. He conducted his affairs with a cold, harsh demeanor that bordered on tough. His breakdowns tended to be in private after times of high stress, but there were some close calls. His calculating cruelty held him together as a spy. His obsessive repression pushed him through his master's in potions studies. But at the time, he was not the cool, collected potions master that Harry knew. He was a tumultuous jigsaw of fragments, glued together underneath a carefully composed mask, an exaggeration of the turmoil Harry felt whenever he grasped at the memory of himself through the overriding prominence of his memory of being Severus Snape. "Okay," said Harry mildly, "but I'm holding on to the memories of him torturing you since you became a spy this time around. That way I can maintain myself, but still have memories of worse pain to offer me strength while we're battling." "Harry," said Severus, his voice tight with exasperation. Harry sighed and reached up to rub the bridge of his nose. This was going to be a long day if they had to argue over every single memory. When he didn't hear Severus continue, he opened his eyes to find Severus regarding him with a raised eyebrow, and Harry became aware he was emulating Severus' mannerisms. With a slight scowl to show he knew what Severus was thinking, he slumped into his seat, slouching like a teenager. Then he looked up and defiantly tried for his old goofy grin, but it felt strange on his face. He wrinkled his nose like he had a bad taste in his mouth, and sighed in defeat. Maybe he was lost in Severus' memories. But then Severus laughed, and with the surge of happiness brought by that accomplishment, Harry was able to offer a much more genuine grin. "See? Still a happy young 16-year-old, said Harry in a slightly ironic tone. Severus smiled. "Let's keep it that way, eh?" Harry leaned forward and touched his wand to his temple, but then stopped. He knew it was unreasonable, but he felt a minor wave of panic at the thought of erasing years from his memory. "Sev, promise me you won't destroy these memories just yet." "I still have them," said Severus, tapping his own temple with his forefinger. "You know what I mean." Severus looked at Harry kindly. "This pensieve is yours. I am merely guarding it so long as you are a student and it holds memories that originated in my life. But I would not dream of tampering with your pensieve." Harry decided not to respond to the obvious referral to their last encounter over a pensieve filled with Severus memories. He once again raised his wand to his temple, and noticed that his hands were shaking. He reached forward and clasped Severus' right hand in his left, took a deep breath, and began pulling out memories. It was a strange sensation to pull your thoughts out of your head. Harry started with the worst. He conceptualized days of being tortured, and then pulled with his wand. The thoughts, previously interwoven with the entire mesh of his two lives, began to untangle and slip away. And then, with one last tug and a snap, they were gone. Harry dropped the long, silver thread into the pensieve and watched with a hallowed awe as it slipped and swirled in nearly liquid wisps. Severus squeezed his hand, and Harry realized he had tears in his eyes. He looked up. "How should I go about sieving your teaching career?" Severus furrowed his brow. "I never tried it with anything so expansive." "Should I break it down then? I suppose. How about early years and the hell that became of my life after the boy who wouldn't die enrolled as a student?" Severus raised both eyebrows and nodded slightly. "Sounds reasonable," he said lightly. Harry laughed. Then, turning back to the pensieve, he concentrated on the years of teaching prior to his other self becoming a student. He thought of tests, and grading homework, and intimidating students in class, and cauldrons blowing up as inept morons completely lacking the ability to follow directions or pay attention to detail attempted to brew even the simplest of potions. He tried to pull years of teaching into a single concept, then slowly began to pull at it with his wand. The unraveling of his thoughts was dizzying. He felt unsteady as a huge chunk of himself began to slip away. He squeezed Severus' hand to anchor himself, and felt his will strengthen. With one final tug, and a mind-numbing snap, Harry's early teaching career dropped to the pensieve, and Harry dropped to the floor, vomiting on the rug. When he came to, he was back in bed. He pulled himself up and looked around the cottage bedroom. He was alone, but the orange door was closed, which meant that he was not alone in the house. He could feel Ginny's worry for him, quickly covered over by relief when she felt him wake up. Harry was reassured by her presence with him, even over distances as vast as from Hogwarts to Brazil. He couldn't help but smile. He found his glasses on the bedside table, kicked back the covers, and stumbled into the living room. Severus was lounging in a chair, reading. He looked up when Harry came in. "Are you hungry?" Harry nodded, running his fingers through his hair groggily. Severus closed his book and swept into the kitchen. Harry followed, sliding into one of the chairs at the kitchen table. "Well, that was a lesson. How long was I out?" "Only a few hours." I sent word to your unbearably overprotective twin before she had a chance to storm down here and blow our cover. I thought this place was protected by the Fidelius charm, said Harry, leaning weakly over the table. It is. But current rumor holds that you were swept far away from Hogwarts. Last I heard, the Dark Lord is surveilling the Auror training camps. If Ms. Weasley were to come banging on the door to my quarters, demanding to see you, it would surely raise suspicions among the Slytherins as to your location, particularly the suspicions of one Mr. Malfoy. Malfoy? Asked Harry, watching Severus conduct the symphony of pans and slicing vegetables and cooking meats. Yes, he's been watching Ms. Weasley quite closely since you disappeared, trying to get clues as to your status and location. Harry groaned and put his head on the table. Oh Merlin, how the hell am I going to face him again? Severus raised an eyebrow. Trouble in paradise? He asked. You could say that, said Harry, sitting back in his chair. Ginny hates him. She'll kill me if I give him another chance. Twin bonds prevent against causing the other harm, said Severus sarcastically. Yeah, well, Ginny's crafty, muttered Harry. She'll find a way. Severus walked over with a salad and pumpkin juice. But why would you give him another chance? He asked evenly. Harry gulped down the pumpkin juice, feeling a bit of his energy return to him. His mouth salivated with the smells of cooking food. He began to stuff his mouth with his salad. Severus sneered at him. How is it that you gained all of my knowledge and memories, but somehow failed to acquire my good table manners? Harry paused and looked up, his mouth full. Nobody's perfects, he said. Severus looked away. Disgusting, he spat. Harry swallowed hard, choking down his laughter. He continued to eat his salad at a much calmer rate as Severus finished preparing his meal. He laid the food on the table and sat across from Harry, who carefully filled his plate in the most socially acceptable manner possible. You're not eating? He asked. I ate an hour ago. Harry nodded, and set to enjoying his meal. Severus was watching him, and Harry knew he was still waiting for an answer. He shifted in his seat and said as though there had been no pause since the question, because I know him well, and I care about him. Severus closed his eyes for a moment. Harry, are you confusing our memories? Harry thought before he answered. No, I cared about him before. He's told me a good deal about his life, and he's shown me what I believe to be his true self. One of them, at any rate. He took another bite as he tried to figure out how to say what he meant. I believe that he did not intentionally betray me. I think that when he told his father about Ginny, he was trying to protect me, in his own ked up way. Harry felt a bit disappointed that Severus did not react to his attempt at humor, but he didn't show it. He continued, the way he talks to me when we're alone. I always suspected, and your memories of teaching him legilimency confirmed. His feelings for me are among the most genuine feelings he's ever had. He's still Malfoy. I don't know if I can trust him. You don't know if I can trust him. But I feel compelled to give him one last chance, to let him know what the stakes are, and to let him prove himself. Harry and Severus held each other's eye for a long time, but neither of them used legilimency. They had an unspoken agreement not to mess with their link at least until Harry's mind was sorted out. Harry thought about the feelings Severus had for him. When he possessed him, those feelings were locked so tightly that he had to fight to get to them, and he knew Severus at least had been unaware of them. As he looked into the black eyes that were currently as unreadable as his own, he wondered if the past 2 weeks had made any difference. But he knew he would never ask. That is your choice, said Severus finally, but I nonetheless encourage you to sieve out my memories of my godson, as they could be confusing to you in this regard. Duly noted, said Harry. I don't really want memories of changing his diapers, anyway. Severus' face was hard, and Harry knew he was struggling not to smile. He turned back to his meal.
Eventually, Severus continued, I also think you should sieve the memories of the Marauders.
Harry looked up, waiting for an explanation. Severus held his eye and said levelly, I know you have precious few memories of your father and his friends, but I doubt those are memories you should keep. I think it would be better if you had fewer memories, but were able to continue to love them. Harry nodded once, and said slowly, I'm also going to sieve your romantic interest in my parents. He paused, and then said, it's awkward. Severus nodded once and opened his mouth, but then closed it again. The room was suddenly very thick with tension. Harry laid down his fork and knife. They looked at each other for a long moment, and Harry knew that Severus was trying to decide if he should say it out loud, or just hope for an unspoken understanding. After a long pause, he said slowly in a voice that was barely a whisper, "And my feelings for you." Harry felt himself flush, and he remembered how he used to get embarrassed rather easily, and how he had always worn his emotions on his sleeve. He looked away. "I'll leave the final decision to you, for this conversation as well, but I would like to keep that." He dropped his voice, and cursed himself inwardly for proclaiming his embarrassment by blushing so much. "It's selfish, really. I have very few memories of being cared for. It's nice." Severus regarded him in silence, and then said, "Okay." They spent the weekend in the cottage sorting through the mess of Harry's mind, trying to strike a balance between Severus' knowledge and will, and Harry's sense of self. It occurred to Harry that this must be a trying, if not completely humiliating, experience for Severus, sorting through and discussing the useful value of each memory.
But if it bothered him at all, Severus never once let on. He sat tirelessly through long hours of sieving, talking Harry through the shifts in his self-perception and trying to find a way to maintain his own skill level in Harry with the fewest bad memories as possible. Dumbledore, Ginny, and Madame Pomfrey each made periodic visits. There was a full moon this weekend, so Lupin had moved to another location. Harry knew, judging by the concern his visitors showered upon him, that Lupin would not be at all happy that he had to be absent from Harry during this weekend. But Harry also knew that after sieving certain memories, he would like Lupin much better when he returned than when Harry had first awoken. At Ginny's urging, Harry wrote Ron and Hermione a note saying that he missed them terribly, but that he was okay, and he would explain everything when he returned, which would probably be on Monday. Whenever Ginny would come in, she and Harry would sit down and discuss everything that had happened while they were separated. During their first visit, Harry noticed that Dumbledore was barely able to conceal his mirth and Severus was barely able to conceal his annoyance. He finally asked what the problem was, to which Severus replied with a scowl, "You are speaking your twin gibberish." Dumbledore went on to explain that Harry and Ginny had apparently already developed a twin language, a feat that took most twins years to accomplish. They seemed to slip into twin language whenever they discussed things that were personal between the two of them. Harry and Ginny couldn't tell the difference. Monday morning, when Harry walked into the Great Hall for breakfast, Hermione nearly bowled him over, hugging him fiercely. Ron slapped him on the back with a huge smile. Relief very evidently washed over him. The other Gryffindors, as well as members of the DA from other houses except for Slytherin, also crowded around and greeted him warmly, asking him where he had been, how was his training, and was he ready to kick you-know-whose ass. Harry laughed and talked lightly, trying to remember not to shield his happiness too much since that was what Severus did, not what Harry Potter did. But it was strange to come back to school. The students seemed so young, even his friends, and Harry knew that with Severus' knowledge his classes would be a breeze if not dreadfully boring. But he understood the necessity of remaining in school. Not only would it help to maintain the pretense that Harry was just a normal 16-year-old so that Voldemort would underestimate him, but he would also still need to take his newts next year if he was to pursue a career in the wizarding world after the war was over and he graduated. He looked across the Great Hall and caught Malfoy's eye and gave him a significant look. Then he sat down to breakfast with his friends, resuming the life of Harry Potter. During potions class, he laughed at a mumbled joke Ron told him, and Snape promptly gave him detention, yelling at him for his lack of respect. After dinner, he locked himself, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny in his dorm room, and told them everything he could remember, at least. His mind was still rather muddled, far more muddled than he had anticipated, in fact. He was thinking now that it might potentially be weeks before he felt confident enough with his mental abilities to return to Voldemort's head. But with Severus' knowledge and skill, he felt confident that he would have far superior control of his powers. "It's all going to be over soon," he told them. "But for now, while I sort out this mess in my head, we need to work with the prophecies. Ginny told me that you spent the last 2 weeks charting and cross-referencing them?" Ron and Hermione nodded. Hermione said, "It's extensive, but a lot of it is also very vague." Harry furrowed his brow. "We'll work on that and see what we can come up with. We also need to figure out how the hell I'm going to vanquish Voldemort. I don't think we should rely solely on the prophecies for that, especially if they are so vague." "Harry," said Ron,
No one is going to send you to Azkaban for using the killing curse on Voldemort. But even if you can't because of your scar, your link or whatever, there are still plenty of ways to kill a wizard. Right, said Harry, but last time he was killed, his soul lived on. I don't want to have to do this every couple decades for the rest of my life. We need to find a way to destroy his soul, or banish him or something. Hermione made a face like she was going to be sick. I've been researching that for months, she admitted. I haven't been able to find anything so far. We're going to need access to the restricted section for that, I think. Then we'll get access to the restricted section, said Harry. Hermione looked down. Harry, it's quite possible we're only going to find something among dark magic texts. Harry nodded. I know, but first of all, Ron's right. No one would send me to Azkaban for using an unforgivable curse against Voldemort. I'm sure there would be no legal repercussions for destroying him with dark magic.
But as far as my own morality, he sighed deeply, remembering his life as a Death Eater spy. Magic is inherently neutral. It's how you use it that makes it light or dark. Any spell I use to destroy Voldemort, body and soul, well, you can almost guarantee that it was only used for dark purposes previously. But to use it to destroy the greatest evil of our age, that can't really be considered dark magic. It's worth the risk.
They sat in a thick silence, each knowing the risks that accompany the use of dark magic, the corruption of your soul, the hardening of your heart. They looked to each other, silently agreeing that it was, indeed, worth the risk. Finally, Harry said, I have something else to tell you. Ginny felt his slight sting of embarrassment, and looked up sharply. Harry, no, she knew what was coming. Harry looked at her sadly, and continued. At Severus' request, I've been reading the Slytherins for several weeks. Many of them are looking for an out, so that they don't have to follow Voldemort. I'm going to offer it to them. Ron nodded reasonably, but Hermione looked at him suspiciously. There's more, isn't there? She asked, and Harry nodded. I'm starting tonight with my ex-boyfriend, he said quickly. Your ex-boyfriend is a Slytherin, choked Ron. Hermione's eyes had doubled in size. Harry paused a moment, carefully avoiding Ginny's eye. He's Draco Malfoy. Silence followed, and Harry wondered what would happen next. It was Ginny. You're going back to him, aren't you? She said evenly. It was not a question. Yes, said Harry, turning to look at her, to soak in the fury and pain of betrayal and rejection. But her face was inexpressive, and to Harry, that was worse. She stood up and walked out. Harry followed her, but she swept swiftly down the stairs, across the common room, and up the stairs of the girls' dormitory. Harry rested his head against the doorway to the stairs, trying to capture Ginny's feelings, but unable. She didn't seem to be able to distinguish her own feelings, herself. I'm sorry, Ginny, he thought to her. I love him. I know, she thought back, and Harry was suddenly aware that she was crying. Give him another chance, she thought, and Harry knew she understood his reasons, even though they had never discussed them. But be careful, and give me some time. Harry stood there against the wall, feeling dejected. Then he felt Hermione pulling on him, and he turned around and hugged her closely. Ron was standing behind her. She hates him even more than you guys, said Harry with a weak smile. He reported to his father about the twin bond? Asked Hermione softly. Harry nodded. He hates her too, I guess. Hermione patted his back and whispered, it's hard being with someone your friends hate. Ron shifted uncomfortably. Harry made his way down to the lake, this time without his invisibility cloak. He saw Malfoy standing under the beech tree, watching him approach. When he drew near, he could see the careful smirk, the guarded eyes, the pale glow of moonlight on his owned hair. Harry abandoned all pretenses. He strode forward and grabbed Malfoy up in a powerful embrace and keyed him passionately. Malfoy froze for a second, but then responded, pulling Harry against him, clinging to him desperately. Potter, he gasped. Where were you? Away, breathed Harry, tugging at Malfoy's robes, pulling them off. Malfoy responded in kind, flinging Harry's robes into the grass. They dropped to the ground, discarding clothing as they went. I thought something had happened, said Malfoy into Harry's neck. Something did. Harry rolled on top of the owned, running his hands across the smooth skin, dragging his nails just slightly. Dotting him deeply, he slid in between Malfoy's legs, rubbing their bodies together, feeling the heat flowing between them. "I need you," he whispered deeply into Malfoy's ear as he slid himself in, pushing forward slowly, gently. "Tell me this is real," he said, grazing his teeth across Malfoy's throat, clutching at him underneath his shoulders. "I need you to tell me this is real." Malfoy rocked underneath him, clawing at Harry's back. "I missed you," he whispered desperately. "Tell me," pleaded Harry, pulling against him, squeezing him close, their bodies pressed together until he couldn't tell where he ended and Malfoy began. "Say it, Malfoy."
"Potter," he gasped, trembling as Harry thrust into him again and again. "Say it." Harry was only just holding on. "This is real," he whispered, and they shuddered against each other, coming together, burying themselves in each other. This is real. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.